In the year of 1888, in Great Britain, Lynn opened his eyes to behold companies, clans, secret societies, and heretics. He was the first vampire within the confines of London, yet he was far from being the last. Jack the Ripper, the two-faced man, the Headless Horseman, wandering amidst the midnight shadows, the deceased would drink his blood, heralding his name across the ages. The inner world, sorcerers, deities, multiple historical replicas, fragmented hells, buried histories, Lovecraftian obelisks, the interred King Arthur. Chapter 1. The Vampire. Today's London mirrored yesterday's gloom, shrouded in a dreary rain. Outside, a gentle drizzle pattered against the glass, producing a delicate symphony of droplets. Apartment, foyer. Lewin lightly brushed the dust off his resume, casting a glance at the applicant seated across the desk. I'm here. The applicant was a young lady, her hair tied in a single ponytail, a light chestnut hue framing her face, her eyes as black as polished ebony. She clutched a portfolio, her demeanor somewhat apprehensive. Judging from her resume, she appeared to be a recent graduate from university, a promising workforce with capability and ideals, yet lacking social experience. An intellectual, one would ponder why she sought a position as a detective when she could have pursued a career as a doctor or lawyer. Lillian silently mused before inquiring, "What position are you applying for?" "As an agent," Aisha replied softly. "I wish to apply for the position of agent at your firm." She had submitted her resume to 5 other firms, yet most did not even grant her a first-round interview. Only the detective before her was willing to consider her, and she felt a tinge of nervousness. Noticing a momentary silence, she fidgeted and asked, "Is there any issue?" "Nothing major," Owen replied with a slight cough. "Although it is true that in London, most female employees at detective agencies are engaged in analytical or assistant roles, I have no stringent requirements in this regard. The only query is," he measured his tone, "what is your expected salary?" Arsha pondered for a moment. "I haven't considered that yet, but," she cautiously ventured, "well, it seems the typical weekly wage for an agent is around 20 shillings. 20 shillings, equating to £2 or 200 pence, represented the weekly wage of a skilled worker in a textile factory. Arsha prepared herself for a potential salary negotiation, deciding that as long as it was not below 12 shillings, she would reluctantly agree. "That is indeed the current market rate." Lillian nodded, then shifted the conversation, addressing her concern. "However, you mentioned that this is the salary for a regular agent, and you are anything but," he continued, guiding her gently. "After all, you are a recent graduate, lacking relevant professional experience. This implies that for an extended period after employment, not only might you not generate profit for the firm, but I would also need to invest time and effort in mentoring you." In his pursuit to cultivate a spirit of hard work and resisting complacency in youth, he selectively overlooked her status as a university graduate. In this era, a genuine university diploma still held considerable value. Upon hearing this, slightly parted her lips, her eyes shimmering with clarity. Instinctively sensing something amiss, she also found some merit in his words and was at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, I believe our relationship should be one of mentorship rather than employment." Lillian revealed his intentions plainly. "In short, it is not I who will pay you a salary, but rather you should be paying me a training fee." This time, Ursa grasped his meaning. Listening to this rather avant-garde theory for newcomers in the capitalist world, she stammered, "Please, allow me some time to consider." 2 minutes later, Lynn observed the door that had been casually closed behind her and sighed softly. Judging by the outcomes with previous applicants, this period of consideration would likely stretch indefinitely. He lifted his gaze to the calendar in the upper right corner of his desk, noting the date was September 11th, 1888. Calculating the time, today marked his head week, the 7th day since his arrival here. His identity was that of a British detective, on par with Japanese high school student, American drifter, and CN time traveler. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be receiving a script titled Savior of the Police, navigating through conspiracies and dangers, amassing fame while rescuing the city. Alas, dreams generally run contrary to reality. Through keen observation of newspapers and the traces of life within the apartment, he quickly discerned that he was neither Sherlock Holmes nor Hercule Poirot, but merely a nameless third-rate detective. Moreover, the original owner, in pursuit of various subsidies from Westminster for the private detective agency, had lavished considerable funds to acquire the agency qualification, simultaneously placing a recruitment advertisement in the newspaper. As long as he could gather 3 employees within 2 months, he would transform from a third-rate detective into the agency's president. Setting aside the realities, it certainly sounded like the making of a successful individual. However, upon taking over this body, he had rummaged through the entire apartment and found no savings to support even 2 employees. Was I planning to have my employees share my meager existence? After comprehending the situation, Lorian couldn't help but internally scoff. With no savings, no acquaintances, and a lack of earning potential, an ordinary person in such a predicament would likely find themselves seamlessly transitioning into a city explorer role in no time. Fortunately, aside from his primary occupation as a detective, he now had an additional side venture: a vampire. He opened a drawer and retrieved several transparent glass vials, each containing peculiar, abnormally large ants. The catalyst for these transformations was his own blood, which he had fed to them. Picking up a fountain pen from the desk, he slowly opened one of the vials, gently inserting the nib into the glass container housing the ants. Under his manipulation, two of the larger ants approached, opening their jaws to commence their gnawing. Crunch! The sound of meticulous chewing resounded, as the tip of the pen was gradually reduced to metallic shavings. The abilities of Subject 1 and Subject 2 have improved slightly since yesterday, and they have even provided me with feedback regarding their environmental perception capabilities. It appears that due to the inherent differences among individual specimens, even when supplied with an identical volume of blood, the ultimate effects may vary. Among the hundreds of ants, only Subject 1 and Subject 2 barely met his expectations, yet they still fell significantly short. Lorian observed for a moment, retrieved his pen, securely capped the vial, and then rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, exposing the crimson markings upon his wrist. The curved, arc-like imprint resembles a human eye, extending downward with several tear marks. When viewed as a whole, it resembles a weeping eye in repose. Since his transformation into a vampire, this ocular mark secretes a certain quantity of blood each day, with a maximum limit of approximately 0.5 milliliters. This blood can induce mutations in ordinary organisms, rendering them entirely under his control. The simpler their thoughts, the more complete the domination. Additionally, the greater the volume of blood provided, the more significant the resultant changes, allowing him to derive sustenance from the transformed beings. For instance, the environmental perception he has now acquired was obtained from those two notably mutated ants. Furthermore, he has the option to expend greater resources to extract blood imbued with more potent power, thus effecting a qualitative transformation that bestows greater abilities upon the blood recipient. Such special blood recipients will, like him, be capable of actively shedding their own blood to bestow upon lower organisms. The cost of this ability is that after separating this unique blood, he will experience a period of weakness and a depletion of his spiritual essence. This knowledge is inscribed within the instinctual fabric of his genes, fully revealed to Lorian upon his complete transformation into a vampire. Although he has thus far only experimented with ants, theoretically, humans could also undergo transformations. However, to effect such changes in humans, a greater volume of blood would undoubtedly be required. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the exterior. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a beam of light penetrated the room, casting a dark silhouette through the crack of the door. Bang, 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 someone was knocking on the apartment door. Chapter 2. You seriously misjudged me. Lorian paused momentarily, retracting the glass bottle into the drawer as he cast a glance at the clock on the wall. It was 6:41. The autumnal London was still shrouded in relentless rain, enveloped by dense fog. As evening descended, the damp chill and oily sensation pressed upon him. The sprawling, bustling city cloaked in a drab gray veil. The ashen mist on the streets mercilessly consumed every hurried passerby. The sun had fully set. Though this city shared its name with London, in Lorian's eyes, it bore a closer resemblance to Gotham City from DC. In this grim and somber locale, criminal activities and violent gangs proliferated, occasionally giving rise to secret cults that espoused the doctrines of some malevolent deity, while the populace remained refreshingly naive. As such, few dared to venture out after nightfall. It had been some time since Elsa Lorenz had departed, and he had not anticipated another visitor. He flexed his fingers, feeling the surge of vitality coursing through him, no longer as apprehensive as he had been during the first 2 days, fearing the arrival of exorcists or similar figures. Thus, he called out for the visitor to wait a moment before rising to open the door. The knocker was a tall, slender, middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache and a round hard hat atop his head. Clad in a well-tailored dark suit, he wore a gray shirt devoid of embellishments beneath. Lorian scrutinized him. His appearance was certainly respectable, standing out amidst the impoverished residents of East London who could scarcely afford 2 meals a day. His features were commendable, yet there lingered an ominous aura about him, something that suggested he was not a man of good character. One could not develop such a discerning nose for deceit without years of experience as a sycophant. "Who are you?" Lorian inquired, not stepping aside, but standing firmly at the threshold. The man cleared his throat, slightly elevating his chin, and pronounced with a measured tone, "I am the butler of Mr. Oliver Winston, one of the agents of the Winston Housing Company and a benefactor of several charitable institutions within London." Bang! The door slammed shut. The detective's voice echoing faintly from behind, "I'm sorry, but we cannot accommodate that many people here." The rapid knocking resumed, and after a brief interval, Luo Lien opened the door a crack, his expression impassive as he regarded the man. "Speak," he commanded. "I wish to commission your services." The man replied, his words tumbling forth in haste. "It is now beyond my operating hours. Additional fees will apply." Agreed. Half a minute later, the two sat across from each other at the desk, steam rising from a freshly brewed cup of red tea. Luo Lien retrieved a small hourglass from the drawer and placed it on the table, squinting as he smiled. "Consultation time is also billable, 5 shillings per hour. Originally, it would have been 8 shillings, but as you are my first client of the week, I shall extend a discount." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, indicating his understanding, and then inquired, "I presume you are Detective Luo Lien?" "Indeed," Luo Lien affirmed with a nod, although this man appeared dubious. Luo Lien harbored no moral scruples. He treated all clients equally, valuing the currency in their pockets. After all, in this world rife with deceit, nothing is purer than a simple exchange of interests. Besides, even a vampire must eat. Upon hearing his response, the man smiled and delved into the matter at hand. "I am Mr. Winston's butler. You may call me Rudolph." As he spoke, his small mustache twitched with his upper lip, glistening under the light due to some oil-based grooming product. "Good day, Mr. Rudolph. My surname is Hill," Luo Lien introduced himself. "Ah, Mr. Hill," Rudolph corrected him. "No wonder you exude such refinement. You are evidently from a prominent family, a seasoned sycophant." Yet, Luo Lien treated everyone equally, unaffected by social status, and inquired with a smile, "What type of commission do you seek?" From the records left in the apartment, most clients sought assistance with mundane matters such as infidelity investigations or job searches. However, Rudolph's late-night visit suggested that he was not here for trivialities. As Luo Lien had surmised, Rudolph leaned forward and spoke with a heavy East End accent. "My employer, Mr. Winston, wishes to commission you to investigate an accidental death." "Oh." Luo Lien did not interject, but gestured for Rudolph to continue. After all, consultations were billed by the hour, and the longer the conversation, the more he would earn. He would relish the prospect of the man speaking throughout the night. To Luo Lien's disappointment, Rudolph hastened his explanation. The deceased was an employee named Jack Arnold. He was Mr. Winston's personal valet and was discovered dead in his room this afternoon by another servant. The first to find him was a woman named Louisa, the estate's laundress. There was also a suicide note at the scene, signed by Jack Arnold, and preliminary comparisons confirm it to be his handwriting. However, Mr. Winston remains doubtful and wishes for you to investigate the specifics, along with a formal report, Rudolph declared, lacking any semblance of a butler's decorum. "Trust me, the remuneration will be a figure that satisfies you." In London, professional detectives emerged as indispensable supplements to public safety following the Industrial Revolution, with the primary source of their business being the police department. Investigation reports produced by registered detectives carry substantial weight in judicial proceedings. Though Luo Lien seldom received legitimate commissions, he was indeed a certified professional detective recognized by the police department, even if he remained oblivious to the intricacies of this case. He understood that fortunate opportunities rarely fell into one's lap. Casting a sidelong glance at the taciturn butler, he queried, "Why seek me out? Surely you must have better options." From his years of experience, Luo Lien sensed that such overtly suspicious matters typically concealed ulterior motives. If there truly existed a golden opportunity, would it really come his way? Rudolph appeared to have anticipated this question, his eyes wide as he fabricated a response. "I have long heard of Detective Luo Lien's exceptional professional integrity and notable capabilities." "Huh." Luo Lien chuckled lightly, non-committal in his response. He believed he might have gained some notoriety in the realm of obscurity. He then shook his head, preparing to decline. "You are inquiring of me," which means before he could finish his thought, Rudolph seemed to predict his words, reaching into his tailcoat to produce a bulging wallet, which he placed upon the table and slid toward Luo Lien. Judging by its thickness and the olive-green banknotes peeking out from the side, it was more than enough for him to sustain himself without food or drink for an entire day and night. "You have indeed come to the right person." Chapter 3. Yuan Fong, what are your thoughts? Rudolph Hill arrived by car, stopping directly beneath the apartment building. "Get in, detective," he offered, graciously holding the door open, attracting the attention of several residents who peered out from their windows. Luo Lien made no effort to delay. responding with a brief acknowledgement as he nimbly settled into the back seat, adjusting himself on the leather cushion. Oliver Winston's residence lay in the suburbs, a considerable distance from Luo Lian's apartment. The brown-red vehicle sped along the misty gravel road, the dim lights lining the way gradually becoming sparse. Their glow transformed into a flowing stream of light. Rudolph rested one hand on the steering wheel, diverting his attention to provide Lorian with additional details regarding the case. Jack Arnold, a 27-year-old native of Plymouth, had been in the service of the Winston family since 1883. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked that Arnold had become an old friend to the master, and it was indeed unexpected for such a fate to befall him. With a sigh, Rudolph returned to the matter at hand. Arnold was known for his taciturn nature, preferring solitude over the clamor of social interaction. He was austere in demeanor, yet efficient in his duties, possessing a fondness for reading, which earned him Mr. Winston's esteem. Last year, he ascended to the position of head servant at the estate, simultaneously serving as Mr. Winston's personal attendant. Earlier this year, due to various external factors impacting profit margins in several companies under Mr. Winston's name, the latter had dismissed over half of the estate staff. Nevertheless, Jack Arnold continued to earn a weekly salary of 150 shillings, equating to £15. Upon receiving news of Arnold's demise, Mr. Winston, nearing 70, was profoundly saddened. In his grief, he inadvertently suffered a relapse of an old ailment and was confined to his bed, thus delegating the handling of this matter entirely to me, with explicit instructions to ensure that Arnold's affairs were managed with utmost care and diligence. Lorian listened intently, his hands tucked within the pockets of his overcoat. A few ants that had consumed his blood remained still and motionless. Accepting this assignment was not solely motivated by the fee. He was equally intrigued by the opportunity to personally examine a human corpse, given his recent experiments. Even deceased ants, after ingesting blood, could regain a semblance of life, albeit in a peculiar state. The second specimen that had provided him with enhanced environmental perception was indeed a once-dead ant. Approximately an hour later, a private estate shrouded in the veil of night came into view. According to Rudolph, this modestly sized estate, known as Tepesh Manor, had been acquired by Oliver Winston and repurposed solely for residential use. With most of its enterprises abandoned, a mere 10 or so individuals sufficed for its daily operations. The shadows receded, revealing a stretch of light that extended from the end of the road into the cluster of buildings. Through the window, the silhouettes of watchmen stationed at the guardhouse became discernible. The car came to a halt in the estate's courtyard, and Lorian was the first to alight. The flagstone ground was damp from a recent rain, and the opulent Victorian architecture, adorned with pointed arches, exquisite reliefs, overhanging eaves, and lace-trimmed windows, stood out strikingly against the night sky. "Your home is quite beautiful," Lorian remarked, though his expression remained stoic. Rudolph approached from behind, chuckling, "This is not my home. I am merely a loyal servant employed by Mr. Winston." He led the detective onward, stating, "Follow me, Mr. Lorian. Time waits for no one." Lorian flared his nostrils, inhaling the air tinged with a hint of rust, and silently trailed Rudolph's footsteps. The scene of Jack Arnold's death was located in his room, designated as number 104. Following the incident, the entire staff quarters had been cordoned off with conspicuous yellow and black tape. The servants, cooks, and laundry workers were temporarily gathered in a neighboring room, awaiting questioning. At the entrance of the dormitory stood two officers clad in deep blue police uniforms, one male and one female. The male officer was notably tall, roughly at eye level with Lorian, estimated to be around 6 feet tall. The female officer, while shorter, still stood at approximately 5'7", and could be considered quite statuesque. They stood at the doorway, engaged in hushed conversation, and upon noticing Rudolph's approach, greeted him. "Good evening, sir. We apologize for the wait," he said. No, your timing is impeccable. We had just finished gathering the initial details," the male detective replied, waving dismissively. Rudolph turned to introduce Lorian, saying, "These two are the patrol detectives dispatched by the police department, Officer Vincent and Officer Winnie." He then turned to the detectives, adding, "This is Mr. Lorian, an experienced professional detective who will collaborate with you on this case." "Hello, Detective," Winnie greeted, her ponytail swaying as she extended her pale hand, which bore the mark of someone not accustomed to the harshness of the outdoors. Her cheerful demeanor prompted her to step forward and shake Lorian's hand. "Good day," Lorian replied politely, holding her hand briefly before withdrawing, as he was not particularly adept at engaging with strangers. Officer Vincent stood by with a jovial expression, but after receiving a sidelong glance from Winnie, he pretended to cough and initiated the conversation. "Let us commence our work." This sentiment resonated with Lorian, who inquired about the current investigative progress. he learned that the two detectives had only registered the personal details of the employees present, prompting him to suggest a visit to the crime scene. Very well, Winnie agreed, with Vincent offering no objections. Crossing the police tape, the group entered room 104. With a stench of blood and a faint odor of decay assaulted their senses. Despite prior preparations, Lorian nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. He raised his hand to cover his nose, taking several seconds to acclimate to the room's foul scent before shifting his gaze to observe the surroundings. The corpse lay supine on the floor. The sole visible injury, a narrow, 3-centimeter-long gash, was located on the neck, blood having pooled around it in a dark, congealed fan shape. The weapon responsible for this wound was a common kitchen fruit knife, grasped firmly in the deceased's hand. The furniture in the room was neatly arranged, devoid of any apparent signs of struggle, presenting an image of a perfect suicide scene. On the nightstand rested a clock and a black-and-white portrait of a cold-faced young man in a black waistcoat and white shirt, with the estate's grassy exterior serving as the backdrop. Lorian's limited experience with corpses left him unable to ascertain the precise time of death or cause, but he surmised that asphyxiation or excessive blood loss had ultimately led to this individual's demise. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? Chapter 4. The Art of Deductive Reasoning. Officer Vincent stroked his chin thoughtfully. At present, this appears to be a standard suicide case. However, we cannot hastily draw conclusions without concrete evidence to avoid misjudgment. His words were measured and devoid of error. When he scrutinized the scene for several minutes before responding, "I concur." Lorian nodded in agreement, but refrained from voicing his opinion. He surveyed the room, taking in the entirety of the scene, and after a cursory examination, he inhaled deeply, distinguishing the lingering scents which led to some tentative hypotheses, though he remained uncertain. Approaching the corpse, he knelt and lightly touched the skin. The sensation was starkly different from that of a living person, cold and rigid, reminiscent of a thawing tilapia. A shiver ran down Vincent's spine at the mere sight, evoking a profound respect. On the other side, just as Lorian's finger made contact with the corpse, he sensed something amiss, a chill racing up his spine, causing him to instinctively withdraw his hand. His expression shifted, and under the curious gazes of the others, he extended his hand once more, briefly touching before retracting it again. "Have you made a discovery?" Winnie inquired with intrigue. This was her first engagement with a criminal case since joining the police department, and she felt a surge of excitement, her serious gaze meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Eager to prove her mettle, she envisioned the astonishment of her colleagues at the precinct, who would surely marvel at Detective Winnie's capabilities. At least she would no longer be labeled the rookie officer. Ahem. Lorian coughed to mask his changing complexion. "I have noticed something, but I cannot yet confirm it." He gently inhaled, once more placing his fingers upon the exposed skin of the deceased. At that moment, the mark upon his left wrist seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, stirring restlessly. Yet what truly altered his countenance was when he made contact with the corpse. A fragmented voice began to resonate from the body, reaching his ears. "Pain. Excruciating pain. My head aches terribly." Each time he withdrew his hand, the voice inexplicably vanished, leaving only faint echoes to attest that this was no mere hallucination. Lorian, skeptical yet intrigued, attempted it again several times, and without exception, each time he could discern that indistinct human voice. Had the corpse risen? He blinked slightly, realizing from the reactions of those present that this sound was audible only to him, likely due to the peculiarities of being a vampire. This unusual reaction heightened Lorian's vigilance. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously retracted his hand, opting not to pursue the matter further. He maintained his expression, suppressing his emotions for the time being, intending to resolve the case swiftly and return to investigate later when alone. Subsequently, he pried open the corpse's stiff fingers, lifting the kitchen knife for examination. Judging by its weight, brightness, and hue, it appeared to be crafted from silver. As he carefully used the tip of the knife to probe the wound, Detective Winnie, who had been meticulously documenting the scene, paused and asked with suspicion, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am investigating the cause of death," Lorian replied with a hint of puzzlement. "What else would I be doing?" Detective Winnie remained perplexed, questioning, then why? She gestured toward the gory neck of the deceased. Lorian, engrossed in observing the wound, casually explained, "Any action performed by the human body necessitates the involvement of muscles and bones. The movements executed by the arm are invariably confined within a certain range of angles. And what relevance does this have to the case?" Detective Winnie pondered briefly before suddenly nodding in realization, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. "I understand now. What have you figured out?" Vincent blinked in confusion, feeling somewhat lost but hesitant to voice his inquiry. Winnie cast him a sideways glance, feeling intellectually superior to her partner. And with a self-satisfied hum, she elaborated, constrained by the skeleton and muscles. Any movement of the human body has a general range, and is unlikely to be overly intricate. For instance, it is quite difficult to maneuver one's hand around the back to touch the chest on the opposite side. The trajectory of your punch aimed at yourself will certainly differ from that of another's punch directed at you. Vincent grasped the concept, suddenly enlightened. So, from the details of the wound, one can infer whether it was inflicted by the deceased themselves or by the assailant, thus determining whether it was a suicide or a homicide. The female detective nodded in satisfaction. Precisely. At this moment, Lorian set down the kitchen knife, dusted off his hands, and stood up, requesting the letter found at the scene from Rudolph. How is it? Rudolph inquired as he approached. Lorian scanned it briefly before returning the letter, shaking his head. The note is a forgery. It is evident that this was a premeditated murder. The scene has been deliberately concealed by the perpetrator, and the methods employed are rather crude, indicating a lack of experience on their part. And they must be an acquaintance of Jack Arnold. Oh, Rudolph was taken aback by his certainty. You've reached a conclusion so swiftly? Lorian adjusted his non-existent glasses on his nose. I am far more professional than you might imagine. He turned to the two detectives, saying, let us investigate the next room. If all goes as expected, the murderer should be among them. All right, Detective Winnie exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, it's my time to shine. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, 7 workers were gathered, 2 maids, a cook, and 4 male servants. Excluding those absent from the estate and the deceased Jack Arnold, these constituted the entirety of the remaining staff at Tepesh Manor, a number significantly below the norm for such an estate. Since the news of Jack Arnold's death had spread, they had been instructed to remain in this location. Until their own innocence was established, none were permitted to leave unaccompanied. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open from outside, and the murmur of conversation ceased abruptly as all eyes turned to the entrance. Upon looking up, they beheld a tall, lean man clad in a black high-collared trench coat, adorned with a dark gray scarf, emanating an air of unapproachability. His gaze was sharp, his features pronounced, skin somewhat pallid, and his hands encased in black leather gloves. Under the cold light, his slate-blue eyes appeared devoid of emotion. Following him were 2 detectives in uniform, with the butler Rudolph Hill leisurely trailing at the rear of the group. Louisa, please explain to these gentlemen the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body, he instructed, gesturing toward a maid with light brown hair. Ah, certainly, Mr. Butler, Louisa responded instinctively, rising and twisting her hands together. Her fingers bore numerous calluses. She was of modest height, approximately 5'3", and showed no signs of significant physical training, presenting a low threat level, as Lorian subconsciously assessed. Under his covert scrutiny, Louisa appeared somewhat anxious as she recounted, at that time, I was cleaning the staff dormitory and happened to pass by Mr. Arnold's door. Seeing it ajar, I called out, but received no response, so I peered through the crack. She placed a hand over her heart, shaken by the memory. To my shock, I saw Mr. Arnold lying on the floor, surrounded by blood. So much blood. I was startled and stumbled backward, falling in the process. Louisa rolled up her sleeve to reveal a red mark on her elbow. I dared not enter, panicking. I fled the staff dormitory and found the butler to inform him of the situation. Detective Vincent raised an eyebrow. When you discovered the body, what time was it? Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she replied. 4 o'clock, Detective Winnie interjected, inquiring, did the deceased have any enemies? Louisa shook her head. Not that I know of. At least. She pursed her lips, adding her cautious clarification. Detective Winnie furrowed her brow slightly. Having found nothing unusual, she posed several more questions, but the answers remained unremarkable, leaving her feeling somewhat vexed and uncertain of how to proceed. This isn't right, she thought, according to her expectations. She should have been able to discern the clues in an instant and apprehend the criminal on the spot. Therefore, she instinctively shifted her gaze to the silent detective beside her, only to see him approach the sofa, addressing a male employee sitting with his head bowed, sighing. You are the murderer, aren't you? The man had a handsome exterior, yet an air of gloom surrounded him. Initially taken aback, he suddenly paled, his throat working as he feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Mr. Arnold committed suicide. How could I possibly be involved? Lorian's lips curled into a slight smirk. If denial could absolve one of guilt, there would be no criminals in this world. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead, his gaze darting in panic. Yet he continued to protest. You must have the wrong person, sir. The detective paid him no mind, continuing, you must have prepared for this murder for quite some time. I surmise you took advantage of Jack Arnold's rest, approaching him under the pretense of work, then unexpectedly attacked. You have a modicum of cleverness. having disposed of the murder weapon and any fingerprints at the scene afterward. However, as long as something has existed, it must have left traces. No matter how diligently you conceal it, there will inevitably be oversights. Whether it was sneaking into the kitchen to procure the knife, investigating Jack Arnold's schedule, studying his handwriting, or forging the suicide note. He paused momentarily, then slowly added, I once heard a renowned law professor say that true perfect crimes can only be spontaneous and without forewarning. The more steps involved, the more errors there will be. Later, the detectives, with unwavering patience, will undoubtedly uncover specific evidence. At this juncture, he shook his head and remarked, if you had chosen to flee the scene immediately after committing the crime and left the Tepesh Manor, you might have increased your chances of survival. After all, there are only a handful of people in the manor. Even a thorough investigation would not consume much time. I believe, in the interest of proving your innocence, your colleagues would be more than willing to cooperate with the police department. The moment you opted to disguise it as a suicide, the outcome was already sealed. 5 parts of this deduction stem from his conjectures based on the available information. 5 parts are evident facts, while the remaining 90 parts are derived from his keen environmental perception. Now that I have become a vampire, if I were to engage in slow reasoning with you, would that not render my transformation futile? As he concentrated on his observations, every detail of the scene, be it fingerprints, scents, or footprints, was laid bare before him. Naturally, he required a more plausible explanation for others. At the very least, it had to sound credible. Thus, facing the astonished Detective Winnie, who repeatedly inquired how he had acquired such knowledge, he posed a question. He surveyed the crowd with a smile, deciding to deliver a small dose of detective astonishment. Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of the method of deductive reasoning? Chapter 5. The birth of the first original vampire. Deductive reasoning? Winnie and Vincent exchanged puzzled glances. For reasons unknown, Conan Doyle had yet to pen the first chapter of the renowned Sherlock Holmes series, A Study in Scarlet. So they were unfamiliar with the deductive reasoning method frequently employed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Under the attentive gazes of several employees, 2 detectives, and the butler, Lorian cleared his throat and elucidated. Deductive reasoning is a method of argumentation that derives individual conclusions from general conclusions or general truths. In simpler terms, it involves posing a question through observation and analysis, formulating a hypothesis to explain the issue via reasoning and imagination, and ultimately testing the conclusions of that deductive reasoning through experimentation. He then related the method of deductive reasoning to the current case. Although the scene has been staged as a suicide, if we first hypothesize that the deceased was murdered, and then correlate this with the traces on the wounds, we can arrive at the conclusion that the victim was indeed murdered. Furthermore, considering the arrangement of Jack Arnold's room and his attire, he appeared to be a person of meticulous detail, likely concerned about appearances. Even if he were to commit suicide, he would not choose such a brutal method, but rather opt for a more dignified exit. He was only partially knowledgeable about these theories, having merely overheard them from others. However, through the process of reverse deduction, he easily dissected the specific sequence of events. At the very least, it was sufficient to deceive these laypersons. Detective Winnie was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes gradually brightened. She attempted to connect deductive reasoning with her thoughts, and combined with Lorian's earlier deductions. The previously unclear aspects of the case suddenly became lucid, unfolding before her like a refreshing bottle of ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day, prompting her to clap her hands in delight. So that is how it is, she exclaimed, only to be struck by another question. But how did you ascertain who the murderer truly is? Lorian did not answer her directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the male employee, gently flaring his nostrils and stating, the scent of blood on you is overwhelmingly strong. The man, gradually crumbling under the weight of Lorian's serious and emotionless scrutiny, could not help but blanch. Detective Winnie, taken aback, inquired, scent? What scent? While she had not detected a strong odor of blood on the man, his visibly trembling demeanor silently corroborated the detective's suspicions. With her sharp intellect regaining its footing, the female detective reasserted her authority, gazing intently at the suspect, her voice cold as she asked, do you have any justification left to offer? It is truly disgraceful to not only murder a colleague, but also attempt to conceal your crime. It is utterly unforgivable. The man stammered, his lips trembling, until he ultimately confessed, I killed Arnold. The room erupted in gasps from the employees, a cacophony of hushed murmurs filling the air. It was Evans, they exclaimed. Truly, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Detective Vincent, who had been idly observing, deftly retrieved handcuffs from his uniform and approached Evans, stating, please show me your hands, sir. He spoke lightly. Given the circumstances, it would be best not to cause any more trouble. Evans's expression darkened, and for a fleeting moment, he wrestled with his resolve. But ultimately, he lacked the courage to resist and allowed his hands to be cuffed behind his back. Detective Winnie, adopting a stern demeanor, questioned, "Why did you kill him?" "Because I was envious of him," Evans lamented, curling up in anguish, realizing he was unable to hide his face. He clearly had less experience than I, joined the company later than I did, yet he received Mr. Winston's favoritism and ascended the ranks, looking down on me from the top. Who knows, perhaps the butler's position would eventually fall into his hands. Tears of regret streamed down his face as he continued. Initially, I merely sought to undermine his work, fabricating false information in hopes of getting him fired. The thought of murder had only crossed my mind. Forging a suicide note would require considerable time. Lorian ruthlessly interjected, at least not something that could be done in just a day or two. Beside him, Rudolph wore a perplexed expression. The ethics shaped by society can never surpass the innate desires that reside within. This remains an inherent tragedy of humanity. That sounds eerily familiar. I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before, Lorian remarked with a peculiar glance at him. With the case reaching a conclusion, it only remained to take Evans back to the police station for further interrogation to definitively resolve the matter. Detective Winnie felt elated, sensing she had once again struck a blow against evil, contributing significantly to the stability of East London's law and order while helping to clear the deceased's name. It was truly fortunate that the detective was present. Otherwise, she might have been deceived by the cunning murderer. She sincerely expressed gratitude to Lorian, saying, "I owe you greatly today." Lorian waved his hand dismissively. "Since I have been compensated, it is only natural to perform my duties well. There is nothing to commend." Detective Vincent, too, felt a genuine respect for the detective who had unraveled the case in mere moments, hoping for more such occurrences in the future. As a mere facilitator, results were all that mattered. He assisted Evans to his feet, beckoning Winnie to follow, and politely bid farewell to Lorian, requesting his contact information for any future correspondence or casual visits. "Of course," Lorian replied, assuring him that he would be available next time. After calming the employees, Rudolph reflected on the situation, regaining his composure and promptly paying the remaining fee. He had not anticipated the detective's efficiency, which saved him considerable trouble. For them, time equated to money. Thus, he generously provided an additional tip, totaling 200. Without a doubt, this was a substantial sum. In the past, a detective would toil for half a year without earning such a reward. No, it would be more accurate to say that they would certainly not earn it. "You are the most professional detective I have ever encountered," Lorian remarked as he accepted the payment, his once depleted wallet now brimming, allowing him to walk with newfound assurance. "I shall escort Mr. Lorian back to his apartment," Rudolph offered. "Very well," Lorian agreed, yet he did not forget the matter at hand. Before returning, "I need to inspect the crime scene once more to gather additional details for my investigative report." He declined Rudolph's proposal to accompany him, candidly stating that the presence of another would interfere with his judgment. After the recent resolution of the case, Rudolph harbored no doubts regarding his words, merely suggesting that he could find him outside after completing his examination. With this agreement, Lorian returned alone to Jack Arnold's room. He covered his mouth and nose, casting a cursory glance around, his gaze settling upon the lifeless body at the center of the room. The corpse lay still, rigidly sprawled on the floor, the right hand clutching a kitchen knife, outstretched, while the left rested upon chest. The eyelids were not entirely closed, leaving a narrow slit through which the inky black pupils were visible. The slightly curled dark hair was matted with crimson blood, and the skin bore a lifeless, purplish hue. He turned to close the door and then knelt beside the body, dipping his fingertips into the blood pooled on the floor. Nothing transpired. Yet, as he cautiously touched the exposed skin of the corpse, the earlier sensation returned. It seemed as though an invisible connection had been forged between him and the body, a series of indistinct murmurs echoing in his ears, akin to distant calls. Unclear and elusive. "I hurt." This time, Lorian did not retract his hand. The veins beneath the flesh throbbed silently, the heart pounding wildly. Confronted with such a unique, seemingly animated corpse, the vampire's instincts surged within him, conveying a yearning to his master, a yearning to proliferate the bloodline and create more of his kind. This marked Lorian's first encounter with a desire so distinctly pronounced, imbued with a certain inclination, to transform Jack Arnold into another vampire. Those ants that feast upon blood could at best be considered sanguivorous creatures. Only those capable of autonomously spreading their lineage could rightfully be deemed true vampires. Lorian stood alone, maintaining silence as he weighed the pros and cons of the matter. After a lengthy deliberation, he reached a decision, extending his hand toward the corpse on the ground, gently caressing Jack Arnold's face, prompting the deceased to open his eyes. Within the murky pupils Rationality had already eroded, giving way to burgeoning madness and fury. On Lorian's outstretched left hand, the eyes that were once closed in tears now opened, revealing torn flesh that exposed pulsing veins, blood boiling within. Would you prefer to die here, or become the minion of the devil? Chapter 6. Do not be afraid. The black car sped along the muddy road, splattering mud upon the chassis and wheel rims. Outside the window, fireflies danced in the night, and the sound of the engine shattered the stillness of the long night. Rudolph, with an unlit cigar clenched between his teeth, reached out to turn on the car radio, swaying his fingers gently to the rhythm of the music that emanated. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The detective, who had just solved the case, appeared listless after inspecting the crime scene. At that moment, he sat with his eyes closed in the back seat, arms crossed, his body slightly leaning in the bumps of the ride, seemingly in a deep slumber. In the Whitechapel area of London, the police station, Vincent and Detective Winnie, who had left the manor earlier, had returned to the city with Evans. They brought him to the interrogation room, reporting the situation before a designated officer took over for his criminal interrogation. Name? Evans. Age? 31. Gender? Male. Place of origin? Plymouth. Very well. The officer in charge of the interrogation paused. Do you dispute the fact that you killed Jack Arnold? Evans looked around the small, claustrophobic interrogation room, shrinking his neck and murmuring, no dispute. The recorder nodded, jotting down notes on the interrogation report, perhaps aware that there was no room for struggle. Evans confessed to all criminal acts, subsequently revealing his motive, the course of the crime, and his actions in fabricating a suicide scene. Coupled with the specific physical evidence discovered by the two detectives in his room, this heinous murder case was smoothly resolved. After a 24-hour detention period, he would be transferred to court for trial, during which he would be strictly restricted in personal freedom, prohibited from contacting anyone unrelated to his lawyer. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would be sentenced to hang for first-degree murder. The unforeseen referred to a determination of him as a mental patient. According to the Naughton Ordinance, individuals who commit crimes while suffering from mental illness may be declared not guilty by the court after consideration, yet if deemed highly dangerous, they would be mandated to undergo compulsory medical confinement. Of course, the final interpretation rests with the court. The powerless Evans likely would not have such an opportunity. During his detention, you have the right to make phone calls and meet with your defense attorney. After escorting Evans to the detention room, the detective followed procedures to read to him the legal rights afforded to criminals. Are you clear on the aforementioned rights? Yes. Then, enjoy your last peaceful night, Mr. Murderer. Another accompanying detective teased. I hope you don't find the environment here unsatisfactory. After all, the maintenance budget allocated has all gone to refurbishing the homes of the inspectors and chief constables. You can't expect them to still care about these leaking detention rooms. With that, he took out the keys and locked the iron door of the detention room, turning to leave with his colleague. Evans sat weakly on the cold bench, a myriad of pent-up emotions swirling within him, aimlessly tugging at his tousled hair. He knew he was utterly finished, with the evidence irrefutable. Even hiring a renowned lawyer at a high price would yield no reprieve. He would face trial as scheduled and then be sent to the execution grounds. The image of himself being draped in a burlap sack and pushed onto the gallows by the executioner unconsciously surfaced. The more he tried to suppress it, the clearer the image became. Gazing at the cold iron bars, Evans suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Sobbing. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupted at that moment. He raised his hand, intending to slap himself. But the thought of that stinging pain made him hesitate. Instead, he slapped his thigh, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Crack! Just then, the bulb in the detention room flickered for an instant. Following that, the distant sounds from other cells in the corridor abruptly ceased, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Evans alertly raised his head, scanning the area. The window of the detention room was tiny, no larger than a hand. The ventilation opening on the iron door was barred, and the dim corridor light filtered through the gaps, casting shadows within the room. Inside were only two wooden single beds, the walls marred by scratches, with most of the outer layer peeling away, and the floor was dark and mottled. Strictly speaking, this violated the minimum standards required for detention facilities as outlined in the Criminal and Public Order Control Agreement, and could be subject to rectification upon inspection by the inspectorate. However, in practice, the execution of such standards has always been quite flexible. Thud. It was only then that Evans noticed the chilling environment. He was not a bold person and now felt his scalp prickling with awareness. He swallowed hard, palms growing clammy, the hair on his exposed skin standing on end. He could not tell if it was an illusion, but it seemed as though something unknown lurked in the shadows outside the detention room, peering in. No, not an illusion. According to the first law of horror films, if you believe something is an illusion, it is certainly not. Evans stared wide-eyed in terror, his muscles tensing as he stood up. Outside the iron bars, a viscous black shadow surged, extending tendrils that greedily licked at the seams of the tightly shut detention room door. What is that? An absurd scene jolted his nerves, and an overwhelming sense of dissonance began to grip him. Evans suddenly found himself questioning whether he was perhaps trapped in a dream. He had not murdered Jack Arnold. The body had not been discovered, nor had there been any subsequent detective investigation or arrest. Ha ha ha, it must be so. Maybe, just maybe, if I wait a moment longer, I will awaken. Such were the thoughts swirling in Evans's mind. Yet his body betrayed him. Instinctively, he curled into the corner of the detention room, pressing his back against the wall. The icy touch provided him with a modicum of security. The monstrous entities lurking in the alley, the killers prowling the streets, demons clawing their way from hell, the eerie girl singing nursery rhymes, the slit-mouthed woman clutching scissors, and the noble lady wandering with her severed head. Urban legends, often whispered in casual conversation, surged forth in his mind, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Smack! He struck his cheek forcefully, hoping that with the next moment he would awaken from his bed. Yet reality remained unchanged, and he remained in place. The last flicker of fantasy was ruthlessly shattered, and he finally broke down, voiceless. This was no dream. Leaning against the wall, Evans slowly sank to the floor, as if the terrifying scene, a nightmare reflected in reality, continued to unfold before him, the viscous shadows creeping beneath his feet. And he had not even a blanket to cover himself. Tolp, tolp, tolp. The heavy footsteps, drawing closer, shattered the silence, trampling upon his racing heart. Evans, his face ashen, lifted his head. Outside the shadowy iron door, a low voice resonated. Do not be afraid. It's merely a haunting. Chapter 7, Jack the Ripper. With a resounding crash, the blackened blade plunged into the crack of the door, brutally severing the locked bolt. Creak! The dilapidated iron door emitted a spine-chilling noise as it lost its final barrier, allowing Evans to finally glimpse the figure outside. It was an extraordinarily tall man who had to stoop slightly to pass through the doorframe. His body was enveloped in a black coat, draped with a cloak, and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, exuding an intense aura of oppression. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly came to a standstill. On the other side, Lorian silently reveled in this extraordinary experience of possession. Although his body remained in the vehicle, a thread of consciousness, tethered by the bloodline, attached itself to this newly formed body. Sensing the brewing rage within the shell, he relinquished the last vestige of restraint and began to act as a pure observer. Having received the special blood, the resurrected Jack Arnold felt the horrific will within his body recede, and he silently sighed in relief. A vampire? A flicker of struggle danced in his eyes, but quickly vanished. Regardless, he had been reborn, liberated from endless confusion, and granted the opportunity to walk among the living once more, to exact revenge with his own hands. Who are you? In the detention room, Evans trembled uncontrollably in the corner, fearfully waving his arms at the grotesque figure before him. Are you afraid? Jack Arnold, adapting to the bloodthirsty instincts and frenzied desires coursing through his body, began to step forward, his right hand gripping the glinting blade as he advanced toward the man who had taken his life. Indeed, you should fear me, for it was you who plunged the blade into my neck and stole my life. He removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a face that had undergone drastic changes yet remained recognizable to those familiar with him. A horrific visage. Flesh clung tightly to bone, the pupils flickering with a bronze hue. Skin pale as that of a corpse, outlining a ghastly countenance. Arnold! Evans recognized the face that had haunted his dreams, his eyes widening in disbelief. The deceased stood before him, even the one he had slain, now transformed into a vengeful specter. This was far more absurd than the ordinary specters. It was more terrifying. Are you not dead? Yes, I have died. Jack stepped forward, shadows swirling around him, as if calling from another realm. As you wished, he intoned in a deep, raspy voice, I have now become a spirit returned from hell, a minion of the devil. Fear permeated every inch of Evans's thoughts. His crumbling sanity rendered his eyes glassy, and his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. No. He had already anticipated the horrors he was about to face. At this moment, he found himself yearning for judgment from a court. Even the gallows, which took lives, seemed to exude a certain kindness. Please, he struggled to say, for the sake of our years of acquaintance, and my life swiftly. He did not naively desire forgiveness. He merely wished to endure less torment before departing this world. Jack responded with action. Bang! He lunged forward, seizing Evans by the head. effortlessly lifting him before slamming him brutally against the wall. Hair disheveled, blood streaming down his pallid face, trailing a winding crimson mark across the mottled wall, continuously flowing downward. After several heavy blows, Evans, without the strength to resist, was nearly rendered unconscious, his arms dangling like a tattered doll in the wind. Jack pressed him against the wall, raising his right hand. The blade, the length of his forearm, pierced through the shoulder and sliced downwards with relentless force, rupturing arteries that sprayed blood like a fountain, staining the view crimson. The detention room transformed into a microcosm of hell, organs and blood strewn across the floor. Huff! Jack Arnold, his cloak and coat stained with crimson, closed his eyes, the vampire's blood coursing through him, eagerly consuming death, transforming fear into sustenance, and craving more. Evans could no longer utter a sound. His eyes bulged from their sockets, the consciousness within his failing body swiftly fading, nearing its final end. In a daze, he locked eyes with the figure who had once been a familiar presence in his life, suddenly discerning a chilling, merciless gaze hidden deep within. In that instant, he recalled a person he had seen not long ago, the detective clad in black, whose devilish eyes had narrowed in horror, provoking a discovery more terrifying than death, compelling him to utter his final words, "Forgive me." Police station, office. Detective Vincent, animatedly recounting the detective's case-solving process to his colleagues, abruptly heard a faint cry. But when he paused to listen intently, it vanished, leaving him oblivious to any abnormality. "What's wrong?" a colleague inquired. "There seems to be some noise from the holding cell." New inmates always do that. They scream and shout until they get used to it. Well, he might have to wait until his next life. Nearly forgetting, the colleague chuckled and shook his head. "Murder charges are enough to send that man to the gallows." "Haha. Come on, continue. Why did you stop halfway? What is deductive reasoning?" Several urged, but Vincent did not share their lightheartedness. He perked up his ears, and just then, another scream erupted from the holding cell, louder and clearer than before, chilling to the bone. They exchanged glances, instinctively halting their activities and hastily heading toward the holding cell. As they approached the dim corridor and beheld the shattered iron door, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. As the inmate escaped, the scent was unmistakable. Thud, thud, thud. The foremost duty-bound detectives drew their firearms, gesturing for their colleagues behind to slow their pace and remain vigilant. As they approached the holding cell, the stench of blood grew increasingly pungent. The leading detective raised his weapon as he reached the iron door, his complexion shifting dramatically upon glimpsing the scene within. Hiss! The others quickly caught up, and a hellish tableau filled each person's vision. The criminal apprehended just that night lay lifeless in the corner of the cell, his abdomen grotesquely slit open, his left hand nearly severed, connected only by a remnant of muscle and scapula. His organs were strewn about, and his eyeballs, under immense pressure, had dislodged from their sockets. Crimson veins bulging. The body bore faint traces of struggle, yet it was evident that such efforts had proven futile. The room was largely awash in splattered blood, the heavy metallic scent overwhelming even the most seasoned detectives, prompting a young officer to gag uncontrollably. On the wall behind the corpse, a name written in fresh blood caught their attention. Jack the Ripper. Chapter 8. Resurgence. Hiss! A brown-red sedan halted beneath the apartment building, its doors swinging open as a yawning, bleary-eyed detective emerged. Rudolph leaned out of the window, smiling as he remarked, "I'm immensely grateful, Mr. Lorian. Without you, this matter might have dragged on for weeks." "No need for thanks," Lorian replied cheerfully, patting his wallet. "Should any similar situations arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." Rudolph chuckled awkwardly. "Let us hope there are no such occurrences in the future." He closed the window, waved a farewell, and drove away. Lorian waved back before turning to re-enter the apartment. Room 204. Snap! He pressed the switch on the wall, shadows scattering as the incandescent light flickered into existence, casting a comforting illusion. Taking a seat at his desk, Lorian addressed the empty air. "How does it feel to seek vengeance?" "Quite satisfactory," came a response. A mass of black shadow coalesced in the center of the foyer, solidifying into a figure clad in a dark cloak, the edges stained with blood. Jack Arnold. He surveyed his surroundings briefly before speaking. "I had thought devils resided only in hell." "That is merely your stereotype," Lorian humbly retorted. "The other devils dwell in opulent mansions, free from tax burdens. Only a wretched devil like me must rent a modest apartment. In terms of vampiric prowess, those capitalists far excelled him." Jack Arnold fell into silence. Meanwhile, Lorian closed his eyes, beginning to sense the transformations occurring within his body. The abilities bestowed upon him by Jack were both qualitatively and quantitatively far superior to those gained from days of sustenance from the ants. These included shadow, manipulation, flesh regeneration, and razor-sharp blades. He curled his fingers, and a tendril of shadow materialized, entwining around him, tangible and directly touchable, perfect for creating an atmospheric ambience. Simultaneously, he could envelop himself in these shadows, traversing the darkness, though it required considerable exertion. And then there was this. Lorian reached into the lining of his clothing, squinting as he rummaged before slowly withdrawing a dagger of forearm length. As long as it lay outside 1's line of sight, he could produce this blade at will. The Ripper does not perish unarmed. It defies logic, yet it is steeped in mystique. It is now certain that, despite sharing a name, this vampire is not the entity I had envisioned. Lorian rubbed his temples, a particular hypothesis now confirmed. The propagation of blood, the cultivation of kin. He bore no fear of sunlight, could only operate under the cover of night, and required periodic blood consumption. Classical weaknesses of vampires. If you were to claim this was an eldritch god, I would believe you. In a game, it would undoubtedly be classified as a regional boss. I must remain discreet. Something about this world feels far less tranquil than it appears. Aside from myself, there may be other fiends lurking in the shadows. He slowly shook his head. Unlike Jack Arnold, who viewed himself as a devil walking among men, Lorian retained a degree of self-awareness. He was merely an infantile vampire. The term devil was a gross misrepresentation. Setting a goal to develop discreetly, he turned back to Jack Arnold, who stood in place. You shall be my foremost minion from this day forth. I hope you take a liking to the name Jack the Ripper. Lorian smiled, his pupils glowing with a fiery brass hue. Jack remained silent for a moment. Truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant to become the minion of a devil. His acceptance of this devil-s olive branch had been solely for the sake of revenge. Yet, in life, he had been a man of dignity, unwilling to betray his benefactor. Gazing at the devil disguised as an ordinary detective before him, Arnold felt as though he could see through the facade, perceiving the horrific, grotesque essence beneath. Your will is my will. Your enemies are my enemies, he declared, bowing his head in submission. Lorian regarded this with approval. Clearly, he was a sycophant favored by his former employer, Oliver Winston, displaying considerable discernment. Now, share with me your current sensations. Jack Arnold spoke slowly. It seems I can also share my blood, converting others into vampires, though I would enter a state of weakness for a time. And the transformed vampire would invariably be weaker than I. The earlier one is born, the stronger they become. Lorian pondered, rubbing his chin. Based on the information at hand, it seemed he might be the progenitor of all vampires, a notion that carried a certain gravitas. Though his current abilities were limited, the future held promise. He temporarily classified Jack Arnold, the being he had personally transformed, as the first-generation vampire. The vampires that Jack subsequently created would be deemed second-generation, and so forth. As for those who merely consumed a portion of blood, they would be referred to as blood recipients. From tonight's actions, it appeared that vampires could also enhance their powers by feeding on fear and spreading their notoriety, somewhat akin to urban legends. At least, this was the impression thus far. Following the act of vengeance, Arnold received a modicum of feedback, and after a time, a more significant response, likely due to traces left at the scene being discovered. Oh! Upon this realization, Lorian suddenly recalled something important. What of Evans? Jack remained silent, raising his hand to summon a shadow that solidified on the ground into a pale, naked form. Its skin was ashen, with scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and a nose that had shrunk down, lacking the characteristics of a living being such as breath or heartbeat. It was none other than the deceased Evans. Ugh! He fell to the ground, doubling over as he felt the urge to vomit, but stifled the impulse upon sensing a chilling gaze. He has now become my corpse servant, entirely under my control, Arnold stated. A corpse servant? A servant transformed from a corpse? Lorian mulled over the term, intrigued, while Evans greeted him with a mix of fervor and excitement. Your humble, loyal servant greets you. Great devil, sir. After his demise, Evans had been transformed into a corpse servant, discarding his former body and coalescing a new shell from the darkness. The process expended a considerable amount of Jack Arnold's essence. Evans showed no concern for his current disheveled state. His gaze was filled with zeal and exhilaration. Lorian inquired directly, how do you differ from your former self? Evans replied candidly, it seems I have developed a fear of light. His strength had increased slightly compared to before, and he felt a twinge of hunger. He articulated several characteristics, including a thirst for blood. Suddenly, Lothian's expression turned peculiar. It sounded as if he were the true vampire. As Evans spoke, A sudden realization crossed his mind, and an expression of envy erupted upon his face as he hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Devil, I have something to report to you." Evans, visibly agitated, declared, "It was never my intention to murder Lord Arnold. Someone hypnotized me and instructed me to do all of this. Only after death did the influence dissipate, allowing me to recall these images." Chapter 9. The Memories of the Corpse Servant. In the apartment's foyer, Lothian casually found an old garment for Evans to wear. Initially, Evans was quite apprehensive, preferring to be candid rather than desecrate the attire of the devilish lord. It was only under compulsion that he reluctantly donned the ill-fitting, excessively large clothing. Under Lothian's urgent gaze, Evans scratched his head awkwardly, straining to recollect a fragment of memory that had just resurfaced. Winston Manor, late at night. The cold moonlight poured through the window, casting a silvery glow. In the staff dormitory, room 111, a lamp flickered dimly. Evans lay restlessly on the bed, tossing and turning, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Knock, knock, knock. A dull knocking resonated, piercing the stillness of the night. Evans was jolted from his light slumber, propping himself up in a daze, glancing towards the door. He shook his head, dispelling the remnants of sleep, and then queried in confusion, "Who is it?" "It is I." "A hoarse, aged voice replied. Evans stared blankly, bewildered. "Mr. Winston? Why would he come to see me at this hour?" Oliver Winston had a daughter and 2 sons, with the eldest son and daughter residing at the manor. When the servants mentioned Mr. Winston, they typically referred to Oliver himself. Surprised, Evans did not dare to delay, hastily throwing on a coat and rushing to the door to open it. Outside, Oliver Winston sat in a wheelchair, silently observing the astonished Evans. His hair was grizzled, his face gaunt, clad in an expensive gray silk shirt, his eyes half closed, as if perpetually in a stupor. "Good evening, Evans," he uttered in a dreamlike tone. "Is there something you need, Mr. Winston?" "Ah, nothing of consequence." Oliver Winston, as if awakening from a dream, opened his dark eyes and murmured, "I merely came to see you, my servant, Evans." "To see me? What do you mean?" Evans was still processing the situation when Winston suddenly lifted his hand, revealing a silver pocket watch, gently swaying it. The watch was adorned with intricate designs, depicting the silhouette of a hanged man surrounded by a throng of raised hands. "Evans, my servant, you ought to heed my advice. Your employer, Oliver Winston." Evans found himself entranced by the eerily beautiful patterns, his pupils gradually losing their luster. His mouth slightly agape, eyes glazed over. He stumbled forward, oblivious, drawing closer to Oliver Winston, with only a mere step separating them. "Jack Arnold, that despicable man from Plymouth. You harbor resentment towards him for he has taken what rightfully belonged to you: power, status, wealth, and the envy of others." Oliver's eyes widened as he slowed the watch's oscillation. Desires were awakened, resentments magnified, as Evans' previously nebulous thoughts began to solidify and grow uncontrollably. "Weakness hinders you, impeding your pursuit of true ambition. Cast aside the notions of the timid and the feeble, Evans." Oliver repeated this several times, narrowing his eyes upon the drooling Evans, his gaze reflecting a deadly allure. "You ought to possess more." Oliver Winston, Lothian murmured, recalling the familiar name. He realized the world was far more complex than he had anticipated. He had not expected his first employer to be anything but ordinary. While simultaneously hypnotizing and inciting murder, he also employed a detective for investigation. Was he playing both sides? Lothian struggled to comprehend Oliver Winston's motives. Jack Arnold had merely been a servant, easily dismissed, with no need for assassination. "What is your goal? Do you have any clues, Jack?" "I do not know," Jack admitted, grappling with the truth. He had never imagined that Oliver Winston, for whom he had worked for so many years, was the mastermind behind it all. In his recollection, that gentleman had always treated the servants well, never condescending or overbearing, despite the vast disparity in their statuses. Wait, a sudden thought struck him. In the original Winston Manor, only Oliver Winston and his unmarried daughter, Anna Winston, resided there. A few months prior, his eldest son, Richard Winston, had unexpectedly returned, while Oliver, citing financial difficulties and poor business management, had dismissed most of the manor's staff, retaining merely enough to maintain daily operations. Yet, this still did not elucidate why Oliver Winston would incite the long-simmering Evans to kill him. Jack furrowed his brow, meticulously sifting through every suspicious memory. When he suddenly looked up, Oliver is nearly 70, unable to care for himself. As his personal footman, I am the one who must attend to him constantly. Being in close proximity, I cannot help but notice certain peculiarities about him. "Do not hold back," elaborate Lothian pressed. Jack hesitated, then continued, I once inadvertently witnessed Oliver Winston murmuring to himself in his room, as if conversing with the air. The distance was too great for me to discern his words, and when I approached, he instantly ceased this behavior. At the time, I merely thought Oliver might be suffering from Alzheimer's or perhaps loneliness. I advised him to rest, informing the butler, Rudolph Hill, of this matter, and thereafter paid little heed. When did this occur? Last week. This old man is indeed no good. Lothian stroked his chin, speculating with a hint of malice. To orchestrate hypnotic murder suggests he possesses certain extraordinary abilities, and his moral compass appears to be quite flexible, if not entirely absent. In any case, he is no good. The murmuring you observed may very well have been him cursing some unfortunate soul, Jack added. It is also possible that there was a third person in the room whom I cannot see, whom Lothian pondered, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. So, what should we do now? Of course, we must first bide our time. He glanced at the eager Evans and Jack, shaking his head. I have a premonition that, even if you have become a vampire, you may not be able to kill him. After all, you know nothing about him. That does not mean you should abandon your quest for vengeance. Lothian narrowed his eyes. As the devil's minion, he must pay for his actions. No one can offend a devil. He turned to gaze out the window, where a gray mist enveloped the surroundings under the silvery moonlight, casting a vast darkness over the night. Before that, let us greet this world. Chapter 10, The Shilling. The East End of London, often referred to as East London, stands alongside South London, North London, West London, and the City of London. Situated near the port, it is a vibrant hub of transient populations, serving as a natural breeding ground for cultists and criminals alike, giving rise to numerous violent riots and horrific security incidents. It is undoubtedly the most chaotic and tumultuous region within the entirety of Greater London. Members of Parliament have, on multiple occasions, proposed bills aimed at the rehabilitation and development of East London in a bid to salvage this area steeped in industrial blood. However, these efforts have ultimately come to naught. Today, it is a confluence of the largest and most intricately entwined underground gangs and cults in all of Greater London, with the two often inextricably linked, interwoven in a complex tapestry. Illicit beliefs, contraband, arms trafficking, and violent crimes saturate the deep gray underbelly of this grand metropolis. In East London, the words of gang members may wield more influence than those of the constabulary. After all, while the latter might merely lock you up for a spell, the former are genuinely willing to bare their souls. Black Furling, an inconspicuous coffeehouse. Disguised detectives and Jack Arnold enter, selecting a secluded corner. Lorian dons a dar stalke cap, and his refined woolen coat, paired with a pure black scarf, accentuates his unapproachable aura. His aspirations to embody Sherlock Holmes were thwarted by the inability to locate his pipe and cane prior to departure. Arnold has reverted to his original appearance, stripped of disguise. He bears a striking resemblance to his former self, save for a paler complexion. He lags half a step behind, playing the role of bodyguard and attendant. It is mealtime, and the coffee house is occupied by a dozen patrons, many of whom are drawn to the peculiar duo. Sir, what brings us here? Surely, we are here to work. Work? Selecting a table by the window, Lorian pulls out a chair to sit, gesturing for the waiter while leaning toward Jack. To harvest some wicked souls, and perhaps see if anyone is willing to barter with the devil for their essence. At that moment, the waiter approaches with a menu. What can I get for you, gentlemen? He naturally directs his gaze toward the evidently superior Lorian for guidance. Lorian replies, taking the menu, which lists common East End fare. A serving of beef stew, a 2-person portion of fish and chips, fried bacon, and pea soup. Oh, and 2 pints of beer, and add 1 more. Though labeled as a coffee house, these street-side establishments primarily cater to laborers and dock workers with affordable meals, sometimes serving as bases or meeting points for certain gangs. Very well, the waiter notes everything down and, after confirming, retreats to the counter. Once the waiter has distanced himself, Lorian surveys the surroundings and whispers to Jack, by the way, do you suppose Winston might suspect the fate of your corpse? Although Evans discarded his original body upon being transformed into a corpse servant, Jack Arnold still inhabits his former physical form. After Lorian converted him into a vampire, he departed first, allowing Jack to seek vengeance at the police station. Arnold deliberates. While you did revisit the crime scene alone afterward, you are not the last person to have contact with my body. After Rudolph escorted you away, the case was resolved, and hired hands came to retrieve my remains. So it is unlikely they would connect it back to you. However, given that Oliver is no ordinary individual, he might uncover details unseen by the average person. The topic of his own corpse always leaves him feeling a bit awkward. Lorian shares a similar sentiment, believing that this matter will not easily fade away. Thus he hopes to bolster his strength swiftly before trouble arises, affording him a more composed response. Worst comes to worst. He could simply take that £200 and leave London. Contemplating this, he abruptly changes the subject. Do you have any inheritance left with Oliver? Ahem, Jack. Caught off guard by this abrupt shift, coughs. Why do you ask? Just out of curiosity. Well, Jack ponders. A portion of my salary is stored at the Serapian private bank, while another part resides in a room at Winston Manor. If all goes as expected, the butler should send this cash along with my personal belongings to my uncle and aunt, who live in Dover, my only surviving relatives. Lorian's curiosity is satisfied, and he responds cheerfully, It sounds like you hold the butler in high regard. To be fair, he admits, I think highly of Rudolph as well. Primarily, he is generous and pays promptly. I hope future clients exhibit the same liberality. Mr. Hill has always enjoyed a good reputation among the servants, Jack concedes, shaking his head in resignation. But isn't Oliver the same? If it weren't for the truth gleaned from Evans's memories, no one would suspect his true nature. Much like his current employer, who appears to be an unremarkable detective, but is, in fact, a vampire of extraordinary power, occasionally playing the part of a devil from hell. A true jack of all trades. Indeed, Lorian nods, refraining from further inquiry. After nearly 10 minutes, the dishes he ordered begin to arrive. The stew steams invitingly, the fish glows golden, and it all looks quite appetizing. He forks a piece of fish into his mouth, swallowing without much chewing. Surprisingly, it isn't bad at all. Why not exquisite? The flavor is certainly a far cry from the meals he prepares in his apartment, and even his discerning palate cannot deem it inedible. The quality exceeds expectations for such a modest price. Observing his boss relish the food, Jack hesitates, feeling somewhat out of place as the fiend's henchman. Yet, he refrains from questioning his employer's decisions, wisely choosing silence as he dutifully shovels food into his mouth, eating quickly yet politely. Less talk, more action, is a lesson he has gleaned throughout his career. These insights prove invaluable. Once lunch is concluded, Lorian once again waves over the waiter, who has been discreetly monitoring from a distance and approaches briskly. How may I assist you, sir? He inquires warmly. The bill, please. Certainly, sir. That'll be 8 pence. Lorian rises, extracting a gray note with white patterns from his wallet and handing it to him. Consider the remainder as your tip. The tipping culture in Great Britain has ancient roots. By the 19th century, it had become commonplace, despite criticism from scholars persisting across various sectors. Thus, Lorian's gesture is hardly surprising. Your generosity is impressive, the waiter sincerely commends. So, would you be interested in earning more tips? I don't quite understand what you mean. Lorian produces another shilling, its queen's visage glistening, exuding the distinct scent of fresh ink. I wish to inquire about a few matters. Chapter 11. What do you mean? Purchasing requires payment? At 7 in the evening, the crescent moon rises, casting black shadows over gray-white, enveloping London in darkness. The streets beneath the moonlight reflect the mottled red walls, as the weary buildings stretch their limbs, while the unrelenting Thames greedily absorbs the night. Lorian lowers the brim of his hat as he steps into 1145 Hamo Street. According to the waiter, this is the territory of the Corley Brotherhood, running an illicit market. Anything can be sold here, including that which defies legal and moral constraints. In a single phrase, one could encapsulate the essence of this place. You can find anything here, save for conscience. The black market masquerades as a dimly lit bar, with patrons seated far apart, their silhouettes barely visible, and only a handful of individuals present, indicating a lackluster business. At the center stands a raised platform, presumably for performances, typically showcasing exhilarating acts, though he has regrettably missed them. Lorian approached the bar, where a cowboy-clad bartender inquired, What can I get for you, dear guest? What do you have? He spoke plainly, for he was there to stir trouble, primarily seeking to invite a couple of obliging gang members to validate the newfound abilities he had acquired. He surmised they would not decline his request. Is this your first visit? The bartender set down the highball glass he had been polishing and enthusiastically elaborated. Here, you can procure nearly anything your mind can conceive, such as firearms, hallucinogens, tinctures of opium, and even sexual services. So brazenly open? Lorian had anticipated the need for a code or some form of identity verification. This black market is rather audacious. The bartender, discerning the skepticism etched on his face, queried, Are you concerned about police scrutiny in this establishment? Indeed, Lorian nodded. The bartender chuckled. This is East London. It is they who ought to be wary. He continued, Should you find that we lack what you seek, you may commission us to procure it. We will organize professionals to retrieve it for you by unconventional means. What frankish jest! And your so-called unconventional means do not involve theft or robbery, I trust? Lorian comprehended, his astonishment deepening. His understanding of the chaos in East London had intensified, and after a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I require a compact, inconspicuous handgun that possesses sufficient deterrent power. As a detective, to be unarmed was a disgrace to his profession." "Well, you have certainly come to the right place." The bartender turned and entered a small door behind him, selecting a few small wooden boxes which he then placed upon the counter. With a click, the lock released, revealing a firearm within the first box, a barrel of considerable length, with a brown-red wooden grip, engraved with simple patterns. "How about this modified cavalry pistol? It boasts tremendous power, with a range 20 to 30 greater than an ordinary handgun. It utilizes smokeless fixed ammunition, capable of holding 7 rounds at once." The bartender introduced, this firearm was once issued as a sidearm in the Manchester Cavalry, later replaced due to cost by new products from Webley, yet it remains beloved by numerous private collectors. In some circles, it is referred to as the Dragoon or the Roarer. "How much?" 350 shillings. Comes with 20 rounds of ammunition, and should you wish to purchase more, you can enjoy a 20 discount. That amounts to £35, which is no trifling sum. A common laborer would need to forego sustenance for half a year to earn that. The cost of the gun certainly fell below that figure. Arms dealing was indeed a lucrative business. Lorian noted that, aside from certain bulk transactions, Londoners preferred to utilize shillings and pennies as their currency. He grasped the weapon, finding its weight just right, its design fitting comfortably in his palm, though the only drawback was its steep price. Of course, the exorbitance was not a fault of the firearm, but rather of his own impoverishment. "Let us see the next option." "Very well." The bartender remained silent, opening the second wooden box to reveal a sleek, all-black pistol. The classic tulip defense pistol, developed by Quiet International, has received rave reviews since its inception, favored by many agents and private detectives for its high performance. Lorian inquired politely about the price. 220 shillings, a bit less than the Dragoon, but ammunition must be purchased separately, no complimentary rounds. At Lorian's prompting, the bartender presented the remaining 2 pistols. After weighing his options, Lorian made his choice. "I will take the first one. Additionally, I require a holster and 50 rounds of ammunition." "You have made an astute choice, dear guest." The bartender smiled. "You may question the character of those Manchester folk, but their aesthetic and taste in weaponry are beyond reproach. The Dragoon is undoubtedly one of the finest weapons of this century, the pinnacle of revolver craftsmanship. The other inferior models hardly merit comparison. In countries such as France and Prussia, semi-automatic pistols were beginning to emerge, yet the British arms market remained dominated by revolvers, which had reached their zenith in design. One could only say that the British possessed a unique taste." "Indeed." Lorian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Jack beside him, who shook his head, indicating he had no need for such items. The bartender separately packaged the bullets and pistol, placing them face down on the bar. As Lorian retrieved his wallet to make payment, the bartender slid the 2 packages and a leather holster toward him. Lorian adeptly took the pistol from its package and swiftly loaded the rounds into the newly acquired cavalry pistol. His speed was remarkable. Before the bartender could react, he had filled all 7 chambers. With a swift motion, he snapped the cylinder back into place. Grasping the bird's beak grip, he noticed the subtle engraving of Enfield amidst the intricate patterns. What work of art is it not? Indeed, it is strikingly beautiful. The bartender, held at gunpoint, nodded fervently in agreement. He was taken aback by Lorian's rapid loading, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he refrained from making any sudden moves, gently raising his hand to halt a companion who attempted to approach. Lorian's gaze remained calm as he remarked, "The bar and the money belong to the gang. But your life is your own, would you not agree? What can one do with such meager earnings?" "You speak the truth, sir," the bartender concurred, his demeanor unruffled. "The bar's proprietor is on the 2nd floor. If you proceed quietly, you should not attract attention. All the funds are with him, including certain intelligence and personnel information from within the gang. His name is Orland Smith, a mid-level member of the Core Brothers, and he manages all affairs of the bar, remaining uninvolved with us." Lorian's hand, holding the gun, hesitated in midair. "You are remarkably well informed." Chapter 12. Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Lorian left Jack downstairs, ascending the stairs alone. The bartender had not lied. He encountered no obstruction until he stepped onto the floor of the 2nd level. They likely never anticipated that anyone would dare to confront the Core Brothers in their own territory. The Core Brothers were a burgeoning gang, established for a very brief period, yet exhibiting a vigorous momentum. Under the management of the twin brothers, Reggie and Ron Core, they had rapidly expanded within just 6 months, utilizing a billiards club as a springboard to overpower numerous seasoned gangs in black furling. Their operations had evolved from merely collecting protection fees to engaging in robbery, murder, intimidation, kidnapping, and the trafficking of contraband, embodying sheer villainy that would earn the applause of Satan himself. In summary, the brothers now thrived in their endeavors, holding a significant position within the industry. Their bounties on the police department's wanted list were soaring. The elder brothers' reward stood at $1,350, while the younger's was $1,200. Many mid-level members of the gang also found themselves listed on the police's bounty roster. A melodious tune wafted from a room, and Lorian glanced toward the door marked 265. It was likely Orland Smith's chamber. Without hesitation, he strode forward and kicked open the slightly ajar door. Bang! The door slammed heavily against the wall, producing a deafening sound. In the center of the room, the dozing Orland Smith was abruptly roused by the commotion. He sprang to his feet, swiftly realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly reached for the revolver on the table. Bang! A bullet struck the ground before him, sending the handgun flying far away. Lorian sauntered into the room and, upon closer inspection, noted that Orland Smith was bald, with a fierce visage, dressed impeccably in a black suit. "Who are you?" Orland asked in a low voice, cursing his inept subordinates in his mind, unaware that he had already been betrayed. He maintained his composure, scrutinizing Lorian carefully, confirming that he had never encountered this face before, and forced himself to remain calm. "I do not recall having offended you, sir." "Rest assured," Lorian waved his hand dismissively. "You have not wronged me. I merely wish to stir up trouble for you." He produced a crumpled newspaper from his jacket, pointing to the reward poster in the lower right corner. "Is this person you?" Orland Smith, a senior member of the Corley Brotherhood, primarily active in the Black Furling area, having committed numerous heinous crimes including murder, robbery, and child trafficking. "The bounty stands at 80 pounds. You are a bounty hunter?" Orland, sensing that although Lorian had ill intentions, he had not immediately resorted to violence, felt a surge of relief and replied, "I can offer you double, no, 5 times the bounty. Just leave me be. I assure you, no one will pursue you. It will be as if you were never here. After all, bounty hunters are driven by profit, and under more favorable circumstances, they could secure even greater rewards." He assumed Lorian would not refuse. However, Lorian merely replied, "Should I kill you, your money would still be mine, would it not? Your reasoning is quite compelling." Orland was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a brief silence, attempted to persuade, "We have no enmity between us. You are here solely for the bounty, and I can offer you much more: power, manpower, territory." "Huh." Lorian flipped through the newspaper, gesturing to the death or alive ultimatum beneath the reward. "For me, sometimes the dead hold greater value than the living." Seeing that Lorian was not open to negotiation, Orland regained a flicker of courage. He suddenly rolled aside, using the table as a shield between himself and Lorian. At the cost of a bullet to his thigh, he successfully grasped the revolver that had been knocked away and, gritting his teeth, quickly pulled the trigger multiple times. The revolver barked repeatedly, flames erupting from its barrel, but Lorian had already evaded behind the doorframe. Observing Orland moving towards the window, attempting to escape, he instinctively raised his gun and shot, hitting Orland squarely in the lower back. Struck in a vital area. The surging adrenaline could not save Orland Smith. He let out a terrible scream and collapsed to the ground. Lorian did not rush forward. Instead, he fired several more shots to ensure his adversary was truly dead before ceasing fire. He sensed an influence emanating from himself, entwining with Orland Smith's corpse, mingling with a lingering resentment, threatening to transform him into a corpse servant. However, due to the shallowness of the resentment, the transformation process stalled before it could even commence. Lorian attempted to sever this influence and willingly terminated the process. "Someone like you should simply perish." The commotion upstairs would have alerted others, and from a nearby room, the sound of a phone ringing could be heard as someone attempted to discreetly summon help. Without delay, he placed Orland Smith's lifeless body aside and quickly rummaged through the room, ultimately finding several dozen pounds in cash. Since he had come this far, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave anything behind. Subsequently, he found a piece of burlap and covered Orland Smith's head, hoisting the corpse as he prepared to descend the stairs. Just outside room 256, he encountered 2 gang members rushing towards the sound. "Halt! What are you doing?" Lorian shook his head in disappointment. With a shot for each, he sent them straight to hell. "With everyone dead, what are you doing out here? Haven't you seen that the others are hiding in their rooms, playing dead?" Downstairs, the patrons had hastily vacated, leaving only the bartender and his assistant. Jack took the corpse from Lorian, silently standing by. The bartender gazed at his boss, now resembling mere cargo, inwardly relieved for having made the right decision moments earlier. Though he might soon lose his job, at least his life was spared. He resolved to seek legitimate employment henceforth, no longer serving a gang. The nights in East London were far too perilous. If anyone inquires about these events, feel free to direct them to me, Lorian mused, curious whether disseminating his reputation would enhance his existing abilities. The bartender paused. I do not know your name. You may call me Jay, an interested bounty hunter. Lorian fabricated a pseudonym, then recollected something. Oh wait, I have one more task for you. The bartender smiled obsequiously. Please command me, sir. Compile a list of the gang members in the vicinity. I have use for it. The bartender hesitated. Is that too difficult? And no, he waved his hands. Not difficult at all. It's just that there are countless gang members nearby. I'm unsure if you have a more specific range in mind for me to expedite this task. Write down the names of the most valuable first. Understood. I shall get on it promptly. Lorian glanced at the clock on the wall, the hands ticking away, indicating it was 8:21. The night still lay long ahead. Chapter 13. I say the Director's insight. As the night gradually retreated from the horizon, the morning fog cloaked the bustling footsteps echoing eastward from Charing Cross to the headquarters of the East District Police. This was the command center for the East London Police, on par with the District Police headquarters of West and North London, yet far surpassing them in both significance and influence. In the conference room, the then Police Commissioner Douglas tossed the report submitted by his subordinates onto the table, his deeply furrowed brow exhibiting tension. He neither reprimanded nor overtly expressed dissatisfaction, but rather surveyed each attendee with a serious gaze. Those present were all senior officers, holding ranks of inspector or above, representing the upper echelon of the Metropolitan Police. Clad in finely tailored dark blue high-collared tailcoats, with specially reinforced top hats, these officers exuded an air of sharp authority. It is no exaggeration to say that this small assembly could mobilize over 70 of East London's police resources in a short span of time. Yet, each person under Douglas's scrutinizing gaze instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. I wonder if you're all aware, Douglas began, his voice heavy in the oppressive atmosphere. As of today, the crime index in East London has reached a staggering 712. He cleared his throat, placing his pipe to his lips and puffing out a cloud of smoke. Smuggling and gang warfare occurs almost daily. A multitude of innocent citizens have been ensnared in criminal activities that do not concern them. Just last month, from June to July, a total of 23 individuals perished due to murder, robbery, and other illegal activities. Furthermore, the number of missing persons registered with the police has exceeded 80. What has led to this situation is a multitude of criminal organizations, predominantly spearheaded by the Pyle family, the Razor Gang, the Corley Brotherhood, and the Threepenny Society, along with hundreds of underground gangs such as the 40 Madmen and Street Boys. In other areas of London, this would be an unfathomable figure. I am aware that some of these organizations have established connections with certain short-sighted scoundrels within the Palace of Westminster, obstructing the enforcement efforts of the police department. However, this cannot serve as the primary justification for the deplorable state of law and order in East London, at least not the most significant factor. At its core, we still grapple with numerous internal issues. The attendees fell silent, bowing their heads in reticence. Douglas, a former Royal Navy serviceman and a knight honored by the Queen herself, possessed the audacity to publicly denounce the parliamentarians within Westminster, a privilege not shared by others. His dissatisfaction with them was, understandably, rooted in the specific circumstances of East London. While detectives in other regions are equipped with standard-issue officer knives and batons, the East End Police Department has already completed the arming of its entire force, conducting regular professional training sessions each month, with salaries exceeding those of other regions by 20%, supplemented by numerous additional benefits. It can be said that the proficiency of East London detectives far surpasses that of their counterparts elsewhere, albeit with a correspondingly higher mortality rate. Since the personnel executing the duties are not at fault, it must be the individuals present who bear the blame. Amidst the silence of the police chiefs, Douglas produced a new report. In addition to these long-standing issues, a particularly heinous incident recently occurred at the police station in the Whitechapel area. I wish to hear your thoughts on this matter. The sound of paper rustling shattered the silence, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Based on their understanding of the director, after a reprimand, they would soon be tasked with work. As long as they completed their assignment successfully, they would avoid further reprimand and enjoy a brief respite. The report was exceedingly detailed. The Manor murder case, during a brief moment of reading, the exceptional detective gained a preliminary understanding of the horrifying incident Douglas had mentioned. Jack the Ripper, utilizing brutal methods to dispatch criminals within the police station. Indeed, splendid work. Such a thought flickered in the minds of several police chiefs. In the face of persistently high crime rates, Calls within Parliament to reinstate certain tortures abolished in the last century have grown increasingly fervent, with some hoping to intimidate potential offenders and alleviate the strain on public safety. This sentiment is not uncommon among the frontline police force. However, at this juncture, there were also police chiefs who offered a contrary perspective, presenting an alternative viewpoint. This is an outright provocation of the authority of the police department. Is this yet another self-righteous fool emerging from the shadows? It could very well be a vendetta. Absurd. Nevertheless, the detective's capabilities are commendable. If the police department were filled with such talent, those vermin lurking in the gutters would certainly not be so brazen. Douglas tapped his pipe against the table, signaling for silence at his request. The attendees, seated on the opposite side of the long table to avoid the overwhelming scent of tobacco, complied. Gentlemen, he elongated his final word. In addition to these written materials, the Whitechapel police station has also provided a set of photographs from the scene. Please circulate them. An assistant took the stack of black and white photographs from his hands and distributed them to the police chiefs. The conference room descended into a brief silence. The backdrop of the photographs depicted a dim and damp holding cell with severed limbs, corpses, and dark clots of blood coalescing into a hellish tableau. Those who glimpsed them first could not suppress an audible gasp, their expressions betraying discomfort, while simultaneously piquing the curiosity of those awaiting their turn to see. Once the photographs finally reached their hands, they too would soon reveal similar reactions, further igniting the curiosity of those behind them. After 7 or 8 minutes, once everyone had perused the photographs, Douglas spoke again. This matter is exceedingly sensitive. He rendered a verdict on the situation and continued, regardless. The actions of this self-proclaimed Jack the Ripper have violated multiple public safety laws and criminal statutes and cannot be overlooked. In my opinion, we should assign a few experienced inspectors without conflicting holidays to form a special investigative team to appropriately handle this matter. Oh, and by the way, he added, the detective involved in solving this murder case appears quite capable. Perhaps we should consider inviting him to participate in this investigation. What do you think? I believe the director's arrangement is most appropriate. Echoed several attendees in agreement, while a smaller faction expressed strong support. In any case, the director's insight is commendable. Just as this impromptu meeting was drawing to a close, a serious-looking detective rushed in and knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission, he entered, breathlessly stating, "Director, there may be a situation outside that requires your personal attention." Chapter 14, I, the Bounty Hunter, Demand Payment. Several police chiefs followed Douglas out of the police station and arrived at the entrance. A group of detectives had gathered there. Upon noticing the director's arrival, a middle-aged sergeant stepped forward, exclaiming, "Director, what is the situation?" Douglas inquired. The young detective had been stammering, failing to clearly articulate the unfolding events, prompting Douglas to wave him off, opting to see for himself. The bespectacled sergeant reported, "Just now, several sacks were discovered at the police station entrance, seeping blood from below. They likely pertain to a significant homicide. We dared not open them hastily, awaiting your arrival to address the matter." "Do you mean to say that without my presence you are incapable of handling this? If every issue requires my approval, what use are you? Merely to draw a salary?" Douglas replied, visibly dissatisfied, furrowing his brow. "Where are they? Take me to see." The sergeant nodded repeatedly, leading the way in silence. The police chiefs trailing Douglas understood that this remark implied criticism of their own roles and lowered their heads, harboring some resentment towards this newly appointed director, yet refraining from expressing it. The East End Police Headquarters is not situated in a remote area. It is surrounded by professional law firms, psychological counseling centers, and private hospitals, with a newspaper office, known as the Penny Press, across the street, holding some renown in East London. The sergeant guided the director and the police chiefs forward to a residential building nearby. Beneath the street lamp, 4 or 5 sacks were stacked beside a garbage bin, the black pavement stained with a faint layer of crimson. It was still early, the dawn barely breaking, and the entrance to the upscale apartment was tightly shut, with few pedestrians on the street, thus failing to attract significant commotion. Douglas took a puff from his pipe and commanded, "Open the sacks, but do so with caution. The rest of you, maintain vigilance. Kuhn, assemble a team to search the surrounding streets discreetly, and do not disturb the citizens. I am on it." A burly police chief stepped away from the group, making his way back to the station to gather personnel. The bespectacled sergeant glanced around and realized he held the lowest rank among those present. Thus, he steeled himself and approached, separating the sacks and laying them out on the ground. These sacks were indeed not light, and likely contained human remains, making them quite cumbersome to move. Bending down, he found himself slightly out of breath and reluctantly signaled for a few detectives from afar to assist. Together they managed to shift the remaining sacks and began to untie the closures. The stench of blood permeated the air. Douglas squinted as he observed a leg protruding from the mouth of the sack. With deliberate efficiency, he approached and lifted the lifeless body of a man out. The corpse bore multiple bullet wounds, its torso stained crimson, with a fatal injury located at the lower back, likely having penetrated the spleen, one of the human body's most vulnerable areas. It was not merely the bullet that could prove lethal. Even a substantial blow could be fatal. As the body was fully extracted from the sack, the onlookers noticed that the deceased had his hands bound behind his back, and a strip of white cloth was tightly wrapped around his head. "What is this?" inquired a detective who had been working alongside Douglas, leaning down to inspect. The cloth was secured around the back of the head, constricting so tightly that it caused a significant indentation in the skin, with surrounding areas swollen. On the cloth, near the eye region, a jagged line of blood formed words, the blood having bled through and created a faint discoloration, reminiscent of tears of contrition. Orland Smith, 80. A serious-looking inspector interjected. He was a mid-level operative of the Corelli Brotherhood. "A member of the gang?" Douglas remarked, removing his blood-stained gloves and tapping his pipe thoughtfully. "A name that warrants remembrance must surely have a bounty placed upon it at the police station." He scrutinized the figure of 80. "Is that indeed the amount?" The inspector hesitated before responding. "It should be 80. Even if it is not, it cannot be far from that." Douglas nodded slightly, instructing them to extract all individuals from the sacks. Minutes later, 5 similarly styled corpses lay side by side, facing upwards, 3 having been shot, while 2 bore only the marks of sharp instruments, indicating the use of exceptionally keen blades. Each corpse had strips of white cloth at the eye sockets. Inscribed in their own blood were names and prices, as if they were mere commodities on a market stall. Zaffarella Bowers, 95. Chesney Whiteman, 70. Gilbert Johnson, 66. Robin Descartes, 105. The scene was decidedly eerie, said in broad daylight. Yet a chill crept over the hands of those present. Douglas felt a twinge of agitation. Although he had heard of the crime problems in East London prior to his appointment, he had not anticipated it to reach such alarming heights. It had not been long since he had been inundated with a backlog of unresolved cases, and now a silent specter had infiltrated the police station to execute these criminals. Reminiscent of Jack the Ripper. To add to the unease, there was now a bold individual discarding bodies at the police headquarters. None of these were particularly law-abiding citizens. His discerning gaze quickly identified that all these individuals had been slain by a single assailant. The state of decomposition indicated that the time of death was very recent, likely just a few hours prior, having been neatly packaged and delivered to the police station immediately after the killings. These signs suggested a highly capable individual, with an intriguing selection of targets, all criminals with substantial bounties on their heads at the police station. Strictly speaking, this behavior was encouraged by the police station, albeit in an excessively extreme manner. It bore no resemblance to Jack the Ripper's actions. At most, it could be likened to an unlicensed bounty hunter or detective, both of whom require certification, all documented at the police station. This individual's method indicated an intention to remain anonymous. Douglas speculated that they likely did not possess a bounty hunter's license, but absent a criminal record, obtaining a temporary permit would not pose a challenge. Thus, rather than pursuing this individual, they ought to be compensating them. As Douglas contemplated this, a bespectacled middle-aged sergeant suddenly bent down and extracted a crumpled note from Orland Smith's pocket. He glanced at it with curiosity before handing it to Douglas. "Sir, take a look at this." Douglas extended his hand to receive it, discovering a succinct message likely left by the person who had discarded the bodies. "Esteemed officers, good morning. I apologize for intruding upon your breakfast time, but I kindly ask for a few moments of your attention, as this pertains to whether I shall enjoy French foie gras at a restaurant next month or subsist on dry bread in my apartment. It is quite important to me. You are surely aware of the identities of these individuals, and specific names have been inscribed upon the goods, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. In summary, I have fulfilled several of the commissions you issued, and thus I hope for the corresponding remuneration. Please send the bounty to this address: Haverling, East District, London. Additionally, do not forget to include a tip. Thank you, a law-abiding citizen diligently earning a living. J.J. Douglas tightened his grip on the pipe in his left hand, a twitch of the scar near his eye betraying his agitation. The note caused quite a stir at the East District Police headquarters, while the detective, who had been busy all night, finally returned to his modest yet cozy apartment. A chilly breeze ruffled his coat as the pensive detective wrapped his overcoat around him. Behind him, the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, illuminating the waking day. Chapter 15. an unexpected encounter. Upon returning to the apartment, Lorian collapsed in a bed, not awakening until noon. It was a rare sunny day. Brilliant rays of golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting their warmth upon the still warm bed. In the washroom, Lorian splashed water on his face, and, after drying off with a towel, a youthful visage with strong features reflected back at him. Despite having been awake all night, there was no sign of fatigue upon his countenance. His need for sleep had diminished significantly. He found that merely 2 or 3 hours of rest was sufficient to restore his vigor, a quality that many would envy. After completing his morning routine, he retrieved a mid-length coat that fell to his thighs from the wardrobe, fastening a leather holster around his waist. He then loaded a revolver with bullets and concealed it beneath the coat. He took a few steps before the mirror, and while walking, the hidden revolver remained entirely undetectable. Ensuring discretion, only when standing still could one perceive a slight bulge, but unless one was deliberately staring, the presence of the holster would go unnoticed, sufficient for everyday use. Adjusting the collar of his coat, he suddenly whipped it open, swiftly drawing his gun and aiming, producing a metallic click before promptly returning the revolver to its holster. He repeated the motion several times, ensuring that the coat would not hinder his shooting actions, nodding in satisfaction once convinced. Having been in this place for over a week, he had firmly established his footing. Not only did he own a professional detective agency, supported by a loyal aide, but he also possessed a measure of self-defense capabilities. Nevertheless, the current situation was undoubtedly more intricate than before. Lorian clenched his fist, sensing a surge of strength within. His existing abilities had been enhanced, indicating that the means of spreading his reputation and expanding his influence were equally effective for him. He pondered whether the police station would attempt to renege on the promised bounties, as his actions did not adhere to the standard protocols. Well, those individuals amount to just a few £100, he mused. For an ordinary person, that may represent a substantial sum, but the London police, being the largest police organization in the world, surely would not be lacking in such trifling amounts. The London police, established in 1829 under the leadership of Home Secretary Robert Peel, encompassed a police headquarters, 5 regional headquarters, 97 precincts, and over 200 law enforcement jurisdictions, providing over 10,000 police positions, all funded by substantial financial allocations from the Home Office each year. As long as the claims were not excessively outrageous, they should not default on the bounty. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the front hall of the apartment and retrieved a sheet of white paper from the drawer. The tragedy at Teeps Manor. The creation of a vampire clan. The pursuit of criminals. He absent-mindedly traced patterns with his pen, silently reflecting on the events of the past few days, sequentially arranging them in his mind, and devising a plan for the foreseeable future. At the forefront of his thoughts was the immediate necessity to relocate, seeking a more suitable apartment, preferably within the next fortnight. As for the establishment of the detective agency, that could be postponed. He was no longer in dire need of funds and could afford to set aside financial concerns for the time being. Furthermore, the investigation into Oliver Winston also warranted attention. Having inadvertently become embroiled in this affair, it was preferable to take the initiative rather than passively await developments. Additionally, you need not accompany me for the time being. I have several tasks to assign to you. Jack Arnold emerged from the shadows. Are you, planning to initiate your schemes in London? The ever-enthusiastic Evans joined him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had anticipated that the devilish master would not remain dormant for long, and that action was imminent. It's merely a matter of making some preliminary arrangements. I need you to recruit personnel in East London. Lorian shook his head and advised. You may initially attract some individuals using Arnold's ordinary blood to establish a foothold. Be meticulous in your selection. Our true identities must remain concealed. This portion of the operation will be entrusted to Evans. Remember, we must not be ostentatious. This city is far more complex than it appears during daylight. Understood. Evans trembled as he received a £100 startup fund from Lorian, his voice shaking with excitement. I will surely accomplish it. Lorian cast a glance at him before addressing Jack. As for you, well, continue to spread fear under the guise of Jack the Ripper. To this point, he had encountered numerous corpses, but only when he came into contact with Jack Arnold did he feel a distinct surge of agitation. He sensed that the number of progenitors he could directly transform into vampires was limited. Granting such opportunities to ordinary humans would result in a considerable waste of resources. Thus, in pursuit of maximizing benefits, he had no intention of administering blood in the short term, even after his body had recovered. However, he could experiment with cultivating blood-sucking creatures using regular blood. Perhaps it would yield unforeseen delights. It seemed that the ants, including the first and second, had perished, unable to withstand the power of the vampire, having been thoroughly drained of their value. He resolved to try a different species this time. After contemplating for a moment and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Lorian crumpled the paper and discarded it into the wastebasket. For now, let it be. You shall proceed as arranged. Very well, sir. Arnold bowed his head and promptly summoned shadows, vanishing with Evans. The room was once again left to the detective alone. A low rumble emanated from his stomach. Lorian felt a pang of hunger and rose to tidy himself, preparing to step out for lunch. The vicinity of the apartment was dotted with numerous eateries, all modestly furnished and emphasizing affordability and generous portions, with most dishes being reasonably palatable. As for the potential hygiene issues of food prepared in such establishments, could one truly expect gourmet sirloin steaks prepared by professional chefs for such a meager sum? Lorian chose a less frequented restaurant, which appeared relatively pleasant, at least on the surface, clean and tidy. Oh, welcome, my friend. The proprietor was a robust, dark-skinned, middle-aged man, with prominent muscles visible beneath his rolled-up sleeves. With a hearty laugh, he inquired, "What would you like to eat?" This was a bakery, and the menu was displayed on a sign outside. Lorian glanced over and requested, "A serving of eel jelly and butter bread, please." "Certainly, please hold on." The owner rubbed his hands together and retreated to the kitchen, returning in less than 5 minutes with a tray. It seemed he was the sole operator of the establishment, assuming both the roles of chef and server. "Sir, here is your eel jelly and butter bread." He wiped the bottom of the bowl with a towel draped over his wrist before placing it on the table, cheerfully adding, "The thick soup is complimentary, no additional charge. This is a new recipe I've developed. Your feedback will be greatly appreciated." "Thank you." Lorian accepted the utensils, not refusing his kindness. The owner expressed his gratitude once more before returning to the kitchen with the tray. Lorian took a breath and spooned a mouthful of the thick soup, savoring the flavors of mushrooms, bacon, and cream. It was quite pleasant and suited his palate. The fact that the soup was free elevated its taste to an entirely new level. Free food is the most delectable. He quickly finished every morsel on his plate, contentedly burping. As the owner approached to settle the bill, Lorian realized he had not brought his wallet, only possessing a few shillings and pennies in his coat pocket. He retrieved the banknotes, preparing to pay, when his peripheral vision caught sight of an unexpected figure at the entrance. Detective Winnie? Chapter 16, Aaron Hastings. Detective Winnie donned a double-breasted tailcoat tailored for women, paired with well-fitted black trousers, a police knife, and holster affixed at her waist. Accompanying her was not Vincent, but a stranger, a tall, impassive young officer, adorned in a more refined uniform than that of ordinary detectives, embellished with additional insignia. Judging by his epaulets, he had been promoted from constable to inspector. Inspectors in the police department typically oversee an independent law enforcement team, operating outside the regular patrol officer system, responding solely to the directives of regional commanders, namely the chief of police, and wielding significant autonomous authority. They are primarily tasked with addressing complex and high-profile cases, apprehending criminals, and safeguarding members of the royal family and prominent British officials. As Lorian caught sight of Detective Winnie, she too recognized him from a distance. "Detective, sir?" she exclaimed with delight. "What brings you here?" She tugged at the inspector's uniform, hastening over. The inspector, Aaron Hastings, subtly twitched the corners of his mouth in a restrained manner. "Is it not quite normal for me to be here, residing in the neighboring apartment?" Lorian replied matter-of-factly. He had not anticipated encountering the female detective here again merely days later. "You live in this vicinity?" Detective Winnie seemed taken aback. Although East London was notorious for its filth, chaos, and poor safety, in the grander scheme of London, even sewers were categorized into various tiers, let alone districts. This area, even within East London, was regarded as particularly disorderly and underdeveloped. She had assumed that, given the detective's capabilities, he would reside in relatively affluent and stable locales such as Hamberling Street or Cross Street. "Mind your manners, Winnie." Aaron Hastings frowned, slightly discontented with her exuberance. "Oh." Detective Winnie sheepishly scratched her head. "Understood, brother." Aaron, exasperated, corrected her. "Did I not mention that you should address me by my title in public?" "Yes, sir. Inspector Hastings." Winnie replied, dismissively, evidently not taking it to heart. She then excitedly pointed to Lorian, introducing him to her inspector. "This is the detective I told you about. The one who solved the case of Jack Arnold's death. He taught me the art of deductive reasoning." Inspector Hastings nodded, his demeanor softening as he extended his hand toward Lorian. "Hello, detective, sir. I am Inspector Aaron Hastings of the Whitechapel Enforcement Squad. You may refer to me simply by my name." Although his expression remained impassive, his tone was considerably gentler. Winnie raised her eyes and glared at him, questioning why she must address his position. Were these two individual siblings? despite the slight resemblance between Aaron Hastings and Detective Winnie in their features. Their contrasting personalities suggested they could not possibly share the same mother. Lawrence inwardly scoffed, maintaining a neutral expression as he extended his hand to him. "Good day, Mr. Hastings." He then inquired, perplexed, "What brings you here?" He had not observed any incidents nearby that warranted the inspector's personal involvement. Detective Winnie composed herself and replied, "We received a report of a young boy who has gone missing in this vicinity, hence our investigation." In truth, she had been dispatched by the precinct following the report, and Aaron Hastings, being on leave, had accompanied her to offer assistance. While handing over the cash to the shopkeeper, Lawrence nodded in understanding. "I see." The shopkeeper, appearing somewhat flustered, hurriedly retrieved a few pennies, inadvertently dropping a coin on the floor in his haste. "My apologies, sir." He bent down to pick up the coin, counted it briefly, and handed it to the detective. "Very well." Lawrence slipped a small stack of banknotes into his pocket, preparing to take his leave. Showing no inclination to involve himself in the matter, Detective Winnie, with an expression of anticipation, asked, "Mr. Lawrence, won't you join us to take a look?" She hoped to demonstrate her deductive reasoning skills to Aaron Hastings. Sensing her intentions, Lawrence shook his head. "Deductive reasoning is not my own invention. I merely echo the insights of others. Furthermore, solving cases is merely my profession, not a passion. In truth, it is quite challenging to transform one's hobby into a vocation." "You expect me to work without remuneration?" Detective Winnie felt a pang of disappointment, but recognized that she had no grounds to compel the detective's participation. Just as she was about to respond, a spark of realization struck her. "Wait, if that's the case, then someone could pay you to take on the case." "Couldn't they?" Lawrence glanced at her. "My fees are rather steep." Although the original persona was merely a third-rate detective without significant commissions, his current capabilities and savings rendered him indifferent to the paltry sum typically offered. Detective Winnie hesitated briefly before resolutely asking, "How much?" £10, Lawrence quoted a friendly price. "So exorbitant?" Detective Winnie widened her eyes. While detectives in East London earned approximately 20 more than those in other areas of London County, the typical weekly earnings for an ordinary officer amounted to merely 18 shillings. £10 converted to shillings equated to 100 shillings, which represented over a month's salary for her. She recognized that Lawrence's skills warranted such a fee, but primarily, she lacked sufficient cash on hand. The female detective awkwardly rummaged through her wallet, her expression growing embarrassed. "I do not have that amount." Lawrence shrugged. "Then there's nothing to be done. I wish you success in your endeavors." Just as he was about to bid farewell, the usually silent Inspector Aaron Hastings, who had stood by like a wax figure, suddenly spoke up. "I shall cover this portion of the fee." Detective Winnie looked at him in astonishment. "When did you become so generous?" Hastings shot her a sidelong glance. "Covering it. This is a loan, to be repaid." Detective Winnie quickly suppressed her gratitude. Damn miser. If it were Aaron borrowing from her, she would never utter such a cruel stipulation. She retorted, "I will repay you. Ensure you do so before next month, lest I fear you might forget. After all, your memory has never been particularly reliable." Aaron Hastings remarked with an impassive face, subsequently producing a finely crafted wallet adorned with an exquisite deer motif, from which he extracted a £10 note and handed it to the detective. He then briefly outlined the situation. "The missing child is a 12-year-old boy, possibly 11, named Wall. According to the police records, his mother passed away many years ago, likely from tuberculosis. His father was employed by a Cornwall company, but was laid off last year and is currently unemployed. This morning, he came to the precinct, weeping that his son had been missing since last night, and being unable to afford a detective, he sought the police's assistance, hoping they would dispatch an officer to help locate his son. The informant's residence is nearby. If you have no other pressing matters, let us proceed there together and see if we can uncover any clues." Upon receiving the money, Lawrence immediately shifted into work mode, nodding in agreement as he became acquainted with the case. "Very well." Chapter 17 Greetings. "I am Aaron Hastings." Detective Winnie and Lawrence walked towards the informant's residence. The location was quite close, merely a street away, situated within a dilapidated apartment building. The door number was 514. As they ascended the stairs, Detective Winnie, somewhat breathless, stepped forward to knock. Knock, knock. Faint sounds emanated from within the room, indicating someone was present, and they had heard the knock, yet after waiting several seconds, no one responded. The female officer, perplexed, knocked again. "Is anyone home?" Still, no reply came. Assuming the occupants had not heard her, she was about to continue knocking when Aaron stepped forward and firmly rapped on the door. "Open up, police." 19th century detectives were not nearly as gentlemanly as their successors. Their investigations often involve violence and intimidation. Although 2 police reforms have been implemented after the appointment of the current Prime Minister of Great Britain to address and regulate such occurrences, the long-standing reputation still lingered. And frontline detectives were often referred to by monikers such as Blue Devils or Peelers. As an inspector of the enforcement squad, Aaron Hastings was acutely aware that at times, excessive friendliness could mar progress in their work. 2 seconds later, a crack appeared in the door. A gaunt man with graying hair peered out, his expression faltering upon seeing the stoic Aaron, and he quickly unlatched the security chain. "My apologies, officer. I was just dozing off, so sorry." He bowed repeatedly, then recalled his visit to seek the detective earlier, tentatively asking, "May I inquire who you are?" Lawrence, uninterested in his theatrics, replied bluntly, "We are here regarding the missing persons case. Please provide us with the details." "Oh, right. Fonz immediately wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "My son Wall has been missing since yesterday afternoon. That little rascal has always been rather disobedient. I thought he would return by nightfall, but when he had shown up by midnight, I realized something was amiss. By the time I decided to go look for him, it was already completely dark. I had to wait until this morning to seek help, but there were no results, so I had no choice but to report it to the precinct." "What was the exact time of his disappearance?" Detective Winnie's gaze sharpened. Given the man's earlier demeanor, she found it challenging to believe Fonz's words. "I don't know," Fonz admitted awkwardly. "We have no clock at home, so I can only estimate it was around noon. I am not sure of the exact time." Detective Winnie paused. "Ah, I see." Unsure of how to proceed, she pondered for a few moments before asking, "Would it be convenient for us to come in and take a look?" Fonz hesitated slightly. However, Lawrence did not wait for his response. He simply walked around him and entered the premises. Fonz hesitata. Unsure whether to stop him since Lawrence was accompanied by the detectives, his hand hovering in the air, indecisive. Upon entering the room, Lawrence cast a cursory glance around. The space was cramped and exceedingly untidy, littered with debris on the floor, suggesting it had not been cleaned in quite some time. And the air was permeated with a lingering, unpleasant odor. "Is there any issue?" Detective Winnie followed Aaron Hastings as they entered. A significant issue indeed. Lorian cast a glance at the inspector behind her, choosing silence. He turned toward the taciturn Vons and remarked, "You've been unemployed for quite some time, haven't you?" Vons blinked in surprise. "Yes, that's correct. It's been over 9 months, but what does that have to do with Wall's disappearance? Since you lack employment, from where do you derive your means of sustenance?" "I had some savings." Lorian nodded slightly, refraining from disputing his statement, and remarked, "It appears that the salary of an ordinary employee is quite substantial, allowing for the sustenance of 2 individuals for such an extended period. Not to mention having spare funds for opium tincture." A sheen of sweat broke out on Vons's brow. Detective Winnie, though somewhat bewildered, sensed a problem and queried suspiciously, "Are you perhaps secretly engaged in illegal activities?" Her mind wandered to theft, trafficking in contraband, and similar offenses. "How could that be possible?" Vons exclaimed, agitated. He pointed to his left foot. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't manage it. Back when I worked at Cornwall Company, I accidentally had goods fall on my foot, resulting in my dismissal and leaving me with a disability. Generally, I am fine, but I cannot engage in strenuous activities, let alone thievery. I can barely outrun a child." "Is that so?" Lorian responded calmly. "Your son likely did not vanish just yesterday. He has probably been missing for some time." The air was thick with the scent of only 2 individuals. Apart from Vons, it should have been his son, though the odor was faint. "Well, what?" Vons's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident he reported his son missing only yesterday, despite him having been gone for quite a while. If there were no other reasons, it suggested he wasn't particularly concerned for his son. But why the sudden urgency? Lorian speculated based on the evidence at hand. "You must typically rely on Wall's earnings for your livelihood, correct? Only after running out of money yesterday did you suddenly feel the need to search for him." "Huh?" Detective Winnie was taken aback. "Isn't Wall just an 11 or 12-year-old boy?" At this juncture, Aaron Hastings interjected, "In East London, there exists a large number of illegal child laborers. Many begin working as young as 8 or 9 years old. Amidst the great unemployment crisis, numerous families rely on the wages of these child laborers to survive, as they are difficult to replace and less prone to unemployment." Detective Winnie appeared dazed. "Is that really the case?" "Indeed," Lorian added. "These illegal child laborers are most often employed as chimney sweeps, entering chimneys to clear soot and blockages. If they are fortunate enough to have kind employers, they can earn a handsome reward. However, the cost is high, as due to lung diseases, they rarely live to see their 30s. Observing Detective Winnie's incredulity, he sighed and addressed Vons. "Wall is indeed a chimney sweep, correct?" Vons gulped. "Well, he did so voluntarily, and the employer did pay him. You cannot impose fines for that. Rest assured, no fines will be levied against you, Lorian directly inquired. Where was Wall's last place of employment? Vaughn's hesitated before muttering a location. A grand residence. The gate was ajar, and the trio entered, traversing the gravel path to find a brown-red villa door slightly ajar. In 19th century Great Britain, homes with fireplaces were quite valuable, and their owners were typically affluent enough to afford chimney sweeps. Neither Winnie nor Aaron Hastings had applied for a search warrant before their arrival, yet the latter, being an inspector of the enforcement team, possessed certain privileges. Could Wall, who was missing, be found here? Detective Winnie's mood had soured. She was not as buoyant as at the outset, and was struggling to maintain her spirits. Perhaps Lorian approached the door, raised his hand to knock, but suddenly flared his nostrils and pushed the door open. Creak! The door emitted a soft sound as they entered in succession. Do you smell anything? Lorian inquired. The female detective sniffed lightly and shook her head. Nothing. The stench of decay. Aaron stepped closer, a potent odor of decomposition. It must have been dead for some time. Truly a professional. As Detective Winnie's expression shifted, Lorian proposed, let us split up to search. All right. Aaron had no objections. He and the female detective ventured in opposite directions, while Lorian rummaged around before ascending to the second floor. With a clear objective, he approached a room and pushed the door open. Inside was a bedroom, where a lifeless figure lay on the bed. To Lorian's astonishment, the corpse was not the Wall they sought, but rather a man whose body appeared to have been deceased for quite some time. At that moment, a chill swept behind him, and a haunting voice greeted him. Hello. Chapter 18. My corpse feels uncomfortable. Huh. Lorian's eyes widened as he swiftly turned to see a semi-transparent spirit standing behind him, its features mirroring those of the corpse on the bed. Is this truly a case of the dead rising? He instinctively reached for his gun, but quickly recalled that a spirit likely possessed immunity to physical harm. Instead, he withdrew a small, dark blade from his jacket, its edges shrouded in shadows. Quite intimidating. Simultaneously, he established a mental connection with Jack, ready to summon aid. The unknown spirit expressed evident surprise. You can see me? Well, can you? Lorian retorted. The ghost appeared somewhat dim-witted. You're the first person to notice my presence. It gazed at the ominous blade in Lorian's hand, emphasizing its weighty significance. Are you the owner of this house? Lorian inquired, pointing to the corpse on the bed. Indeed. The translucent spirit nodded. My name is Benson. Before my untimely death, I was a lawyer. I saved for over 3 years to purchase this house, only to die unexpectedly shortly after moving in. Not even a week had passed. He expressed regret. The seller informed me that it was a haunted house. But as a staunch materialist, I did not believe it. It was considerably cheaper than the surrounding homes, with purchase subsidies, so I decided to buy it. Had I known better than to chase after a bargain. After circling Lorian warily, he cast a cautious glance at the dark blade, sensing its lethal potential, and marveled. Are you an exorcist? Or perhaps a wizard? I always thought those were mere legends until I encountered one today. Exorcist? If all goes as expected, I should be the demon they are exorcising, Lorian queried with intrigue. How did you meet your demise? Despite having dispatched numerous criminals, he had yet to witness anyone become a ghost. Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Benson scratched his head. It was probably last week. After returning from the law firm, I had dinner as usual, washed up, and went to bed. When I awoke, I found myself transformed into a spirit. Upon seeing my own body lying on the bed, I thought a burglar had entered my home and was taken aback. In summary, he simply fell asleep and died. Your death was rather abrupt. Lorian was at a loss. He had anticipated a more dramatic tale involving restless spirits or vengeful souls, yet it unfolded so mundanely. After some contemplation, he approached the bed to examine the corpse, which had begun to emit a foul odor. The heavy stench of decay wafted from this very spot. The skin was a ghastly shade of bluish purple, devoid of any external injuries, resembling a desiccated mummy freshly unearthed from its grave. Exorcist, sir, my body isn't undergoing decomposition, is it? Benson inquired with a hint of concern. It's not so bad to be dead. After all, my current state is rather pleasant. I no longer require food or water, and I don't feel hunger, which saves me a considerable sum each month. However, if my body were to decompose and inadvertently harm someone, that would be problematic. It's hard to say, replied Lorian, stroking his chin contemplatively. After all, I am not an expert in this particular domain. Rather than confirming whether a corpse can decompose, I excel at transforming the living into the dead. Benson's ethereal form flickered momentarily. Is this the current trend among exorcists? He mused, sensing something amiss. Tentatively, he asked, You're an exorcist, correct? Not at all, Lorian replied with a perplexed expression. When did I ever claim to be an exorcist? It has always been your unilateral assumption. I have never conceded to such a notion. Then what are you? Benson gulped, as if his ghostly form could swallow. In truth, I am a demon who has descended from hell to the mortal realm, currently masquerading as an original vampire, occasionally engaging in the trade of human lives. Particularly at night, when I target unfortunate souls, slaying them and turning them into my servants. Haha. Benson exhaled a sigh of relief. I knew you were jesting. Lorian stepped closer to inspect the corpse, suddenly exclaiming, "Were you once a lawyer?" "Indeed," Benson nodded. "I worked at the Black Gold law firm. While it may not be closely associated with the realm of magic, it holds some repute within London." Lorian's eyes sparkled with interest. Here was a gem of a person. "Have you considered resuming work?" "What?" Benson's expression turned bewildered. "I would like to, as it does feel rather hollow not earning money, but I am, after all, deceased." "Broaden your perspective. What of it if you were dead? Some individuals are exhumed from the earth to work again." Benson felt a flicker of hope, "But others cannot see me. How would I work?" Lorian remained silent, and amidst Benson's confusion, he retrieved a small vial of isolated ordinary blood from his coat pocket. "Give this a try." "What is this?" Benson coughed. "A highly effective magical potion. It may prove beneficial to you." Benson hesitated, but reasoning that he was already dead, could he truly die again? He reached out to take the vial, only to suddenly realize he could not touch physical objects. Though he appeared to be standing on the floor, he was actually floating. Indeed, his hand passed right through the small box, and just as disappointment crept across his face, he felt an unexpected chill emanating from his palm. Feeling a surge of invigorating energy flood his being, Benson composed himself, joy flooding his features. As the blood integrated with his ethereal form, Lorian inquired curiously, "How does it feel?" Floating in place, Benson scratched his head. "I feel a bit uncomfortable in my corpse." Just when Lorian thought the blood would have no effect on the spirit, the figure before him suddenly solidified slightly, transitioning from translucent form to one resembling pudding. Benson exclaimed in delight, "I think I can touch things now." He experimented and discovered he could seamlessly transition between the intangible and tangible. Lorian sighed in relief. "Then consider this potion as my remuneration to you. I shall provide you with a dose each month henceforth." "Splendid." Benson did not decline. "But I still do not know what you wish for me to do. In due course, you will discover. For now, remain here, in time. Other employees will come to find you and assign you tasks." Benson nodded in understanding, then shifted the conversation. "Were you searching for someone earlier?" While upstairs, he had overheard several voices. "Indeed," Lorian affirmed, recalling the matter at hand. "Recently, before you died, did you encounter a young boy named Waller? A chimney sweep who worked for you?" "I have seen him," the ghostly lawyer remarked, appearing quite impressed. He bore numerous scars, likely a victim of domestic violence. "I felt pity for him, so I paid him a bit extra." "Do you know where he went afterward?" "After finishing work, he left with a slightly older child, dressed in rags, appearing to be a vagrant." "A vagrant?" Lorian pondered, lowering his head in thought. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Detective Hinny's voice resonating from below. "Did you uncover anything here?" Chapter 19, The Vagrant Mutual Aid Society. After scouring the first floor, Detective Hinny ascended the stairs slowly, observing the detective standing before a door. "Have you made any discoveries?" "No living souls to be found, but I did encounter a rather unfortunate ghost," Lorian replied, shaking his head. "There is indeed a corpse here. It belongs to the owner of this house, and has been deceased for some time." "What?" Detective Hinny exclaimed in surprise. Pressing further, "Is it a homicide?" "No," Lorian concealed the ghostly details. "It appears to be a natural death at this juncture." He stepped aside, allowing the curious detective a glimpse of the body on the bed, where Benson stood before, tentatively waving his hand. Detective Hinny remained oblivious, entering the room to observe for a moment. Although the corpse had undergone significant changes, traces of its former identity as a man in his 30s remained. She lamented, "What a pitiable gentleman, to have passed away without anyone noticing." Lorian's expression turned quizzical. "What does it matter if someone discovered him? Can that bring him back to life?" Detective Hinny hesitated. "It seems that cannot be." "Then what is there to lament? If anything, it is unfortunate that he departed this world at such a young age." "I do not consider it regrettable that no one noticed his death," Lorian asserted. The already deceased Benson stood beside him, nodding in agreement. "The exorcist understands me." During their conversation, Aaron ascended from the first floor. After grasping the situation, he addressed the body. "Let us first locate that missing boy. I will notify the police to handle the remains of the house's owner." Upon hearing that his corpse would be dealt with, Benson felt a sense of relief rather than dissent. The police would likely send the body for cremation, alleviating his concerns about decomposition. and he would no longer need to cling to a body to persist. He had simply lingered here due to a lack of direction. Just 2 days prior, he had eagerly returned to the law firm where he had worked, only to find that his colleagues could not see him, and no one even noticed the absence of an employee, forcing him to return in resignation. By the way, Lorian suddenly interjected, I have uncovered some leads regarding Waller. Oh. After finishing work, he likely left with a vagrant. Detective Winnie queried, how do you know this? Lorian casually deflected, of course, it was deduced from observations of the scene. Don't ask, just accept that it is deductive reasoning. Very well, the female detective conceded. Inspector Hastings chimed in at that moment. If that is the case, he has likely joined a gang composed of vagrant children. A vagrant children's gang? Precisely, Aaron elucidated, much like the 40 Thieves, which was formed by a group of female thieves. The Vagrant Mutual Aid Society consists of very young homeless children. Due to the exceedingly difficult nature of individual survival, those sharing certain commonalities often band together to form small groups. This is one of the reasons for the proliferation of underground gangs in East London. Now I understand. Vinny widened her eyes. Within a mere half-day, she had been inundated with a plethora of knowledge previously unknown to her. So, we know their stronghold now. Aaron Hastings was well acquainted with this vicinity. Although the Street Kids Mutual Aid Society was labeled as a gang, it could hardly be deemed as nefarious when compared to other organizations in London's East End. Even the all-female 40 madwomen had engaged in the plundering of large department stores, whereas these street kids merely sought to negotiate better wages from their employers during work hours. If refused, they would resort to retaliation from the Mutual Aid Society, such as harassment during the employer's slumber or littering their residences. However, they were not indiscriminate in their actions. For instance, upon learning that Benson was a lawyer, they collectively decided against extorting him, not out of professional integrity, but rather out of fear that Benson would have them incarcerated. Naturally, with such restraint, the Mutual Aid Society could scarcely accrue any wealth, as its 20-some members were crammed into a handful of low-rent accommodations. Lorian and his companions sought out the landlord to inquire about the room numbers of the street kids, and the landlord readily complied, personally escorting them upstairs. Right here, he indicated a few rooms, 212, 213, and 214 have all been rented by them for about a month. Lorian nodded in acknowledgement and cast a glance at Detective Vinny, who adeptly approached the door and knocked. Knock, knock. A moment of silence ensued within, followed by a hoarse voice asking, Who is it? It's me, the landlord replied. After a brief pause, someone opened the door, revealing a wary gaze. Upon seeing Vinny's police uniform, the individual was startled and attempted to shut the door. However, Aaron had anticipated this reaction and quickly placed his hand to obstruct it. There was more than one person behind the door, yet their strength paled in comparison to that of a well-conditioned adult, and the door was easily pushed open. Inspector Hastings, seasoned in his experience, understood that these individuals would not readily trust the detective's words. If the door were to shut again, they would undoubtedly make their escape through the window. It's a detective. The two street kids blocking the door jumped back in surprise, while the others remained silent. Their garments were tattered, some merely stitched together from scraps of fabric, and their expressions were blank as they stared at the entrance, silent and still. A wave of emotion washed over Detective Vinny. Do not be afraid. Lorian stepped inside, speaking gently. We are not here to trouble you. We merely seek a missing boy and wish to ascertain whether he is here. He assured them, even if he is here, we will not forcibly take him away. It will be entirely his decision. Two older boys exchanged glances and approached. Who are you referring to? Wall, Vinny whispered. His father's looking for him. A boy scoffed, clearly familiar with Wall's situation. He just realized his wallet is missing. So he is here with you, then? Lorian inquired. He held no sympathy for that scoundrel Fong, nor did he intend to return the son to him. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Indeed, the leading member nodded gently. He recently joined the Mutual Aid Society, but everyone has taken quite a liking to him. He turned to the interior of the room, where a much smaller boy timidly approached. The boy's bare arms bore numerous burn marks and bruises, and his eyes were wide with panic as he stammered, I don't want to go back. Can I stay here? The two leaders spoke in unison. We haven't done anything wrong. We merely ensure that the stingy individuals pay what they owe. Lorian fell silent. His task had been completed, and the remainder was now in the detective's hands. We are merely here to confirm Wall's situation. Vinny had no intention of sending the boy back, and inwardly cursed Fawn. Then you may leave. The boy attempted to bolster his authority, altering his voice to sound particularly unpleasant. Wall is doing quite well here. Suddenly, Aaron Hastings interjected. Do you need me to send Fong to prison? Huh? What? The boys were taken aback. Seeing Vinny's wide-eyed gaze, Aaron clarified, Do not misconstrue my intentions. I need not orchestrate anything. Just the charge of domestic violence would suffice to keep him incarcerated for a while. Wall, initially dazed, frantically waved his hands. And no, that's unnecessary. Observing the bruises on his arms, Vinny pursed her lips and retrieved 2 shillings from her uniform, offering them to him. But Wall shook his head in refusal. I can work, officer, he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. Though the pay is meager, it is sufficient for my sustenance. Chapter 20. Treasures of Heaven and Earth. Virtuous souls shall inherit. After departing from the lower-end housing, Detective Vinny and Aaron Hastings proceeded to deal with the aftermath at Fong's residence, while Lorian stealthily returned to Benson's abode. Mr. Exorcist? Benson was seated on the sofa, attempting to consume a biscuit, which, upon entering his throat, slowly descended from his translucent form and fell to the ground. Lorian's lips twitched. What are you doing? Benson sheepishly retrieved the biscuit, placing it on the coffee table. I want to see if I could taste food in my current state. Can a spiritual entity even feel hunger? Not at all. Prior to consuming the magical potion you provided, I was unable to even interact with the physical realm. Benson was still unaware that it was, in fact, a concoction of vampire blood. Thus, technically speaking, he should not be classified merely as a spiritual entity, but rather as a bloodthirsty spirit. In any case, he was certainly not human. Lorian dispelled such musings and returned to the matter at hand. I am here to inspect this house. Benson was the first supernatural being he had encountered. It could be conclusively stated that not everyone transforms into a ghost after death. Otherwise, East London would have long been overrun by spirits, becoming a ghost city. Thus, either Benson was exceptionally gifted, or there was something amiss with this house. If it were the latter, there might be extraordinary items concealed within. Treasure of heaven and earth. The virtuous shall inherit. Lorian mused, though he may not possess sufficient virtue. He certainly had an abundance of martial ethics. Since fate had led him here, it signified a connection to the object in question. Do you require my assistance? Benson, too, was curious about what had led to his transformation into a specter. Well, Lorian rubbed his palms together. Let us search together. Think carefully about any unusual occurrences since you moved in. All right, boss. Benson quickly assumed the role of an employee, reflecting intently. Unusual occurrences. It seems particularly cold at night when I sleep. Although the real estate agent mentioned this was a haunted house, I previously did not believe in such things. I merely thought the weather had turned cooler. Perhaps due to short duration since accepting the blood, Benson had yet to provide him with any feedback regarding abilities. To be candid, Lorian found himself envious of this spectral state. Even if he were not entirely immune to physical effects, at the very least, he could withstand bullets. The regenerative abilities he currently possessed could restore damage, but it was painful. Moreover, recovery required time. Lorian certainly was not a Superman from America, capable of charging through bullets without flinching. As he listened intently, he concentrated on utilizing his environmental perception abilities, experiencing a sudden surge in sensory sensitivity. Although the powers he received from the blood donors were predominantly passive skills, their effects became markedly more pronounced during heightened focus. A faint buzzing echoed in his ears, and Luo Lian's vision sharpened considerably. He first searched the ground floor, but found nothing amiss before ascending to the second floor, primarily to investigate Benson's bedroom. On the grayish-white walls hung a decorative painting exuding a distinctly British classical charm. To the right of the room were the balcony and window, while to the left stood a double bed, upon which the corpse still lay. At the head of the bed was a low table adorned with a ship figurine. After a thorough search, Luo Lian's gaze settled on the double bed. Come lend a hand and lift the mattress, he instructed. All right. Benson, now a solidified spirit, stood beside him and exerted force to shift the deep gray spring mattress aside. Beneath the bed lay a small, dark wooden box. The box was entirely black, no larger than an adult's palm, and featured a brass lock at its opening. Indeed, there is something. Luo Lian's eyes brightened. Exercising caution, he refrained from directly touching the box and instead retrieved a book from the adjacent study, using its corner to poke at the box. With a click, the brass lock fell open at his touch, causing the lid of the box to spring upward. Benson leaned in for a closer look. Is that a ring? Inside the box, cushioned by black velvet, lay a gleaming silver men's ring, its material unknown. Seeing no immediate danger, Luo Lian tossed the book aside and picked up the ring for a closer inspection. The smooth surface of the silver ring shimmered subtly, intricately engraved with fine patterns. Rubbing the ring, Luo Lian turned to Benson. The lawyer's death might have been a simple case of sudden demise, but the transformation into a spiritual state was undoubtedly linked to this ring, suggesting that its function pertained to matters of the soul. Boss, do you know what this is for? Benson inquired curiously. I do not, Luo Lian replied, shaking his head. Without knowing its exact purpose, He refrained from recklessly using it to avoid unpredictable consequences, instead pocketing it. It should be fine. In a culturally rich East London, there are certainly individuals willing to assist in its testing. That night, beneath the high-hanging silver moon and enveloped in darkness, in a warehouse in East London belonging to Heffling, Evans, though plagued by jealousy, exhibited some capability. Within a mere day, he had secured the warehouse for rent and gathered around a dozen individuals. Most remarkably, he had not spent a single penny on the rental, even managing to profit considerably. This spacious warehouse, capable of accommodating over 100 people, was rented at a mere 80 of the original price. Standing under the light, he removed his hood in front of the watchful crowd, revealing a ghastly pale visage. We are all children of God and ought to be part of an eternal family. Yet we find ourselves estranged from the truth due to ignorance of where to seek it. He raised his hands high and proclaimed, in God, mindful of the suffering of all beings on earth, husbands and wives separated, children and parents apart, decided to bestow holy blood and the gospel, granting peace in this life and eternal life in the next. Those who partake of the holy blood become the faithful of God, tasked with proclaiming his revered name to attain the forgiveness of sins and experience the joy of redemption. Since Lorian had never revealed his identity, he dared not speak of his name directly, instead referring to him simply as God. In his view, the capability to resurrect the dead and bestow extraordinary power was a divine attribute. He fervently declared, "And I am the chosen minister of the holy blood, sent by God to deliver the holy blood and gospel." Under his impassioned oration, the crowd erupted into fervor. After Evans demonstrated his extraordinary strength and recovery abilities, none were deterred by his unsettling appearance. Instead, they eagerly expressed their desire to become followers of God. Furthermore, Evans explained that his current appearance was a punishment for sins committed in ignorance, assuring them that not every individual who drank the holy blood would suffer such a fate. Gospel, 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 they shouted, waving their arms in fervent excitement. Hidden in the shadows, Lorian observed. Chapter 21. Faith is an unequal exchange. I tasked you with recruiting personnel to establish a base, and in half a day, you've created a cult? Listening to the fervent cries of the crowd, Lorian was momentarily astounded, contemplating whether to reveal himself. It felt rather shameful. After a moment's reflection, he chose to remain concealed, silently watching the blood-giving ritual unfold in the warehouse. Minister, will each of us receive the holy blood? Someone suddenly questioned, voicing doubt. Evans replied coldly, of course not. Having discussed the theory, it was time to address practical matters. While everyone was indeed a child of God, distinctions must exist. Only those who contributed to God could receive the gift of the holy blood, achieving greatness and being referred to as blood recipients or blood servants. Evans produced 2 vials of blood given to him by Jack Arnold, estimating that each was adequate for one person's transformation. No more could be procured for the time being. They would have to wait. Green and Michelle stepped forward. The crowd parted as 2 young men, their faces alight with excitement, approached. Minister, we are ready. Very well. Evans nodded in satisfaction. Green has donated £13 and 12 pence to the Eternal Family, while Michelle has brought 3 new members to the cult. Therefore, they shall be the first to drink the holy blood. He extended his hands, offering the holy blood to them. Without hesitation, Green and Michelle accepted the vials and drank deeply. Instantly, their bodies began to undergo transformation. Their faces flushed with color, and they grew slightly taller, their eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Green glanced at his hands, marveling at the delicate skin akin to that of an infant, concealing unimaginable strength within. Unable to restrain himself, he swung his fist with force, producing a resounding thud as air was displaced. Michelle, more restrained, nonetheless could not hide the joy on his face. The effects of the holy blood were genuine. Witnessing the profound changes in the 2, the others in attendance were electrified, envious of their transformation. Why not me? Following this blood-giving, every individual present shed their skepticism regarding the minister's proclamations, regardless of their prior intentions, now eager to contribute to the church and receive the holy blood. At that moment, someone raised a question. Minister, you have yet to reveal the name of our cult. Evans gestured for silence, waiting for the chatter in the warehouse to subside before speaking slowly. As God came to the world, bestowing the gospel, he also summoned his firstborn, our common father. Under God's will, separated the holy blood. You need not know this great one's name. Simply understand that he is your spiritual father and the father of the holy blood, deserving of greater respect than your earthly parents. I have consulted with the firstborn of God, and our clan shall be known as The covenant of the sacred cross. Just as a lord's lord is not my lord, a vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Regarding the corpse thralls and blood thralls transformed by Arnold, although Lorian could still receive the reverberations transmitted through layers, he was unable to exert direct control. He awaited Ivan's arrangements for the next tasks of the crossbearers before emerging from the shadows. Your Grace. Ivan was still immersed in the fervor of his missionary zeal. Upon hearing this title, Lorian suppressed the peculiar feelings within him and stated, I have a task for you. Command me, my lord. Please fetch me 3 members of the guild, preferably those with blood on their hands. Let those 2 who have just completed their transformation carry out this task. It will serve as an excellent opportunity to assess their capabilities. Lorian was eager to test the effects of the newly acquired ring, to ascertain whether it could indeed fulfill its intended purpose. Understood. Ivan nodded in compliance and went out to summon Green and Michelle. Approximately half an hour later, he returned alone, escorting several bruised men, ensuring no one followed. Your Grace. He bowed his head in greeting before continuing. These 3 are ordinary members of the Penny Association. Although they are not wanted by the constabulary, they joined the guild to escape their heinous crimes. He refrained from speculating on the devil's intentions or inquiring about the purpose of these men, merely explaining, I have instructed Green and Michelle to stand guard outside. No one will enter before they meet their demise. Well done, Lorian praised without reservation. Ivan's face brightened, and he prepared to leave the warehouse, intending to vacate the space for Lorian. You may remain here. Ivan was unexpectedly moved. As you command. Lorian then turned his attention to the 3 terrified guild members. Who are you? My lord, spare me. If the power displayed by Green and Michelle was somewhat comprehensible, Ivan, with his pallid complexion and sharp teeth, appeared as a true monstrosity, coupled with Lorian's enigmatic presence and the ominous atmosphere of the warehouse. The fact that they did not lose control of their bladders was a testament to their courage. There is but one matter requiring your assistance, Lorian said with a smile. I trust you will not refuse? What is it? You shall soon find out. Lorian retrieved the ring from his pocket and pointed at one of the men. Yes. You. As the man cowered in place, Ivan stepped forward and nudged him toward Lorian. Spare me. My lord, I have never even touched a woman. He burst into tears. Lorian was momentarily speechless. What? Do you wish for me to find you a prostitute? He waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I am not a demon. Once this task is complete, I shall send you to where you belong. As for where that might be, it would naturally be left to Ivan to decide, as he required a consistent supply of blood every week. What's your name? Vito, the young man lamented. Vito Knox. Ivan, I am here. Your Grace. You shall place this ring upon him. Lorian had initially intended to do it himself, but suddenly found the action peculiar, thus delegating the task to Ivan. Very well. Ivan respectfully accepted the ring from Lorian's hand, then restrained the trembling guild member, slipping the ring onto his index finger. In the next moment, the bright silver ring emitted a gentle hum, and a crimson glow emanated from within. Chapter 22. The Spider's Web. As the scarlet light faded into the ring, Vito's body suddenly became ethereal, and a translucent, ghostly green apparition emerged, floating in midair. He gazed down in bewilderment at his hands, his gaze penetrating through his palms to the warehouse floor below. What is happening? Vito attempted to move forward, his physical body raising its left foot by sheer will, while his spirit remained suspended. Struggling to coordinate both bodies, he lost his balance and stumbled forward, nearly colliding headfirst with the ground. Ivan swiftly reached out, catching him by the shoulder. All right, remove the ring. Understood. Once the ring was removed, Vito's apparition vanished, and his corporeal form reopened its eyes. The other 2 guild members watched this spectacle, swallowing hard and exchanging glances, their eyes reflecting a shared trepidation of the unknown. Lorian received the ring from Ivan. Having formed a hypothesis about its function, it appeared to be devoid of immediate danger, and he intended to conduct further experiments later. As for the present, I have procured an individual to assist you, or more accurately, a ghost. He pocketed the ring and addressed Ivan. A ghost? Ivan's pupils flickered. Indeed, the very entity you envision, a spirit that manifests after death. After providing a brief introduction, Lorian disclosed Benson's address to him, instructing him to bring the spirit over to contribute to the church's endeavors. He was a lawyer in life, assess any needs, and arrange for his work accordingly. Understood. Ivan replied solemnly, gaining a deeper understanding of the devil's capabilities. Whether it was the extraordinary ring that enabled one to transcend the confines of their corporeal form or the impending arrival of the ghost. These were phenomena he had only encountered in stories or films. Yet now, the latter was about to become his subordinate. With the instructions complete, Lorian raised his hand, summoning a shadow that enveloped him before vanishing into the darkness. Ivan bowed deeply, remaining still for nearly a minute before rising. "So, gentlemen, may we depart?" Vito and the other two inquired eagerly. "Of course." Ivan inhaled deeply, and just as the three men exhibited expressions of relief, he suddenly twisted Vito's neck, his sharp nails embedding deeply into the flesh, tearing through sinew and vein. "Having witnessed your lord's true form, you may as well descend into hell. Remember to await me there." He brought his bloodied hand to his nose, savoring the scent, while the other two trembled in fright, frantically fleeing. Yet they barely made it a few steps before Ivan, his eyes aglow with crimson, pursued them. With two powerful hands gripping the napes of their necks, his sharp nails dug in deeply before he forcefully twisted, snapping their necks. The flicker of terror remained in their eyes as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling and saturating the silent night. 2 days later, in the apartment, rain drizzled once more, the sky a dreary gray, clouds swirling in a thick mist. Lorian spread his palm. A spider that had consumed vampire blood slowly crawled onto the table. This mutated spider, with a body no larger than a fingernail, possessed legs covered in fine black hairs that, when fully extended, eclipsed the size of an adult male's hand. It scuttled across the tabletop, swiftly weaving a vast white web between the desk and the windowsill. The apartment's window remained ajar, and a gust of wind swept in, causing the spider's web to sway gently. Lorian placed a book atop the web, which adhered firmly, and he continued adding more books until the entire tabletop was covered. The web remained intact, until he placed his hand upon it and gradually applied pressure. The silken thread only snapped at one corner, causing 2 books to tumble down. Its resilience is quite commendable, sufficient to ensnare an ordinary adult with ease. Luo Yin picked up the small iron cage at his feet and released the several large rats contained within, which promptly scurried around the corner, chattering incessantly. Under Luo Yin's command, the mutant spider hastened towards one of the rats, its mandibles sinking into flesh, its limbs firmly planted on the floor, rendering the rat's struggles utterly futile. Chittering. Moments later, the rat, infused with venom, ceased its movements, occasionally twitching its hind legs. Subsequently, the mutant household spider dispatched the lives of several more rats in the same manner. The venom was indeed formidable against an ordinary human. It could likely prove fatal with just a single bite. Luo Yin nodded silently, awaiting the spider's return to his hand before pulling open the drawer. Inside, he found it thickly draped in cobwebs, with spiders dangling from the underside of the table, their 8 multifaceted eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. The spider he had just retrieved crawled into the drawer, joining its companions in suspension. Luo Yin closed the drawer and reflected upon the information he had gathered regarding vampires. First and foremost was the distinction between ordinary blood and special blood. The former lacked spiritual essence, while the latter required a substantial expenditure of spirit when separated, often leaving the donor in a state of lethargy and weakness for a period. Ordinary blood could endow a being with a soul, leading to mutations known as blooded or blood thralls, blood-consuming creatures. The greater the cognitive capacity of the blooded, the weaker the vampire's control over them. Yet, even among the few who had evolved from the Cross of the Cursed, they stood no chance against Jack Arnold, compelled to obey his commands. Albeit lacking the fluidity of ordinary animals, any growth manifested by such beings after consuming the vampire's blood would partially return to the higher vampire, amplifying their influence and accelerating the spread of their renown. However, not every blooded individual would develop specific abilities like environmental perception or shadow manipulation. Most merely experienced enhanced physical attributes and sensory acuity. They did not possess an intense craving for the blood of other creatures, but might exhibit a certain preference. Furthermore, a vampire's direct control over blooded thralls was limited. Exceeding a threshold would yield adverse effects on their master. Blood infused with spiritual essence was known as the blood of the progenitor, capable of transforming another into a subordinate vampire who would invariably be weaker than their progenitor. Vampires could similarly enhance their power by extending their influence. Another category was the corpse thrall. If a being was slain by a vampire and retained a significant amount of resentment, they could be transformed into this undead entity, albeit at a considerable cost of the vampire's spirit. Approximately 1/3 of the energy expended to separate a progenitor's blood, and also subject to numerical limitations. These thralls resembled the vampires in Luo Lian's memories, fearing light, craving blood, and growing by consuming blood. If deprived of sustenance for an extended period, they would weaken, though not perish. Lorian was currently unable to share any specific abilities he possessed with the Blooded, yet he felt that with further growth, he would soon acquire this skill that seemed to encompass everything. After summarizing, Lorian retrieved the ring he had tested earlier. Its power lay in projecting a spiritual avatar. Once the ring was removed, the spiritual form would vanish immediately without affecting his physical body. When an ordinary person used it, the spirit could not interact with the physical realm, but when he donned the ring, he discovered he could control whether contact was permitted, and he could select certain abilities to manifest from his essence. He had already dispatched Ivans to gather information on the previous owners of the apartment, expecting results to materialize soon. Meanwhile, the Cross of the Cursed, centered around Jack Arnold, had not expanded rapidly due to Lorian's emphasis on discretion, rather than blind expansion. There was a greater focus on the selection of members. Contemplating this, Lorian nodded in satisfaction, believing the future of vampires to be exceedingly bright. Hope lay ahead. He rose to return to his room for rest, when suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Turning to glance outside, he observed a police car halting at the apartment entrance, from which emerged two unfamiliar figures clad in police uniforms. Chapter 23. Who dares to summon me in court? Are you inviting me to investigate a criminal known as Jack the Ripper? In the apartment's foyer, upon hearing the words of the two inspectors, Lorian struggled to maintain his composure in the face of their serious expressions. Goodness, while others may be unaware, he knew all too well that Jack the Ripper was merely an alias for Jack Arnold, even a moniker he had whimsically devised. You wish for me to investigate him? He had already surmised that Rudolph Hill had initially invited him to probe the deaths at Teeps Manor because of his relative obscurity and his profession as a detective, which allowed for swift resolution, making him easier to manipulate than renowned detectives or large detective agencies. Moreover, given his lack of fame, his abilities were likely unimpressive, minimizing the risk of exposure. But how did the police department even come to know of me? To his astonishment, the two inspectors hailed from the East London Police Headquarters. Lorian took a sip of red tea to steady himself, clearing his throat as he feigned confusion. Jack the Ripper is? Inspector Gleef, a tall and slender figure, elucidated. Jack the Ripper is a notorious criminal who recently emerged in the Whitechapel area, having infiltrated a local police station to brutally murder a criminal, subsequently committing multiple homicides. It appears his primary activities are concentrated around Hackney and Newham, with a remarkably expansive operational range. The shorter, rotund inspector, named Ward, handed over a newspaper. Mr. Lorian, you take a look at this. Lorian accepted the newspaper, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a bold headline. The Midnight Fiend of London, the supercriminal assaulting the police headquarters. Accompanying it were several unedited black and white images, the content decidedly inappropriate for a younger audience, with the name of the publishing house, Penny Press, prominently displayed in the upper right corner. Lorian set the newspaper down with an odd expression. I believe I have some understanding of this criminal. Indeed, few could claim to know him better. Inspector Gleef sipped his tea, placing the cup down with a sigh. This matter has transcended East London. Newspapers in several other districts of London are sensationalizing it to criticize the police department. Members of Parliament in Westminster have proposed several motions regarding this issue, placing considerable pressure on the commissioner. At this point, he shook his head in a sorrowful manner. According to the law of conservation of pressure, pressure does not simply vanish or increase out of thin air, under the duress from Westminster and the press. The commissioner had transferred this pressure onto Douglas, the head of the East London Police, who in turn passed it down, while they had lightened their load. The inspectors and detectives beneath them were now burdened with overtime. To address this issue effectively, Gleef had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in days, his dark circles evident, his face haggard. Thus, to expedite the resolution of this criminal case, Mr. Douglas had specifically instructed an inspector to form a special investigation team comprising several elite inspectors from East London, and two detectives, including yourself, were also invited. Oh, Lorian inquired, intrigued. And who is the other detective? It is Detective Herman. This gentleman operates a well-known agency in West London. Sheriff Ward seized the opportunity to speak, offering a brief introduction. Noticing that the investigator had gathered a sufficient understanding of the case, he tentatively remarked, regarding the commission. Well, this is indeed a chilling affair. However, Lorian slowly shook his head and replied, I must respectfully decline. He had intended to distance himself from the notorious name of Jack the Ripper to prevent the exposure of his own identity as a vampire, and had no desire to become embroiled in this investigation. Sheriff Gleef, taken aback by the detective's refusal, recalled the explicit request from his superior and hastily added, This is not a request for your services without compensation, Mr. Douglas has approved a consultancy fee of $900. Should you accept the commission, $250 of that would be yours. For a relatively obscure private investigator, $250 was indeed a generous sum. The last time, Rudolph Hill had handed him $200 all at once, merely due to a lucky encounter, which also carried a hint of bribery. Nevertheless, Lorian politely declined, stating, "I have recently taken on several other commissions and unfortunately lack the time. I sincerely apologize. But with so many detective agencies in East London, I am certain you will find someone more suitable." Gleef and Ward exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their discontent at the detective's refusal, particularly given the special invitation from the police headquarters. Ultimately, they could only helplessly hand him a file. In any case, please review this material first. Otherwise, we would have difficulty reporting back to our superiors. The sheriff was merely a slightly higher-ranking worker within the police department. Failing to resolve this matter would likely earn him a scolding from his boss. Reminded of his past as a mere cog in the machine, Lorian did not want to press them further and accepted the file, glancing through its contents. The file contained detailed reports on the Ripper's grisly crimes. The first recorded incident occurred on September 11th, 1888, when a murderer named Evans was brutally slain at the Whitechapel police station. After a brief lull, the Ripper struck again on September 14th, 1888, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals in a single night, most of whom were gang members from East London. Following this, attacks occurred almost every other day, with each victim having their chest brutally opened, leading the police to dismiss the possibility of revenge as a motive in the initial case. Thus far, there were no discrepancies. Although Lorian could discern Jack Arnold's movements through their bloodline connection, Arnold would still come to report back to him after each of his actions. However, when Lorian turned to the next page of the report, his gaze suddenly froze. On September 17th, 1888, the Ripper had struck again, but this time he had changed his targets, resulting in 2 fatalities, both prostitutes from the Whitechapel area. Wait. Lorian scrutinized the page multiple times to confirm he was not mistaken before flipping to the next. Gianna Liz, Marilyn, Annie Chapman, Jane Kelly. From this page onward, all the victims listed were prostitutes from the Whitechapel area, totaling 8 victims. Lorian was certain that Jack had never laid a hand on these individuals. "Hold on. I shall accept this commission." "What?" Sheriff Gleef exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. "Did you not just say?" Lorian narrowed his eyes. "I believe that to bring this ruthless criminal to justice, I can temporarily set aside my other commissions. After all, capturing criminals is one of my responsibilities, and given the brutality of this individual, I feel a sense of obligation as a professional detective in East London." As the 2 sheriffs exhaled in relief and smiled, he added, "Of course, the consultancy fee remains non-negotiable." "You need not worry," Sheriff Gleef patted his chest. "The police headquarters will certainly remember this matter." Lorian stood by the window, watching a black police car depart the street below the apartment building. He drew the curtains and resumed his seat behind the desk. "It appears someone has misappropriated your name, Jack." He leaned back in his chair, a contemplative expression on his face. In the empty room, dark shadows converged in one place, swirling and roiling. Moments later, the shadowy figure of Jack Arnold, towering and imposing, emerged from the gloom. He slightly bowed his head, tipping his wide-brimmed hat, the hem of his coat stained with blood. Chapter 24, Unboxing. Lorian's mood was far from pleasant. Although this country is known as Great Britain, and across the Channel lies France, his observations over the past few days have led him to conclude that this nation bears no resemblance to the once glorious British Empire. As for the coincidental names of certain cities, figures, and historical events, one would need to consult Max Planck, the father of quantum mechanics, for answers. It all leads back to quantum entanglement. Thus, logically speaking, it should be impossible for a Jack the Ripper to truly exist. If that is the case, then it must be that after Jack Arnold's reputation spread, someone began to imitate his name to commit crimes, committing offenses and expecting my people to take the fall for you. What a ludicrous notion, the thought that in the future, Jack Arnold might bear the same label as the historical Ripper, the killer of prostitutes, was unsettling to him. After all, he was the first progenitor vampire he had transformed, and currently, the strongest force he could command. Such a name was rather peculiar. It seemed necessary to first uncover the identity of this killer before allowing Jack to exact his revenge, thereby informing others that Jack the Ripper does not appreciate having his identity misused, and preventing such incidents from recurring. Lorian stroked his chin in contemplation. Given that Jack could only control a limited number of blood thralls simultaneously, indiscriminately granting blood to ordinary humans would adversely affect the eventual returns he could derive from them, hindering the development of vampire influence in the long run. It would also impede his growth in power. Thus far, The Order of the Cross had only 2 blood thralls, Green and Michelle, following an elite path. Only those who demonstrated sufficient capability could receive blood. However, the number of ordinary members had surged to over 30, and under Evans's management, they had established a fixed meeting place and organizational structure, forming connections with local powers, thereby beginning to find their footing. Lorian planned to participate in the police's investigation into Jack the Ripper, keeping abreast of the public progress while allowing Evans to discreetly seek out clues and simultaneously hone the members' abilities, filtering out the incompetent ones. For the next few days, refrain from any external activities and assist Evans in managing the Order of the Cross. I understand, sir, Jack replied with a cold demeanor. Very well, Lorian nodded, intending to check on Evans's progress, but prior to that, he had another matter to address. The bounty for Bounty Hunter J had arrived. In East London, Blackfriars, 1145 Hamo Street. This stronghold had long fallen into disrepair, and the bar had long since closed. Initially, upon learning that a bounty hunter had raided their stronghold, resulting in the death of Orlando Smith, who was responsible for managing the area, the upper echelons of the Corey brothers unanimously decided they must track down this individual and teach him a lesson, if they did not reclaim their territory. The reputation of the twin brothers, Ricky and Ron Corey, would undoubtedly suffer. Such rumors detrimental to the stability of the gang must be quashed in their infancy. As it happened, just as they had organized their manpower and were about to take action, they received information from an insider planted within other gangs. Not only they, but a significant portion of the Black Furling gang strongholds has been thoroughly swept clean. Among those known to them, there are precisely 4 individuals, all of whom hold considerable status within the gang. Among them, 2 unfortunate souls were not discovered missing by their subordinates until the following day, with only a pool of blood left behind in their chambers. Upon learning of this incident, the higher-ups of the Corey Brotherhood were immediately engulfed by trepidation. After weighing their options internally, they resolved to send a few ordinary members to merely appease the orders of the twin brothers, deeming it unnecessary to expend excessive energy. To pit me against such ruthless individuals is akin to asking for my demise. Across the street at the cafe, several detectives from the Special Operations Unit of the police department, disguised as ordinary citizens, lay in wait. Do you think the bounty hunter known as Jay will show up? One detective inquired in a hushed tone, lowering his newspaper that had concealed his face. He should, replied his partner, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. According to the bartender, once the bounty is placed here, he will contact Jay, who will come to collect it himself. A total of 7 detectives were dispatched for this operation, stationed at various crucial intersections and within the building adjacent to the bar. At this moment, they had already handed the bounty over to the bartender and were silently awaiting Jay's arrival. The internal sentiment within the police department regarding this extraordinarily skilled yet audacious bounty hunter was largely positive. As long as he refrained from transgressing the law, and his methods, albeit unconventional, were permissible, the police would turn a blind eye. This endeavor was merely an attempt to ascertain the identity of the individual. Even upon encountering the bounty hunter, the detectives would refrain from any further actions. Inside the bar, the anxious young bartender dialed the number left by the bounty hunter. After a few seconds of static, a voice emerged on the other end. Who is this? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, the bartender exhaled a sigh of relief. It's me, the bartender who assisted you with the list of gang members that day, a subordinate of Orlon Smith. Reflecting on the fact that the hunter had eliminated 5 relatively notable gang members overnight, he swallowed hard and murmured, the police department has delivered the bounty. They are waiting for you to collect it. Though I only saw one person, I suspect they have many others positioned outside. I understand. The deliberately disguised voice of Lorian came through, cold and unyielding. Place the money in Orlon Smith's room and ensure no one remains inside. Understood. The bartender grasped a nearby black suitcase. Wait, there's one more thing. He halted, pressing the portable phone to his ear. Please go ahead. You may take 20 pounds from it as my remuneration. The bartender hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not refuse. Thank you for your generosity. He hurried up the stairs, entered Orlon Smith's room, placed the suitcase on the table, extracted 2 10-pound notes, then closed the suitcase and turned to leave, ensuring to secure the door tightly behind him. Throughout this process, the call remained connected. I have placed the money in the room, all contained within a black suitcase, resting on the desk. He cautiously glanced around, lowering his voice. There is a document bag in the drawer of the desk. You can transfer the money into that and take it with you. After finishing his statement, he hung up and nonchalantly returned to the front desk, gesturing with his hands towards the exit before leaving the bar. Upon reaching the street, he was searched to confirm he bore no bounty before being allowed to depart. As time passed, the fog outside thickened. After nearly an hour of waiting, the police department's leader finally sensed something amiss. Quickly, he commanded his subordinate with a furrowed brow. Send someone in to check if the bounty is still there. The two detectives in the cafe received the order, rising to brave the light rain as they crossed the street, swiftly ascending to the second floor of the bar. Standing at the door of Orlon Smith's room, they exchanged glances before forcefully pushing the door open to peer inside. A chill swept through the air as they discovered the suitcase had vanished. Meanwhile, in the apartment's foyer, a shadow coalesced into form as Lorian emerged. Placing the heavy black suitcase on the desk, he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Open a box. Chapter 25. The Vampire Lurking in the Rainy Night. The black suitcase opened to reveal a trove of 10-pound notes, their crisp white and brown patterns exuding a delightful scent of ink. Lorian extracted a note, ready to begin counting, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. A surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting a swift inspection. To his astonishment, he found that within such a large suitcase, only the topmost layer contained cash. The rest was merely a raised base and dark red velvet. After counting, he confirmed that the suitcase held a total of 430 pounds. Adding the 20 pounds given to the bartender, it should have amounted to 450 pounds. Yet, the bounty for the 5 criminals, including Orlon Smith, totaled only 416 pounds. The police department had not only refrained from cutting corners, but had, in fact, provided a portion as a tip. You folks are rather generous. However, for some that could fit within a wallet, why use such a large suitcase? At the very least, it could have been exchanged for smaller denominations of shillings or pennies. Lorian's expression darkened. When he first laid eyes on the suitcase brimming with 10-pound notes, he had assumed the police department sought to bribe him with their ill-gotten gains. Yet now, he could at least claim to have become a man of wealth. He neatly stacked the bills on the desk, then withdrew all the money from his wallet, sorting it into distinct piles according to denomination, creating thick stacks. Upon his arrival in this place, he had scoured the apartment's walls and managed to find only 20 shillings, scarcely enough to sustain him. Now, with the 200 pounds from the Tepesh Manor case, over 100 pounds scavenged from Orlon Smith's room, and a current bounty of 430 pounds, he had amassed a total exceeding 730 pounds in less than a week. Apart from the 100 pounds allocated to Evans for expanding his influence, he now possessed over 600 pounds. For a considerable time, he need not worry about finances. Lorian silently mapped out his plans. Once he resolved the Jack the Ripper situation with the police department, he would vacate this place and seek a better located apartment, preferably in East London. Despite its drawbacks, poor security, high crime rates, underdeveloped economy, and chaotic social order, East London still possessed appealing conditions. For instance, the gang members were exceptionally hospitable. Evans had even procured individuals to provide him with blood, and during the extraction, these people remained utterly silent. Perfect, it was time to check on how Evans was faring. Lorian stowed away the money. According to Gleif and Sheriff Ward, the police department would commence their investigation the day after tomorrow, leaving him with 2 days of preparation. He returned to his bedroom, reclined in a comfortable position, and adorned his finger with a bright silver ring. The crimson light shimmered in a dark red. Solidified spirit gradually emerged, drifting out of the window, and, seizing the opportunity when the surroundings were deserted, adeptly slipped into the sewer. When utilizing shadow manipulation for movement, one must rely on the shadow of an object as a vessel. Hence, during the day, he could only traverse the dimly lit sewers. After these past few days of running about, he had nearly memorized the layout of the surrounding sewer network. East London knew him. As dusk descends, the sun hangs low in the sky, casting a somber glow over the rain-soaked streets below. On the second floor of the billiards club, Sheldon paces back and forth, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He occasionally inhales deeply from his cigar, seeking solace in the tobacco to numb his restless spirit. Has he yet to ascertain the true nature of those individuals? His assistant, Jorge, seated with arms crossed before the coffee table, shakes his head sullenly. This group operates with utmost secrecy and vigilance, erasing every trace of their presence after each operation, leaving us with no useful clues. The leader seems to have materialized from thin air, as no one has laid eyes on him to this day. A band of shadowy figures, with an air of impatience. Sheldon extinguishes his cigar in the ashtray. For several days now, an enigmatic organization has emerged within his territory, encroaching upon the Sheldon family's business and domain. Initially, he presumed they were merely a few reckless youths and dispatched a handful of men to deal with them, only to have them returned, broken and battered. Infuriated, Sheldon raged at their audacity to intrude upon his territory, where he had shown restraint in merely seeking to dissuade them. Yet, they had the audacity to issue threats in return. While the Sheldon family may not be a dominant force in Newham, they wield enough influence to not tolerate such insolence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheldon dispatched several trusted confidants, accompanied by over 20 armed members, to confront this group. To his utter dismay, none returned. Taking a deep breath, Sheldon sank into the sofa, nervously twisting his fingers. Calculating the timeline, it had been less than a week since these individuals first appeared. Yet they had already siphoned a considerable amount of money from his coffers, and the loss of over 20 family members and several key associates had severely weakened his power, nearly spiraling out of control. He was left in the dark regarding their name or the identity of their leader, only surmising they hailed from some faction in East London. Such rudeness from an outsider gang. Hadn't he sent someone to negotiate with them? What had become of that? Not a whisper of news. Jorge, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Since our first encounter, every family member who had direct dealings with them has vanished without a trace. As for their whereabouts, we can only speculate." Damn it. Sheldon scowled, cursing under his breath, before retrieving a fresh cigar from the box, igniting it with a flick of his lighter, the flame licking at the end of the cigar. Just as he placed the lit cigar between his lips, he suddenly perked up, ears twitching, and stood abruptly. Someone is below. Jorge, equally alert, drew his revolver from its holster. To avert confrontation with that group, the billiards club had ceased operations for several days, leaving only one person to watch over the premises while the other family members remained on the second floor. The commotion below was clearly not the work of a single individual. Exchanging a silent glance with Sheldon, they moved cautiously to the door, peering through the peephole. Bang! To their astonishment, a series of muffled gunshots erupted, bullets raining into the room from beyond the door. Jorge, who had been peering through the peephole, was struck multiple times and fell back with a thud. "Run!" he screamed, blood gushing from his face, before mustering his remaining strength to shove Sheldon aside, positioning himself against the door to shield him from the bullets. His revolver, having lost its potency upon being hit, clattered to the ground. "Jorge!" Sheldon called out, instinctively preparing to leap from the window. The incessant gunfire outside indicated that the other family members had already been targeted. Their adversaries had been lying in wait. The earlier noise merely a ruse to draw them near for a more advantageous shot. Thud! Thud! The gunfire ceased momentarily as someone began to violently batter the door. The locks could scarcely withstand the force, and with a resounding crash, the door flew open, slamming against the wall, while Jorge's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. More bullets than flesh. Amidst the chaos, Sheldon too was struck, collapsing to the ground. Seeing figures rush in, he raised his weapon and fired without a second thought. He hit something, yet the sound was not that of flesh being pierced. What? Sheldon widened his eyes, beholding a shield and the imposing figure of a detective behind it. "Drop your weapons. We have received reports of illegal gatherings taking place here, backed by substantial evidence and a roster of individuals involved. The evidence is irrefutable. It would be wise to cease your resistance." A voice outside blared through a megaphone. "Surrender your weapons, and you shall not be harmed." The detectives surged forward, their voices ringing out as they squeezed their triggers. Damn it, a rabble of undisciplined miscreants. Sheldon had yet to relinquish his revolver when a hail of bullets riddled him, leaving him lifeless, eyes wide open in disbelief. Outside, the torrential rain washed over the misty city. Across the street on the third floor, Evan stood silently at the window, taking in the rain-soaked night and everything across the way. The blooded acolyte, Michelle, bowed slightly, presenting him with a report. "Your Grace, by the end of tonight, the Sheldon family will be but a memory." Indeed, Evans nodded with satisfaction. At that time, dispatch individuals to seize a portion of their assets as a regular source of funding for our sect. Remember to leave a portion untouched, allowing the others to tear each other apart. Understood. Recalling the Sheldon family's recent attempts to eradicate them, Evans could not suppress a chuckle. A band of ignorant fools. How could they possibly withstand the power of the sacred blood and my intellect? Though gangs run rampant in East London, they remain under the watchful eye of the police department, which conducts a major purge annually. Typically, they refrain from striking first, partly due to insufficient evidence, and partly because of the high costs involved. However, with Evans providing ample evidence, and having preemptively dealt with most of the combatants, the police department would undoubtedly be eager to take a bite out of this juicy bone. The greatest challenge lay in convincing the police department of his intelligence. As it stands, he was executing this endeavor with remarkable finesse. Behind the two men, a dark red head emerged stealthily from the wall. Lorian, having witnessed Sheldon's demise, was left utterly astonished. What a stroke of fortune. Chapter 26. The cult leader delayed by manual labor. After a £100 initial investment, Lorian had not paid much attention to Evans's development, only hearing snippets during Jack's occasional reports. Thus, he possessed only fragmented knowledge of the Sacred Cross and was unaware of their encroachment upon local powers in East London. He revealed himself, and, just as Evans, lost in his own brilliance, sensed an inexplicable yet familiar surge of power, he turned in astonishment. My lord, Lorian's ethereal form was markedly different from usual. His crimson essence, towering nearly 2 meters, enveloped in a pure black robe. His brass-hued eyes seemed to devour burning metal, exuding an aura of profound depth and weight. As Evans turned, Michelle instinctively twisted her body, her pupils dilating as she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from deep within her bloodline, compelling her to bow her head in deference, lest her gaze disrespect the resplendent crimson spirit before her. Since becoming an acolyte of the church, she had never experienced such intense tremors from anyone, not even from Evans, who was only slightly superior to her in terms of bloodline. Upon hearing the title of the blood-offering priest beside him, he immediately comprehended that this was indeed a deity worshipped by the church, or at the very least, a manifestation of such. He buried his face against his chest, an unusual flush of crimson rising to his cheeks, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably. The priest's words were indeed true. The church truly served a divine being, and it was not merely a deceptive narrative crafted to win hearts and placate the faithful. Reflecting upon the power and status he now possessed, Michel could scarcely maintain his composure, yearning to prostrate himself before this magnificent entity. Coughing discreetly, Lorian had not anticipated such a profound reaction from them. Maintaining a stern expression, he spoke in a low voice. You have performed admirably. Oh no, this is becoming embarrassing. Upon receiving praise from the devil, Evans felt a wave of exhilaration deep within his soul, tremblingly responding. This is what I ought to do. How could I, of all people, be fortunate enough to witness the true form of our Lord? He mistakenly believed Lorian to be a demon walking among men, considering the detective merely a vessel he had created or occupied at will, with the formidable spectral state representing his true essence. That gleaming silver ring was an artifact imbued with demonic power, brought from hell to earth, intended to liberate his own strength from the frail constraints of flesh. No, how could the true form of our Lord descend upon the mortal realm so casually? This must merely be a consciousness infused with a modicum of great power, residing within a corporeal shell. Lost in thought, Evans suddenly shook his head vigorously, dispelling the notion, awakening to the realization of his folly. How could a mortal presume to speculate on the thoughts and actions of demon? Lorian discerned that a lamentable barrier named faith had erected itself between him and them. Struggling to maintain a grave demeanor, he tersely remarked, Speak of the current state of the cross of the consecrated. At your command. Evans, still bowing, took a deep breath and continued. After diligent efforts these past few days, there are currently 2 blood recipients within the cross of the consecrated, namely, Michel and Green. Upon hearing his name uttered by the priest, Michel's breath grew noticeably heavier, losing his usual composure. Evans proceeded to report to Lorian, aside from the blood recipients, I have categorized the members of the sect based on their contributions and abilities into senior members, regular members, and peripheral members. Only senior members are privy to the existence of vampires. Regular members, aside from a few within the church who may acquire formidable powers, remain entirely ignorant of all other matters, while peripheral members are kept in the dark about any information that could potentially expose me and Elder Arnold. Utilized for handling high-risk tasks or managing assets under the supervision of regular members, channeling funds to the church, and facilitating external contacts. As of now, the church comprises 13 senior members, 8 regular members, and 15 peripheral members. To prevent malicious individuals from infiltrating, we implement rigorous screening and scrutiny during the recruitment of new members and when members ascend in rank, with each process personally overseen by myself. Moreover, the church has effectively taken control of a billiards club, generating approximately $40 in revenue weekly. This all sounded rather professional. It seemed that Evans had indeed been underutilized as a servant at the Teeps Manor. He was practically a cult leader hindered by menial labor. Lorian was exceedingly pleased with his arrangements. His spirits lifted when he suddenly recalled the unfortunate specter he had encountered days prior. What assignment have you given to Benson? The Lord even remembered his name. Evans replied respectfully. Benson is currently providing legal counsel to the church and is also involved in the compilation of the Book of Consecration. Cough, cough. Lorian internally coughed a few times. What are you compiling? In just a few days, you've even managed to create a cult text? The Book of Consecration is the sacred text of our lineage, meant to extol the Lord's majesty and the doctrines of the cross of the consecrated. Evans stated cautiously, "This task is being conducted at Elder Arnold's behest and is still in the preparatory phase. To avoid any intolerable errors, Benson, Elder Arnold, and I shall review the content multiple times before presenting it to you, so it may take quite some time." "Hiss, I'm just a vampire, not a dark god." Lorian suddenly began to doubt whether he might attract the attention of Orthodox churches and heretic hunters. Although the actions of the Cross of the Consecrated could be deemed exceedingly conservative among the various cults in East London, even the most extreme conservatives would consider them overly cautious. Not only did they refrain from openly proclaiming the name of their object of worship, but they also concealed it even within their organization. However, in this world, there exist several universally accepted Orthodox beliefs, and the Church even wields certain military forces. If you were to inquire of God how many disciples he has, the Vatican and the Pope could indeed muster an army for you. Lorian did not wish for a day when a cadre of crusaders, clad in knightly armor and wielding great swords, would burst through his door to inspect his fidelity to faith. "You are far too heretical." He maintained his expression, neither directly denying their endeavor to compile the Book of Consecration. Such measures to win the hearts of people were indeed necessary in the initial stages of the organization. However, you may proceed with this matter independently, and the Book of Consecration should not be disseminated externally. It should only circulate within the Church. Chapter 27. What mischief have you engaged in? Adhering to the principle that a leader should not articulate matters too clearly, Lorian casually encouraged the two, refraining from further comments. It had been over half an hour since he arrived, witnessing Sheldon being raided by detectives, and as twilight descended. Thus, within the cheap apartment, the detective, lying peacefully on his bed in room 204, suddenly opened his eyes and removed the ring from his finger. Meanwhile, on Evans and Michelle's side, the crimson spectral entity vanished with a resounding echo following its speech. Evans remained bowed for some time before straightening, gazing out the window with a look of fervor mirrored in Michelle's eyes, whose faith had grown ever more resolute, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Our night has only just begun." In the apartment foyer, Evans took great care in executing Lorian's directives. Having already investigated the history of the previous owners of Benson's upscale apartment, sharing this information during his report on the Cross of the Consecrated's developments, Lorian reached for a blank sheet of paper from the drawer, only to remember that it had been cleared out, now occupied by a dozen blood-sucking spiders. Nearly forgetting, he opened the cabinet beneath the desk, pulling out a sheet of paper to place on the table, contemplating as he made notes with a fountain pen. The previous owner before Benson was Horace Van Will, a surgeon, currently residing with the former owner, Godrian Fallon, serving as a professor at Miskatonic University. With limited information, he could not deduce any useful leads for the time being, so he noted these names and identities to await further information from Evans, to ascertain which former owner had left behind the gleaming silver ring. It was also possible that none of them had. The ring may have been hidden there before the house was sold or leased. Lorian temporarily set this matter aside, redirecting his focus to the changes within his own body. After several days, having consumed ordinary blood, Benson finally bestowed upon him a new ability. It was called ghostly resonance, according to the information in his mind. This was a rare offensive capability, capable of generating a wide-ranging AoE mental attack through the vibration of the vocal cords. Its specific effect was to disrupt the mental state of the target, interrupting their spellcasting process. In the crowded confines of the apartment, where anonymity is a fleeting luxury, Luo Yin refrained from immediately testing his abilities. Instead, he took stock of the powers he currently possessed. Foremost among them was the environmental perception he initially acquired from the number 2 blood-sucking ant, which enabled him to relay various information about his surroundings to its possessor, an unparalleled reconnaissance skill that had proven invaluable in his early endeavors. Subsequently, he inherited multiple abilities from the first-generation vampire, Jack Arnold, including shadow manipulation, the resilience of the Ripper against unarmed attacks, and flesh regeneration. These powers were now of paramount importance to him, surpassing the cumulative value of all other abilities bestowed by the blood recipients. The remainder of his capabilities amounted to a smattering of basic physical attributes. In summation, his physical prowess had nearly reached the zenith of human potential. Any further enhancement would necessitate either the creation of another first-generation vampire to shatter his limits in one fell swoop, or a gradual evolution through cultivating blood-feeding organisms with ordinary blood, alongside the development of the consecrated cross, to induce a qualitative change via quantitative accumulation. The former seemed implausible, as his blood-giving skill was still on cooldown, and thus far, he had not encountered a suitable candidate. The latter could not be rushed, All he could do was push forward incrementally. A pervasive sense of unease lingered in Luo-Lian's mind, an inescapable feeling akin to a thorn in his back. Yet upon reflection, he could not pinpoint its origin. Something felt amiss. If it were related to Oliver Winston, that entanglement had only arisen after his involvement in the investigation of the Tepesh Manor murder. But this feeling had manifested shortly after his arrival. Tapping his pen against the desk, a potential explanation emerged. Since the change was not instigated by him, it must stem from something inherently present. Lacking full memories, he remained oblivious to its nature. What mischief have you gotten into? Luo-Lian pondered, befuddled by how a nondescript third-rate detective could attract trouble, to the point of worrying even in death. It had become an obsession. Nevertheless, despite his ignorance regarding the specific trouble at hand, he did not dwell on it excessively. At times, upon reaching a certain level, one's mindset naturally transforms, altering perspectives on various matters. Much like how some individuals, upon advancing to high school, deem Ultraman and Kamen Rider overly juvenile, distancing themselves from such interests. While for university students, they remain just right. Now, he was not merely the clandestine vampire king of London, but also governed a multitude of followers. For a former detective, this posed considerable challenges. Matters that could potentially endanger his life had become trivial, easily dismissed with a wave of his hand, as others rushed to assist him. One could not deny the satisfaction in that. With that thought, Luo-Lian temporarily set aside the matter and began preparing to address the police department's investigation into Jack the Ripper. A night passed without incident. 2 hurried days later, the appointed time with Chief Inspector Gleef arrived as scheduled. A sleek, all-black police car halted at the apartment entrance. Detective Luo-Lian. Chief Inspector Gleef enthusiastically pushed the door open and entered, remarking, "It feels as though you've grown even more handsome in our brief absence." "Oh, not at all. It is you, Chief Inspector Gleef, who possesses a more distinguished demeanor," Luo-Lian replied, engaging in a mutual exchange of pleasantries before delving into serious matters. The police department had completed the analysis of all victims slain by Jack the Ripper, re-examined each crime scene, and compiled a comprehensive report for his review. "Very well," Luo-Lian said, inviting Chief Inspector Gleef to take a seat. He then accepted the folder handed to him and extracted several documents for perusal. It was evident that the police department had indeed prepared extensively. The reports were meticulously crafted, succinctly conveying all pertinent information regarding Jack the Ripper, comprehensive yet concise. "Shall we proceed to meet with the others?" Chief Inspector Gleef reiterated. "Aside from you, another detective will be Mr. Hermann, who should already be at the police department." "I have no objections," Luo-Lian replied, rising to accompany Chief Inspector Gleef for the investigation. They descended the stairs together, with Gleef holding the car door open for him. Luo-Lian settled in the back seat, and just as the engine roared to life, Gleef suddenly recalled something and turned to him, saying, "I forgot to mention, the leader of this special investigation team is a young inspector with considerable experience." "Oh," Luo-Lian inquired, intrigued. "His name is Aaron Hastings, the head of the Whitechapel enforcement team." Chapter 28. Good Men, Bad Men, and Little Men. Aaron Hastings? Upon hearing Chief Inspector Gleef's introduction, Luo-Lian's expression shifted oddly. He recalled that during their last meeting, Inspector Hastings had introduced himself as the inspector of the Whitechapel enforcement team. Coincidentally, the site where Jack Arnold had murdered Evans was precisely within the jurisdiction of the Whitechapel precinct. Chief Inspector Gleef, turning back to face the detective, noted the look of recognition on Luo-Lian's face and asked, "Do you know Inspector Hastings?" Luo-Lian straightened his posture, a mischievous glint in his eye as he replied, "I once collaborated with him on a case. Although technically, it had been Detective Winnie who had commissioned him, with Hastings merely covering the fees. However, rounding it off, one could say they had indeed worked together." "I never would have imagined," Chief Inspector Gleef remarked with newfound respect. "You are acquainted with this inspector." His surprise was genuine. Despite the new police chief Douglas S. recommendation to invite this detective, it was clear that Hastings possessed some level of competence. Yet, the inspector's record at the police department was remarkably sparse. Not to mention significant criminal cases, he had scarcely investigated even minor offenses. It could only be concluded that those with talent often preferred to remain discreet. With this thought, Chief Inspector Gleef drove on, expressing to the detective, "Inspector Aaron Hastings is currently the youngest inspector at the department. He ascended from a rookie officer to inspector in less than 4 years. A trusted subordinate of the previous police chief of East London, Mr. Moriarty." He shook his head, adding, "If it weren't for his relatively brief tenure, Hastings' accomplishments would have already warranted a promotion to senior inspector. No wonder he is so professional," Luo-Lian mused. Recalling Hastings' keen intuition and extensive knowledge from their previous investigation into a missing persons case. There are a few intriguing anecdotes regarding this inspector. What kind of anecdotes? The chief's words piqued Lorian's curiosity. Well, Gleef considered carefully, ensuring that his remarks would not offend Hastings, before continuing. Upon taking over the law enforcement management of the Whitechapel area, Hastings summoned all personnel, including those on leave, on his very first day. Just as they anticipated the new inspector would announce some new regulations, Hastings dismissed everyone, declaring them all unqualified and announcing his intention to form a new enforcement team. Really? That decisive? Lorian mused, surprised by Hastings' apparent boldness. But do inspectors have such significant authority within the police department? He thought silently, refraining from further comment as he awaited the chief's elaboration. This incident had caused quite a stir at the time, even making headlines, yet ultimately, public sentiment leaned overwhelmingly in favor of the new police star, criticizing the capabilities of the police department's employees. Chief Inspector Gleef chuckled, adding, "And Inspector Hastings did not make this decision lightly. He had reported to Mr. Moriarty beforehand and received his approval. Moreover, aside from the severance pay he received from the police department, he also generously contributed an additional 10% from his own pocket to the law enforcement officers, despite having little savings at the time. Thus, this act was entirely legal, compliant, and reasonable, leaving no room for criticism from anyone." Indeed, that is the case. Lorian nodded thoughtfully and then suddenly inquired, "Does Inspector Hastings have a sister?" He referred to Detective Winnie. "It appears that you have quite a rapport with Inspector Hastings," remarked Sergeant Gleef. "This gentleman's, he hesitated momentarily. "This gentleman's sister is named Winnie, and she also serves in the police department. However, it must be noted that Mr. Hastings strongly disapproves of this arrangement and has repeatedly suggested she resign." He sighed, acknowledging that this is quite natural, as being a detective in East London is not a safe occupation, and with Winnie's education, she could easily pursue a more respectable career. "So that explains it." Lorian nodded in realization, as certain peculiarities in his mind were clarified. Sergeant Gleef chose not to elaborate further, and after a brief interval, a black police car came to a halt in front of the Whitechapel police station. "Is this the esteemed Detective Lorian?" A chief inspector, adorned with the standard round hard hat of the police department, awaited at the entrance. He stood tall and erect, his sharp gaze reflecting the brilliance of 2 additional stars on his shoulder insignia compared to Sergeant Gleef. Indeed, Sergeant Gleef nodded as he led the detective forward. "This is Mr. Lorian, invited by Mr. Douglas. He has previously solved the case at Tepec Manor and has collaborated with Inspector Aaron Hastings, making him a highly experienced professional." He then introduced Lorian to the chief inspector. "This is Chief Inspector Kuhn, who once served alongside Mr. Douglas in the Sheffield Fleet." Chief Inspector Kuhn, with his dark complexion and pronounced brows and eyes, exhibited a distinctly military demeanor, moving with precise and purposeful strides. He approached and briefly shook the detective's hand. "Greetings, Mr. Lorian." "Hello," Lorian politely replied. He was not the first to arrive at the police station, but neither was he the last. As he entered the conference room, following Sergeant Gleef, a man in his 30s with a face resembling that of a bald eagle stood at the doorway. "Good afternoon, Detective." He wore a broad-brimmed hat, sported a short mustache on his upper lip, and was clad in a fashionable Chester coat. Adjusting his attire as he extended his hand towards the newly arrived detective, Lorian sensed an overwhelming aura of arrogance emanating from him, and he had no intention of shaking his hand. "Who is this?" "Oh," Sergeant Gleef interjected diplomatically. "This is Detective Herman, the founder of the Herman Detective Agency. And this is Mr. Lorian. Although not widely known, he is indeed a detective of considerable experience. Gentlemen, perhaps you should step inside and take a seat." "Very well." Lorian bypassed Herman and entered the conference room, while the latter unperturbedly withdrew his hand and, as they brushed past each other, quietly remarked, "This is not a simple commission. My friend, if your understanding of this world transcends mere surface knowledge, you should be aware that many matters are both unknown and perilous to ordinary individuals." "Which riddle man are you referring to?" Lorian continued walking, his attention subtly sharpening. He was all too familiar with such tones, reminiscent of someone who, upon reaching high school, had encountered certain indescribable experiences, naturally cultivating a peculiar confidence over their more innocent peers. Fundamentally, this was a form of superiority rooted in a disparity of information. "Have I finally encountered someone of extraordinary capability?" Lorian replied. "What are you implying?" Herman walked alongside him towards their seats. "What I mean is that you should abandon this commission, as it poses too great a danger for you. This way, I can claim the entire sum of £900. Of course, as compensation, I can offer you £20. He lounged back in his chair and removed his hat, adding, Though the disparity between these two figures may seem vast, the latter requires no effort on your part to obtain. Lorian's expression subtly shifted, and before he could respond further, the conference room door swung open once more, revealing Aaron Hastings clad in a pristine inspector's uniform, accompanied by a group of detectives and Chief Inspector Coon. He nodded gently at Lorian before taking his seat, and once everyone was settled, he instructed his assistant to distribute a stack of documents. Apologies, everyone. I was attending to some personal matters and lost a bit of time. Now, let us delve directly into the subject at hand. Chapter 29. The Dark Corners of the World. Lorian refrained from continuing his conversation with Herman and accepted the paper documents from Hastings' assistant. This dossier was far more comprehensive than the one Sergeant Gleef had shown him earlier, detailing the exact time of death for each victim, along with black and white photographs of the crime scene and autopsy reports. The Metropolitan Police Department of London boasts a specialized forensic team, which, although not widely recognized, enjoys significantly higher salaries and benefits compared to ordinary detectives, with weekly earnings sometimes exceeding 3 times that of their counterparts during peak disparities. Lorian skimmed through the report, noting that the autopsy results for the gang members aligned closely with the briefing Jack had provided. However, he was perplexed by the remaining victims. At that moment, Aaron Hastings, seated at the head of the conference table, spoke up. I am Aaron Hastings, the current inspector of the Whitechapel Enforcement Team, tasked with handling the Jack the Ripper case. I trust everyone here is already familiar with the name Jack the Ripper, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. In summary, this is a highly dangerous and malevolent individual, and for the safety and security of the citizens of East London, Director Douglas has mandated that we resolve this matter within 2 weeks. Having delivered his opening remarks, he continued, following several days of preliminary investigation. The police department has compiled a list of suspects based on the traces left by Jack the Ripper at the crime scenes and the social connections of the victims. While this list may not be entirely accurate, it holds considerable reference value. As soon as he finished speaking, Herman raised his hand to interject. Please proceed. Aaron acknowledged the detective. Mr. Hastings, we should head directly to the crime scene for our investigation. Relying solely on these documents will not lead us to a resolution. Let us not rush. Detective Herman, Aaron Hastings replied, his demeanor unchanged. We will conduct an on-site investigation shortly, but for now, let us first hear everyone's thoughts on this case. Very well, Herman shrugged. As you wish. A low murmur of discussion began to rise in the conference room as detectives exchanged opinions in hushed tones. Lorian flipped to the last page of the documents, where he found the suspect list that Aaron had mentioned. Elliot Marsh, one of the victims, Gianna Liz's former boyfriend, was also a notorious patron in the Whitechapel area, described as burly and having once worked as a butcher. Joseph Spinn, a former psychiatrist, had been committed to an asylum for hysteria and was only released on December 4th, 1887. He was currently employed as a dock worker and might possess certain tendencies toward aggression. After briefly reviewing the suspect list, Lorian cleared his throat to capture the attention of those in the conference room, slowly articulating, based on these reports. It appears that after committing his first crime at the Whitechapel police station, Jack the Ripper exhibited a particularly selective choice of targets, predominantly notorious gang members. However, last week, he abruptly shifted his focus to the prostitutes in the Whitechapel area. Is it possible that someone is imitating his methods? Aaron Hastings found this speculation rather credible. There exists a possibility. He tapped the table as he analyzed. Judging by the conditions of the deceased, the majority had succumbed to a single, fatal blow. Thus, Jack the Ripper must be a physically robust adult male, approximately 180 centimeters tall, though one cannot dismiss the possibility of deliberate disguise. From his premise, the search radius can be significantly narrowed. All 7 suspects on the list meet this criterion and possess ample opportunity to commit the crimes. Herman chuckled, suggesting, why not arrest everyone and interrogate them? Those who resist can be subjected to coercion. It won't be long before the true culprit is revealed. Lorian shot him a glance. You seem rather extreme. The corners of Hastings' mouth twitched slightly. Without concrete evidence, the police department cannot arbitrarily detain suspects, let alone employ torture, which was abolished during the first police reform, at least on the surface. For the next half hour, the group engaged in further discussion until noon arrived. Inspector Hastings noted that the members of the Special Investigation Team had sufficiently acclimatized and led them to investigate the most recent victim. The Whitechapel police station possessed only 2 patrol cars. Hastings shared one with Coon and 3 other detectives, while Lorian, Herman, and Sergeant Gleef occupied the other. Herman sighed morosely. It seems you have no intention of withdrawing from this investigation. Lorian's expression shifted. Why would I withdraw? Even if Jack the Ripper is extraordinarily strong, he is merely one individual, targeting only those who are alone. We have numbers on our side. Do you still believe that a criminal capable of such deeds is an ordinary person? Herman emphasized the word ordinary. I am well aware he is no ordinary man. After all, ordinary individuals do not possess such audacity and capability. Lorian continued to feign ignorance, attempting to extract more information while discerning where Jack might have revealed his slip. Very well, if you wish to court danger, I shan't hinder you. However, to prevent you from dragging me down, allow me to enlighten you. Herman rubbed his temples in exasperation, slightly tilting his head and speaking in a tone only they could hear. In this world, there exist forces beyond the imagination of the average person, and the source of these powers lies in the innate spirituality of each individual. He appeared to divulge his knowledge without reservation. All extraordinary powers accessible to mortals derive from the spiritual gifts bestowed by the world. This is one of the undeniable axioms. While the source of power is spirituality, its manifestations are myriad, and sorcerers are among the least dangerous and most common professions. Herman raised his head with an air of pride. Clearly, I am one endowed with extraordinary abilities. Impressive, impressive, Lorian played along, embodying the role of an ordinary person while questioning, what does this have to do with Jack the Ripper? Herman's expression stiffened as he perceived the clarity of Lorian's ignorance. How did you become a detective? He retorted, his face darkening. Of course, Jack the Ripper likely possesses extraordinary powers as well, and his hunting of those deceased may be part of some bloody ritual. Spirituality, sorcerers, extraordinary rituals. Lorian swiftly absorbed this knowledge, falling silent as if struck by the arcane shadows of this world. Beside him, Herman discreetly observed, ensuring Lorian's demeanor remained unchanged before silently releasing a sigh of relief. The frenzied, tumultuous instinct of spirituality gradually settled. Chapter 30. The Cost of Knowledge. Lorian was convinced that the recent victims bore no relation to Jack the Ripper. Someone was imitating the crimes. Aaron Hastings had also chosen to commence his investigation with the prostitutes in the Whitechapel area. In the car, Herman stared silently out of the window. Since you suspect Jack the Ripper might be a sorcerer or some other extraordinary being, why not inform Inspector Hastings? Herman rested his hand on the car window, appearing unfazed. What do they have to do with me? Even if they all perish, I will still receive the bounty from the police department. Perhaps, given the brutality of this investigation, the chief might even grant me a little extra. Why would I refuse? Then why share this with me? Lorian, seemingly unsettled by the abundance of concealed knowledge, appeared somewhat unnatural. If I were to be killed by him while investigating Jack the Ripper, you would be able to claim that 900 bounty for yourself. He exerted considerable effort to suppress a smile. Herman shot him a sidelong glance. After all, you and I are colleagues. It would be a pity for you to perish so easily. I truly appreciate your concern. Lorian suspected that his current status as a vampire endowed him with certain peculiarities easily detectable by such extraordinary individuals, which was why Herman employed such words to gauge his reaction. However, it seemed that, at least for now, the other party could not reach a definitive conclusion. A sense of urgency welled up within him, from Benson, Herman, and Oliver Winston's circumstances. It was evident that extraordinary powers were not rampant in this world, but neither were they rare. Within a span of mere weeks, he had encountered several incidents involving extraordinary powers, yet he remained utterly ignorant of their nature. Moreover, judging by their names and sources of power, vampires likely lean towards chaos. Should their identities be revealed, they could face a concerted assault from righteous individuals. If he were to inadvertently cross paths with a demon hunter or similar figure, he might not even perceive their presence before being struck down. Even as a vampire king, he could not withstand a surprise attack or a righteous mob. Although he had instinctively known, upon becoming a vampire, that the unique power was called spirituality, he only grasped its existence without comprehending its essence. Having finally caught a glimpse of a sheep, he was determined to extract every last ounce. What precisely is spirituality? He unleashed his acting prowess, continuing to portray the role of an ordinary person whose worldview had just been reshaped, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Edmund, do not mistake me for a benevolent teacher. I merely wish to ensure you do not become a liability in the forthcoming endeavors. The rarer something is, the more costly it becomes. Do you not understand this principle? If not for vested interests, who would generously impart such knowledge to you? Understood. Lorian refrained from further inquiries, instead reaching into his coat pocket to withdraw a banknote adorned with a gray background and white patterns. One question, 10 pounds. A vein throbbed on Herman's forehead. I was merely making a metaphor. I did not mean for you to offer money in exchange. Lorian waved the banknote in front of him with 2 fingers. 20 pounds. Herman fell silent for a moment. Not enough. Just tell me the amount. After appraising Lorian, Herman ascertained that he was genuinely uninformed and deliberated for a moment before stating, 30 pounds. Deal. Lorian smiled. Indeed, while money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it is absolutely crippling. You may ask directly. Herman gestured towards Sergeant Gleave, who was driving ahead. He won't hear us. Very well. Luo Lien assessed the cash he was carrying, estimating it sufficient to pose 10 inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered aloud. What exactly is spirituality? This question eluded a definitive answer from anyone. Herman responded with ease. However, within the current extraordinary realm, the most widely accepted theory posits that spirituality stems from the influence of the biological soul, representing the uniqueness of each individual's essence and serving as the key to unlocking the mysteries of existence, capable of unearthing the latent powers within the depths of the psyche and elevating the soul. In simpler terms, it is akin to a form of mental force or spiritual energy. Luo Yin rubbed his chin as he absorbed this knowledge. Given that every soul and its spirituality are singular, the power one can uncover post-initiation as a sorcerer will also vary. Herman promptly halted his discourse. That asked the next question. Well then, Luo Yin retrieved his wallet, extracting a thick stack of notes, and handed him 3 10-pound bills. What distinguishes the various professions in the extraordinary realm? This inquiry was far from singular. Herman's lips twitched. For 30 pounds. Do you expect me to provide a comprehensive introduction to every profession? You'll need to increase the fee. Luo Yin, feeling financially generous, knew that lost money would invariably return to him in some form. Herman lapsed into silence for a moment. Increasing the fee won't help. You don't actually know, do you? Luo Yin's gaze turned skeptical. It appears you might be a rather mediocre sorcerer. Herman's expression darkened. Of course I know, but such knowledge is not freely divulged. No amount of money could change that. All right then. Luo Yin shifted his query. Could you enlighten me about the profession of a sorcerer? Surely you can disclose that? Certainly. Herman nodded. The sorcerer is, thus far, a profession characterized by exceedingly low risk while possessing universal appeal, comprising the largest group of extraordinary individuals in the realm. Wait. Luo Yin interjected. Are you saying that the sorcerer is the profession with the least danger in the extraordinary world, implying all other professions entail a certain level of risk? Potentially quite high. Is there a problem with that? Herman replied matter-of-factly. Even ordinary people's exercises, such as running or strength training, can pose physical dangers, and fatalities are not out of the realm of possibility. The soul resides at the core of every being, and it remains largely unexplored. Even the most advanced mystics have merely skimmed the surface. Attempting to forcibly penetrate the depths of the soul to extract power will invariably entail numerous unforeseen consequences. Luo Yin bowed his head in thought, realizing the truth in Herman's words. Chapter 31, Scotland Yard. Sorcerers are categorized into 4 primary ranks: fate, spirit, mystery, and energy. Herman proclaimed with pride, and I am an energy-ranked sorcerer. So, an energy-ranked sorcerer occupies the very lowest tier among extraordinary beings? Luo Yin mused, while simultaneously evaluating his own abilities, pondering which stage he might currently occupy. The means to become a sorcerer could be set aside for now, as he likely wouldn't encounter that knowledge in the immediate future. After becoming a sorcerer, one must engage in meditation to enhance both the quality and quantity of their spirituality, unearthing their unique sorcery from the sea of consciousness. Herman deliberately introduced several unfamiliar terminologies, anticipating Luo Yin's payment for clarification. Quite the opportunist. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, weighing the priority of his questions. What is sorcery? Herman spread his hands, waiting for Luo Yin to place 3 10-pound notes before he continued. Consider a revolver as an analogy. If spirituality is akin to gunpowder and bullets, then sorcery is the weapon itself. Only with the appropriate sorcery can one fully harness the potential of their spirituality. With each advancement, one can master 13 different sorceries. However, certain sorceries are universal, meaning that with study and mastery, anyone can wield them. Luo Yin expressionlessly handed over 6 10-pound notes. Meditation and the sea of consciousness. Herman appeared somewhat astonished. You truly are affluent. As Luo Yin silently mused, a thought struck him. Why are you still in need of money? Since you're a sorcerer, endowed with extraordinary power, you should have long since exploited the gang members of East London. Why then resort to conducting these esoteric classes for a mere 30 pounds? You need not articulate your thoughts. I can discern what you're contemplating. Herman chuckled, adjusting his hat. As far as I know, Even sorcerers cannot withstand the most advanced firearms and ammunition. Though I am an energy-ranked sorcerer, I can only run faster and jump higher than an ordinary person. I can still be injured or even killed by gunfire. The distinction lies in the fact that while a normal person may succumb to a single shot, I can withstand two. Indeed, you seem to have limited experience. Lorian was now convinced that Hermann was either a novice sorcerer, equally ignorant of the arcane knowledge, or lacked the talent to progress beyond the energy rank, remaining trapped in that stage, unable to access the true depths of the mysteries. Not to mention, even the spiritual avatar of that bright silver ring could almost be immune to all bullet damage. His own regenerative flesh could withstand an entire magazine without flinching at the pain. Well, no more inquiries on that front. His interest in Hermann diminished significantly. Yet, a new question soon emerged in Lorian's mind. If that is the case, what emboldens you to hunt down Jack the Ripper? Even an armed, ordinary person could inflict fatal harm upon you. What gives you the audacity to pursue such an extraordinary being? Haha, Hermann replied contemplatively. The deeds attributed to Jack the Ripper may sound formidable, but in truth, he merely ambushes isolated, ordinary individuals. Even if those prostitutes were not his victims, his abilities are unlikely to be remarkable. Moreover, he said, his gaze profound, those who brazenly disrupt the order of the world, do you suppose they escape retribution? No one dares act in such a manner unless they are a brash fool, inflated with a modicum of power, believing themselves invincible. Indeed, Lorian felt a surge of relief for his recent prudence. According to your assertions, is there a specific agency tasked with monitoring such extraordinary crimes? Indeed, Hermann affirmed. If such an agency did not exist, the world's order would have collapsed long ago. What is this agency called? Though their functions might be similar, the specific names varied by country and region. Hermann slowed his speech, fixing his gaze on Lorian, enunciating each word. In Great Britain, it is referred to as Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard? Lorian recalled that this was originally a nickname for the Metropolitan Police Service in London. He had not anticipated it evolving into an independent, extraordinary institution. It did indeed sound quite fitting. He had long suspected the existence of such an agency. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately curtailed Jack Arnold's actions and the development of the members of the Cross of Blessing. Without control, the latter's exponential growth would have undoubtedly drawn the scrutiny of Scotland Yard. Even now, he could not be certain of their complete safety. It was possible that they had already caught the attention of Scotland Yard or other extraordinary forces. In light of recent events, it seemed that among the multitude of cultists in East London, numerous genuine extraordinary beings might be lurking. It is imperative that once this matter is concluded, a meticulous plan for the future of the Sacred Cross be established. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable. A strategy must be devised to cultivate a facade of innocence. Lorian suppressed the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind and cleared his throat, saying, "Please continue discussing the knowledge of meditation and the sea of consciousness." Indeed, Hermann redirected the conversation. In truth, meditation and the sea of consciousness are inextricably linked. Meditation is essentially the sole means by which a sorcerer can enhance their spirituality. It is a method of reaching one's soul through attaining a profound state of tranquility, while the sea of consciousness is where your soul resides. He said this succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Within, Lorian began to outline a vision of an extraordinary realm. After a moment of contemplation, he posed one final inquiry. Do certain objects of remarkable power exist in this world? Your intellect is commendable. You have arrived at this conclusion rather swiftly, Hermann chuckled lightly. Where there are extraordinary beings and powers, there must also be extraordinary artifacts. These objects endowed with remarkable power are referred to as relics. Relics? That sounds rather ominous. As if they are items stripped from the deceased. Lorian silently scoffed, though upon recalling the bright silver ring in his possession, he found the name somewhat palatable. He was a staunch pragmatist, a man who believed in seizing what was useful. If something belonged to someone else and proved advantageous, it was only logical to make use of it. Why are such extraordinary items termed relics? Well, there's indeed a reason, Hermann replied. A subtle smile playing on his lips, his gaze dark and penetrating like that of a bald eagle. The shadowy corners of this world are not as idyllic as many might imagine. Virtuous individuals do not necessarily survive, nor do malevolent ones invariably meet their end. In a realm rife with deceit, a minor misstep could lead to demise. When an extraordinary being perishes, their soul, having washed ashore from the sea of consciousness, transmutes into a relic. Chapter 32. Who Killed Marilyn? As Herman's esoteric lecture drew to a close, the investigation team arrived at their destination. Two black police vehicles entered the slums of the Whitechapel area, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The Whitechapel district serves as London's largest hub for immigrants, predominantly consisting of illegal entrants from Romania and Eastern Europe, lacking identification and forced to toil in sweatshops, barely scraping by. Alongside these immigrants, the area is also home to the lower echelons of British laborers. The police cars halted before a red brick edifice, and Lorian, accompanied by Herman, alighted from the vehicle. Sheriff Grieve approached, rubbing his temples. Good grief, I feel somewhat nauseous. Perhaps it's due to a lack of rest lately. Sheriff Grieve nodded in agreement. Indeed. The case of Jack the Ripper has kept me awake these past few days. As Lorian adjusted his coat, he discreetly glanced at Herman. It was evident that the latter possessed some knowledge, albeit limited. The sole notable aspect seemed to be the esoteric insights he provided, which filled many gaps in Lorian's understanding. However, in terms of direct combat prowess, he might not surpass the current Jack Arnold. Thus, it was likely that this ability to influence the perceptions of others was one of the skills he acquired upon becoming a sorcerer. If the extraordinary powers in this world were rooted in such subtle and intangible arts, he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Otherwise, he might unwittingly find himself in perilous situations. This highly secretive and elusive extraordinary power was most conducive to the emergence of insidious threats. Compared to ordinary individuals, it remained to be seen whether a vampire-esque physique would exhibit greater resistance to such influences. Reflecting on the unique abilities reported by Jack, Benson, and their associates, they bore a striking resemblance to the techniques Herman had described. As Lorian pondered these matters, he slowed his pace, ensuring Herman remained within his line of sight. How disheartening, Herman chuckled, feigning sorrow. I only unveiled the hidden veil of this world moments ago, and you're already on guard against me. Do not misunderstand. I do not harbor distrust towards everyone, merely towards you, Lorian replied candidly. Herman was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the charge of 30 pounds for a question was rather paltry. You possess a way with words. Alas, I am inherently incapable of deceit, Lorian replied nonchalantly, spotting Aaron Hastings and other detectives waiting ahead and leisurely proceeding towards them. This is the workplace of the most recent victim, the prostitute Marilyn, a brothel known as the Rose House. Upon his arrival, Inspector Hastings surveyed the surroundings and began to explain. The name Rose House is rather melodious, Herman remarked with a soft laugh, then turned to Lorian. I am not mocking those unfortunate souls who barter their bodies for coin. With a hint of regret, he continued, in my earlier days as a hired gun, I considered seeking employment at a brothel due to the multitude of enemies I had. But they do not hire men. Do you hear yourself? Lorian could not suppress a cough, glancing at Herman's stubbled face, feeling quite unsettled. Your experiences are indeed varied. Inspector Aaron Hastings, with a serious demeanor, interjected, we shall save idle chatter for later. Let us first examine the scene of Marilyn's demise. Very well, Herman acquiesced, falling silent. Aside from the two detectives, the others donned the uniforms of the police department, making them quite distinguishable as they walked along. Upon entering, the person in charge of the Rose House, alerted by the wind, hurried over. Gentlemen, what brings you here? The manager was a woman in her 40s, heavily made up, her speech accompanied by a strange scent of perfume. We are conducting an investigation, Inspector Hastings replied curtly, casting a scrutinizing glance at her. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? I am. No, I am not the owner. I have merely been hired to manage this place. You may call me Old Hawk. The manager's moniker sounded masculine, and she cautiously glanced at the group of detectives behind Hastings, clearly intimidated by their presence. Are you here in contemporary Britain? There exists a curious phenomenon. While sex work is legal, the organization of such work is met with severe penalties. Establishments like the Rose House navigate the murky waters of legality. Although it is widely acknowledged that they are brothels, they do not explicitly offer sexual services, instead operating under the guise of hotels or apartments. The sex workers are residents of the establishment rather than employees. When customers arrive, they select their preferred service provider and receive a room number to negotiate prices with the resident. Those who reside here must pay a fixed weekly rent, which effectively siphons off 70 of their earnings. We are here to address the case of Marilyn's death, Inspector Hastings stated with a cold firmness. She was a resident of the Rose House, correct? Marilyn? Old Hawk furrowed her brow in contemplation. Yes. She hasn't been here for 2 days. You say she is dead? Before Aaron Hastings could respond, Herman, growing impatient, interjected. I fully comprehend that your life and time hold little value. And it seems you are keen on showcasing your theatrical talents here, but my time is far more precious than your meager existence. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, devoid of any emotion, and he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. If you continue to waste my time, unforeseen consequences may arise, which I believe none of us wish to witness. Do you not agree? It was rather amusing how polite he was, cursing while still maintaining a veneer of respect. Lorian was nearly unable to suppress a smile at the remark about this old fool. Old Hawk flinched at Herman's fierce gaze, instinctively taking 2 steps back, stammering. I truly him? He glanced sideways. Old Hawk quickly corrected himself, speaking at a rapid pace. Marilyn indeed worked at the Rose House. No, she resided here. Yesterday, I heard someone say she was murdered by a man known as Jack the Ripper. Fearing it might affect the business of the Rose House, I disposed of all her belongings, and now, I doubt anything remains. As she spoke, noticing the unfriendly expressions of the police officers, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Huh, you certainly know how to conduct business. Lorian subtly twitched his nose, catching a whiff of a peculiar ink mixed with the scent of rust permeating the air of the Rose House. Chapter 33. Shadows in the Eyes. Marilyn's room number was 120. Lorian accompanied the others to take a look, and indeed, it had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving no trace behind. Then we must visit Marilyn's home, he mused, stroking his chin. The residences of the deceased had already been inspected by the police, but with the investigation at the Rose House stalled, they had no choice but to try their luck elsewhere. Aaron Hastings nodded, then summoned 2 detectives who were members of the Whitechapel enforcement team. I suspect Old Hawk is involved in illegal organized services. You 2 go check her home. No need to bother with the Rose House. You really don't hold grudges, Lorian remarked. Revenge is best served immediately. It certainly won't be postponed until tomorrow. As for why only Old Hawk was being dealt with and not the Rose House, it was likely due to tacit approval of the existence of these sex workers. Old Hawk, trailing behind the group, trembled upon hearing this, her complexion pale, yet she dared not utter a word. As the others passed by, she hurriedly lowered her head. Leaving the Rose House, the group quickly arrived at Marilyn's abode. On the way, Sheriff Grieve, accompanied by some detectives, headed off to investigate other deceased prostitutes. Only 2 detectives remained with Inspector Hastings, along with Constable Kuhn and 2 more detectives. This apartment was once Marilyn's residence. The apartment manager led them upstairs. A few days ago, I read about her murder in the newspaper and have been too fearful to touch her belongings. Aaron Hastings, as the authorized lead investigator for this case, was the first to push the door open. A musty air rushed out as soon as the door was ajar, revealing a room that was reasonably clean and tidy, albeit sparsely furnished with only a simple single bed, a vanity, and a wardrobe. On the wall by the window hung a photograph. It was a group picture, seemingly of a mother and daughter, set against the backdrop of this very apartment. Both had golden hair. The little girl shyly tucked her hands behind her back. The older woman, though not in good health, managed to maintain a semblance of smile. Marilyn had a daughter? Lorian inquired casually. No, that is not Marilyn's daughter, the landlord replied cautiously. The little girl is actually Marilyn. The older woman is her mother. Mariana. Mariana? Indeed. The landlord furrowed his brow, recalling. It was about 24 years ago. I'm not entirely sure, but at that time, my father still managed this building. And Mariana moved in. According to him, Mariana had brought her young daughter Marilyn when she first moved in. For a while, it seemed someone was providing them with financial support, but after about 6 months, that assistance ceased, forcing Mariana to seek employment. She changed jobs numerous times, yet the meager wages were insufficient to sustain both mother and daughter. The crux of the matter was that she was unaware of where she had contracted opium tincture. After several months, she began surreptitiously bringing unfamiliar adult men into the apartment. The landlord had explicitly forbidden such behavior, threatening to raise their rent if he caught her again. He felt pity for them and, on several occasions, reduced their rent, nearly providing them with free accommodation. After that, Mariana ceased bringing men home and instead worked directly in a brothel. The landlord sighed. Who would have thought her daughter would follow the same path? In Whitechapel, nearly 70 of households had female members engaged in sex work to supplement the family income. At the age of 13, they could only work through certain means, but once fully matured, they could commence formal employment. Most of these women resorted to such actions only when faced with dire financial straits, while some chose to pursue it as a profession. The landlord was taken aback by Mariana's initial demeanor, which seemed cultured, unlike someone who had grown up in the filth of Whitechapel. Why didn't you disclose this to the detectives who searched yesterday? The landlord's expression was innocent. They merely inquired about Marilyn's situation and did not request any further information. Surely this is unrelated to the murder. right? That was decades ago. Lorian said little more, briefly surveying the room before beginning his examination. He opened the wardrobe, revealing women's clothing, while beneath it lay a pile of small items. Oh, his expression suddenly changed. Did you find something? Aaron Hastings inquired, as he was more adept at decision-making and guiding the investigation than at conducting on-site inquiries. Someone has been here, Lorian confirmed with his keen awareness of the environment. Not long ago, perhaps less than 10 minutes. Aaron turned to look at the landlord by the door, who was now drenched in cold sweat. I am unaware of this matter. I locked the door 2 days ago. And aside from the detectives who came yesterday, I have not allowed anyone else to enter. Lorian continued to rummage, inspecting traces within the wardrobe, then turned to survey the room once more, a cryptic smile curling at his lips. He entered through the window, quite professionally. Had it not been for the disarray in the wardrobe, I might have been easily deceived. It seems we shall soon behold the visage of this Ripper. He referred to the Ripper, not Jack the Ripper. Finally caught you. Hastings, without a doubt, took his words seriously, addressing Constable Coon with gravity. Seal off the apartment immediately. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my consent. Understood. The constable replied, hastily escorting the landlord downstairs. I didn't expect you to have some merit after all. Herman, oblivious to anything amiss in the room, found this delicate approach to solving cases much too refined compared to his usual blunt methods. Can you locate the Ripper who infiltrated this room? Lorian pondered, attempting to reach out to Jack, and upon receiving a response, asked curiously. Herman fell silent once more, waiting until Aaron Hastings left the room before gritting his teeth and whispering. Sorcerers are merely mortals with some special abilities. Do not mistake me for omnipotent. I have never encountered such a useless, extraordinary being. Lorian found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his full attention to enhancing his environmental perception, meticulously tracing the faintest traces within the room in pursuit of the Ripper's whereabouts. A subtle hum resonated in his ears, and his vision appeared to be shrouded in a grayish-white filter. Following the dissemination of Jack the Ripper's name through the newspapers, the abilities he had inherited from Arnold grew increasingly potent, alongside a notable enhancement in his other skills. With his entire focus concentrated, his environmental perception unfurled like the senses of a monster hunter in a tale of sorcery, dissecting every detail around him and laying it bare before his eyes. As Lorian maintained the use of his abilities, his gaze shifted to the side, landing upon Herman. He wished to ascertain whether his now amplified environmental perception could distinguish between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Observing Herman felt no different from observing a common individual, save for a certain prominence in his aura. Just as Lorian contemplated shifting his gaze, Herman suddenly turned his head, sensing the intensity of the former's stare, and was seized by a chill. What are you looking at? He inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Lorian's gaze abruptly froze. On Herman's face, the pupils had vanished, replaced by a luminous blue glow, cold and devoid of emotion. Chapter 34. The eyes are the windows to the soul. How apartment. Indeed, his current perception could discern the distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary, yet the most striking feature proved to be the eyes themselves. That brilliant blue glow might very well be the external manifestation of one's spirit. While Lorian contemplated this, he maintained an impassive facade, stating, I am merely searching for the Ripper's trail. You are obstructing my path. This was a candid truth, derived from the feedback of his environmental perception, moments prior. The Ripper had indeed vacated through this very route after infiltrating Marilyn's room. Herman's lips twitched. Isn't it true that you insisted on walking behind me for your own safety? Lorian's expression remained unchanged. You could hasten your pace. As Herman darkened his countenance and quickened his steps, Lorian began to diligently investigate the barely perceptible footprints on the ground. The intruder had entered through the window, attempted to find something, yet failed, and subsequently employed a highly skilled method to obliterate any traces left behind, even neutralizing scents. Perhaps upon spotting the police car outside, he had stealthily exited before they ascended the stairs. Such psychological resilience and capability were not typical of ordinary thieves or murderers. Thus, he must be the true culprit behind Marilyn's demise. Aside from the window, this apartment possessed no other entrance or exit. Given the uncertainty regarding whether personnel from the police car remained on guard, it was plausible that the Ripper still lurked somewhere within the apartment. It was truly unexpected that an inconspicuous prostitute from the Rose Room could be entangled in such a web of intrigue. The layers of veils obscuring the truth began to peel away, revealing the troublemaker right before him, within reach. This exhilarating sensation of pursuing a quarry filled Lorian with a sense of euphoria. They descended the staircase at a leisurely pace, encountering Aaron Hastings returning. The exterior had been cordoned off. No one could exit. Could they ascertain that the one who infiltrated Marilyn's room was indeed the Ripper? If all goes as anticipated, it is he, Lorian asserted with conviction. I suspect it may be linked to Marilyn's mother, Mariana. From the landlord's description, she was likely the mistress of a significant figure, possibly possessing knowledge of matters beyond the grasp of ordinary people, which could explain why Marilyn was murdered. The other victims may have merely served as decoys. Herman leaned against the wall, a look of keen interest upon his face. Ah, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Perhaps I shall profit far beyond my expectations from this endeavor. However, Mariana had moved into this apartment over 20 years ago. Why would her lover only now decide to take action against Marilyn? He could not fathom this point. After a moment of silence, Aaron Hastings spoke softly. Next month, East London will conduct a new round of district council elections. Under Lorian's guidance, the trio approached the door. The sound of polished boots echoed against the floorboards as they reached the entrance of apartment 022, where Aaron Hastings halted, his expression grave. Lorian and Herman stood behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, police department. We are investigating. Half a minute passed before a response emerged from within. What is it? Officer, I am somewhat indisposed. I shall grant you 30 seconds. Inspector Hastings replied, his gaze lowered. Please have some understanding, detective. 29. I truly am unable. 26. After a silence of roughly 10 seconds. As Aaron counted down to 15, rustling sounds emanated from behind the door. Someone, clad in slippers, approached and cracked the door open slightly. The handle secured by a chain lock. Detective, a voice emerged. The door was opened by a woman in her 20s, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in a light, sleeveless dress, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying her fatigue. I need to search your room. The woman bit her lip, her face contorted in struggle. Do you have a search warrant? Aaron narrowed his eyes, retrieving his inspector's badge from the chest pocket of his uniform and displaying it. I am the inspector from the Whitechapel enforcement team. Please cooperate. He gestured subtly to the two detectives behind him, concealing his left hand behind his back. There is someone inside. Moreover, they have taken this innocent woman hostage, threatening her to keep the detectives at bay. Lorian's expression turned serious as he patted Herman's shoulder, signaling with his gaze, wait here. I'll protect this lady while you rush in to search the room. The content was too intricate for Herman to grasp, and he returned a puzzled look. What are you saying? Lorian blinked rapidly. Aren't you a sorcerer? Even if the Ripper inside has a gun, he shouldn't be that easy to hit, right? Herman began to understand part of the plan. Then why not you? Lorian's gaze remained clear and innocent. I am merely an ordinary person. If I were to be unfortunate enough to be shot, would that not lead to my untimely demise? With a ready-made pawn in their midst, he would never risk exposing himself by taking direct action. Moreover, Jack Earl would arrive shortly, providing a perfect opportunity to clear the suspicion surrounding the prostitute killer. Herman nodded. Very well, wait for my signal. In a brief exchange of glances, they concluded their discussion and maneuvered to the sides of the door. The lady observed this exchange, her lips twitching slightly, yet under Aaron Hastings' subtle shake of his head, she refrained from uttering any further words and continued conversing with him. I recently contracted a lung disease, which might be contagious. It would be best if you returned to search in a few days. Aaron pondered for a moment, seemingly in earnest consideration. Then please unlock the chain and allow me a brief look. Allicht. The woman in the sleeveless dress took a deep breath, her right hand trembling as she removed the chain lock, then gently opened the door. The moment the door creaked open, Aaron Hastings swiftly seized her wrist, adeptly pinning her back while quickly slipping inside, using the doorframe for cover. Lorian cooperatively pulled the woman behind him, instinctively drawing his revolver to provide cover for Herman as he charged into the room. The occupants inside reacted swiftly. The instant the homeowner was out of sight, they pulled the trigger, a barrage of gunfire erupting, with the curtains used for concealment being riddled with holes, their edges singed black. Yet each bullet grazed Herman's body without so much as brushing the hem of his clothing. The master of outlines. I finally caught you. Herman refrained from overtly employing his sorceress abilities and retaliated with his revolver. Bang, bang. The two exchanged fervent gunfire. The former emerged unscathed, while the Ripper sustained 2 shots to the thigh, the sound of clicking chambers echoing from his revolver. Out of bullets. Even the most novice sorcerer possesses an overwhelming advantage over ordinary folk. Herman, with an air of nonchalance, holstered his pistol and approached the fallen Ripper step by step. Look here, I see something on the ground. 900 pounds. The killer was an unremarkable-looking man, struggling to lean against the wall, his mouth agape, as if to utter something. At that moment, Herman's relaxed demeanor suddenly shifted. An instinctual warning surged through him. A frenzied alarm bell ringing in his mind. Danger! In the next instant, a dense darkness seeped through the window, swirling and coalescing into a formidable, silent figure. He gripped the Ripper's face with his large palm, eliciting a muffled wail of terror from the latter. I hear you also go by the name of Ripper. Jack's voice was low and gravelly as he lifted the injured man from the ground, tilting his hat and fixing his brass-toned gaze upon the stiff Herman. Herman's eyelid twitched. Chapter 35. Not a suitable day for investigation. As he felt the frantic stirrings of his instinctual intuition, Herman realized he had made a fatal misjudgment. There were indeed 2 Rippers. The recent spate of murders in Whitechapel had been orchestrated by an impostor. This individual likely sought to obscure certain evidence, resorting to murder to silence witnesses, with Marilyn as the primary target. The other victims merely serving as distractions to mislead investigators. The man before him was the true Jack the Ripper, the infamous serial killer who had invaded the Whitechapel police precinct to butcher criminals, earning notoriety and frequently gracing the pages of newspapers. However, he was not the mere novice Herman had imagined. Given the intensity of the warnings emanating from his instincts, Jack the Ripper was an exceedingly perilous figure, even for a sorcerer of Herman's caliber. At this point, not to mention the potential for monetary gain, a single misstep could cost him his life. Cold sweat beaded on Herman's forehead as he stood frozen in place, muscles tense, regretting his acceptance of this commission. At the very least, he should have demanded tenfold the fee from the police department to justify such a risk. Meanwhile, the Ripper, pinned by Jack, wore a pale expression, disbelief widening his eyes. What do you mean, you're also a Ripper? Is this person truly Jack the Ripper? His worldview crumbled in an instant, replaced by a profound, soul-chilling dread. He instinctively struggled, attempting to pry open the iron grip of the terrifying figure, but the latter's fingers remained immovable, like a vice. Thud, thud. Aaron Hastings approached the door, gun drawn, his heavy breathing fixated on the imposing figure by the window, his gaze betraying a weighty seriousness. The manner of the figure's entrance, coupled with the palpable tension in the air, evidently transcended that of an ordinary criminal. Shadows in the room surged toward the figure's feet, creeping and spreading like serpents of venom. Lorian also entered, feigning the role of a common detective, standing beside Inspector Hastings. He cautiously leveled his gun at Jack Arnold, though his eyes spoke a different intention. Well done. Please apply more pressure. Arnold understood that Mr. Devil, for reasons unknown, could not reveal his identity freely at the moment, and thus cooperated without displaying any oddity. He raised his left hand before his eyes, the Ripper within it now gasping for breath, wheezing audibly. You ought not to impersonate my name. Jack spoke in a low, hoarse tone. The thought of innocent lives lost due to this impostor usurping his identity stirred a bloodthirsty desire within him. Though, even without the guise of Jack the Ripper, the other would find a way to kill Marilyn. Jack Arnold's moral compass had yet to descend to the depths of some demons. He still held reservations about this. Spare me. The impostor Ripper managed to utter, feeling the grip on his face tightening, his complexion turning a deep red. Jack paid him no heed, instead directing his attention toward Herman. When Mr. Devil had contacted him earlier, he had already informed Jack of this extraordinary individual's identity, instructing him to seek an opportunity to gauge Herman's true capabilities. If circumstances proved unfavorable, he could disregard the impostor and retreat. Herman felt a chill run down his spine under the intensity of Jack's gaze. While he struggled to maintain his composure, he slowly retreated, yielding to his instincts. Today is not a day for investigation. I shall return and regroup for a couple of days. As he kept his eyes fixed on the unmoving Jack the Ripper, he took careful steps backward. After only a few paces, he suddenly sensed an obstruction behind him. Turning around, he found the detective casting a look of surprise. Where are you going? Herman's expression was complex. I suddenly remembered something. Lorian, equally bewildered, inquired, Did you not assert that Jack the Ripper was merely an audacious fool? Why not eliminate him first? Herman's expression faltered, wishing to convey something with his eyes when Jack the Ripper's deep voice broke the moment. Are you here to arrest me? At this, Herman lost interest in further silent exchanges with Lorian, abruptly turning to see the Ripper's terrifying visage, marked by stark indifference and malevolence. Just as he was about to offer a defense, Lorian interjected, responding with righteous indignation. Indeed, a criminal like you, who disregards law and morality, deserves to spend the latter half of your life in prison. Do not think that some tricks will allow you to evade the pursuit of the police. His voice trembled slightly, as if overwhelmed by the extraordinary scene before him. He then turned to Herman, signaling, The rest is up to you. Hermann's countenance darkened. He regretted revealing his identity as a sorcerer during their journey here. As he witnessed Jack the Ripper casually discard the unconscious man aside and slowly approach, clearly ready to act, Hermann inhaled deeply, a steely resolve forming in his expression. Since you are unwilling to let this go, then let us see what you are made of. He assumed a defensive stance, impatiently declaring, you two should leave quickly. What comes next is beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk. Aaron Hastings caught the implication in the detective's words, understanding that he, like Jack the Ripper before him, possessed extraordinary powers. After a brief silence, he replied, we have guns. We can provide cover for you. You would be grateful if you do not shoot me. The atmosphere in the apartment grew increasingly oppressive, a bead of sweat trickling down Hermann's cheek. Do not delay. This Ripper does not appear to be one for idle conversation. If we wait any longer, I may have to abandon you. Inspector Hastings refrained from further comment, glancing at Lorian beside him. No way if I leave here. How will I continue to enjoy the show? Lorian, while slowly retreating alongside Inspector Aaron, gestured for Arnold to cut the theatrics and get straight to the point. Arnold deciphered the meaning behind the devil's gaze, and with a sudden surge of determination, quickened his pace. He removed his wide-brimmed hat and extracted a short, crimson-hued blade, thrusting it menacingly towards Hermann's chest. Aaron Hastings and the detective could only retreat to the doorway as Arnold closed in on Hermann. The latter, remaining composed, rolled swiftly to the ground while simultaneously pulling the trigger. Bang! The fiery tongue of the gun erupted, striking the face of Jack the Ripper with a thunderous blast. Blood spraying forth, flesh tearing apart to reveal the stark whiteness of bone beneath. The injury momentarily impeded Jack's advance. The blood that dripped to the ground hissed as it seared, evaporating almost instantly. Just as Hermann silently exhaled a sigh of relief, Jack wiped the blood from his face, clearing his line of sight, revealing the flesh beneath writhing and regenerating visibly, clusters of white tissue pulsating gently. The flesh was regenerating. Hermann's pupils dilated in shock. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jack had already closed the distance, the black-red blade aimed at his shoulder, slicing through skin and embedding deep into bone. No, wait. Jack's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly withdrew the blade, realizing he had only pierced the hem of Hermann's clothing, never truly touching flesh. His senses had been deceived. Is this the power of an extraordinary being? He no longer held back, raising his left arm to shield against the bullets, then propelled himself forward. In a heartbeat, Hermann's heart raced fiercely. In the next instant, the blade struck again, tearing through his shirt front and drawing forth a cascade of blood. He felt a wave of searing heat in his chest as blood gushed forth, soaking into his tattered Chester coat. Damn! Jack the Ripper's onslaught was relentless, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, and Hermann's current techniques were ill-suited for direct combat, relying on instincts honed through years of life-and-death crises. Along with the continuous application of sensory manipulation, he barely managed to withstand the assault. In less than a minute of combat, Hermann was on the brink of collapse. Just as he was about to be decapitated on the spot, Jack the Ripper inexplicably paused, abruptly abandoning his assault and retreating. He seized the near-lifeless criminal on the ground, casting a peculiar glance at Hermann before dramatically swirling his cloak, obscuring everyone's vision with shadow, and leaping towards the window. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed, as the window and its wooden frame were blown apart under Hermann's vigilant gaze. Jack, in a reclined posture, leapt into the street amidst the swirling shadows, leaving behind a haunting phrase. Let this be enough for today. We shall meet again. Chapter 36. The Kind-Hearted Lord Arnold. Seeing Jack the Ripper depart with those enigmatic words, accompanied by the impostor of himself, Hermann finally felt the tension within him ease. I nearly fell here. He took a deep breath, struggling to draw in air, his complexion pale and wan from excessive blood loss. It seems that Jack can indeed handle ordinary extraordinary beings quite well, at least. He poses no significant threat to a sorcerer of Hermann's caliber. During their brief encounter, Lorian had roughly assessed his current standing in terms of strength. While uncertain about the distant future, he believed he could assert himself among lower-tier sorcerers, making a move to resolve matters concerning Oliver Winston. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he holstered his revolver and approached to examine Hermann's wounds. Deep breaths. Dizziness is to be expected. Coughing, Hermann waved his hand, signaling that he was relatively unscathed. Fear not. I am not yet at death's door. Jack clearly held back, or I would have been decapitated long ago. These minor flesh wounds will mend with a fortnight of rest. Yet compared to the physical injuries, the psychological toll was far more severe. Within mere minutes, he had several times believed he would meet his end here, To his astonishment, he had managed to salvage his life. The risks of the police department's commission are far too high. I shall not accept it again. Truly extraordinary beings, sustaining such injuries yet remaining largely unscathed. Lorian was somewhat surprised. The gaping crimson wounds revealed hints of Hermann's white ribcage. For an ordinary person, such injuries could spell imminent death, yet Hermann remained composed. Setting aside his combat prowess, his resilience was commendable, earning him the title of London's toughest. Jack the Ripper was indeed an extraordinary being, yet Lorian had not anticipated him to be so formidable, even inflicting significant damage on Hermann. Lorian inquired indirectly, "What tier do you believe he occupies within the extraordinary realm?" The apartment, in disarray from their earlier skirmish, prompted Hermann to find a clear space to sit, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. I became a sorcerer only 6 months ago, and have yet to find an opportunity for advancement. My understanding of the extraordinary world is limited." "I knew it." Lorian felt slightly cheated for having spent over £100. At that moment, Aaron Hastings approached the window, peering down to see several passers-by drawn by the commotion, gathering across the street, while Jack the Ripper had vanished without a trace. Hearing their exchange, he turned back, his expression grave with confusion. "Are both Jack the Ripper and Mr. Hermann classified as sorcerers?" "Indeed," Hermann replied weakly, nodding. "Since you've inadvertently become embroiled in a case involving extraordinary powers, and given your position as an inspector in the police department, Scotland Yard will undoubtedly send someone to engage with you." "Scotland Yard?" Hastings raised an eyebrow. "That is the institution in Great Britain dedicated to handling such incidents," Hermann sighed. "I had hoped to capture Jack before they could, in hopes of claiming that 900 reward, but I misjudged the situation gravely and nearly lost my life. Jack the Ripper is not a novice in the extraordinary world. He possesses a degree of confidence in his abilities as a seasoned extraordinary being." Hermann even suspected that Jack might be a secret-level sorcerer, though he couldn't confirm this without a point of reference. Hastings remained his usual taciturn self, asking a single question before lapsing into silence. Lorian, meanwhile, stroked his chin in contemplation. If even a civilian sorcerer like Hermann could perceive that Jack the Ripper was no ordinary man, Scotland Yard's investigators, as professionals, would certainly have taken note and might already possess substantial leads. Seizing this opportunity to retreat temporarily might be a wise decision. It would also allow Jack and me to address the remnants of the Teeps Manor murder case together, with a clear objective in mind. Lorian tore a strip from the curtain to staunch Hermann's bleeding. Aaron sought out a detective to comfort the unfortunate lady while borrowing a phone from the apartment manager to contact Chief Inspector Douglas, relaying the entire sequence of events. Approximately 15 minutes later, a chief inspector arrived with over 10 detectives, surrounding the apartment tightly. Following Douglas's instructions, Hastings omitted any mention of the extraordinary beings while reporting to the middle-aged inspector, stating only that Jack the Ripper had violently intruded, grievously wounding Hermann before hastily departing. The inspector harbored no suspicions, merely instructing the detectives to search for any suspicious clues. Seeing that his involvement had concluded, Lorian took his leave from the scene. He had pressing matters to attend to. In the evening, at a hideout of the Cross of the Covenant, 2nd floor, Lorian donned a sleek, jet-black coat, languidly reclining upon a plush sofa, a fine, unlit cigar resting between his fingers. He abstained from smoking, yet felt that with the atmosphere so charged, it would be somewhat lacking without the presence of a cigarette. Beside him stood Jack Arnold, appearing in his usual demeanor, while in the center of the room loomed the impostor who had masqueraded as him. "Who compelled you to impersonate Jack the Ripper?" The murderer trembled, stammering, "I." "Enough." Lorian waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away for interrogation. Just relay the results to me afterward. Leave him to Evans, but ensure he remains alive." "Understood," Arnold replied in a low tone, and, under the despairing gaze of the impostor, he grasped the nape of his neck and escorted him from the room. Soon after, faint screams echoed from outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, Arnold returned, his expression impassive as he wiped his palms with a white towel. He was a consummate assassin, a mercenary who rarely inquired about his employer's details. Apart from knowing the target was named Marilyn, he was oblivious to anything else. The notion of committing crimes under the guise of Jack the Ripper was entirely his own invention. "Is that so?" Lorian's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "The employer must have instructed you to procure something?" "No." Arnold, with a respectful demeanor, replied softly, according to his instructions. The employer requested that he search for a jade necklace in Marilyn's room, but he did not find it. He had been lurking in the lady's apartment, hoping to discern if we would uncover anything. Lorian elegantly gestured with the cigar in his hand, exuding the aura of a grand mobster. "Go instruct Evans." The vampires should also commence their actions. I desire to know every detail about that employer within 2 days. Understood, sir. Arnold responded in a subdued tone. Yet he did not depart immediately, standing silently beside Lorian. Is there something else? After a moment of contemplation, Arnold lowered his gaze and spoke. I wish to bestow the blood of the initial embrace upon the deceased, named Marilyn. Granted. Chapter 37, Bloody Mary. In the East End of London, deep into the night. At the Whitechapel police station, a shadowy figure moved stealthily through the darkness, circumventing the patrolling detectives in the guard booth, slipping unnoticed into the station's morgue. The bodies of the prostitutes who had perished in the recent Jack the Ripper case had been processed and temporarily stored here. Creak. The rusted iron door was gently pushed open, a chill seeping through as Jack Arnold entered with deliberate slowness. The morgue remained dimly lit, illuminated only by the cold moonlight filtering through a narrow window on the wall. In one corner lay a collection of specialized refrigerants, maintaining a low temperature suitable for the preservation of the corpses. The somewhat cramped room contained 12 beds, 7 of which were covered with white sheets, faintly revealing human forms. The ambience decidedly eerie. Amidst the sinister atmosphere, Arnold commenced his examination from the bed nearest the door, lifting the sheet to search for his target of the night. The first bed revealed the body of a corpulent woman, her eye sockets darkened, skin swollen and discolored, exuding a potent scent of death. Not this one. Following the orders of Mr. Devil, Evans had begun organizing peripheral personnel to investigate Marilyn and her mother, Mariana. Within mere hours, a wealth of information had been gathered. Due to the passage of time, the members of the Order of the Cross were currently limited to the lower East London area, and little valuable information had surfaced regarding Mariana. However, details about Marilyn were nearing completion. At 27 years of age, she had worked at the Rose House for over 7 years, her appealing appearance garnering significant patronage, establishing her reputation in the Whitechapel vicinity. Simultaneously, Evans had provided Arnold with a photograph of Marilyn, markedly clearer than the black and white image from the police report. As Arnold recalled Marilyn's visage, he approached the next bed. Not this one either. This bed held the body of a slender, diminutive woman with a limp, seemingly no older than 17, her left foot considerably shorter than her right. Skin tightly adhering to her bones, the time of death estimated to be over a week. Arnold gingerly covered her with a white sheet and proceeded to the next bed. Lifting the covering revealed the ghastly face of a young woman, her features still faintly recognizable as once beautiful. Her eyelids were half closed, hands resting naturally at her sides, golden, curled locks cascading down the back of her head, while her neck and left cheek bore the gruesome marks of stitching, a last attempt to maintain the semblance of dignity in her lifeless form. The visage matched Evans' photograph almost perfectly. Jack Arnold confirmed that this was indeed the Marilyn he sought, standing in silence for a moment before softly uttering her name. Marilyn. The ethereal blood of the initial embrace flowed from his palm, cascading into the corpse's cold, vacant eyes, creating crimson ripples. Plop! The stiff eyelids fluttered slightly, and in a daze, Marilyn opened her eyes to behold the swirling darkness before her. Behind the imposing figure cloaked in shadows stood a scarlet silhouette that obscured the night, a mist of grayish-white swirling around it. That merciless, icy gaze seemed to pierce straight from the depths of hell to her very soul. Achoo! At the stronghold of the Order of the Cross, Lorian let out a loud sneeze, prompting Evans to thoughtfully offer a handkerchief. Lorian dabbed at his itchy nose, sensing that Jack Arnold had completed the blood bestowal and was en route with the newly awakened vampire. Have you uncovered the identity of the employer behind that assassin? Almost. Evans replied, his head bowed. Based on his testimony, I had Michelle lead 2 season members to locate the intermediary for the assassin. This intermediary, named Pace, has not affiliated with any gang, but possesses a reasonable reputation in East London. Many are willing to employ his services for contract killings, and he holds considerable information on various assassins. The employer connected with the assassin through Pace. Lorian nodded gently. Evans continued, Pace is not particularly resilient under Michelle's threat. He swiftly divulged the identity of the employer. However, the employer was cautious, using a false identity when contacting Pace. Fortunately, Michelle's keen attention to inconspicuous details allowed her to deduce the employer's true identity. Who is it? It is a wealthy businessman named Zanoni, who is also the current candidate for the East London parliamentary position. If he successfully navigates next month's election, he will undoubtedly become one of East London's council members. A candidate? Lorian mused, connecting the dots with the apartment manager's account. Mariana must be this Zanoni's mistress. For reasons unknown, she had been abandoned and now lived with Marilyn in that apartment, potentially holding damaging evidence against Zanoni that, if revealed soon, could jeopardize his election. Yet, given the disparity in status between Zanoni and Marilyn, the extent of the incriminating evidence must be substantial to warrant such drastic measures, even resorting to hiring a killer. If discovered, this would similarly spell disaster for his political career. Never mind, he'll reveal it himself in due time. Lorian narrowed his eyes, turning to gaze out the window. A shadow swept into the room, coalescing into Arnold's towering form at the center. However, this time, beside Jack Arnold stood a woman who was a head shorter than him. She stood somewhat timidly, controlling her gaze, afraid to raise her eyes to look at Lorian on the sofa. Marilyn? Upon seeing the delicate black sutures still adorning her face and neck, combined with her crimson pupils, Lorian was struck by an eerie beauty. At the sound of her name being called, Marilyn trembled slightly, stiffly lowering her head, and respectfully addressed him. My lord. Lorian paused, glancing askance at the silently standing Jack Arnold. Having just transformed the other into a second-generation vampire, had he already imparted such a title to her before sharing anything of substance? Such unwavering loyalty was unnecessary. Bring that person up. He waved his hand in resignation. After all, it's the murderer of Marilyn. She should deal with it herself. Yes, my lord. Evans promptly exited, returning with a barely alive Ripper. The Ripper's eyelids were swollen, allowing only a narrow slit to see through, making the ground nearly indistinguishable. However, upon being brought into the room and catching sight of the cold-eyed Marilyn, he managed to force his eyes open. Panic and fear were evident in his eyes. Marilyn regarded him expressionlessly for a moment before turning to the great demon referred to by Arnold. My lord, may I kill him? Of course, Lorian replied nonchalantly. As you wish. No. The Ripper summoned a flicker of strength, and seeing no one obstructing him, he attempted to flee the room. Yet in the next moment, he froze in place, clutching at his throat, his face reddening. A faint hissing sound erupted as blood suddenly burst forth from his eyes, followed by his nose, mouth, and ears. Streams of scalding blood, under Marilyn's control, violently escaped his body, tearing through skin and vessels. Soon, the man's emaciated form collapsed, crimson blood saturating the floor, reeking of iron rust. What a gruesome scene, Lorian smiled, his eyes betraying no emotion. Then let us call you Bloody Mary. Chapter 38. Greatness, no words needed. As the first second-generation vampire, transformed by Jack Arnold, Marilyn, at the moment of her rebirth, bestowed upon Lorian the abilities derived from the bloodline source. She possessed two abilities, aptly named Blood Flow and Shattered Corpse. As the name suggests, the former allows manipulation of blood, transforming it into a state capable of attack or extracting blood from an enemy's body, albeit with a certain distance limitation. The latter grants the ability to awaken corpses, commanding them for a brief period. Currently, Marilyn's limit is approximately 3 at once. Lorian speculated he could control at least 7. Jack's Ripper did not perish from barehanded combat. Rather, his regenerative abilities favored close-range combat. It was unexpected that Marilyn, as a second-generation vampire transformed from him, possessed abilities more akin to those of a sorcerer. Lorian closed his eyes and felt that, compared to the immense physical enhancement gained when he resurrected Jack Arnold, the bodily benefits Marilyn conferred were negligible. In a state nearing the limits of a human vessel, the increase was almost insignificant, barely making a difference. The primary gain lay in the spiritual realm. He sensed a sudden qualitative and quantitative expansion of his spirituality, naturally acquiring an intuitive sense that could be activated at will, allowing him to foresee sources of danger. When combined with environmental perception, this ability would elevate his awareness to a terrifying level. In addition to this spiritual intuition, the two abilities proved quite useful, manipulating blood and awakening corpses. Lorian's gaze fell upon the lifeless body sprawled in the center of the room. Under the influence of the intangible arts, the withered corpse suddenly twitched a finger, its terrified eyes snapping open, and then, with stiff movements, it slowly stood, hunched before Lorian. It possessed no reason, was tireless, and would obey the commands of its summoner until its flesh and bones were irrevocably damaged, at which point it would succumb to slumber once more, sustained only by the summoner's spirituality. The more spirituality, the longer it could remain active. Given Lorian's current level of spirituality, he could likely sustain the reanimation for over a week without any adverse effects. However, its body would not be enhanced like a blood servant or corpse servant, remaining at the level it had in life, and might even experience a slight decline in functionality due to its loss of vitality. Very scientific, compared to ordinary humans. The advantage of a shattered corpse lay in its absence of pain and fear. Retaining only the most basic human instincts, it could not think, hence would not resist. Strictly adhering to the commands given by its summoner, regardless of what those commands entailed. In essence, it was a cold, lifeless entity, not to be regarded as a living being. After observing for a moment, Lorian waved his hand, and the corpse obeyed his command, beginning to cleanse the blood from the room. "Do you know Zanoni?" he inquired, looking at the timidly standing Marilyn. Marilyn bit her lip and replied, "I have heard his name from Mariana." Not referring to her as mother, but using Mariana's full name indicated a strained relationship. Lorian pondered, since Mariana was his mistress, why would Zanoni hire an assassin to kill you? When they were still in contact, I was quite young and not fully aware of the circumstances. However, I suspect Mariana secretly gathered evidence against him that was detrimental. Ah, that aligns closely with my speculation. Lorian thought for a moment and continued. Did Mariana ever pass on any leverage she had to you? She did not, Marilyn denied, even until her illness claimed her life. She took those things to the grave with her. Her scarlet eyes lowered. Most of the time, Mariana was not a wise woman, but when necessary, she could be quite cunning. In East London, in the Whitechapel area, a shadow entered the apartment, stopping in the room where Marilyn had lived. "Hurry up. You have 10 minutes, Jack Arnold spoke in a low voice. "I do not need that long." Marilyn emerged from the shadows, her expression inscrutable as she surveyed the apartment, exhibiting neither sadness nor pain, like a mere observer. She approached the window, carefully took down a photo with Mariana, and dusted it off. Then, she lifted it overhead and smashed it to the ground. Bang! The frame instantly bore an irreparable crack, shattered glass flying everywhere. And the aged photograph was marred with white streaks, the face beneath the glass fragments twisting grotesquely in the moonlight. A silver-green jade necklace fell from among the debris. "What is this necklace?" It was a gift from Zanoni to Mariana upon their first meeting. Marilyn stooped to pick up the jade necklace. Mariana became addicted to opium tincture. Arranged by Zanoni. Arnold fell silent. "Let's go." Marilyn pocketed the necklace, her expression returning to normal. "We should fulfill the task assigned by our Lord." At this point, she hesitated briefly, asking, "What exactly is our Lord?" She recalled the crimson silhouette and gray haze she had seen upon awakening. Jack Arnold's expression grew serious. "Since you have now become an immortal, you ought to recognize the greatness of our Lord." A rare emotional fluctuation graced his solemn visage. Our Lord resides in the depths of hell, a deity of immense power and a formidable demon. The corporeal form he assumes is but a trivial fragment of his consciousness. Yet it harbors a might that surpasses all. Upon his arrival in the mortal realm, he resurrected the dead, disseminated the bloodline of vampires, and aims to dominate both the night and day, ruling over the heavens and the earth, eradicating sin and tyranny. As the minions of this demon, we serve as the sharp blade in his hand. Regardless of who stands against us, our sole duty is to eliminate them completely, reclaiming victory for our Lord. The great demon, deity Marilyn felt her pupils constrict as her heart trembled. Coupled with the images she beheld upon awakening, she harbored no doubt about these assertions, merely whispering, "I fear many will not welcome the emergence of yet another demon standing above all. The endeavor to proliferate our Lord's teachings in this world shall face formidable obstacles. Mortals, of course, cannot comprehend the truth of the demon. Fools are destined to become the stumbling blocks in our path." Nevertheless, Arnold's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his brass-toned eyes searing through the enveloping darkness. They need not understand. They shall inevitably submit. Chapter 39. The So-Called Vampire. The city of London lay shrouded in silence and gravity under the cloak of night, with emerald-eyed ravens perched upon the church spires. The cold moonlight spilled over the misty streets, where the darkened lampposts stood sentinel, their yellow glow mingling with the fine rain that dampened the inky wooden benches. A chill breeze lifted the hem of Jack Arnold's coat, and his wide-brimmed hat, soaked by the rain, deepened in shade. His sculpted features bore no expression. Before him stood a Scottish-style mansion, where guards clad in black wielded flashlights, patrolling the vicinity with practiced precision, their gun hilts visible at their waists. "This is my first time here," Marilyn spoke softly. Ostensibly, this was the residence of her biological father, and according to Britain's current inheritance laws, she was entitled to inherit a portion of the estate. Yet, not only had she never visited, but even Mariana had never set foot here. In his youth, Zanoni was a libertine, courting young women under the guise of a destitute artist, sometimes engaging with handsome youths, who often remained oblivious to his true identity. He lived quite extravagantly. Mariana severed ties with her family due to Zanoni's escapades, giving birth to Marilyn while residing in a temporary budget apartment. This should be your last visit here, Arnold remarked, his gaze fixed upon the heavily guarded mansion as he summoned Evans from behind. How are the others prepared? Evans approached. Michelle and Green have already arrived with their respective teams at the designated positions, ready to commence action at any moment. Very well, Arnold nodded. Dealing with an ordinary wealthy merchant requires no deployment of so many elite members from the Sanctified Cross. A single man suffices to handle it flawlessly. Even considering Herman's situation, East London likely conceals numerous sorcerers, but given Zanone's identity and status, he probably has not encountered any formidable powers. Moreover, if low-tier sorcerers are present, Arnold alone could resolve the matter. If higher-tier sorcerers are indeed in attendance, the entirety of the Sanctified Cross, including Evans, Michelle, and Green, would not be of any use. They might even become a burden to Jack Arnold. Therefore, aside from eliminating the hired killer Zanone, another objective of this mission is to evaluate the capabilities of the current members of the Sanctified Cross. Then let us proceed. Our time is limited. Arnold strode forward, his heavy footsteps echoing as dense darkness coalesced at his feet, licking the damp street. A faint rustling sound approached under the cover of night, and the guard holding the flashlight suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned warily, only to meet the burning gaze of brass-toned eyes. His eyes widened in shock. Before he could issue a warning to others, a strong hand grasped his neck, his face flushing crimson as a faint whimper escaped his throat. Arnold advanced with a cold demeanor, shadows swirling into the guard's throat, and before he could comprehend, his insides were mercilessly obliterated. Thud! The body fell lifelessly to the ground. Blood seeped through the cracks in the cobblestone path, staining the lawn. These guards, Marilyn's lips moved slightly. Vampires should harbor no unnecessary mercy. Such matters are for our Lord to ponder. Arnold withdrew his hand, and after a brief silence, he regarded Marilyn, his gaze as frigid as the abyss. We need only to become an absolutely sharp blade. I understand, Marilyn nodded gently. The sorcerers, endowed with extraordinary power, possessed an overwhelming advantage over mere mortals, and vampires were no exception. As Arnold and Marilyn made their way toward the mansion's entrance, the blooded ones, Michelle and Green, each led 4 seasoned members into the adjoining structures, ever vigilant for potential third-party interference. Evans, accompanied by 2 seasoned members, swiftly dealt with the guards. He was far more brutal than Jack Arnold, directly plunging his sharp nails into their napes. The guards had barely registered the threat before losing their lives entirely. One by one, bodies were stacked together by the hooded seasoned members, rising ever higher in the somber atmosphere. These seasoned members were candidates for the blood rite. Though they had not yet received Arnold's blood, they had undergone rigorous training and would pose no questions regarding Evans' commands. You 2 remain outside on alert. I will go in and take a look. Evans tossed the last body to the ground, his face flushed with excitement, his spirits soaring unprecedentedly. Vampires, after all, should harvest lives at midnight, seizing souls. Let even the gods tremble. Let the heavens quake in fear of us. What renowned candidates for office are but ignorant clowns. While Evans reveled in the glory of the vampire clan, the disguised Lorian had already infiltrated the mansion, lurking in the shadows as he observed Arnold and Marilyn slaughter their way into the hall. Every witness along their path was swiftly silenced, their forms rendered cold and lifeless. Among them, 2 were awakened by Marilyn, transformed into shambling corpses to accompany her forward. What a flawless assassination operation this is, Lorian mused, thoroughly satisfied with the efficiency of these minions. The development of the Sanctified Cross indeed exceeded his expectations, even merely considering these seasoned members. They represented a force not to be underestimated, not to mention the numerous ordinary members and peripheral members beneath them. It would be prudent to accelerate the pace. He suspected that Scotland Yard had likely begun to monitor this emerging vampire clan. After all, no matter how discreetly one acted, it was impossible to leave no trace. Before those individuals came knocking, Jack must recruit a few more blooded ones, expanding the living strength of the Sanctified Cross as much as possible. What might transpire then? No one could predict. Nevertheless, for now, it was best to address the immediate concerns. He reined in his wandering thoughts, calmly stepping over the bloody trail, leaving a series of crimson footprints in his wake. Inside the mansion's bedroom, Zanone hummed a soft tune, clad in an expensive silk nightgown, painting before an easel. The model was a young woman, unclad. She maintained a side-lying posture, an air of trepidation flickering in her eyes, hesitant to utter a sound. Her right hand rested upon her waist, inching upward slightly. Yes, just like that. Zorani smiled, remarking, "You possess a remarkable talent. You've grasped the art of modeling with astonishing swiftness." Gradually, the canvas began to delineate the figure of a young girl illuminated by light. It must be said that, purely in terms of technique, Zorani exhibited exceptional professionalism. Should he apply to an art academy, the likelihood of rejection would be minimal. At that moment, the bedroom door was suddenly thrust open with force. Arnold, in a state reminiscent of Jack the Ripper, entered, his hat brim pulled low, the hem of his clothing dripping with still-warm blood. "Ah!" the woman exclaimed, hastily snatching a white cloth to envelop herself, trembling as she curled up in place, her gaze darting between Arnold and Zorani. "Who are you?" Zorani sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he fixed his stare on the terrifying figure that had intruded so brazenly. His attention riveted on the blood that snaked across the floor beneath Arnold's feet. Arnold's gaze fell upon him as well. Zorani, with his graying hair well maintained, bore a pallid complexion, his skin taut and exhibiting a morbidly delicate hue. "I do not possess the habit of announcing my name to the deceased," he remarked, stepping aside as two grotesquely disfigured corpses shuffled into the room. Behind them, the expressionless Marilyn raised her head, directing her gaze towards the anxious Zorani before the easel. "Mr. Zorani, do you remember me?" Chapter 40, Marvelous, Truly Marvelous. "Who are you?" Zorani furrowed his brow. Marilyn's current visage bore little resemblance to her former self. Her cheeks were marred by a multitude of sutures, her eye sockets and neck devoid of any discernible emotion, her crimson irises betraying neither fear nor anger. The only remaining recognizable feature was her slightly curled golden hair. However, even the pre-vampire Marilyn would not have been easily identifiable to Zorani. "Very well. If you do not recognize me, it matters little. I'm not overly concerned," Marilyn replied, her expression unchanging as the two horrifying corpses, under her command, moved awkwardly yet deliberately towards the abandoned paintbrush, disregarding the girl. "Who are you two exactly?" Zorani squinted, cautious. "I do not believe I have offended anyone recently. If someone has hired you to take my life, at least grant me the courtesy of knowing their name. It would be a small mercy to understand my fate." Even in hell, Arnold remained silent at the entrance, leaving the matter entirely in Marilyn's hands. "It seems your memory leaves much to be desired," Marilyn said, retrieving a green jade necklace from her outer garment and tossing it before him. "Do you remember Mariana? That poor woman who was never particularly rational." "Mariana?" Zorani's breath caught as his mind raced, recalling a recent endeavor to seek information regarding her circumstances. He fixated on the silver necklace on the floor, its exquisite green jade glinting in the light. "You are Marilyn, Mariana's daughter? You were the target of the hired murder." Marilyn's gaze fell as she regarded him. "I'm deeply sorry about this matter." In a fleeting moment, Zorani formulated a response, a pained expression crossing his face. "Though you may find it hard to believe, allow me to defend myself. My intention was merely to inquire about your well-being. I had no idea my words would be misconstrued. You understand? Someone in my position is perpetually surrounded by peril, with countless eyes watching my every move, eager to drag me down into the mire. And you were chosen as the sacrificial lamb. My intentions were noble. It was merely the execution that faltered, exploited by those with ill intent. Besides, you appear far better now than before, do you not?" Zorani cautiously glanced towards the imposing figure at the door, "and you seem to have made some new acquaintances." "Your capacity for deceit remains unchanged," Marilyn sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "I truly wonder how Mariana was so easily deceived by you, clinging to the hope that you would awaken to your conscience until her dying breath." The two grotesque corpses were now mere steps away, and the young woman, after a few terrified cries, promptly fainted. Zorani, however, retained his composure. Even upon realizing that the two corpses were his hired security personnel, he remained unfazed. "I do not expect your forgiveness, but please allow me to clarify the events of the past, if you will." "Ah, of course," Marilyn nodded lightly. "You may speak for as long as you wish. However, I must confess my lack of interest in your narrative. You should descend and relay your story to Mariana instead." No sooner had she uttered these words than the two corpses surged forward, howling as they lunged at the motionless Zorani. The latter, seemingly paralyzed by the horrifying scene, made no effort to evade. Yet, just as the bloodshot-eyed corpse was about to reach him, a thunderous gunshot rang out. One of the corpses staggered back. A gaping hole blasted into its chest. Bang! Bang! Two more gunshots followed. The remaining corpse collapsed to the ground, its muscular structure nearly obliterated, struggling futilely to rise. With deliberate calmness, the gunman leaped through the window, casually ejecting the spent cartridge before loading a fresh round into his double-barreled shotgun. "Goodness, your enemies are quite abundant. Let me count. This marks the 4th or 5th time in a month if memory serves. I must say, dear candidate for office, you certainly have a knack for inciting animosity." Your character is abysmal, akin to a rat in the sewer, universally reviled, truly a failure of existence. This appears to be a rather dramatic family affair. Honestly, you are the most shameless individual I have ever encountered. Were it not for the advance payment, I would have little interest in this matter. The world could do without another scoundrel, and I would welcome such an outcome. The newcomer wore a red mask, revealing only his eyes through a narrow slit. He wielded a shotgun pilfered from Zerani's collection, unabashedly mocking his employer. 1,500 pounds hardly compensates for the labor I've expended these past few days. I'll require at least 2,000 pounds, else I shall be compelled to sue you for labor exploitation, he added. Increase it. I will raise your fee to 2,500 pounds. Just dispose of them all, Zerani replied, clearly shaken, his chest heaving as he chose to ignore the jibe in the other S-tone. For someone who had ascended to such heights, possessing a thick skin was a prerequisite. It mattered little whether he was merely subjected to verbal jabs. In such a scenario, even a slap would be met with a smile, as he would simply present the other cheek. And you would sully this gentleman's hands? A crowd of useless wretches outside allowed them to breach this far without notice. Death would be preferable. I could bury the bodies right here, turning them into natural fertilizer. It is fortunate that you are within my abode tonight. Otherwise, they may have succeeded. Upon finishing, Zerani turned to regard Marilyn. Engaging in idle chatter with enemies is always a foolish endeavor. This is the final lesson I impart to you. A smile graced his lips. Do not presume that mastering a few strange tricks will secure your hold on me. Mr. Winston is equally formidable, though he remained uncertain about the nature of the extraordinary beings mentioned by the other party. He was well aware that the bodyguard he had employed possessed abilities far beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. However, Winston's display of prowess over the past few days had instilled a profound sense of confidence within him. Once this ordeal had passed, he was determined to explore the possibility of becoming one of these extraordinary beings himself, for he wished to avoid a second encounter with the precariousness of life so easily held in another's grasp. As Zeno noticed this train of thought, he suddenly felt a constriction in his breathing, followed by an insistent itch beneath his skin. In an instant, the blood coursing through his veins slipped from his control, roiling and churning with a chaotic fervor, tugging at his muscles and blood vessels. W. Winston, Mr. Winston, he exclaimed, casting a frantic glance at the bodyguard behind him. Please, do not act stealthily in my presence, dear lady. The masked man, wielding a double-barreled shotgun, sighed in resignation. If only you had arrived a day later. Today remains within our contractual time frame. Alas, it appears I must take on the role of the villain. With a heavy sigh, he stepped forward and, without hesitation, brought the butt of his shotgun crashing down upon Zeno's nape, his eyes shimmering with a bright, white light. Ah! Zeno cried out in agony, collapsing to one knee as the searing pain compelled him, the metallic taste of blood surging in his throat. Simultaneously, Marilyn sensed an invisible barrier forming between her and him, severing the influence of his blood manipulation abilities. Allow me to introduce myself first, dear sirs. He removed his white gloves and bowed slightly. My name is Wade Winston, an unprofessional liquidator who occasionally undertakes private jobs to make ends meet, such as this one. You see, the cost of living in London is exorbitantly high. Before arriving here, I had no inkling that even assassins must pay taxes. Unfortunately, a tracking assignment encountered unforeseen complications, preventing me from receiving my remuneration. Thus, to avoid sleeping on the streets, I had no choice but to seek some extra cash from these rather expensive, yet not particularly astute individuals. He rambled on before suggesting, why don't we simply wait here? Neither side should take action until after midnight, when you may proceed to eliminate him. What do you say? Zeno, who had been gagging with his hands on the ground, suddenly sensed something amiss and whipped around to face Wade Winston, adorned in a red mask. Surely you jest? What do you think? Wade smirked, squatting before him. As Zeno's throat quivered in fear, Wade burst into laughter. Of course I am jesting. I do possess some semblance of professional ethics. Such actions are beyond my moral compass. If word were to get out, who would still be willing to pay me? Zeno, however, found little humor in the situation, his face contorting in rigidity as he muttered in agreement. You speak the truth. Wade then turned to the entrance, where Marilyn and Jack Arnold stood. Moreover, these two friends do not appear to be inclined towards negotiation. You talk too much. Arnold pressed forward, adjusting the brim of his hat. The situation had exceeded his expectations, yet he had no intention of retreating nor wasting time waiting for midnight. Regardless of the circumstances, no one could delay the task assigned by the devil. Either leave or take action. All right, no need to get overly excited. Wade raised his hand to his chest, exhaling a resigned sigh. I implore you to go easy on him. I am not in league with him, merely a paid servant. Marilyn silently stepped back, allowing Jack Arnold to take the lead as his assistant. She summoned her blood manipulation abilities, and 3 shattered corpses emerged from the shadows. Arnold removed his wide-brimmed hat and cast it aside as thick, viscous darkness coalesced around him, transforming into tendrils that lashed against the ground. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Zeno seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to stealthily approach the open window, attempting to escape into the courtyard. How terrifying! Wade maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Arnold inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the unfamiliar sorcerer before him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He swung his coat, drawing forth a black and crimson blade, launching it with force, creating a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. At the same time, he summoned a shroud of darkness to envelop himself, evading the bullets fired from the large-caliber shotgun. Bang! The shadow flickered momentarily under the impact of the bullet, yet the next instant, Arnold emerged unscathed, having merely expended a modicum of energy. A relentless barrage of blades was hurled forth, resonating with explosive sounds. The Ripper was not limited to manifesting a single blade with his bare hands. As long as his spirit and stamina remained sufficient, he could ceaselessly transform the shadows into razor-sharp weapons. Wade executed a roll, narrowly avoiding the incoming blades. After firing the last bullet from his shotgun, he discarded it and sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with spiritual luminescence. Wall of Spirit. The 2 approaching shattered corpses came to an abrupt halt before him, frozen in place. Boom! At that moment, a solid shadow extended from behind Wade, morphing into a multitude of sharp thorns, akin to the appendages of a spider. Descending with ferocity, he sensed a shift and swiftly dodged, turning to counterattack with his spell. Invisible Binding. Arnold, enveloped in darkness, sharply perceived the sudden drain of his strength, his vision blurring as invisible threads ensnared him, tightening gradually. He attempted to meld into the shadows, but those threads continued to bind him tightly. Oomph! Arnold grunted, a mass of darkness converging on his torso, sacrificing bloodstains upon his skin to forcibly sever the invisible threads. The pain from his wounds cleared the fog from his mind. After a brief delay, he swiftly closed the distance to Wade, striking down with his blade. Wade's eyes widened, a brilliant white light erupting from his gaze. Thunderous skin. The sound of thunder erupted from Wade, the terrifying sonic wave reverberating throughout the estate, causing 3 resurrected shattered corpses to collapse with anguished cries, blood gushing forth. The sorcerer appeared to be infused with boundless energy, his flesh crackling with lightning and power. He swiftly sidestepped the blade, then seized Arnold's wrist with a fierce grip, delivering a powerful punch imbued with radiant energy. Arnold reacted swiftly, tilting his chin to evade the blow, summoning a dark tendril to shield himself, ensnaring Wade's right hand. In the next moment, the blood pooling beneath their feet solidified into a red crystalline substance, launching itself toward Wade's eyes, ears, and other vulnerable areas. With Marilyn's assistance, Arnold's gaze flickered as he vanished into the shadows, repositioning himself to Wade's right side for another strike. Clang! Wade raised his left arm, the hidden dagger within his sleeve parrying the black-red blade, and he forcefully kicked toward the imposing figure before him. Arnold retaliated with a horizontal slash, the blade grazing past Wade's nose. The 2 parted ways, both panting heavily. Truly, this was the renowned city of London. Even a seeker of vengeance could possess such formidable strength. Wade grinned widely. Even while facing 2 vampires simultaneously, he maintained a solid upper hand. Arnold furrowed his brow. In terms of physical strength, the 2 were not vastly different. However, Wade Winston's combat skills far surpassed his own, effortlessly neutralizing his attacks. Moreover, Winston possessed an array of elusive techniques, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short span of time. He was not a brash or impulsive individual. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to engage this enigmatic sorcerer alone, allowing Marilyn to pursue the fleeing Zanoni first and to retreat once her objective was achieved. Before Arnold could signal Marilyn, a series of resonant chimes echoed from outside. The thick, dark hands of the clock turned to the 12th mark, and the evening bells tolled sharply, resonating 12 times into the night. Crows took flight from the church steeple, circling against the darkened sky. A light, almost ethereal footfall approached. Wade Winston narrowed his eyes, observing a tall, slender figure sauntering forth, a deep shadow lurking behind him. The individual raised his hands in applause, a smile gracing his face. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Chapter 41. Can we reconcile? Lorian came to a halt beside Marilyn, as the shadow behind him writhed, revealing a terrified Zanoni. No, please. Don't eat me. Zanoni waved his hands in a dazed frenzy. You smell so foul. I have no appetite for you, Lorian replied disdainfully, stepping past him to address Marilyn. You can handle him yourself. Understood, Marilyn murmured, unable to meet his gaze, her head bowed. Blood continued to seep from Jack Arnold, who approached with a stern expression, his face a canvas of shame and fury. He had delayed completing the first official task assigned to him by the devil himself, and now he had to summon the entity to this place. Such a disgrace for one of the original vampires. Do not blame yourself, Lorian observed, recognizing the turmoil within Arnold's mind. After all, no one anticipated that this fellow would hire an extraordinary bodyguard at such a high price. You have done enough. Lorian had concealed himself outside the door when Wade Winston first appeared, silently witnessing the clash between him and Jack Arnold. This extraordinary individual was evidently far more adept than Herman, whom they had encountered days prior. Though his rank remained unknown, he was at least capable of matching 10 Hermans. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lorian approach, Wade Winston chuckled dryly. You all carry on with your discussions. I shan't intrude. He had no intention of continuing to protect Zanoni. The newcomer's mere stance radiated an extraordinary strength that was palpable. Are you not supposed to uphold professional ethics? Lorian smirked, having accepted such a hefty sum from Zanoni. How can you simply abandon him? You cannot just pretend to finish and walk away. Life doesn't work that way. Lorian gauged the sorcerer's skill, finding it superior to that of his chief henchman, Jack Arnold, though not to the extent of total domination. At this moment, he was simultaneously absorbing the strengths of Arnold, Benson, Marilyn, and others alongside his own abilities, which were escalating to a terrifying degree. Quantitatively, this could be approximated to the power of 45 Jack Arnolds. A mere ordinary extraordinary being posed no significant threat. Wait. Wade Winston rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch, feigning surprise as he turned to Zanoni. Oh dear. It seems we are now 15 minutes past 12. This means our contract has officially concluded. You will need to provide the remaining commission to me. Thus, I am no longer obliged to protect you. Your moral standards are rather flexible, Lorian remarked, feeling a pang of embarrassment for Zanoni's lack of discernment. Are you not concerned he might disclose your abandonment of a client, tarnishing your reputation? Wade Winston waved dismissively. Let him perish if you do not intend to act. Feel free to hand him over to me later. To be frank, I hold such scum in contempt. He scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling besides. My reputation among extraordinary beings has never been stellar. Should other sorcerers catch wind of this, they might even wonder how I've developed a conscience. Zanoni's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. You did not say that when you accepted my payment. Lorian's voice faltered as silence enveloped them, allowing Wade Winston to stealthily inch towards the window. Do you take me for a fool? Lorian cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the peculiar demeanor of the two extraordinary beings he had encountered in quick succession. Where do you think you're going? Ha. Wade Winston stopped abruptly, awkwardly pivoting. I suddenly remembered I have other appointments tonight. Why the rush? Let him wait a little longer. Lorian advanced slowly, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. We can resolve our matters before you depart. Without further ado, he waved his hand gently, and the room was instantly enshrouded in a dense shadow, sealing all exits. Gulp. Wade Winston swallowed hard. Just then, Zanoni, bound by the black cocoon, suddenly cried out, 5,000 pounds. Mr. Winston, if you rescue me, I will pay you 5,000 pounds. What a tempting proposal. Yet this was far from a simple matter. Wade Winston turned to face Lorian, his head throbbing with the realization that there was no escape, and thus he braced himself for battle. This time, he chose not to adopt a passive stance. Instead, he launched the first strike. The brief silence erupted with a flash of lightning as arcs of white electricity erupted from the sorcerer's skin, his muscles swelling with intensity. Boom! He pushed off the ground, unleashing all his might in a single, unrestrained surge. Lorian narrowed his eyes as shadows surged into his robe, silently swelling, the hem fluttering with a whisper. Just as he prepared to counter, he watched in astonishment as Wade Winston abruptly altered his course, dashing towards the open window without a backward glance. His expression darkened as he sank into the shadows, instantly reappearing before Wade Winston, raising his leg for a swift kick. With the amplification of shadow manipulation, Lorian's strength surged, and before Winston could react, he received a heavy blow to the face. His body propelled back into the room, crashing through an ornate picture frame on the wall. Cough, cough. Wade Winston coughed violently, struggling to roll his body and evade the incoming black-red blades. Thud, thud, thud. The blades pierced the wall with relentless force, re-emerging in the darkness as shadows once again. Just as he narrowly avoided the deadly assault, a flurry of swift shadows ensnared his left leg. He executed a rapid roll, employing his technique once more. Nightfire. A torrent of black flames coalesced before him, rapidly swelling in the wind, expanding to the girth of a human torso, hurtling toward the swiftly advancing Lorian. He had yet to unleash his full potential. Jack Arnold remained silent, resembling a statue, with no intention of intervening in the devil's battle. Even if this sorcerer possessed considerable skill, he could never hope to impede the great devil, who had reclaimed a measure of strength from his own essence. Zanoni stared in stunned awe at his hired bodyguard, who radiated an imposing brilliance, exuding fierce flames with every movement, utterly unstoppable. A glimmer of relief washed over his face, a fleeting sense of surviving a harrowing ordeal. There remained a flicker of hope for a turnaround. Yet in the next moment, Lorian ruthlessly shattered his illusions. An endless tide of darkness surged from beyond the manor, coiling into massive, inky tendrils that clashed violently with the scorching flames of spiritual fire released by Wade Winston, forcibly suppressing them. With a resounding thud, Lorian strode forward, his eyes devoid of emotion, crushing the agonized, shattered corpse of a wailing undead beneath his foot. The blood that flowed forth quickly transformed, splattering into a multitude of blood-red crystals infused with a metallic tang, hurtling towards the panicked Wade Winston. Under Zanoni's incredulous gaze, the once mighty sorcerer found himself rolling helplessly on the ground. He moved swiftly, yet still succumbed to numerous blood-red crystals, spilling a significant amount of blood. The blood, now unmoored from its host, morphed into sharp, crystalline projectiles, whistling towards him. Gritting his teeth, Wade Winston resolutely chose to sacrifice his left hand to fend off the onslaught of these crimson crystals. With a grim expression, he summoned the night flame, searing the wounds on his body, his skin instantly turning a charred, reddish hue. A scent of singed flesh wafted from him, and the blood that flowed was immediately solidified into dark scars. Faced with a sorcerer wielding extraordinary power, Lorian could not directly manipulate the blood while it remained within its host. Zanoni, trembling with fear, watched the clash between sorcerer and vampire unfold. Even with no understanding of the extraordinary world, he sensed the situation had taken a dire turn, with Wade Winston clearly falling into an absolute disadvantage. In stark contrast to his earlier ease against the two others, Arnold's gaze flickered, his peripheral vision always attuned to Zanoni, who lay trembling on the ground. The battle in the room momentarily halted, Wade Winston gasping for breath, desperately enduring the searing pain coursing through his body. "Can we reach an accord?" he murmured softly. The mental strain of employing multiple spells had taken a substantial toll, leaving his complexion somewhat wan. "What are you babbling about?" Lorian retorted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he felt a long-lost thrill coursing through his vampire veins. He deftly activated both the flow of blood and his shadow manipulation abilities, the terrifying, inky shadows swirling menacingly around the walls of the room, poised to strike. Wade Winston inhaled deeply, reigniting the thunder skin, his spirit rapidly depleting, yet granting him a fleeting enhancement of his physical form. He surged forward once more, charging directly at the stationary Lorian. From his earlier observations, he discerned that this extraordinary being leaned heavily towards spellcasting. His combat skills and physical strength were likely inferior to his own. If he could engage in close-quarters combat, he might discover a path to victory, as he wished. Bolstered by the expanded power of the thunder skin, he deftly evaded the relentless strikes of the shadowy tendrils and blades, closing in to within a mere step of Lorian. Boom! The night flame erupted from his fist, hurtling toward Lorian's face in an instant. Lorian's gaze sharpened, and without flinching, he inhaled sharply, then forcefully engaged his vocal cords, unleashing a piercing resonance. The sound reverberated through the room like the grinding of glass amplified 100-fold, causing both Jack Arnold and Marilyn to recoil, covering their ears in shock. Coughing, Marilyn, the weakest among them, felt a blood tear streak down her cheek, her eyes wide with alarm as she beheld the fierce clash at the room's center. Merely a wisp of inconsequential awareness could wield such formidable power. She bit her lip in disbelief. Zanoni, quaking in fear on the ground, succumbed to unconsciousness the moment the ghostly echo was unleashed. Meanwhile, Wade Winston, caught unawares, faced the shrieking resonance head-on, as if his mind were pierced by a multitude of suffocating phantoms, causing his spirit to falter for a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, Lorian seized the opportunity, hurling a solid shadow spear towards the dazed Wade Winston, its tip entwined with a black-red blade, striking fiercely. Boom! Lightning erupted, a tempest roiling. A massive, blinding flash tore through the night, imbued with an unyielding decree. Even as Luo Lian had summoned the shadows in preparation, he could not evade the onslaught, being pierced through by the lightning. At that moment, Wade Winston barely escaped the influence of the ghostly echo. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward, his fists raised in an assault amidst the crackling energy. There was no time to call upon the shadows, and instinctively, Luo Lian raised his left arm in defense. The overwhelming force sent him staggering backward. Narrowing his eyes, his thoughts surged, and the shadows swept in again, coalescing around the two men into tendrils, poised to strike. Wade Winston's expression was grave as he approached rapidly, unwilling to let down his guard. This man was indeed astonishingly powerful. Not only was he proficient in numerous spells, but his physical prowess was equally formidable, and his instinct for danger was acute. Clearly, he was a master of martial techniques in combat, perilously dancing on the edge of death. He was unwilling to squander the hard-earned opportunity for close combat. With a fierce motion, he unleashed a bolt of lightning from his darkened arm. Having learned from previous encounters, Luo Lian remained vigilant, summoning shadows to conceal himself before the lightning manifested. Yet, the unleashed lightning seemed to straddle the chasm between the corporeal and the ethereal, still delivering a portion of its impact upon him. The shadows dissipated silently, and Luo Lian reappeared within the room. Just as Wade Winston prepared to pursue, Luo Lian once more engaged his vocal cords, the ghostly echo resonating once again. Wade Winston's pupils dilated in alarm, a wave of intense dread enveloping him. In the next heartbeat, an invisible force rippled outward, crashing against his muscles and bones. Gagging uncontrollably, he expelled a mouthful of blood, crimson seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. Blood flowed. Luo Lian keenly seized the moment to unleash his powers, the red crystals slicing across the sorcerer's cheek, revealing a gash. Then, from the writhing shadows, several tendrils ensnared Wade Winston. "This is the end, Mr. Arbiter," Luo Lian proclaimed, stepping forward to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent's face, spilling more blood. He had no intention of killing him. After all, he had clearly refrained from exerting his full strength when thwarting Jack Arnold of Maryland, merely adhering to what he claimed was a likely non-existent code of ethics. However, Luo Lian could not simply brush aside this incident. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a tremendous embarrassment for the King of Vampires? With a thud, the shadowy tendrils gripped Wade Winston's left foot, repeatedly slamming him against the ground, stopping only after 7 or 8 strikes. "You are the weakest sorcerer I have ever encountered," Luo Lian remarked, dispersing the shadows and crouching before the bruised Wade Winston, a devilish grin lighting up his face. "Mr. Arbiter, how much do you believe your life is worth?" Chapter 42. Don't rush, I'll be with you shortly. How much is my life worth? Wade Winston's cold sweat trickled down. He had a sinking feeling that his last half-month of effort might be in vain, perhaps even costing him a considerable sum. 2,000 pounds. He hesitated for half a second before responding. He knew the other party would likely raise the price, and by stating a figure he could accept from the outset, it would inevitably escalate to an exorbitant amount. 2,000 pounds was close to half of his mental threshold. Too low. Lorian gently shook his head. "Given your capabilities, I would estimate at least 5,000 pounds. It is unlikely that an extraordinary individual of your caliber would find themselves financially constrained like the mediocre Hermon. 5,000 pounds is a reasonably fair figure." Wade Winston, deliberately pausing in silence for a moment, gritted his teeth and replied, "It's a deal. When shall payment be made? Tomorrow?" "No, in 1 hour," Lorian stated. Wade Winston wiped the sweat from his brow. "You can send someone with me to retrieve it, or I can bring it here myself." "Very well, Mr. Liquidator, you are free." Lorian stood up with satisfaction. "Now, let us discuss the matter of compensation between us." Wade Winston was taken aback. "What compensation? Wasn't it agreed that I would pay you 5,000 pounds? Lorian cast him a puzzled glance. "The 5,000 pounds is intended to secure your freedom. However, you have wasted so much of my time and harmed my people. Shouldn't you provide suitable compensation?" Wade Winston's eyes widened, his worldview profoundly shaken. What was the distinction between securing freedom and compensation? Typically, would these not be considered together? Goodness. The extraordinary of London are truly unscrupulous. Like vampires, every pore seems to ooze blood and filth. I do not possess such funds. His skin, already scorched by spiritual flames, darkened further as he lay down on the floor. "At most, I have 5,000 pounds. That is all my wealth. No more than a pound. If not, you might as well kill me." It seemed he genuinely could not muster such an amount. Lorian, not wishing to press him unduly, proposed a compromise. "Very well. You shall pay me 5,000 pounds up front, and the remainder can be settled with other means." Other means? Wade Winston's expression turned wary. I possess no relics or extraordinary materials. Relics and extraordinary materials would undoubtedly hold greater value than pounds, even if Wade had them. He would be loath to part with them as compensation. However, Lorian was not particularly interested in such items. Rather, he currently lacked a deeper understanding of the extraordinary world. The information gleaned from Hermann was exceedingly limited, primarily mere superficial knowledge. Now, he faced not only the potential pursuit of the Scottish authorities, but also had to deal with Oliver Winston's matters. The vast disparity in information made it all too easy to suffer losses. Since you lack extraordinary materials and relics, let us exchange information instead. Lorian declared generously with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Wade Winston hesitated, contemplating the implications of merely sharing information without losing anything in return. Very well. He nodded in agreement to the condition. Extraordinary individuals often prefer compromise. For instance, if one were to request additional precious information on top of the 5,000 pounds, they would likely refuse. Yet, if one sought to take their extraordinary possessions, they would be inclined to offer information willingly. Lorian smiled and extended his right hand toward the sorcerer lying on the floor. Pleasure to collaborate. Zeroni's chamber had been nearly obliterated during the recent skirmish, with numerous punctures and burn marks scattered about, and the elegant wooden wardrobe and table were engulfed in flames. Fortunately, Jack Arnold had sent the model lady away just as the fight commenced. Otherwise, not only would she have faced the repercussions of the two ghostly echoes, but the incessant blasts of spiritual flames and the scattering of blood-colored crystals could have cost her life. Zeroni, however, was not so fortunate. He lay motionless on the ground, muttering incoherently and frothing at the mouth, his face smeared with blood. A brief glance from Lorian revealed no imminent risk of recovery. You may decide how to handle this, he remarked indifferently, leaving Zeroni entirely to Marilyn's discretion. She responded softly, taking the unconscious Zeroni away. Wade Winston spat vehemently. Had he not accepted the commission of this substitute councilman, he would likely be at home, indulging in beauty sleep in his temporary apartment. Now, he not only faced a 5,000-pound loss, but had also entangled himself with a powerful, unidentified extraordinary being. He nearly longed to strike Zeroni to relieve his pent-up frustration. You should go retrieve the money now. I require it in cash. Lorian interrupted his thoughts, motioning for Jack Arnold to accompany Wade, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Very well. Wade Winston, still wearing the red mask, hastily donned a coat from one of Zeroni's other rooms. You needn't worry about me defaulting. It would be foolish to attempt any tricks when I know the strength of my creditor far surpasses my own. The implication was clear. Had Lorian not been more formidable, he would have fled without a second thought. Lorian cast a fleeting glance at the sorcerer's arm. The burns and cuts inflicted by the spiritual flames had completely vanished, revealing new, tender skin. This bore similarities to the effects of flesh regeneration, likely stemming from a new sorcery or a relic-esque influence. Along with the thunderous skin, Nightfire, and the invisible binding he displayed, it was evident he commanded more than 3 sorceries, although Wade had not explicitly named them during the battle. Lorian deduced this must involve several distinct techniques. According to Hermann, a sorcerer, upon ascension, could unveil 13 techniques from the sea of consciousness. If this information holds true, and these are not universal techniques, it implies that Wade Winston's rank must exceed that of a mere positional sorcerer. Lorian contemplated silently, concealing his inquiries behind a mask of stoic strength as a powerful, extraordinary being. Life unfolds as a series of foolish events. Who knows what the next moment may bring? It is prudent to remain cautious. Suit yourself. Wade Winston shrugged nonchalantly. Then you may wait here for a moment. I shall be swift. Chapter 43. Wanted, Stein. Life or death. The recent battle, though grand in scale, concluded rather swiftly. By the time Wade Winston and Jack Arnold departed the estate, the tardy Evans finally arrived at the scene. My lord, he surveyed the ravaged chamber, shock evident on his face. What has transpired? Zeroni hired a bodyguard for personal protection. A sorcerer of considerable ability, Lorian replied casually. Could it be that Elder Arnold engaged this sorcerer in battle? Evans's pupils dilated, regretting the time wasted dealing with the guards. It was I, Lorian remarked with a light tone. The sorcerer employed by Zeroni was indeed formidable, slightly stronger than our current Arnold. He could not handle the situation. What? Evans gasped, breathless. My lord personally dealt with a powerful, extraordinary being? He scanned the room, noting the extensive destruction. Even before arriving, he felt the flickering white lightning and intense sound waves emanating from this area. It was evident that both combatants wielded tremendous power. He had assumed it was Jack Arnold battling an enemy, only to discover that it was his lord who had intervened, and he had even deemed the adversary extraordinary. No, the extraordinary ability my lord speaks of must surely be relative to us mere mortals. In Evan's eyes, fervor radiated as the battle unfolded and concluded within a mere 5 minutes. This implied that the master effortlessly vanquished a sorcerer even more formidable than the venerable Arnold. Remarkably, this was merely a fragment of his inconsequential consciousness, though Evan had transitioned from a mere admiration of strength to an adoration of the devil himself. He could not help but feel exhilarated and frenzied by the master's immense power. This is the great devil of our consecrated cross faith. Lorian discerned that Evan was lost in his thoughts once more, and with a soft cough, inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Evan, suddenly aware of his own distraction before the great devil, lowered his head in trepidation to report, "The guards outside have all been neutralized by us. For the time being, no one should notice anything amiss. Additionally, there are still some servants residing in the mansion, currently under the control of 2 senior members." "Good," Lorian nodded approvingly. As a smile of satisfaction crept onto Evan's face, Lorian continued, "There's another task I entrust to you. Your command." Lorian gestured towards the unconscious young model outside. "Take her to others, and then have someone thoroughly search this mansion, collecting anything valuable that can be taken as funding for the organization as development. Finally, we have arrived at the much-anticipated pillaging phase. Though it may seem somewhat unethical, not the actions of a righteous individual, Zeno himself had not raised any objections, suggesting tacit approval. Very well. After Evan departed, the composed Marilyn returned. "Master," she greeted with a bow, hesitating momentarily over whether to inform this devil about Zeno's fate. After a brief contemplation, she spoke. "Zeno is dead." "I see," Lorian responded with a disinterested air, shifting focus to another matter. "Organize the personnel to gather all the bodies in the mansion into one location, and then leave the name of Jack the Ripper. The traces of battle in the bedroom would be hard to erase. Once the police department sent someone to investigate, the matter would inevitably be escalated up the chain, eventually reaching Scotland Yard. To have one's mask removed by others signifies a defeat, but to unveil it oneself represents a victory. Since exposure is inevitable, it would be more advantageous to be ostentatious from the outset, seizing reputation and bolstering strength as much as possible. Following this incident, Scotland Yard would surely realize that Jack the Ripper is not a lone wolf, but a member of a clandestine society. The likelihood of the consecrated cross being exposed would increase slightly. However, the surge in fear and notoriety would likely compensate for this. Lorian furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully to ensure nothing was overlooked, before waving his hand for Marilyn to proceed. "All right, you may go." "I understand," Marilyn replied softly, turning to exit Zeno's bedroom. Scotland Yard, the extraordinary, what a nuisance. Lorian, having scavenged through the ruins, found a relatively intact chair to sit upon. After about 10 minutes, a shadow swept into the room. "Master." Jack Arnold entered with a solemn expression. Moments later, Wade Winston climbed through the window, carrying a briefcase. "Why are you rushing so?" he panted. "I lack your convenient abilities." After catching his breath, he approached Lorian and opened the briefcase. "Here, count it. It totals 5,000 pounds, not a penny less." Lorian cast a glance inside, seeing the black briefcase filled with gray and white 10-pound notes, unlike the overly packaged bounty from the police department. He was no longer the same person who would be elated over a 200-pound commission. His expression remained impassive. "No need to count. I presume you are a clever man. Let us proceed with our other collaboration for now." "Oh, how cruel. Not even granting me a minute's respite," Wade grumbled, suppressing his surging emotions. Just moments after leaving Zeno's mansion, he realized with a start that this unidentified, experienced, extraordinary being had employed techniques in battle that were nearly identical to those of his subordinates. Or rather, it should be said that the techniques his subordinate used were all derived from him. A peculiar artifact's special effect? Wade dared not ponder further. The thought of slipping counterfeit currency into the briefcase immediately vanished, replaced by worries for his own future. He understood he had stumbled into a significant predicament. These individuals were evidently members of some extraordinary organization, with that powerful extraordinary being as one of its leaders, engaged in a secret operation. He had merely encountered them by accepting a commission to protect Zeno. What an unforeseen disaster. Had he known, he should have disregarded Zeno's wishes and departed when approached. After all, Zeno was doomed. No one would demand a refund for the commission. Well, at least he had only surrendered some external possessions for now. He could still pass off a bit of intelligence later to smooth things over. Wade gritted his teeth. suddenly noticing the formidable, extraordinary being across from him, producing a thick blank notebook from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to him. Huh. He instinctively caught it, bewildered. What is this? For you to record information, Lorian replied with a light laugh. You have an entire evening to write at your leisure. What? Wade exclaimed, flabbergasted. Isn't it just a matter of asking a few questions? How long do you expect me to write in this thick tome? These two matters are not mutually exclusive. Lorian instructed Arnold to take the briefcase, a smirk curling on his lips. You write while I inquire. This is outrageous. In a fit of extreme anger, Wade chose to comply. There was no other option. The opponent's reasoning was too formidable. In Zeno's study, write faster at this pace. How much can you accomplish in one evening? Lorian reclined leisurely on the sofa, fully exploiting Wade's labor. The thought that he would not only spend no money this time, but also receive money from the other party brightened his mood immensely. What do you need all this fundamental extraordinary knowledge for? Wade grumbled while scribbling frantically. Of course it is for my subordinates. Lorian recalled his current status as a senior extraordinary being. Write diligently. I will personally review it once you finish. Understood, understood. Wade sighed deeply. Lorian casually inquired. Are you a bounty hunter? Indeed, Wade replied distractedly. By pursuing certain extraordinary criminals, I exchange information and materials for pounds and intelligence with the bounty hunter organization. I hardly earned anything throughout the year, and now you've taken my entire fortune. Oh, Lorian's curiosity piqued. So you came to London to track down an extraordinary criminal? Wade pondered for a moment, realizing there was nothing to conceal. Anyone with awareness in these fields would know. He nodded. I am tracking a sorcerer named Stein. I've already gathered some clues and discovered he appears to have control over a wealthy merchant named Oliver Winston. How unfortunate. We share the same surname. As Lorian listened, his previously languid demeanor shifted dramatically, his pupils widening. Controlling whom? Chapter 44. The Dawn of the Extraordinary World. A sorcerer named Stein has fled to London and allegedly has control over Oliver Winston? No, it may not necessarily be control. It is plausible that they have forged a collaboration based on mutual interests. For instance, Oliver Winston could provide financial support while Stein offers extraordinary items and knowledge in return. Lorian was suddenly reminded of Jack Arnold, who had just been resurrected, mentioning he had seen Oliver Winston conversing with the heir. This revelation undoubtedly led Oliver Winston to decide to eliminate him. Consequently, this resulted in the hypnosis of Evans for the purpose of murder, as well as the subsequent invitation extended by Rudolph Hill for an investigation. After Wade Winston introduced the critical clue regarding the sorcerer, everything began to make sense. It was evident that a third party had indeed been present in that room that day. It now seems highly likely that the fugitive sorcerer, Stein, was the one in question. To conceal Stein's existence, this renowned wealthy merchant from East London even went so far as to murder his long-serving personal servant, Jack Arnold. Thus, the pocket watch he used to hypnotize Evans may have been acquired from the sorcerer Stein after paying a certain price. A momentary look of astonishment crossed Lorian's face, but he quickly suppressed it with his formidable mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Wade Winston, fervently scribbling in a blank notebook, was completely oblivious to Lorian's changing expression as he struggled to contemplate what to write. Just when Lorian intended to resolve matters concerning Tepesh Manor, he fortuitously encountered someone who possessed insider knowledge. It would be prudent to indirectly extract more information from him. Lorian halted his actions, narrowing his eyes. The sorcerer Stein? Wade Winston did not turn around, but detected the note of inquiry in the powerful sorcerer's tone. What? Are you unfamiliar with this individual? I seldom pay attention to such matters, Lorian replied thoughtfully. It sounds like this Stein is not a law-abiding, extraordinary individual. That goes without saying otherwise. Why would he be called a sorcerer? These unruly sorcerers all share the same traits. Either they indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people or engage in forbidden, bloody rituals in secrecy. None of them are ever at peace. Wade Winston shifted his wrist. I have even heard that there was a major sin ritual held in London not long ago. If that is true, at least several hundred lives would have been lost, and those affected could number in the thousands. Unruly sorcerers, illegal rituals. Lorian pondered deeply. A sorcerer is not merely a profession, but a collective of sorcerers, much like criminals and evildoers among ordinary people. What has this Stein done? He casually inquired. Why are you interested in this? Wade Winston's gaze turned suspicious. You wouldn't be trying to steal my commission, would you? Why would I want to steal your commission? Lorian paused momentarily, then continued. Isn't he controlling a wealthy merchant named Oliver Winston? Indeed. Wade Winston struggled to comprehend the connection between the two. Are you interested in this Oliver Winston? No, I have no interest in either of them. Lorian gently shook his head before shifting the topic. However, I'm quite intrigued by his wealth. If this wealthy merchant named Oliver Winston indeed has ties to the Sorcerer Stein, I wouldn't mind assisting the police in addressing this potential criminal. And perhaps taking care of his estate in the process? Wade Winston's eyes twitched as he glanced out the window. Too brawny. Senior members of the Order of the Cross were briskly moving a crate of valuable collectibles past the window. Wade Winston recalled seeing these very items in Zanoni's collection just an hour earlier. He once again felt that London was an extraordinary place. No wonder he sensed the air here was more oppressive than in other cities upon his arrival. If such individuals were representative of the extraordinary people here, it suddenly made perfect sense. Silently musing, he explained briefly. The financier behind the hunt for the Sorcerer Stein chose to remain anonymous and did not reveal his identity. However, based on the details provided by the Liquidators organization, Stein is being sought due to the theft of a relic belonging to this financier. The bounty is not particularly high. Only 502 ordinary extraordinary materials, which you likely would not find appealing. This is partly because Stein sustained serious injuries during the theft, and partly because the stolen relic is not considered of paramount importance. 500 is not high. It seems that among extraordinary individuals, pounds have lost their significance. Extraordinary materials, esoteric knowledge, and relics are the true treasures. Lorian feigned great interest. What level of extraordinary individual is Stein? He is likely a nascent adept sorcerer. Not far from me in capability, Wade Winston replied casually while continuing to write. He is merely an aspiring adept sorcerer? This suggests that the abilities of extraordinary individuals are far more formidable than I previously surmised. Hermann is merely an exception. Lorian reflected and continued to inquire. When did you begin tracking Stein to London? Wade Winston hesitated. Probably about a month ago. However, Stein's commission has been posted on the Liquidator's bounty list for several months. The timelines align perfectly. As Rudolph Hill mentioned, Oliver Winston dissolved most of the staff at Tepesh Manor earlier this year due to poor company management, leaving only a handful to maintain the manor's daily operations. It was around that time that his eldest son, Richard Winston, also ceased managing his businesses and suddenly moved to reside at Tepesh Manor. Was it to prevent his heir from being captured by the hunters pursuing Stein's enemies, or merely a concern for his offspring's safety? Lorian's understanding deepened, and the sense of urgency diminished, since even the Sorcerer Stein behind Oliver Winston is at a level comparable to Wade Winston. I should have no difficulty handling this with my current capabilities, especially considering that the former is likely just an ordinary person who has recently encountered the extraordinary world. However, caution is warranted regarding the unknown relic in Stein's possession. Perhaps the financier offering the bounty is simply worried that someone might be tempted by wealth, hence feigning indifference. In any case, it would be wise to proceed with caution and ideally wait for tonight's events to unfold before addressing this matter, allowing my strength to increase further. Just as Lorian reached this resolution, Wade Winston abruptly halted his writing, looking up at him. You seek this extraordinary knowledge merely to cultivate subordinates and expand your influence in London, correct? Indeed, Lorian replied nonchalantly. Is there a problem? Wade Winston took a deep breath. Then why not directly purchase a foundational knowledge package at a nearby gathering of extraordinary individuals? Such gatherings have such offerings? I was unaware. Lorian feigned ignorance. I have only recently arrived in London and am not well acquainted with these places. Wade Winston sprang to his feet, indignantly tossing down his notebook and pen. You could have asked me. He had been so preoccupied with contemplating the identity of this extraordinary individual that he had forgotten this matter altogether, wasting so much time writing these notes. Chapter 45, Alistair's reference. East London, Redbridge. Is this the extraordinary gathering you mentioned? After completing his instructions to Jack Arnold and Marilyn Evans, Lorian departed the Zeroni's estate alongside Wade Winston. To be precise, they were leaving a gathering of mystics. As Wade pushed open the door to the bar, he elaborated, I have observed that the majority of attendees at this assembly are merely ordinary individuals harboring a fascination for the occult. The truly extraordinary ones constitute a mere fraction. Though it may not sound particularly specialized, it suffices for my purposes. Lorian silently nodded and followed him inside. The establishment was named the Seeker's Bar, which, while hosting gatherings of mystics, also remained open to the public, filled with patrons unaware of the underlying activities. Wade navigated the familiar terrain towards the bar counter with ease. It appeared he was a regular, as the bartender, upon spotting him, immediately approached with a beaming smile. Mr. Winston? Remarkably, he employed his true name. Perhaps Wade Winston was indeed an alias, Lorian mused as he casually stepped forward. I have brought a friend along. Is it convenient now? Friend? The bartender's demeanor shifted. a glimmer of reverence in his gaze as he regarded Lorian beside Winston. This gentleman, too. Indeed, Wade interjected nonchalantly. He is also a true extraordinary being, and far more potent than I. A gasp escaped the bartender's lips. His respect for Lorian intensified, sending a shiver down Lorian's spine. Certainly, the gathering is currently in session. You may proceed at your leisure, and we shall provide you with the finest service. Then let us go. I have little time to squander, Lorian asserted, taking the lead. He surmised that, having witnessed the confrontation between Jack the Ripper and Herman, Scotland Yard would likely seek him out, though the manner of contact remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the time frame was likely within the next couple of days. Additionally, he needed to keep an eye on the developments surrounding the initiation cross. Coupled with the affairs of Oliver Winston, he had indeed been quite occupied of late. Please follow me, the bartender eagerly beckoned, carefully guiding the two extraordinary individuals to the second floor of the bar. The soundproofing was excellent. Despite the raucous noise below, the second floor was remarkably serene. It was partitioned into 7 rooms, each adorned with a sign indicating its purpose, such as witchcraft studies, divination room, dream analysis chamber, among others. At the end of the corridor hung a sign for the Seekers' Gathering. While somewhat modest, it was reasonable given that it catered not only to the extraordinary, but also to enthusiasts of the mystical arts. I shall not intrude further, the bartender said with a respectful bow, then discreetly retreated downstairs. This is the survival instinct of ordinary people, Wade remarked with a grin. Maintain the desire for exploration, yet learn to temper your curiosity. This sentiment was equally applicable to the extraordinary. Lorian shot him a blank stare. Is this a warning? Wade dared not speculate further on Lorian's identity, muttering, "You are correct." He resolved to swiftly resolve Stein's bounty after tonight, collecting the reward before departing London. The intricacies of this place were too profound, unsuitable for an honest and straightforward extraordinary being like himself. As the door to the Seekers' Gathering swung open, several gazes turned in their direction. The room was spacious, arranged with a dozen or so independent stalls. At the entrance sat a small table where the host, cloaked and concealed, appeared to be an adult male based on his physique. Oh, noticing Wade's entrance, he raised an eyebrow. Have you something new to sell so soon? Not at all, Wade replied irritably, waving his hand. I merely brought a gentleman to peruse. With that, he settled beside the host, showing no inclination to disturb Lorian. A gentleman? The host's expression shifted with surprise as he regarded Lorian, adopting a humble demeanor. Welcome to the Seekers' Gathering, esteemed sir. We shall endeavor to meet your needs. Hoping your visit proves satisfactory. Far more modest than the black market host Lorian had encountered previously, he nodded thoughtfully, adhering to the adage that less is more. He refrained from further conversation and proceeded directly towards several stalls within the gathering. What may I assist you with, sir? The stall owner cheerfully inquired. Given Wade's frequent visits for the disposal of stolen goods, many recognized him as a powerful, extraordinary individual. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that his companion was likewise a true extraordinary being. The host's reaction further corroborated this notion. However, Lorian's request took the stall owner by surprise. I seek some foundational materials on mysticism. If you have advanced texts, I would also be willing to purchase. Introductory materials on mysticism? The stall owner paused for a moment, then nodded in realization. You must be acquiring on behalf of another. Indeed, I have what you require. He rubbed his hands together, elaborating. I possess various esoteric texts from all disciplines. Is that so? Lorian glanced around and noted that the merchandise primarily comprised books and publications. In addition to educational works, there were intriguing urban legends, biographies of extraordinary beings, and travelogues. Picking one up, he flipped through it, discovering the content to be quite basic, largely concerning spirituality and inspiration. The author seemed overly cautious, clearly delineating each concept, even devoting several pages to explicating the existence of extraordinary beings. It resembled closely the content Herman had sold him previously, with little distinction. Lorian glanced at the title, The Alistair Codex, authored by Alistair. Your taste is commendable. The stall owner, likely an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary powers, nevertheless possessed a keen memory for such knowledge and beamed. Surely, you have heard of Mr. Alistair? Lorian continued to peruse the book without replying. The stall owner faltered momentarily before adeptly resuming. Mr. Alistair is a legendary sorcerer, a scholar and mystic, heralded as the pioneer of modern mysticism. Lorian listened with rapt attention before placing the book down. How much? The stall owner raised a finger. £100? Lorian arched an eyebrow, considering the price reasonable. Knowledge pertaining to the extraordinary world often commanded a steep fee. After all, he had spent over £100 for merely a few inquiries from Herman. And much of that information could be found within this Alistair Codex, along with a wealth of additional knowledge. Spending another £100 was entirely acceptable. No, no, the stall owner chuckled awkwardly. There is no need for such an expenditure. This Alistair Codex is widely circulated, akin to an introduction to British customs within the realm of mysticism. Given that Lorian was likely an extraordinary being, the stall owner dared not impose a high price for such an educational work. Therefore, merely £10 would suffice. £10. A sudden pang of unease gripped Lorian, surfacing an ominous suspicion. He hastily flipped through the section regarding the professions of extraordinary beings within the Alistair Codex. There was only one profession mentioned: sorcerer. Is there an issue? The stall owner's expression faltered, sensing Lorian's sudden shift in demeanor, emanating an unsettling aura. And no, nothing at all. Lorian inhaled deeply, his countenance betraying no emotion. A sudden recollection of an old friend prompted him to pay a visit. Chapter 46. The Wolf's Words Before the Storm. The last time he procured information from Hermann, the man sold him intelligence worth less than £10 for over 100. Lorian's eyes narrowed. No, I have always been the one to deceive, never the one to be deceived. I must show Hermann what it truly means to be a vampire. Yet, during our last encounter with Jack the Ripper, he displayed a certain loyalty, possibly motivated by a desire to prevent me and Aaron Hastings from becoming a burden to him. Nevertheless, such matters are typically assessed by actions rather than intentions, and one must not be overly excessive. I shall take this copy of Alistair's guidance. As Lorian contemplated, he casually selected a few other books that appeared potentially useful. All right, let me see, the bookseller said, rubbing his hands together with a broad smile. That comes to £21 and 14 pence, but I shall charge you £21 and 1 shilling. As Lorian retrieved his wallet to make the payment, he discreetly employed his environmental perception, discovering that, aside from the host, there were no other extraordinary beings in the room. Furthermore, the extraordinary items being peddled bore no traces of spirituality. It seems this gathering hardly qualifies as a genuine assembly of extraordinary individuals. Was it due to Wade Winston's desire to conceal his connections? Or perhaps he was simply unfamiliar with the scene. Finding nothing else of value, Lorian stowed away the books and prepared to depart. Finished so soon? Wade Winston exclaimed in surprise. I have limited time. Very well, I must confess I am somewhat fatigued. Farewell, young Robert. He waved nonchalantly at the host, leading Lorian out of the Seeker's tavern. Once in a secluded area, Wade Winston cautiously inquired, so now I. The transaction is complete. You may leave now, Lorian replied, satisfied with the outcome of his outing and showing no intent to make things difficult for him. Hearing this, Wade Winston let out a sigh of relief and grinned. Then farewell, esteemed sorcerer. I hope we shall not meet again. He quickly amended, I hope we will see each other once more someday. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we indeed shall meet again, Lorian mused with interest. Who could predict the future? In the West End of London, at the Brent Detective Agency's reception room, a man clad in a black trench coat sat upon the sofa. He was youthful, with sharp features, and his gaze bore an undeniable intensity. A purge? Hermann replied, masking his inner turmoil with a sip of tea. I did not quite grasp your meaning. Mr. Hendry, just half an hour prior, this man, claiming to be an inspector from Scotland Yard, had unexpectedly arrived. He had attended a few extraordinary gatherings, and while somewhat informed, this was his first genuine encounter, leaving him both exhilarated and apprehensive. Currently, the illegal beliefs and secret societies in East London have reached an intolerable level, Hendry stated coldly. Recently, the operatives from Scotland Yard were diverted to other matters, granting these cultists a chance to breathe. Not only have several new cults emerged, but some have even dared to openly speak of intangible arts, attempting to unveil the extraordinary world to the public. This is categorically unacceptable. Hermann's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He recalled selling some of the information he possessed to an ordinary detective not long ago. Even if Hendry's remarks were not directed at him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Hendry seemed to sense his unease. Scotland Yard has maintained a tolerant stance towards ordinary extraordinary individuals, provided they do not exploit their powers for illicit activities. We will refrain from arrests and stringent controls. Is that so? Hermann mused, finally grasping why those extraordinary gatherings could exist. It was likely due to Scotland Yard's leniency towards such activities, compounded by the sheer volume of gatherings, forcing them to prioritize more pressing issues, such as those cults. Although he did not understand why, it seems Scotland Yard was particularly concerned about matters of faith. Recently, we have uncovered a nascent secret society that appears inclined to use extraordinary power to interfere with the ordinary world. They have secretly taken control of several small gangs, engaging in profit-driven and clandestine activities, Hinny stated emphatically. Such illegal beliefs cannot be tolerated. We must strike hard, bringing all these malevolent forces to justice. East London was indeed perilous, not only harboring formidable extraordinary criminals like Jack the Ripper, but also various covert sections. Herman felt a surge of relief. Thank heavens, I have resolved never to venture into East London again. So, you intend to target this cult that interferes with the ordinary world? He inquired curiously. Hinny shook his head. While the actions of these cultists are intolerable, their strength is relatively insignificant in East London, unworthy of a dedicated operation against them. Huh? Herman was puzzled. If we are to conduct a purge, all cults must be thoroughly eradicated, not just a select few. Hinny's gaze deepened. Anything that could potentially disrupt the stability of the present world must be snuffed out in its infancy. His words were vague, concealing many critical details. Yet Herman grasped part of the implications. Compared to ordinary extraordinary beings, the actions of cults appeared far more severe, posing a greater threat, which explains Scotland Yard's unwavering stance. By the way, Hinny interrupted Herman's thoughts, adding, for the next half-month, it would be prudent for you, Mr. Herman, to avoid East London. I wouldn't go even if you didn't warn me. Herman ventured cautiously, because Scotland Yard is about to launch an offensive against these cults? Indeed, Hinny nodded, his golden eyes shimmering under the light. There will undoubtedly be large-scale battles among extraordinary beings, and even with our cooperation with the police department, we cannot guarantee the situation will remain stable. In other words, many ordinary lives may be lost. Herman nodded solemnly. I understand. Hinny continued, moreover, there is another factor. A clandestine cult known as the Wolf's Words appears to be intent on absorbing this newly formed sect. The Wolf's Words? This was a cult that had long concealed itself in East London, venerating a mysterious entity known as the Wolf of Pain. Because these individuals had always remained discreet, they had evaded numerous purges. For reasons unknown, they suddenly sought to act against the nascent cult. Hinny's expression turned cold. Thus, we plan to wait until they have weakened each other, exhausting a portion of their vitality, before we proceed with our offensive. How do you know all this? Herman inquired, but then noticed the impropriety of his question. Apologies. It is of no consequence if you choose not to answer. This is not a matter requiring secrecy. Hinny let out a rare light chuckle. In most esoteric societies, we have infiltrators placed within, enabling us to keep track of their movements and activities. He shook his head and continued. However, those who can single-handedly establish a clandestine sect are certainly no fools. The leaders of these secretive cults are astute and would never allow just anyone to join their ranks. Thus, even our informants, should they gain entry, would be unable to ascend to significant positions and provide information of greater value. They would remain on the periphery of the organization. So that's how it is. Herman nodded in understanding. It seemed that a storm was certainly brewing in East London over the next month. If even a figure like Jack the Ripper possessed such formidable power, one could only wonder what level of force the Scotland Yard, as the extraordinary institution of Great Britain, would mobilize. Given that this was a matter concerning an entire esoteric society in East London, it was likely that more than just one practitioner of the arcane arts would be involved. Perhaps even this inspector could be one such practitioner. I sense not a hint of spiritual energy from him, yet he could not possibly be an ordinary man devoid of extraordinary powers. Could it be that the disparity is so vast that it obscures my spiritual intuition? Herman took a deep breath. I shall endeavor to keep my distance from East London. Very well. Hinny rose to take his leave. I shall not detain you any longer. Tomorrow morning, I must meet with Detective Lorian. Herman accompanied the inspector to the door of the office, watching him drive away. After standing in the evening breeze for a few more minutes, he turned to return to the office. Just then, his spiritual intuition suddenly stirred with unease, a chill creeping from his feet through his entire body. He whirled around to see a tide of shadowy apparitions rushing towards him, with frenzied tendrils obscuring his vision, licking at the night, within which seemed to hide a pair of glowing crimson eyes. What foul entity is this? Herman's heart raced. Blood surging as the instincts honed during his days on the run propelled him swiftly out of his stupor. He had no thought of resistance, instead opting to flee, calling out loudly, Hinny, Mr. Hinny. He hoped that the inspector, a practitioner of the arcane arts, would hear the commotion. However, seconds passed without anyone appearing before him. Instead, the terrifying shadows behind him drew ever closer, and a sinister voice emerged from within. Chill, you are too loud. What if someone reports you for disturbing the peace on such a late night? As despair rooted him to the spot, Lorian, cloaked in shadow, stepped forth from the darkness. Herman cautiously glanced. only to discover that beneath the hood, there were no features, merely a swirling void of shadow. Gulp. He swallowed hard, feeling an uncontrollable sense of dread. Why is West London so perilous at night? Are you frightened? Lorian's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with an icy chill. The shadowy tendrils extended from beneath his robe, while the shadows behind him slithered silently, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. He was becoming increasingly adept at playing the villain. Who are you? Herman stammered, his voice trembling. Damn it, if I survive this night, I will move to inner London and never venture out again. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is what I intend to do. Lorian advanced slowly, eroding Herman's psychological defenses with every step, treading upon his very heartbeat. What is it that you intend to do? Herman's throat tightened, his body quaking. Without speaking, Lorian simply stared at him, his crimson gaze piercing into the depths of his soul. In the eerie silence, Herman broke out in a cold sweat, his garments nearly drenched. In a moment of desperation, a bizarre thought flickered in his mind. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively uttered, I have some savings, if you require them. Have you come to that conclusion so quickly? Lorian neither rebuffed nor agreed, maintaining his silence. Could truly be? Herman gritted his teeth, retrieving his wallet from the pristine Chester coat, and without a glance, handed the entire wallet to the terrifying figure before him. Lorian accepted the wallet with an impassive expression. You are quite clever. Am I seeing a ghost? So, you truly are here to rob me, Herman thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him, the thrill of surviving flooding his heart, coloring his face with an unusual flush. So, may I leave now? Who were you calling just now? Lorian suddenly inquired. Herman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately his instinct for survival prevailed. That was an inspector from Scotland Yard. An inspector from Scotland Yard? Lorian mused. He must be here regarding Jack the Ripper. He might come looking for me shortly. I need to resolve this matter quickly, or it could become troublesome if he arrives at the apartment and finds me absent. Lorian's thoughts raced, and he spoke in a low tone. Understood. He showed no surprise. It seemed he thought nothing of the inspector, indicating that he was at least of the same caliber as Mr. Hendry. Herman cast his eyes downward in fear, unwilling to pry into the shadows beneath Lorian's hood. Then, you are a detective, correct? Lorian's voice emerged softly. Indeed, it was an obvious truth, and Herman dared not utter a falsehood. I have a task for you. Oh no. Herman's heart sank, and he forced a smile. Please go ahead. I am pursuing a particularly capable extraordinary criminal, and have discovered that he seems to have formed an alliance with a wealthy merchant named Oliver Winston. Herman grasped his intent. You want me to investigate this Oliver Winston? Indeed. Lorian nodded gently. That might be a bit challenging, Herman replied, conflicted. My abilities are limited, and I may end up jeopardizing your efforts. Do not worry. Lorian was aware of his concerns. You only need to investigate the individuals surrounding Oliver Winston, such as his butler or servants. You need not confront the extraordinary criminal directly. If danger arises, you may retreat at once. That simplifies matters considerably, and it appears I have little choice in the matter. How unfortunate. Winston seems to be quite the affluent merchant in East London, and I believe he has appeared in the newspapers before. Herman grimaced, ultimately acquiescing. I understand. Rest assured, I will not require you to work for free. And there will be compensation? Herman's expression turned to one of surprise, doubting his hearing. At this moment, Lorian opened the wallet he had just acquired, extracting half of the cash within and smiling pleasantly. Is this sufficient? You're taking what originally belonged to me to hire me for a task, and only half of what was mine? Herman fell silent, ultimately suppressing his dissatisfaction and bowing his head. It is enough. So compliant? No, from our brief encounter. He does not seem to be one to passively accept his fate. Perhaps he is currently contemplating how to report me to Scotland Yard. Lorian thought to himself, oh well, I merely intended to take a small measure of revenge. The commission was merely a ruse. If it yields results, splendid. If not, then there is no loss. He spoke in a casual tone. Now, hurry along. I shall return at this time tomorrow. Upon departing from the Herman Detective Agency and returning to his apartment, Lorian did not merely wait idly. Instead, he retrieved the tome titled the Alistair Codex for perusal. This esoteric volume was adorned with metallic corner protectors, its cover a deep obsidian hue, embellished with gilded floral patterns and inscribed with arcane symbols of ambiguous significance. As he turned the opening page, he was greeted by a brief biography of the author, Alistair. Born in 1814 to devout Christian parents who were both members of the Plymouth Brethren, Alistair harbored a disdain for the words of Christ, audaciously declaring himself the great beast. Within extraordinary circles, he was often referred to as the Beast of Revelation or Mr. 666. He had once been a prominent member of a remarkable organization known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but following a betrayal that led to his estrangement, he journeyed to Egypt, where he received revelations from Horus and penned the Book of the Law, subsequently returning to Britain to establish a new organization called the Light of the Hidden. The Aleister Codex, a comprehensive guide to mysticism, was authored during his time with the Golden Dawn. The year 1888 marked 74 years since Aleister's birth. Even a common individual might still be alive at this juncture, let alone Aleister, a formidable figure revered as a modern luminary of mysticism. The world was indeed growing increasingly fascinating. Lorian perused the table of contents, swiftly navigating to the section that piqued his interest most, the art of tempering one's spirituality. Since receiving the nurturing influence from Marilyn, his spiritual essence had burgeoned significantly. It appeared that when individuals of comparable standing encountered one another, extraordinary beings could discern whether a person possessed extraordinary powers through specific means, primarily determined by their emanating spirituality. Although there were exceptions of individuals blessed with innate gifts, who, despite not being extraordinary beings, exhibited substantial spiritual presence, it was generally the case that only true extraordinary beings manifested such conspicuous spirituality. To temporarily obscure his identity as an extraordinary being, one must learn the techniques of spiritual restraint. Spirituality, an influence born from the soul of the living being, embodies the singular essence of each individual, serving as the key to unlocking the mysteries of existence and unleashing the latent powers within the depths of the psyche to elevate the soul. This esoteric knowledge was not obscure. Lorian found it remarkably accessible and soon grasped the core concepts presented. He procured a mirror and employed his environmental perception, and indeed, he beheld his gaunt visage, with eyes radiating a brass-toned luminescence, surrounded by a halo of scarlet mist. Focusing intently, he endeavored to concentrate his spirituality within his cranium. As he followed the instructions, his gray-blue eyes flickered momentarily, the glaring brass hue receding, and the surrounding crimson glow gradually diminished. Was this a consequence of his vampiric nature? For an ordinary person, mastering such skills would surely take longer. Lorian nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he would soon digest the contents of the Aleister Codex. At that juncture, he could experiment with meditation, which should yield certain benefits, and perhaps share his newfound knowledge with the senior members of the Order of the Blooded Cross, enriching their understanding. In future encounters with extraordinary adversaries, he would be less likely to find himself at a loss. Once the matters in Scotland were resolved, it would be time to orchestrate contact with the extraordinary realm. Isolation was not an option. As for the prospect of becoming a sorcerer, he dismissed the idea. Vampirism itself represented an entirely new and inherently potent, extraordinary paradigm. Sorcerers, while also endowed with certain dangers, faced a particularly perilous dilemma. According to the Aleister Codex, sorcerers of the four tiers, life, spirit, mystery, and power, experience periods of silence each year during which they could not employ their arcane abilities, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable and reliant on relics for self-preservation. Thus, sorcerers must perpetually guard their silence days to avoid becoming targets of their enemies. Even so, sorcerers remained among the least hazardous professions within the realm of mysticism. Perhaps the existence of silence days mitigated some risks? What precisely were the sources of such peril? Given his limited understanding, he resolved to refrain from engaging too readily. Purely meditative practices, however, seemed devoid of danger. Yet, contemplating vampires, Lorian's gaze grew solemn as he peered outside. Calculating the time, he surmised that the operations of the Order of the Blooded Cross had likely reached a successful conclusion. With Jack Arnold, Marilyn, and Evans probably back at their headquarters by now, the massacre of the candidate's residence by the serial killer could not be concealed for long. Journalists, drawn by the scent of gold, would circle like vultures around the corpse of Zanoni, draining it of every last ounce of value. Lorian welcomed this development with glee. Once this story graced the newspapers, the public would be outraged that a respected candidate had contracted a hit, while simultaneously fearing that even a candidate could perish in their own home due to the wrath of Jack the Ripper. As the narrative unfolded, Jack the Ripper's notoriety would undoubtedly eclipse that of any historical murderer, solidifying his status as Britain's most terrifying serial killer. In no time, perhaps by tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, this incident would saturate the newspapers of London, infiltrating every household. By then, the immense wave of notoriety would undoubtedly propel Lorian's current abilities to a qualitative leap, enabling him to face even the inspector from Scotland Yard with composure. It was a sure bet. Lorian estimated that once he absorbed this surge of notoriety, he could bestow specific abilities upon lower-ranking members through the process of blood gifting. This would significantly enhance the power of the vampiric clan, while the dissemination of fame served as a supportive mechanism. The true measure lay in the innate talents of the blood recipients. If every member of the Order of the Blooded Cross possessed talents akin to Arnold's, there would be little reason for concern. With dozens of progenitor and subsequent vampires, the influence of the vampiric faction could sweep across much of Britain with ease, rendering Scotland Yard a mere footnote in their path. As the Vampire King, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a formidable echelon, capable of toppling the entire TM world single-handedly. Fortunately, the feedback from these blood-feeding spiders had been quite favorable. Lorian diverted his gaze and opened a drawer, revealing a dense web and a family spider dangling beneath the table. Compared to a few days prior, these blood-feeding spiders had shrunk considerably. Now only 2/3 the size of typical individuals, yet they had directly gifted him 2 abilities: crisis warning and electrostatic adhesion. The former appeared to overlap with environmental perception and spiritual intuition, but was more focused on sensing the origins of impending crises. Akin to the spider sense of a certain spandex-clad hero residing at 20 Ingram Street in the New York Forest community, capable of detecting imminent threats 0.51 seconds in advance. This capability was immensely valuable. In contrast, the application of electrostatic adhesion seemed limited, with few practical uses. Perhaps in the future, he might attain a mutation. Who knows? He might even cultivate a Spider-Man. Lorian held high hopes for this prospect. If he could independently grant specific abilities to lower-ranking members, enabling them to develop and advance those skills, his own growth would far exceed the current pace. The abilities of his subordinates would become increasingly diverse and comprehensive. The compatibility between spiders and vampiric blood was surprisingly high. To date, only 1/3 of the individuals had perished, and the remaining ones might endure indefinitely. Next time, perhaps I could procure some owls or crows to experiment with, in hopes of discovering flight-related abilities. Moreover, since we are already delving into the realm of vampires, how could we possibly overlook the opportunity to examine bats? Once I conclude matters with Oliver Winston, I shall seek a few specimens for scrutiny. Given the limitation of controlling a single specimen at a time, it is prudent to focus on one species per attempt. Thus, Lorian invariably selects only one animal for each trial. Prior to these spiders, he had experimented with mice, but found them to descend into madness after absorbing the vampire's blood, even exhibiting tendencies that affected his own psyche. The reasons for this remain elusive, compelling him to exercise caution with each selection of blood-feeding creatures. The 2 recipients of the crucifixion exhibited commendable results, warranting consideration for their transformation into vampires. As for Benson, currently, Arnold can convert approximately 3 second-generation vampires, leaving 2 besides Marilyn. Lorian silently deliberated. Once the cooldown period concludes, he would allocate one of Arnold's slots to Benson. Merging a ghost with a second-generation vampire could yield intriguing transformations. Regarding Michelle and Green, he would let Marilyn sequentially convert them into 3rd-generation vampires. After reaching a decision, he communicated his plans through the bloodline connection to Jack Arnold. Subsequently, Lorian awaited the arrival of the officer from the Scottish Yard. However, it was not until 7 in the morning that he spotted a black sedan halting below the apartment building. A somewhat weary-looking Hendry exited the vehicle, treading the quiet corridor to apartment 204. Knock, knock, knock. Half a minute later, in the apartment foyer. Scottish Yard? Lorian feigned ignorance. I am not well versed in such matters. Hendry, seated across from the desk, rubbed his temples. The Scottish Yard was formally established during the Hanoverian period, its origins tracing back to the Knights of the Round Table, left by King Arthur, comprised solely of proficient, extraordinary individuals, summoned exclusively by the British monarch to address domestic supernatural affairs. Lorian nodded in understanding. So, you are here regarding Jack the Ripper? Indeed. Hendry cast a downward glance at the detective across from him. Mr. Lorian, I assume you are not extraordinary, merely possessing a degree of knowledge on the subject. Indeed. Lorian smiled. All of this information was relayed to me by Herman. I see. Hendry did not linger on this topic, instead informing the unremarkable detective about the crackdown on the cult and the Wolf's Tongue Society, advising him to steer clear of East London for the time being, to avoid entanglement in the murky waters until the storm had passed. He seemed pressed for time, speaking rapidly. The grand operation, the Wolf's Tongue Society's intent to engulf the crucifixion. Lorian maintained a composed expression while an uncontrollable wave of agitation surged within him. Evidently, Evans and his cohort had long been under the scrutiny of the Scottish Yard. Furthermore, There existed a clandestine sect known as the Wolf's Tongue Society that planned to act against the crucifixion. Moreover, the Scottish Yard had embedded spies within most cults. Lorian trusted Evan's capabilities. Even if someone infiltrated the crucifixion, it was likely only the most basic peripheral or ordinary members and could never penetrate the upper echelons. Nevertheless, he would need to investigate further to unearth this individual. The Wolf's Tongue Society, the Wolf of Suffering, truly a rare source of nourishment. Lorian restrained the restless vampire blood within him, maintaining a facade of normalcy as he replied, "I shall exercise caution." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Hendry rose with no hesitation, dismissing any notion of small talk. From his entrance to the present, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed. This officer appeared quite urgent. It seemed the Scottish Yard was short-staffed, or perhaps most personnel had been dispatched in preparation for the grand operation, rendering them unable to spare more hands. However, delivering messages did not necessitate an officer's presence. An ordinary member would suffice. Perhaps delivering the message was merely incidental. Otherwise, Hendry would have sought him out after conferring with Herman last night, rather than waiting until now. When he came to notify them, it might very well have been his rare moment of respite. As Lorian's thoughts raced, he politely stood to see him off. "Thank you for the information, Mr. Hendry." "No need for thanks. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't linger." Hendry hurriedly descended the stairs, declining Lorian's offer to escort him. Lorian made no further insistence, returning to his desk and observing the sedan slowly depart from the apartment building. Leaving East London to evade the impending storm? I have long been at the heart of this tempest, and merely dealing with a few cultists seems rather mundane. Lorian gently tapped the tabletop, his gaze deepening as he called for Jack Arnold. "Now, assemble all members of the crucifixion at once. I shall personally conduct the inspection." Chapter 48. The Day of the Crucifixion. The stronghold of the crucifixion. As dawn broke, a chilly mist enveloped the surroundings, and the seasoned members, who had toiled through the night, were gathered in one place, their faces betraying evident exhaustion. Yet, not a single individual expressed discontent at the summons of the blood-giving priest. Apart from the previous night's operation, the last assembly of all members had been for the blood-giving ceremony. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, brimming with longing for the holy blood. In the operation against Zanoni, these senior members, meticulously selected, had all demonstrated sufficient qualifications. During the selection process, one of the most critical criteria was faith in the devil. It could be said that excluding Evans, Jack Arnold, and Marilyn, these 13 individuals possessed the most devout faith in Lorian, making them entirely worthy of becoming blood recipients. The 13 senior members stood solemnly in the room, refraining from displaying the anxiousness and yearning etched on their faces, quietly awaiting the admonition of the blood-giving priest. Evans, stationed by the window, gazed out at the grayish-white fog, then turned, suppressing the inner turmoil of his anger, his expression as still as water. "I have received a divine revelation from our Lord. The second blood-giving will occur today." Indeed, the 13 inhaled sharply, and Evans immediately continued. "However, this time, I shall not preside over the ceremony." "What?" A fleeting look of confusion crossed some faces. Given that Evans was the blood-giving priest appointed by the Lord, he was expected to oversee all blood-giving ceremonies. Who else had the authority to perform such rites on their behalf? Could it be our spiritual father, the firstborn of the Holy Blood Father? Although the organizational structure of the crucifixion revolved around Jack Arnold, he had never directly appeared before these individuals, always delegating the task to Evans. As the atmosphere thickened, Evans flared his nostrils and took a deep breath. This time, the great Mr. Devil, the Lord of Holy Blood, the ruler of the night, our deity whom we venerate, shall personally descend in a manifestation to bestow a gift. The Lord of Holy Blood? A sudden change swept over the countenance of everyone in the room, as they struggled to contain the tumultuous waves of emotions surging within them, their eyes igniting with fervent desire. "Stop dawdling, Constantine. The blood-giving priest is already summoning all members." "Understood. You proceed first. I have matters to attend to. But I shall join shortly. There is still over 10 minutes, after all." In the dormitory of ordinary members, a seemingly unremarkable man stood on the balcony, waving dismissively at his urging companion. "Very well, just don't be late. If something goes awry, I won't be responsible." His companion paid him no heed and hurriedly departed for the designated gathering point. As he watched him leave, Constantine instinctively reached into his pocket, yearning for a cigarette, only to find it empty. "Damn it, I have yet to encounter a cult that forbids smoking and drinking, which has left me without a smoke for over 10 days. Leaning against the wall with a throbbing headache, Constantine furrowed his brow. What would they possibly want by summoning everyone at this hour? It seemed that many high-ranking members had been organized for an operation last night. Alas, the status of ordinary members remains too low. We are perpetually excluded from many matters. And I must find a way to elevate my standing, especially since Hendry has been pressing me repeatedly. He sniffed, indulging in the imagined scent of tobacco. His gaze misty as he exhaled a puff of white vapor. Never mind. I might as well head over and see what's unfolding to avoid raising suspicion. Upon arriving at the assembly hall, Constantine discovered that 80% of the members who had undergone the initiation were already present, with the remainder trickling in. A high-ranking member named Evans stood silently on the platform, his eyes cast downward as if awaiting something. 5 minutes later, the gathering was complete. The distinction between senior and ordinary members was stark, with the former comprising only 13 individuals, while the latter had surged to 24. As for the larger group of peripheral members, they were deemed unworthy of participating in this assembly. The hall itself was exquisitely decorated, embodying a classical aesthetic, having previously been used for theatrical performances before being acquired by the Order of the Initiated. Constantine chose a position in a corner, surrounded by familiar faces. Just as he was about to inquire about the latest news, the officiant on the platform began to speak solemnly. Last night, I was touched by the Holy Spirit. The Great Father of the Sacred Blood has delivered a divine oracle, declaring this day as our initiation day. The Holy Spirit? Constantine discreetly surveyed the room. Noticing that those 13 individuals remained motionless, resembling wax figures, their intense gazes fixed upon the officiant delivering the speech. A troop of puppets brainwashed by lies, likely valuing this so-called Holy Spirit above their own lives, completely oblivious to the fact that it might merely be an evil entity from the underworld. He averted his gaze as ordinary members began to murmur among themselves, whispering in small clusters. Well, these individuals are not entirely beyond redemption. They still possess their own thoughts. Once this cult is eradicated, they may be sent to an asylum for mental rehabilitation, with their reintegration into society determined based on their condition. As he silently speculated, Evans on the platform spoke again. Perhaps some of you remain unclear as to why we revere the Lord of the Sacred Blood. He slightly closed his eyes, his irises reflecting a sharp light. He is the Lord of myriad demons residing in hell, and he is also the Holy Spirit descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, the Lord of the Sacred Blood is but one of his countless manifestations. This fanatic is eager to ascribe every word of praise to those vile spirits, probably convincing himself in the process. Constantine thought disdainfully, though a facade of astonishment crept across his face. He is the Lord of hosts. He is the King of victories. As he recited the name of the great demon, Evans's true nature began to reveal itself. He descended from the heavens to the mortal realm, taking the form of the vampire king, spreading the light of decay, and shall lead us to monumental achievements. Fangs and claws slowly emerged, and his otherworldly crimson pupils glimmered, his bones cracking as his physique gradually elongated. Some ordinary members, who had never witnessed the true visage of a vampire, were rendered speechless, their eyes glazed over. Strip away your hypocritical facades. Evans raised his hands, his deep, raspy voice echoing throughout the assembly hall. Today, the great vampire king shall descend upon his future dominion to bestow upon us the boundless power of the sacred blood and to impart the sacred decrees. As if those evil spirits could so easily manifest in the mortal realm. Are the silent hunters on night watch merely idling? They must have procured an extraordinary individual to play the part, fabricating a supposed miracle. Constantine scoffed with derision. However, in the next moment, his gaze abruptly froze, his pupils quaking. At that instant, as Evans concluded his words, a crimson mist suddenly enveloped the hall, and a terrifying scarlet spirit emerged from the depths of darkness. The shadows of the entire hall writhing and pulsating toward him. An unsettling intuition told Constantine that this was no mere facade. He cast a disbelieving glance around, discovering that aside from the 13 individuals to his left, the remaining members exhibited reactions mirroring his own, under the weight of numerous horrified gazes. Lorian stood expressionless on the platform, waiting a full minute before narrowing his eyes and articulating slowly, "Among you, there is a traitor." Chapter 49, The Vampire Legion. Among you, there is a traitor. Upon hearing the great demon's pronouncement, a fury that had long simmered within Evans erupted uncontrollably. The Lord and Elder Arnold had placed such trust in him, entrusting him with all affairs concerning the initiated cross. One honor, yet he had been deceived, allowing a malicious spy to infiltrate their ranks. He had utterly failed in his duties, a profound disgrace indeed. aside from the self-recriminating and furious Evans. The expressions of the 13 senior members varied, and after a few seconds, the natural divide compelled them to cast their gazes toward the ordinary members. What is happening? Has an evil spirit from the underworld truly manifested in a mortal realm? In the corner, Constantine inhaled sharply. This shouldn't be. There should be plenty of silent hunters in London recently. What spirit would dare to be so audacious? Although the spirit projected by the bright silver ring possessed only a fraction of its true capabilities in actual combat, its strength would pale in comparison to that of a corporeal body. However, such a display in public was ideal for conjuring awe. The first impression is always shaped by outward appearances. A fearsome, monstrous spirit is far more captivating than an unremarkable ordinary person. Even Constantine, a seasoned investigator from the Scottish Bureau, failed to detect any abnormalities. As silence fell over the assembly, Lorian silently urged the perception of the environment, the emanating spiritual energy rendering the scarlet spirit even more terrifying. The grayish-white curtains parted, and everything before him became exceedingly clear. Amidst the dim radiance, a striking hue of violet spiritual energy stood out prominently. Found you without any pretense? No, it seems that my perceptual abilities in spirit form surpass those of my corporeal self. The Scottish Bureau does not seem to regard the current initiated cross with much seriousness. The individuals dispatched should possess only average skills, making it easy for me to see through their ruse. Constantine sensed the gaze of the vampire king sweep over him, a cold sweat prickling at his back, and he nearly yielded to the impulse to flee. No, this is their stronghold. If I reveal any signs of trepidation, I will undoubtedly be besieged by a mob. Aside from that blood-giving officiant, I have already encountered at least 2 extraordinary individuals with special powers in recent days, and there may be others lurking in the shadows. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain composed as that oppressive gaze briefly flicked away, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Didn't he notice me? Constantine stared in astonishment as the vampire king turned his gaze away and continued to convey divine oracles to his followers. Among you, there are those who do not fully trust me, some who are devout, and others who contemplate betrayal. However, I shall forgive your transgressions. Lorian gently raised his hand, and a myriad of shadowy tendrils slowly extended from the darkness behind him, each enveloping 13 portions of ordinary blood meticulously stored by Arnold. Once you partake of the holy blood, you shall become my disciples, elevated in spirit and granted an extraordinary station, serving as the blood-bearers of the night. Evan, adhering to the established protocol set by Lorian, stepped forth and coldly addressed the assembly. Edward, Sojourn, Brendan, Gloria stepped forward. He recited the names of the 13 senior members, among whom only Gloria was a woman. Lorian retracted his ethereal form, gradually solidifying into a tall, slender figure, the shadows coalescing into his robe and cloak, trailing silently behind him. The 13 before him were awash in a terrifying aura, gritting their teeth in trepidation. Certain words were too weighty to be uttered by him and had to be conveyed by Evan. You 13 have demonstrated your loyalty and capability and shall comprise the second batch to imbibe the holy blood. Evan stated with an icy demeanor, this is a command, not inquiry. Allow me to commence, esteemed priest. Gloria was the first to voice her eagerness. Evan turned to seek the opinion of the devilish figure, who nonchalantly nodded, prompting Evan to respond to Gloria. Then let it be you who begins. He bowed respectfully, retrieving a portion of holy blood from the tendril's end and placing it into Gloria's hands, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Drink. The other 12 gazed on with fervor as Gloria, without hesitation, consumed the holy blood. Like Michelle and Green before her, her body began to elevate, the vampire's power surging through her veins, gradually transforming her frail human form. She bit her lip, her pupils tinged with crimson, her essence rapidly expanding. Alongside her physical transformation, her soul underwent a monumental metamorphosis under the influence of the vampire's blood. Compared to the last occasion, Arnold's strength had indeed grown. The potency contained within the blood he bestowed now far surpassed the previous offering. Upon completing her transformation from an ordinary human to a blood-bearer, Gloria's physical prowess reached parity with Michelle and Green. She felt the boiling power within her, a single tear of crimson blood slipping down her cheek, her faith solidifying. Next, having served as the public face of the Cross of the Covenant for an extensive period, Evan's demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. Even without resorting to the powers of the undead, his every movement exuded authority. Edwards, sporting a scruffy beard, approached with his head bowed, accepting the second portion of holy blood from Evan, drinking deeply to become a blood-bearer. Sojourn, Brendan. In swift succession, all 13 completed their transformations, standing before Lorian with fervent gazes. Excellent. Lorian's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his gaze icy. I shall incite a war, and you will form the first vampire legion of the Cross of the Covenant. We shall become the blade in your hand. The 13 newly minted bloodbearers declared in unison. No matter who stands against us. Is that so? Lorian narrowed his eyes. What if your adversary is an aberrant god and its minions? The 13 bloodbearers remained resolute. Even if it costs our lives, we shall scatter your brilliance with our blood. Creating 13 extraordinary beings with such ease was no ordinary feat for a mere malevolent spirit. It was no wonder he was unperturbed by the hunter's silence, daring to descend upon the mortal realm now. A vampire legion. A vampire king? It appeared that I had unwittingly waded into murky waters. Constantine mused, regretting his decision to undertake this seemingly straightforward task. As he wallowed in self-reproach, he suddenly noticed the vampire king atop the dais, casting a jovial glance in his direction. Ah, the esteemed spy from Scotland Yard. After listening for so long, do you wish to become my disciple? Constantine's eyes widened, his heart momentarily halting, his neck, which had just turned, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Has he discovered my presence? Or is he merely toying with me? The hostile gazes of the 13 bloodbearers turned towards him, and Constantine felt the weight of immense psychological pressure, his countenance stiffening. He cautiously shrank into a corner, only to find the vampire king's penetrating gaze following him. His companions finally grasped the situation. There is a traitor among us. Faced with the malevolent stares that seemed to wish to devour him whole, Constantine's heart plummeted. After weighing his options, he realized that if he openly declared his adversarial stance and unleashed all his hidden cards, evading the pursuit of the 13 fledgling bloodbearers and the priest should not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, with the immediate presence of the vampire king, whose power was unknown, the situation could turn perilous. After a brief internal struggle, Constantine resolved to stand tall. Great vampire king, permit me to become one of your disciples. A blade in your hand. Forgive me, Hendry, he thought. In this scenario, I cannot afford to uphold any oaths. Preserving my life is paramount. Such decisiveness? It seemed at odds with the image of a Scotland Yard investigator that the overseer had portrayed. Nevertheless, once he accepted the vampire's blood, betrayal against Lorian would be impossible. Evan gestured for him to approach. No need for ceremony, esteemed priest. Constantine approached with an awareness of the 13 hostile gazes fixed upon him. The closer he drew, the more he sensed the frenzied essence emanating from the non-human form before him, a disquieting instinct urging him to flee. Humans could never birth such terrifying essence. The vampire, Constantine, adopted a solemn demeanor, respectfully bowing his head. Yet feeling this was insufficient, he knelt on one knee before the vampire king, akin to a knight awaiting royal sanction. Your devout follower, Constantine, offers you his heart. As a recent recruit to Scotland Yard's exorcists, he harbored no loyalty towards the organization, nor did he possess any lofty ideals. In the face of life and death, he was wholly unperturbed by the prospect of switching allegiances. You possess discernment. Lorian observed him for a moment before lightly gesturing, a shadowy tendril settling upon Constantine's shoulder. With a swift motion, the tendril pierced his shoulder, injecting the vampire blood personally bestowed by Lorian into his flesh. At the moment the pain surged, Constantine briefly contemplated fleeing, but rationality quelled the impulse. As he felt the vampire's power begin to flow through him, he gritted his teeth and accepted the transformation. Is this what it means to be a vampire, or merely a lesser variant? Constantine's form did not undergo significant alterations, yet the power coursing beneath his skin surged considerably, and his essence experienced a marked transformation. The human aspect of him silently faded, while the vampire essence grew wild and untamed. Comparatively, his strength had undeniably increased. Yet, in the presence of the vampire king, an even heavier sense of oppression enveloped him. Truly, a harsh and unforgiving hierarchy. To escape its constraints, one could only ascend step by step, while he stood at the apex of his flesh and blood pyramid, coldly observing the vampires below as they tore at one another, offering their blood in tribute. He dared not delve further into his thoughts, suppressing the tremors in his heart as he silently knelt on one knee. Follow me, he beckoned. I have several inquiries to make. Lorian entrusted the remainder of the gathering to Ivans, pausing as he passed before the 13 disciples. As for you, he mused, since you are the inaugural vampire legion, let us bestow upon you a name. How about the sons of Jacob? It aptly suits the 13 of you. The distinguished among them shall emerge as the leader. He did not intend to enlist Michel and Green into this vampire legion, As third-generation vampires, they were suited for more arduous and perilous tasks, and their potential would be wasted among these ordinary blood recipients. Naturally, should these 13 display sufficient talent, the opportunity to become true vampires would also be within their grasp. To enact your will is the very essence of our existence. The bodies of the 13 blood recipients stood immobile as statues, their fervent gazes sending chills down Constantine's spine as he followed Lorian. What tier of extraordinary being are you? In the meticulously prepared chamber of Ivan's, Lorian's ethereal form languidly reclined on the couch, tendrils of shadow gently kneading his shoulders. He extracted a fine cigar from the box, and Constantine promptly bent forward, igniting a kerosene lighter to ignite the cigar before cautiously retreating. I am a wizard, distinct from those sorcerers. I specialize in witchcraft and extraordinary rituals, alchemy. One must be adequately prepared to wield combat efficacy. Constantine replied without reservation. If it were a sorcerer, would that equate to a mid-tier sorcerer? Wizards do not possess the clear hierarchies of sorcerers. Rather, they enhance their abilities through study and practice. Prior to joining the Scottish Bureau, my main occupation was as an exorcist. A wizard? This is indeed an unexpected delight. Lorian had initially wished to observe the transformations that a sorcerer would undergo upon becoming a vampire, but now seemed that such knowledge would remain elusive for the time being. The combination of exorcist and vampire does sound rather peculiar. What are the ranks of the elite forces within the Scottish Bureau? He casually inquired. I have heard that the leader of the court swordsmen, Sir Lancelot, a close aide to King Arthur, is an extraordinary being of the highest caliber, and the other 12 knights of the Round Table are at least of comparable strength. Constantine inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of cigar smoke that permeated the room. However, these are merely legends. The current leader of the Scottish Bureau is likely just a divine-tier sorcerer. Oh, Lorian rested the lit cigar on the corner of the table. Is there such a significant disparity in the extraordinary powers of Britain? Presently, he embodied a demon descended from hell, affording him the liberty to pose such inquiries. Constantine scratched his head. In truth, there are very few extraordinary beings of the secret tier or higher active in the current extraordinary world. At least, I'm unable to reach them at my level. So, in the present world, is a secret tier sorcerer considered mid to high tier power? No, inactivity does not equate to non-existence. Those higher tier extraordinary beings cannot be merely avoiding the world without reason. There must be compelling motives driving their decisions. Additionally, it may also be that Constantine's tier is too low to access this echelon of existence. Lorian nodded thoughtfully. Understand. Chapter 51. The Vigorously Virtuous Vampire Missionary. The streets, soaked by a night of rain, lay shrouded in a dense fog, encircled by black and yellow caution tape. Bodies, gruesomely lifeless, were being transported by investigators from the mansion, laid out upon the vacant lawn, their swollen, pale eyes glistening with morning dew. The sheriff, guarding the street alongside his subordinates, parted the caution tape to allow a black vehicle entry. Hinny exited the vehicle, and the individual waiting at the mansion's entrance hurried towards him. Inspector, what is the situation? His dark circles had noticeably deepened, and without pausing, he strode directly into the mansion. The individual followed closely, whispering a report. There are a total of 24 deceased. Apart from the homeowner, the remaining 23 are guards here. Are there any survivors? Hinny inquired, as per protocol, though he held little hope. Yes, in fact, there are quite a few. Oh, he slightly slowed his pace. Who are they? There are a total of 47 survivors, of which 46 are the mansion's cooks and servants, and one is a student from the Suffolk School of Arts. The individual reported with precision. A student from the Suffolk School of Arts? With so many survivors, it appears these individuals are not so extreme. Hinny did not linger on this point, following the guide to the location where the bodies were discovered. The lush green lawn was pressed down by the weight of the bodies, tips adorned with congealed droplets of blood, while the cobblestone path was stained a deep crimson, the pungent scent of blood mingling with the earthy aromas of soil and grass. Most of the bodies had been removed following the investigation, leaving only the headless corpse of Dramione. He knelt upon the cobblestones, cradling his severed head, with a string of blood-written words upon the wall behind him. Jack the Ripper. Hinny's gaze sharpened. Is he the infamous serial killer who has been causing quite a stir lately? Indeed, the guide elucidated. Several weeks ago, this so-called Jack the Ripper suddenly appeared in East London, murdering a criminal named Ivans, and has since been roaming East London, targeting gang members with bounties from the police. At the time, we suspected him to be an extraordinary being, but we were unable to divert personnel for investigation and had to leave it to the police. What is his relation to this candidate? None, the guide replied, handing him a report. Based on the existing intelligence, it is speculated that this candidate, Zanoni, hired an assassin to murder his illegitimate daughter to conceal his dark past, and that assassin assumed the identity of Jack the Ripper, killing several other prostitutes as a guise. Well, the dead do not deserve sympathy. Hendry let out a cold laugh as he took the report to read. The Tepesh Manor murder case was solved by Detective Luo Lien. The deceased was Jack Arnold. Jack? His expression grew peculiar as he flipped the page. The police representative involved in the investigation of the Jack the Ripper case was Inspector Aaron Hastings of the Whitechapel Enforcement Team, with consultants being Herman and Detective Luo Lien. Could this Detective Luo Lien pose a problem? The guide was well informed about this information. I met him this morning. Hendry shook his head. He is merely an ordinary person. It should not concern him. No. Indri emphasis. Necessary procedures must not be overlooked after the grand sweep. All involved personnel must be thoroughly investigated. Not a single one must be missed. Understood, Inspector. The guide wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Take me to the site of the battle. Hendry did not linger, following the guide into Zanoni's bedroom. The room was in disarray, with signs of burning and cutting scattered throughout. Exquisite paintings on the walls had been reduced to charred remnants, and wooden furniture was nearly consumed by flames. Hendry's gaze grew considerably more serious. The combatants must have stood at the pinnacle of the sorcerer tier, if they were not adept in battle. Their ranks could be even higher. He crouched before a patch of charred marks, reaching out to touch a bit of grime, his emerald green essence beginning to reveal itself. Henley furrowed his brow at the mention of the thunderous skin, night flame, and several obscure incantations. Why? Predominantly, were they all common spells of low to mid-tier? The responsible party cautiously replied, well, we inquired with the surviving servants, and according to them, a figure wearing a red mask has been frequently sighted at night, particularly by those female servants. Henley's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. Is it Wade Winston again? There's a strong possibility. That explains everything. Nothing he does would surprise me. Standing up, Henley's luminescent eyes swept across the room. Jack the Ripper and Wade Winston engaged in combat. No, there were more than just two individuals. Narrowing his eyes, he reassessed the scene. Judging by the signs here, at least 3 participants were involved in the fray, 2 of whom must be Jack the Ripper and Wade Winston, with the latter having the upper hand. Despite his notorious reputation and unsavory methods, Winston's prowess among extraordinary individuals is indeed commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered such notoriety. Extraordinary individuals? That remains uncertain. Henley paused momentarily, observing intently before continuing. After Jack the Ripper found himself at a disadvantage, a third party intervened in the conflict. This time, Winston faced the odds, and though there are suspicions of disguise, it is evident that the third party possesses remarkable strength, at least nearing the level of a hidden sorcerer. Truly, we are in tumultuous times. The responsible party's expression shifted with concern, sighing first there are large-scale illegal rituals, then a collective agitation among the cult. And now a suspected hidden sorcerer has infiltrated our midst. Alas, this year's work is becoming increasingly arduous. No need for complaints. I shall contact Minister Evans to secure additional funding for you. Henley turned to leave, preparing to head to the next location. I leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. The responsible party stood rooted in place, watching the hurried inspector depart. At the headquarters of the Cross of the Consecrated, Michelle had been transformed into a third-generation vampire by Marilyn. He approached the office of Chief Missionary Benson and gently knocked. Mr. Benson, the High Priest has summoned you. All right. I have some affairs to attend to and cannot open the door at the moment. Please, come in. Benson recognized Michelle's voice. Very well. Michelle pushed the door open and entered, observing the Chief Missionary bent over a workbench, tinkering with various tools, including a hammer and a wrench. What is this? He inquired, glancing at the strange tome in Benson's hands. I finally completed it. Benson proudly lifted the hefty book from the table. This is the holy text of the Cross of the Consecrated. He realized he might have inadvertently stumbled into a den of cultists. The exorcist he encountered that day might very well be one of the higher-ups here. Initially apprehensive, he soon remembered that he was now a phantom and that remaining here wasn't so bad, quickly embracing the role of chief missionary. Michelle stared vacantly at the holy text in Benson's hands. It was an extraordinarily thick volume, nearly 6 inches in thickness, with metallic corner guards affixed to its edges. The cover was adorned with a cross, fangs, and flames, while a fine iron chain hung from the spine, embellished with a skull. Although the content was still under compilation, the book's exterior was nearly finalized. Benson, with a rosy complexion, declared, I intend to apply to Evans for the establishment of a night missionary corps. Each missionary must carry a holy text, serving both as a weapon and a means to disseminate doctrine. The thought of vampire missionaries clad in high-collar trench coats, one hand gripping his crafted text and the other wielding a large-caliber rifle, knocking down all heretics who defy the tenets of the cross of the consecrated, made him unable to suppress a grin. After indulging in his musings for a moment, Benson cleared his throat and turned his attention back to the awaiting Michelle. "What does Mr. Evans require of me?" Michelle, regaining his focus, respectfully bowed his head and replied, "The high priest has stated that the war against the pagans is imminent, and we must enhance our strength as much as possible. Hence, our spiritual father will perform a true bloodletting for you." Chapter 52. The Innate Labor S. Holy Body. The headquarters of the Cross of the Consecrated was shrouded in darkness, with a deep crimson carpet stretching from the corridor into the assembly hall, devoid of electric lights and illuminated instead by vintage oil lamps. The walls were adorned with pure black inverted crosses and cryptic decorative patterns, creating an unsettling ambience that compelled silence and solemnity from anyone who entered, were it not for budget constraints. Evans might have even considered hanging oversized oil paintings to showcase the majesty of the Vampire King. Michelle escorted Chief Missionary Benson along, who still clutched the grotesque holy text. "High Priest, the consecration ceremony in the assembly hall has concluded, and only Evans remains here. Those ordinary members whose worldviews have been reshaped have been taken elsewhere for special training and preparation for the forthcoming direct conflict. Very well, you may oversee those ordinary members. I shall manage things here." As the bloodletting priest and a senior figure of the Cross of the Consecrated, Evans' standing within the organization was second only to Jack Arnold and Marilyn, and as a third-generation vampire, Michelle could not yet surpass him. "Understood." Michelle nodded in acknowledgement and retraced his steps out of the assembly hall. Benson approached Evans, presenting the holy text for review. "Here, this is my work over the past few days. Please see if there are areas for improvement. I also plan to assemble a team of knight missionaries, though perhaps that name is not final. Is this the prototype of the Book of Consecration?" Evans accepted the heavy volume, glancing through it, his fingers gently brushing against the cold metallic corner guards, revealing a satisfied smile. "Mr. Benson, you are inherently suited for this vocation. Your previous career as a lawyer was a gross misallocation of talent. Is that so?" Benson chuckled modestly. "However, this design still has room for enhancement." Evans weighed the Book of Consecration in his hands, offering his perspective. As our holy text, the appearance of this Book of Consecration is already quite commendable. It feels somewhat lightweight overall, failing to convey the majesty and authority of the Dark Lord. What do you think about replacing all the pages with metal? The surface of the book could also be adorned with iron thorns, more befitting the doctrine of consecration. Replacing all the pages with metal? Benson pondered the feasibility seriously. It's not impossible, but wouldn't that make it excessively heavy? The production costs might significantly increase as well. And then there's the question of which metal to use. Given the size of the Book of Consecration, if entirely replaced with metal, it could weigh around 50 to 60 pounds, requiring a healthy adult male to lift it with both hands. As missionaries of the Cross of the Consecrated, lacking the ability to even lift the holy text would render one exceedingly feeble. How could they crush the endless heresies? Evans remarked coldly. "We can select steadfast individuals among those ordinary members for targeted training, cultivating a competent team of missionaries." He continued walking. "As for what metal to choose, we can deliberate on that later. For now, we have more pressing matters to attend to." It was then that Benson recalled the serious matter Michelle had mentioned earlier. What does true bloodletting entail? Evans paused, turning his gaze toward him for a brief moment before he softly elucidated. "You shall receive the esteemed blessing of Elder Arnold, acquiring mightier powers and elevated authority." As the other party was about to become a true progenitor vampire, he no longer concealed Jack Arnold's name. Mightier powers and elevated authority. Benson's expression shifted. "So, it equates to my transformation from a mere hireling to an upper echelon? That is one way to interpret it. What shall become of my original salary?" He recalled that the exorcist he encountered promised him a monthly supply of magical potions. If he ascended to a position of authority within the organization, would he not then become the one disbursing salaries? Evans did not grasp the chief missionary's thoughts, but was aware of the promise made by the devil. "Once you become a favored kin of Elder Arnold, you shall no longer require, those magical potions." He suddenly realized that after Benson transitioned into a progenitor vampire, he indeed would need to supply the organization with the blood necessary for transformation. Did you not wish to establish a team of nocturnal missionaries? Once you receive Elder Arnold's blessing, you shall be able to bestow a portion of that power upon ordinary individuals, thus fulfilling your vision, akin to the sons of Jacob who serve Elder Arnold. However, at present, Benson existed in a spectral form, and it remained uncertain how the extraction of blood would manifest, or if the recipients would be affected. Benson did not ponder such matters extensively. He merely felt invigorated by the prospect of the upcoming blood donation. Where is Elder Arnold now? Before Evans could respond, a ripple coursed through the air. I'm right here. The shadow from behind the hall's drapes slithered forward, enveloped in a silent stillness, coalescing into the expressionless visage of Jack Arnold before them. Elder Arnold. Evans immediately bowed his head, urging Benson to do the same. Do not linger on such formalities. Arnold strode toward the center of the dais. Follow me. Our time is precious. Evans silently remained in place, while Benson, after a moment of hesitation, quickly fell and stepped behind Jack Arnold. Right here will suffice. Arnold gestured for him to halt, retrieving a vial of initial embracing blood from his dark coat. This has been personally instructed by the master. I hope you shall not disappoint him. Benson was also swept up by the atmosphere, his expression resolute as he declared, I shall endeavor to perform my duties well. Without further ado, Arnold handed the freshly drawn initial embracing blood to Benson. Upon receiving it, Benson noted its resemblance to the magical potion the exorcist had given him previously. It seemed to pulse with a more enigmatic power. He swallowed hard, and under Arnold's stern, indifferent gaze, he cautiously ingested the initial embracing blood. The viscous liquid cascaded down his throat, its metallic tang flooding his senses as the formidable vampire power began to reshape this vessel not meant for the living. Benson's soul rapidly began to solidify, the violent transformation wrenching at his consciousness. After a fleeting moment of agony, he sensed a profound change had transpired. He was now neither flesh nor purely a soul. A wisp of shadow seemed to gain consciousness, tenderly enveloping his form, coalescing into a grand, imposing clerical robe in accordance with his will. Benson gazed in astonishment at his body, now radiating an ominous black light, as the information embedded in the blood surged into his soul. Progenitor Vampire? Chapter 53. The Night of the Gun. Jack Arnold departed silently after Benson completed his transformation. It had been less than a week since he had transformed Marilyn, and extracting another vial of initial embracing blood had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Even with his current strength, he inevitably found himself in a state of weakened capacity. Evans approached with a complex expression. Come, Mr. Benson. We must discuss our preparations for the impending conflict. The upper echelons of the Order of Wolf's Tongue were already aware of the imminent threat, and Benson was no exception. Very well. He felt the abundant power coursing through him, eager to confront those insufferable heretics and swiftly commence the formation of his nocturnal missionary order. Aside from Marilyn and Elder Arnold, the main forces would include Michelle, Green, and the 13 blooded members of the Sons of Jacob, not to mention the two of us. The two advanced along the dim, oppressive corridor, Benson contemplating the balance of power between both sides. With only these individuals, will we find it challenging to contend with those heretics? After all, they are a well-established cult, whereas we are but newly formed. Fear not. The power bestowed by the Master shall undoubtedly obliterate these heretics. He led Benson into another chamber, where the 13 members of the Sons of Jacob awaited. Upon their entrance, they bowed and greeted, Your Excellency, Mr. Benson. Indeed, the room was filled with wooden crates, and Evans briefly acknowledged the greetings before addressing Benson, who was clutching the sacred text. While we should not question the capabilities of Marilyn and Elder Arnold, it is evident that we possess certain objective deficiencies compared to other churches in East London, which cannot be rectified in a short span of time. Therefore, we require some unconventional means to compensate. Under Benson's puzzled gaze, he stepped forward to unveil a crate, revealing a layer of fine wood shavings and packing material. Nestled among the shavings were Winchester shotguns gleaming with metallic luster. Gloria and the others understood the implication and began to open other crates, which contained not only expensive Winchesters but also large-caliber revolvers, double-barrel shotguns, and various firearms. Evans turned to Benson, whose pupils were wide with astonishment, and with a satisfied smile remarked, These weapons were procured using funds from our outer enterprises, purchased from the likes of the Corley Brotherhood and the Pyle family. Enough to arm 20 to 30 men. A bunch of greedy scoundrels, having raised the prices by at least 12 because we were unfamiliar faces. Once this matter concludes, there shall be time to deal with them. He chuckled softly, arms outstretched towards the 13 sons of Jacob. Now, let us allow those obstinate cultists to witness the undeniable authority of the Master. Zeroni's estate was firmly sealed off by investigators from Scotland Yard and the criminal police of the Home Office, with even Zeroni's own relatives barred from entry. Yet, before the lockdown was complete, a few daring journalists braved the risk of arrest to sneak into the crime scene and gather photographs. The newspapers prudently omitted the traces of battle in Zeroni's bedroom, emphasizing instead his tragic demise and the fate of the guards within the estate, adding many sensationalized details of their own invention. At least 10 versions of the newspapers were hastily produced that day, delivered to various citizens, igniting a frenzy. The most terrifying serial killer in history. A member of parliament hires a hitman, yet attempts to frame the assassin. Should we reflect on the corruption within Britain's administrative system? The deceased parliamentarian's obscure past was speculated upon, with numerous half-truths disseminated. Incompetent police force. The safety of the citizens must be ensured. In most newspapers, Zeroni's designation as a parliamentary candidate was simplified to merely member of parliament, interspersed with a plethora of exaggerated and dubious information, printed in yellow journalism style, flooding the streets of London. Amidst the onslaught against the Palace of Westminster, news of the Metropolitan Police's turmoil seized the attention of the citizens. While the notorious Wade Winston's return to London and his confrontation with an extraordinary individual suspected of being a sorcerer began to stir within Scotland Yard. All these events served as nourishment for Lorian's burgeoning power, boiling fear and festering resentment. Seated by the window on the 3rd floor of the Order of the Cross, he inhaled the fetid, decaying air of London, detecting the imminent scent of blood and gunpowder. "How do you feel?" Arnold stood silently in the shadows of the room, absorbing the layers of feedback from Lorian's inquiry. "I sense my body rapidly growing. Although no new abilities have manifested, the existing ones have undergone a profound transformation. The means of expanding influence and spreading reputation can only serve as adjuncts. The true development of all powers ultimately relies on the individuals who have accepted the blood of vampires. Jack Arnold is the most gifted human Lorian has encountered to date, surpassing even the ghosts Benson and Evans." With a gentle wave of his hand, the shadows behind him clung to his fingertips, morphing into fine, dark threads that wove into a web, remaining resilient even under the dimming sunlight. Shadow manipulation stands as one of Lorian's most versatile and potent abilities. It can be utilized for combat, disguise, and swift travel. Its greatest limitation, however, is its susceptibility to sunlight, rendering it fully effective only at night. At this moment, he could finally evade some of the sun's oppressive influence, allowing for more intricate operations that transcended the constraints of clumsy appendages and vast shadow curtains. He dismissed the shadows at his fingertips and retrieved a blackened crimson blade from his coat. Unlike the fixed dimensions of his previous weapons, he could now freely alter the blade's form and length. The more extravagant the shape, the greater the spiritual cost. Should he disregard this expenditure, he could even forge a blade long enough to cleave the Tower of London in two. As for the regenerative capacity of flesh and blood, he had not descended into madness by inflicting harm upon himself to test it. Yet he could surmise that both the speed and extent of regeneration had notably improved. Yet, above all, the most significant aspect remained this sanguine gift. He opened the channels of ghostly resonance and crisis perception directly to Jack Arnold, who stood behind him. The abilities of blood flow and shattered corpses had been within Jack Arnold's grasp since the moment Marilyn was born. His restraint during the battle with Wade Winston stemmed from Marilyn's proximity, rendering any expenditure of spirit and energy unnecessary. Now, he could also share additional abilities. However, the sanguine gift was not without its costs. Without an expansion of limits, the more an ability was shared, the more severe the diminishment. Conversely, should he fully reclaim all abilities from the vampires and their bloodbound, he would gain unparalleled strength in a short span, the consequences of which were shrouded in uncertainty. Lorian rose, his gaze hauntingly fixed upon the decaying city beyond the window, devoid of expression. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting the desolate streets into silence, while the clock ticked away, ushering time toward night. Half of London was already embracing a premature tranquility. Prepare, Evans, for battle. I can already scent that repugnant odor of decay. Chapter 54, The Silent Monk. The Order of the Cross currently maintains a primary stronghold and two peripheral outposts, the latter overseen by ordinary members, primarily to manage collaborations and frictions with local forces in East London. In recent days, all gangs and organizations that had dealings with the Order of the Cross could distinctly sense that this burgeoning foreign gang had swiftly consolidated all its external minions, with most of its assets sold off at bargain prices in exchange for liquid capital. Just as they had emerged overnight, these individuals seemed to recede like a tide, leaving no trace behind. Most of the peripheral members, who were utterly ignorant of the vampiric matters, were promptly dismissed, with only a handful remaining to maintain the dwindling enterprises. Meanwhile, all ordinary members of the Order of the Cross had gathered at the primary stronghold. Evans had invested considerable time and resources into this base of operations, choosing an old theater located in a remote area that was spacious enough. This theater had long been abandoned, falling into disuse after the industrial district's relocation, its former glory fading into obscurity, nearly rotting in the hands of its owner. Upon encountering Evans, the eager proprietor offered substantial discounts, hoping to persuade him to purchase the property. Yet the newly established Order of the Cross could not raise such funds, resorting instead to leasing it. Nevertheless, the order was required to pay a significant rental fee and maintenance costs each week. This private theater, built in the last century, had witnessed the fervor of the Industrial Revolution, the rise of Britain as the empire on which the sun never set, and the advent of the Steam Age, as well as the cholera plague sweeping the world and the decade-long war between Britain and France. Following the enactment of the High Seas Prohibition, the world's first airship flew from London across the English Channel, bearing the last Queen of Hanover's commands and the mighty steel cannon to Paris, and during that illustrious time, even the citizens of East London's poorest districts held their heads high. Yet, mere decades later, with the abolition of the Dramatic Censorship Act, the twilight of the empire, and the death of Hanover, segments like Saints and Sinners were unearthed by directors and actors, reintroducing color to this theater's history. Now, it would bear witness to the conflict between a nascent cult and another long-dormant one. Lorian stood on the top floor of the theater, gazing impassively into the distance, his black high-collared coat billowing softly. The night had enveloped all of East London, and the streets surrounding the theater lay in profound silence, a desolate void. How are they faring? Marilyn and Benson had taken their positions as planned, while Evans, accompanied by 13 fully armed sons of Jacob, stood ready. Other ordinary members were dispersed in the rear, armed with firearms. Michelle and Green, as support personnel, lurked in the shadows. Jack Arnold maintained his usual indifference, only displaying deference in the presence of the devil. Lorian was quite pleased with their arrangements. With a snap of his fingers, shadows converged, forming a high-backed chair. As he settled into it, Constantine dutifully leaned forward, presenting a monocular telescope. Where did you acquire this? Ahem, this was issued to me by Scotland Yard. Its visual range far exceeds that of standard telescope, and it offers remarkable clarity at night, though I haven't had the opportunity to use it until now. Constantine's mindset had shifted rapidly, embracing his role as the devil's minion. While this clandestine cult appeared rather juvenile, it boasted a malevolent spirit capable of descending into the mortal realm and mass-producing extraordinary individuals. Among the many cults he had encountered, few possessed such capabilities. Without even considering the extent of power this vampire king could wield in the physical realm, the sheer number of unique, extraordinary beings he could effortlessly conjure had already become an undeniable force. The potential for development is immense. Joining now could elevate one to the status of an elder in the future. For him, as long as the incentives are substantial enough. Forsaking the light for the shadows is hardly a disgraceful choice. Luo Yin raised the monocular to his eyes, adjusting the focus slowly, and observed several shadows gradually approaching from the end of the street. Indeed, they were brazenly bold. He chuckled softly and tossed the monocular to Constantine. Tonight, blend in among the ordinary members. Do not let the Scotland Yard agents catch on. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Constantine solemnly raised his right hand and then hurried downstairs, grasping a short firearm, mingling among the vigilant ordinary members. Would Scotland Yard indeed come? Arnold glanced towards the shadowy street. Of course, they would come, and perhaps not just them. Luo Yin's gaze deepened. This should be the inspector's first, no, second probing. He waved his hand, bestowing the gift of fleshly regeneration upon all vampires and blood recipients. The higher the tier, the more formidable the abilities obtained. Since Scotland Yard had infiltrated the Wolf Eslamint Church with spies, their operation today would likely lack any significant secrecy. The tale of Jack the Ripper being backed by a clandestine church must have leaked, although the reason for Scotland Yard's keen interest in the newly baptized cross remains a mystery. Nevertheless, since the inspector wishes to observe, let him take his time. After all, following tonight, this stronghold will no longer be necessary. The enemy, the monks of the Wolf Eslamint Church, were already nearing the theater. They were wrapped head to toe in white bandages inscribed with cryptic text, the crimson lettering starkly visible against the night. These monks adhered strictly to the virtue of silence. Their lips ruthlessly severed, black stitches ensuring their mouths would never open again. Upon reaching a short distance from the theater, the two leaders exchanged glances and, adhering to the predetermined plan, split into two groups, one advancing directly while the other flanked from behind. The silent monks, pursuing the wolf of suffering, unsheathed their bladeless weapons, wrapping the tips with bandages that had soaked in blood, the cryptic writings becoming even more vibrant and vivid. Bang! One of the silent monks bent slightly, then propelled himself forward with force, crashing through the glass windows at the theater's front. Others swiftly followed, stepping over the crisp sounds of shattering glass as they entered. The first monk to breach the threshold shook off the glass shards from his shoulders, rising slowly to meet the gaze of 13 pairs of scarlet eyes, burning fiercely in the darkness. Chapter 55. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull offered to the skull throne, fully revealing the appearance of a corpse servant, Ivans. Alongside the 13 sons of Jacob, fired their weapons the moment they laid eyes on the enemy. The explosive gunfire reverberated against the invading silent monk, scattering the pellets that engulfed him within half a second, penetrating his skin and flesh, the bandages binding him snapping downwards. As the smoke cleared, only half of his body remained, slowly writhing forward under the influence of the crimson inscriptions. The other silent monks exhibited no sorrow, nor did they seek cover. Instead, they charged forward, propelled by inhuman strength, evading most of the incoming bullets. Even when some projectiles found their mark, they sustained little impact. Bang, bang, bang. Ivans continued to pull the trigger, expelling the last few rounds from the chamber, feeling that the power of these firearms was still insufficient. If only there existed a type of bullet with tremendous force, capable of causing an explosion upon impact, paired with the physical abilities bestowed by vampire blood. He was confident he could single-handedly withstand these heretics. Ideally, he would also possess armor capable of absorbing most damage. Casting aside his empty firearm, Ivans drew the long sword given to them by Jack Arnold. The other 13 sons of Jacob followed suit, facing the oncoming silent monks. In the theater's hall, a scene of carnage unfolded, yet neither side emitted cries of anguish or despair. The silent monks had long discarded human emotions, perceiving pain and scars as badges of honor. Mere wounds could not sway them. The influence of vampire blood extended beyond the physical realm, apart from the extraordinary who might possess some resistance. All who had accepted the vampire's blood would unconsciously gravitate towards their spiritual progenitor. As recipients transformed from Jack Arnold's blood, the 13 members of the sons of Jacob inherited the indifference and coldness embodied in that blood. Gloria, before joining the baptized cross, had merely been a lowly company worker, toiling daily for survival, with no time to learn martial arts, swordplay, or marksmanship. Even after becoming a senior member and undergoing a period of specialized training, her skills were still vastly inferior to those of the silent monks who had devoted themselves entirely to the wolf of suffering. Not to mention that the opponents equally possessed extraordinary power. After barely holding her ground for a moment, she found herself struggling, relying on the power of fleshly regeneration to fend off a silent monk, trading injury for injury. The remaining 12 of Jacob's sons found themselves in a similar predicament. Had not half of the silent monks diverted to flank them from behind, they might have already been defeated. Yet, even faced with a temporary disadvantage, they fearlessly used their blood to obstruct the intruding heretics, their icy gazes devoid of fear. Only Ivans, having become a corpse servant earlier, had drawn more strength from the blood, single-handedly suppressing 2 silent monks. Whack! He swung his long sword with brute force, lacking any finesse, relying solely on raw physical strength to push back the heretic before him. As another heretic approached, he shrugged slightly, using his shoulder blade to block the downward strike of the blade. With a powerful kick, he sent the silent monk sprawling to the ground, his left hand pressing down on the embedded weapon in his shoulder, preventing its owner from retrieving it. Swoosh! The sharp tip of the weapon pierced through the cryptic bandages, embedding itself into flesh, the crimson inscriptions draining the life force from the silent monk, converting it into a final surge of energy. He relinquished the attempt to retrieve the blade lodged in Ivan's shoulder, instead gathering strength to push off the ground, the long sword piercing through his back. As he approached the extraordinary heretic leader, yet before he could retaliate, sharp claws dug into his neck, twisting violently, rendering his trachea and esophagus a blur of blood and flesh. Ivans pushed the lifeless body away, the wound on his shoulder rapidly healing. He cast a glance at the white flesh writhing on his shoulder, silently praising the might and authority of the devil. He felt no sorrow for the death of his comrade, as the next to arrive on the battlefield was the silent monk who had just been repelled by Ivans. With swift motions, he lunged forward, attempting to strike Ivans while he was off guard. Before Ivans could react, the second floor of the theater erupted with gunfire. A dozen ordinary members, led by Constantine, unleashing bullets upon the isolated monk. Blood sacrificed to the blood god, skull offered to the skull throne. After firing a shot, Constantine quickly retreated, shielding these ordinary members behind him. Witnessing the raw and bloody chaos flooding the theater hall, these entirely ordinary members, devoid of extraordinary power, could not help but swallow hard. Yet, recalling the great devil who had descended during the assembly, the Lord of Holy Blood, they forced themselves to muster some courage and joined Constantine in the chant. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull offered to the skull throne. In order to avoid collateral damage to allied personnel in the theater hall, they could only select the more distant silent monks, who, amidst the fierce melee, found it difficult to identify their targets. After vanquishing 2 heretics, Evans joined the fray with 2 other sons of Jacob, confronting the leader of the silent monks. Constantine, observing the absence of ranged capabilities on the enemy's part, set aside some of his concerns, pushing through the common members in front of him to rest his gun on the glass barrier and pull the trigger. The gun erupted with a fiery blast, the bullet striking unerringly into the eye socket of a silent monk. Blood gushed forth, and the shattered eyeball scattered upon the ground. Remarkably, this silent monk retained a semblance of combat prowess, instinctively parrying the advances of Gloria, who sought to exploit the moment to attack. Such tenacity in life. TSK. Perhaps the power of this firearm is insufficient. Had I known, I would have pilfered a more formidable weapon from the armory in Scotland. Squinting, Constantine prepared to fire again when a sudden intuition warned him of an impending threat. Another skilled adversary. His expression changed, and he reacted swiftly, darting aside to shield his 2 comrades. A second silent monk emerged from the corridor, maintaining a calm demeanor, while the foremost monk fixed a vigilant gaze upon Constantine amidst the crowd. "Boss, help!" Constantine shouted loudly, devoid of any semblance of dignity, while strategically retreating towards the rear. No sooner had he uttered these words than a shadow, under Arnold's control, coalesced at this location, and Marilyn, clad in a red gown, emerged from within. Following closely was the poised third-generation vampire, Michelle. With her eyes cast down, Marilyn raised her left hand, and the blood within the hall, entwined with severed limbs and flesh, ascended into the air, transforming mid-flight into crimson crystals. The corpse slain by Evans suddenly opened its eyes, its dismembered limbs moving grotesquely as it clambered up the surrounding columns, embedding its blades into the marble as it ascended. The 2 silent monks hastened their steps, attempting to interrupt her incantation. Seizing the moment, Constantine squeezed the trigger, and the other common members, regaining their composure, swiftly retreated while unleashing a volley of bullets towards the enemy. The blood-red crystals manipulated by Marilyn flew forth, obstructing the monk's advance. Even as the gunfire persisted, one silent monk, at great cost to himself, charged forward. At that instant, Michelle's robe tore at the seams, and 2 ebony arms sprouted forth, engaging the blade held by the monk, producing a sharp metallic clash. The free arm then struck fiercely against the monk's face. Bang! The advancing monk leaned back, yet the blade remained ensnared in Michelle's grasp, unable to be withdrawn. With an icy demeanor, Michelle yanked him back, relentlessly pummeling his face. The dull thuds of impact echoed repeatedly, and soon, the upper body of the silent monk, wrapped in cryptic bindings, was reduced to a lifeless mass of flesh. Michelle discarded the shattered remains onto the ground, indifferent to the splattered red and white upon her face, as she strode towards the opposing heretics, undeterred by the presence of a dozen silent monks endowed with extraordinary power. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the throne. Witnessing the formidable arrival of his ally, Constantine's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he slowed his strategic retreat. The common members beside him, equally exhilarated, erupted in fervent cries. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the throne. Amidst the fierce combat in the theater hall, a gaunt figure approached the rear entrance with unhurried steps. Cloaked in a wide hood, his face was shrouded in shadow, and his arms were similarly wrapped in bindings inscribed with cryptic text, the blood-red characters more pronounced and exuding an ominous black light than those on the silent monks. Thud, thud. Before he reached the rear door, heavy footsteps echoed from within the theater. Clad in the imposing vestments of a cleric, Banson held aloft a sample of the Book of the Ordained, containing metallic horns in his left hand, while raising a short gun in his right, his glasses reflecting white light, his robe billowing in the evening breeze. The leader of the Wolf's Word Church halted, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. TSK, have you become so short-handed that even clerical staff must take to the battlefield? Chapter 56 now. Let me show you how I shall defeat you. Without even addressing the palpable aura of danger emanating from him. The sharp horns at the corners of the Book of the Ordained made it clear that the figure before him was no mere civilian. The leader of the Wolf's Word Church merely made a habitual jest to demonstrate his current composure and confidence. Sensing the immense power bestowed upon him by the Wolf of Pain, he paused, joyfully lifted his head, and spread his arms wide towards the heretic before him. Now, attack me, pitiful lamb, if you dare. Before he could finish speaking, Banson, eager to conclude his shift and establish the Night Clerics, squeezed the trigger of his shotgun. The bullet erupted from the heated chamber, grazing Sherwin's left cheek, warm blood trickling from the exposed wound. Banson advanced with heavy steps, a flicker of displeasure evident in his narrowed eyes. I detest those who chatter incessantly while I am at work. Since joining the Ordained Cross, this was his first foray into combat. Previously, violent actions had been primarily executed by Evans, Michelle, and Green, while he merely dealt with the compilation of the Book of the Ordained and handled legal matters. Yet, thanks to the initial embrace of Jack Arnold, he felt his blood boiling, an indescribable tempest roiling within flesh and bone, hungering for blood and fear. Such obstinate lambs. Sherwin removed his hood, revealing a face marred with wounds and scars, reaching up to touch the blood on his cheek, a sting of pain radiating from the spot. He let out a low, mocking laugh, suddenly raising his hand to tightly cover his face. When his hands fell away, a multitude of blood-red eyes abruptly opened from the wounds. Banson, unaccustomed to waiting for his enemies to prepare before striking, squeezed the trigger again as Sherwin exhibited his strange behavior. With a series of gunshots, several bullets struck Sherwin's chest, thigh, and other areas. When the smoke cleared, the latter's visage had entirely lost its humanity, grotesque crimson orbs peering out from beneath the skin. Do you expect to vanquish me with such inept mortal weapons? Sherwin's mouth split open to the roots of his ears, revealing an inhumanly sinister smile. It seems that in your fervent worship of the aberrant deity, your wisdom has been compromised. How could a frog confined to the depths of a well comprehend the grandeur and majesty of the heavens? The chamber emitted a clicking sound as Banson casually holstered his short gun, then abruptly opened the Book of the Ordained he held in his left hand, the blank pages rustling in the night breeze. How can a mind so devoid of reverence and knowledge ever change? It appears that only violence and death can effect such a transformation. He adjusted his glasses, reflecting the current atmosphere, and sighed with false pity. Prepare now to receive your eulogy, pitiful heretic. A string of blood-red text projected from the blank pages, coiling around him like chains, moving silently in the darkness. This was the new power he acquired upon becoming a next-generation vampire. Blood curse. The more the enemy feared, the more potent the blood curse would become. Hee. Zulwyn greedily inhaled deeply, abruptly swinging his right hand towards Banson, the cryptic bindings coiling around his arm, twisting forward like a venomous serpent. Banson, showing no inclination to evade, swung the Book of the Bound, the metallic horns hurtling directly towards Zulwyn's forehead. The blood-cursed chains, drawing strength from fear, entwined with the cryptic bindings, vying for dominance around them, while the streetlights beside the road crashed down, carving deep trenches into the ground. Bang! The forceful impact of the Book of the Bound struck Zulwyn at his temple, staggering him uncontrollably for 2 steps, but within half a second, he regained his composure, sneering mockingly. Yet, a shrill, ghostly echo interrupted his words, an invisible wave crashing into his soul, contorting Zulwyn's face unnaturally, the agony surpassing his threshold, rendering him grotesque. Now, let me show you how I shall defeat you. Evans gasped heavily, ignoring the blood streaming from his neck and the writhing white flesh. His gaze fiercely fixed upon the silent monk leader before him. The latter's left arm hung limply, half of his body stained crimson, equally glaring intently at Evans. The tense atmosphere brimming with impending conflict. Knowing the irretrievable disadvantage, the silent monk initiated an attack, attempting to breach Evans' defenses with his exquisite technique. Yet, Evans relinquished all defense and evasion, allowing the sharp blade to pierce his ribs, gritting his teeth as he gripped the monk's face, tearing flesh from bone. Fool! What mischief are you up to now? Observing the still resisting foe, Evans smiled as he plunged his sharp nails into the monk's throat, mercilessly extinguishing his life. Following the bishop's appearance from the Wolf God Church, the first to become a blood recipient and soon to evolve into a third-generation vampire, Green also joined the fray. He collaborated with Gloria to eliminate a silent monk, swiftly reversing the tide within the theater hall. The 13 sons of Jacob, having caught their breath, transitioned from defense to offense, their vampire blood endowing them with enhanced learning ability, allowing them to progress from barely withstanding to almost independently countering a silent monk. Bang! Bang! Two headless corpses plummeted from the second floor, Michel tearing apart his blood-soaked trench coat, peering down for a moment, and leaping straight down the next second. The ability he acquired upon becoming a third-generation vampire was known as the Bronze Hand, enabling him to grow arms as hard as bronze from any part of his body. Devoid of pain, with muscles and bones reinforced, capable of even stopping small-caliber bullets during its use. His close combat prowess surpassed even Evan's. He leapt directly from the second floor, landing heavily upon an unsuspecting silent monk. Bang! Bang! The glimmering bronze hands brutally dispatched the monk attempting to rise. Withdrawing his arm from the bloodied flesh, Michel remained silent, swiftly seeking his next target. Green, suppressing a silent monk alone, observed Michel's unstoppable force, capable of dispatching an enemy in nearly half a minute, feeling a twinge of envy, yet devoid of any other emotions. Once this battle concludes, he would be the next to ascend to third-generation vampire status. After Michel and Marilyn eliminated the silent monk on the second floor, Constantine and a dozen ordinary members found themselves at leisure again. The battle in the hall was nearing its conclusion, with only a few silent monks left, facing the increasingly emboldened 13 sons of Jacob and others like Michel and Evans. Utterly powerless to resist, Constantine pondered, although the devil had instructed him not to reveal himself, failing to act in this battle would unavoidably render him useless. Thus, muttering to himself that he must find something to do lest he be deemed worthless, he rallied the equally idle ordinary members beside him. It seems there is some commotion at the back door. Shall we go take a look together? Chapter 57, The Wolf of Pain? Let him come and go without return. On the battlefield at the theater's back door, Zulwyn, gripping his head in agony, closed his eyes tightly, moaning softly as the temporarily uncontrollable cryptic bindings were gradually shredded by the blood-cursed chains. Banson, having significantly enhanced his abilities after ascending from an ordinary blood recipient to a second-generation vampire, unleashed ghostly echoes that struck directly at the soul, even Zulwyn's body. Currently endowed with the peculiar blessing of the Wolf of Pain, could not withstand such direct assault. Reflecting on his decision to agree to the exorcist's proposal, Banson deemed it the wisest choice of his life, far more engaging than the dreary routine of overtime at the law firm. Seizing the opportunity while this heretic was still reeling, he swung the Book of the Bound once more, crashing it against Zulwyn's face. Bang! Zulwyn's body was propelled backward with tremendous force, creating a howling wind. Are you afraid? Banson discarded the damaged Book of the Bound, stepping forward as the surrounding blood-cursed chains reshaped themselves into crimson script, then coiling around their master's right hand, coalescing into a scarlet cross-shaped phantom at his palm. Zulwyn's eyes widened. Just as he emerged from the throes of intense pain, he beheld the looming massive cross, gritting his teeth to shield his chest with his hands. Bang! With a resounding crash, his body was once again hurled away, shattering a rusted streetlight. The phantom cross, formed from the blood curse, pierced fiercely into his heart, siphoning his vitality and fear, augmenting itself. Gritting his teeth, Zulwyn rose from the ground with labored effort, letting out a low growl as he extracted the cross phantom from his chest, his complexion swiftly waning. A mere fatal wound, you think? His words were interrupted once again as chaotic footsteps suddenly erupted from the theater's back door, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Constantine recognized Banson's silhouette, raising his arm and calling out, directing the ordinary members behind him to fire at Banson's adversary. There's a lone enemy, adhering to a spirit of competitive righteousness. Constantine fearlessly pulled the trigger repeatedly, hitting his mark even from dozens of meters away, each bullet finding its way to Zulwyn's visage. Concerned about inadvertently harming the chief missionary in front, the ordinary members scattered, maneuvering around him to shoot. Except for Constantine, most only served as mere distractions, failing to strike Zulwyn, with only a few shots grazing his robes, inflicting no significant damage. The harm was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Zulwyn's expression darkened, an indescribable fury surging from within as he observed the waning clamor within the theater. The attacking silent monks were likely facing dire consequences. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built over 4 to 5 years, now squandered in a single night. The armed forces of these heretics surpassed his expectations significantly. If it weren't for the supreme blessing bestowed upon me by the Wolf of Pain, the harbinger of agony and wounds, I might indeed have fallen prey to you tonight. Zulwyn no longer held back, advancing despite the bullets occasionally fired by Constantine. The cryptic bindings entwined around him glowing crimson, the blood-red script seemingly branding itself onto his flesh. His aura soaring, the numerous eyes of scrutiny upon his face fixated intently upon the theater's apex, then shifted to Constantine, who was reloading his weapon. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Constantine attempted to retreat into the crowd, only to find that the ordinary members had already scattered, leaving him standing at the forefront. His scalp erupted in shock as his gaze swiftly sought out Banson's figure, and upon spotting him gradually approaching the drastically transformed Sherwin, he let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Is this truly your true form? A hint of curiosity flickered in Banson's eyes, yet he understood that this was not the moment for inquiry. With eager anticipation, he raised his arms, and the blood curse coalesced behind him into a massive, scarlet cross-shaped phantom, its chains rattling ominously. Before him, Sherwin's skin flushed crimson, and he suddenly let out a pained, guttural roar. A line of blood emerged on his forehead as his skull began to part slowly, his hands clawing at the gaping wound in his chest, tearing through the surface flesh. Before he could fully split into two beings, Banson's assault arrived, the chains of the blood curse shooting forth from the ends of the Scarlet Cross. As the blazing sun began to cool and its radiance dimmed, turning to dust the remnants of yesterday, perhaps the wolf of anguish could finally find respite. Sherwin intoned loudly, as the blood pooling from his chest transformed into a massive hand that gripped the incoming chains of the blood curse with fierce determination. We are a wandering flame, and thus the world is scorched in more than one place. The connected arms tugged at the strands of blood, and Sherwin completely split into two entities. Yet it was evident that they were still governed by a singular will. Each Sherwin recited a line, chanting prayers to the wolf of anguish. We are insatiable, particularly in our thirst for destruction, and in our eternal hatred for existence. The wolf pack fell silent, the agony of flesh palpable. The blood flowing upon the ground ignited into crimson flames, and Sherwin inhaled deeply with delight, uttering his final words. As beings devoid of flesh and blood, we embody three natures: destruction, destruction, and destruction. It was then that Banson understood why these individuals were referred to as cultists. The horrifying spectacle before him was enough to weaken one's sanity at a mere glance, compounded by the eerie chant and the heavy stench of blood. In contrast, the blood of vampires seemed remarkably benign, not only failing to render one into such an inexplicable state, but also alleviating minor ailments within the body. Constantine, well versed in such matters, felt no surprise, but recognized that the leader of the Wolf-Tongue cult was prepared to fight to the death, urging the two ordinary members behind him to retreat from the theater. The latter stood numb and dazed, and it took several tugs from Constantine to snap them back to reality, leaving them speechless. What are you lingering for? Waiting to become cannon fodder? Constantine urged in a low voice. One person retreating is fleeing. A group retreating is a strategic withdrawal. At long last, they reacted, tremblingly following Constantine back to the theater. The two Sherwins paid no heed to these feeble ordinary folk, each grasping a chain of the blood curse and grinning as they approached Banson. Foolish heretic, in the face of my current self, what are your chances of victory? 20%? Or perhaps 10? I believe it is 100%. In the stifling atmosphere, a voice brimming with suppressed excitement echoed from the theater's apex. Both of Sherwin's forms quivered momentarily, their eyes, filled with an insatiable gaze, abruptly shifted toward the source of the voice. Two figures stood atop the theater, one in the lead, donning a wide-brimmed hat, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. The black drapery of night swirling behind him. Those brass-toned eyes were clearly visible even from a distant street. Sherwin suddenly realized he had lost control over his body. Countless scarlet eyes fixated intently on that figure. Blood tears streamed down as a voice, not his own, whispered from his lips. Monster. Chapter 58. The Vampire King knocks the heretic to his knees. Monster? Sherwin was horrified to discover that he had suddenly lost command over his two bodies. Forced to gaze upon the figure standing against the wind atop the theater, he quickly comprehended that the will of the wolf of anguish had personally descended into his flesh, and he felt both terrified and honored. Amidst a low, wheezing laugh, he ceased to resist or struggle, allowing that silent consciousness to take control of his body. Observing the dozens of unblinking scarlet eyes, Lorian felt a chill run down his spine. Being ugly is not your fault. However, scaring others is entirely yours. The extraordinary powers of this world were undeniably abnormal, filled with an eerie essence. Simply pulling a cultist from the shadows could enact a tale of demonic descent. Yet thankfully, The situation seemed to remain within manageable bounds. With a wave of his hand, countless shadows converged, forming a pair of bat-like, elongated wings behind him. Plunging down from the theater's summit, before calling others monsters, perhaps one should first examine their own appearance. With a resounding crash, Lorian descended to the street below, waving his hand to disperse the dust before instinctively reaching for his waist, only to quickly retract his hand. His rapid surge of power had rendered the Sheffield revolver he procured from the black market insufficient for his combat tempo. Once he dealt with the trivial matters at hand, he would need to seek out more suitable weaponry. As the Vampire King, it was rather embarrassing to lack a signature weapon. Master, do you wish for me to eliminate this blasphemous heretic? The shadow of Jack Arnold slithered behind him, slowly taking shape into a towering figure wielding a long blade, his eyes brimming with chilling fervor. This arrogant heretic dared to utter blasphemous words against the great demon. Among the multitude of heretics, he was one of the most grievous sinners. Purification is a must. Having received the acclaim from recent days, he now possessed the confidence to defeat Wade Winston alone. He believed he could handle this obstinate heretic. If it were merely this heretic, Banson could handle him alone, not requiring your assistance. Lorian shook his head. But it seemed that a certain individual who could not play by the rules had decided to make an appearance personally. Allow me to entertain him properly. Humph. The blustering blasphemer, Sherwin thought with a cold snort, then realized that under the influence of that pain-infused will, he turned toward the minion of the blasphemer. His voice was low and gravelly, half of his eyes rotating simultaneously to gaze at Jack Arnold. Worm. Lorian was perplexed but cautiously narrowed his eyes, momentarily halting his actions, while he could understand that the descending evil spirits will refer to itself as a monster, as he could hardly be deemed a pure human at present. What did Worm imply? He recalled the agitation he felt upon first encountering Jack Arnold's corpse in the Tepesh Manor and Arnold's extraordinary vampire talents. Could it be related? Yet, merely the term worm provided no useful clues for analysis. The wolf of anguish, temporarily residing within Sherwin's flesh, said nothing further but abruptly released the chains of the blood curse, taking deliberate steps toward the silent, looming monster. Another vexing riddle-maker. One day, I shall ensure that all riddle-makers are expelled from London, Lorian thought darkly, gesturing for Banson, who stood in the middle of the street, to move aside. Watch closely. This is how the blood curse is wielded. The hem of his trench coat flailed wildly in the wind. A series of scarlet characters radiating with a brilliant glow appeared beneath his feet, intertwining into chains that surged toward the two bodies, standing as if facing a great threat. Boom! The searing blood surged forth, enveloped in a wave of heat, as Zulwin's two bodies synchronized seamlessly. One adeptly evaded the onslaught of blood-cursed chains, poised to strike, while the other unleashed flames from its gaping abdomen, disrupting Lorian's movements. Lorian charged forward, summoning a shadowy apparition to shield him, consuming the crimson flames entirely. Bang! 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 The blood-cursed chains, narrowly avoided by Zulwin, embedded themselves deeply into the street, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust into the air. They then recoiled violently, propelling Lorian forward at breakneck speed toward one of the bodies. Amidst the howling wind, a powerful fist struck Zulwin's face with lightning speed, sending him hurtling backward, skimming along the street's surface. Emotionless, Lorian extended his hands into the formless shadow beneath him, as Zulwin's airborne form became ensnared by the blood-cursed chains, siphoning his life force while dragging him back into the fray. In the next moment, a chilling blade of light rent the night as a black-red sword, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, was drawn from the shadows, cleaving the body in two. Zulwin, still possessing consciousness, cried out in agony, acutely aware of his form being sliced apart, an indescribable pain echoing through both bodies, tormenting his very soul. Behold, the master has brought the heretic to his knees. Constantine peered cautiously from the back door, witnessing Lorian breach the crimson flames and split Zulwin's body in half. Under Lorian's command, a torrent of shadows converged swiftly, spreading into an intricate net that ensnared the severed halves of the body, plummeting from the sky, tightening its grip as the blood-cursed chains followed closely, penetrating flesh to draw forth the remnants of life. The importance of delivering a finishing blow could not be overstated. Meanwhile, with the loss of one body, Zulwin's visage rapidly drained of color, his eyes reflecting profound suffering, his will flickering like a candle in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. A monster! A multitude of crimson eyes widened abruptly, fragmented by Lorian's strike, as the mindless, writhing flesh melted into blood, escaping the grasp of the blood-cursed chains and shadowy net. flowing sinuously towards the remaining body. The wolf of agony within the body compelled Zulwyn to raise his arms, and the blood coursing before him surged skyward, igniting flames above the street. His shoulders heaved with unnatural motion, the arcane inscriptions upon his skin glowing ominously as a dreadful transformation began. His mouth split to reveal sharp fangs, black fur sprouted in tufts, and his flesh morphed into a wolf-like creature enveloped in a radiant aura of blood. Dozens of crimson eyes glaring fiercely at the robed figure before him. Yet the confidence once found in Zulwyn's eyes had dissipated, replaced by an indelible fear of the blasphemer before him. How was this possible? The power bestowed by the wolf of agony paled in comparison to that of this desecrator. He watched helplessly as Lorian advanced, his gaze as frigid as ice, approaching step by step, his garments untouched by a single drop of blood. Is this the commencement of the second phase? Lorian squinted, drawing nearer, the blood-cursed chains converging behind him, forming a grand cross that reached the second floor of the theater, as if preparing to pass judgment upon the sinner before him. Chapter 59. Night flames scorched the heavens. After the transformation, Zulwyn's remaining body let out a low growl, muscles swelling unnaturally to a height exceeding that of a man, nearly reaching the theater's second floor. A thick miasma of blood enveloped it, and a river of crimson eyes flowed, blanketing the entire street. The wolf of agony fixated intently on Lorian, whom it deemed a monster, suddenly launching an assault. Lorian had no intention of grappling with this colossal beast. Instead, he raised his hand to summon the blood-cursed chains bound to the cross, tearing through the air towards the wolf of agony, now drenched in crimson blood. Bang! 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 Dozens of blood-cursed chains shot forth, most striking the flowing river of eyes, yet two ensnared the wolf's left foreleg and neck, siphoning its ravenous life force to bolster the cross behind Lorian. The wolf of agony howled, the river of eyes surging forward like a pack of wailing wolves, leaving deep gashes upon the street. The streetlights, trash bins, and benches along the sides were consumed by this onrushing river of blood, utterly obliterated. The terrifying force sent a shiver through Constantine's heart. He contemplated retreating into the theater, yet seeing the great devil, the king of vampires, standing calm and composed. He quelled his errant thoughts, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of the vampire king toppling this malevolent spirit to its knees. Such a formidable foe could not possibly falter. The mere consciousness inhabiting the body of a believer could wield such exaggerated power. It seemed I still comprehend too little of this world. My brief time wielding the power of the vampire has inevitably inflated my ego. I must swiftly recalibrate my mindset. As Lorian pondered, his face remained impassive, and dozens of blood-cursed chains surged forward at his command, anchoring themselves before the river of blood. The elongated shadowy wings unfurled, lifting him into the air. The swirling shadows cascaded like waves, crashing against the onrushing river of blood, sending forth a spray of black-red foam. The principle of destruction ignited a searing storm around the wolf of agony, causing the blood-cursed chains binding it to snap one by one. It roared, charging across the river of blood, all its eyes fixated upon Lorian, suspended in the air, as it leaped upward, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of burning crimson flames. A few drops of burning blood rain fell upon Lorian's shoulder, leaving numerous holes in his high-collared trench coat. I rather liked this garment. His expression hardened as a colossal wave of pitch black surged behind him, countless black-red blades erupting from within, their razor-sharp edges unyielding, carving deep, bone-exposing gashes into the flesh of the wolf of agony. The subsequent wave of shadows engulfed the leaping wolf, the rolling tide of blades carving away swathes of crimson flesh. In the next moment, an explosion of flames erupted from the dark waves, accompanied by the anguished howls of wolves, as the flames surrounding the wolf of agony dimmed. Yet the intent of destruction remained unyielding, growing ever more fervent. The night itself was seared with wounds. The torrential river of blood surged relentlessly, gradually consuming and eroding the shadowy tide. Even the formless shadows began to lose their existence within this river of blood, facing annihilation. Lorian reclaimed the regenerative abilities of all, including Jack Arnold, returning them to himself, as his slender wings propelled him higher into the air, ignoring the depletion of spiritual energy. The black-red blade in his hand suddenly elongated, spanning across the vast night. The blood-cursed chains upon the scarlet cross disintegrated into crimson symbols, imbuing the blade with their essence, while his shadowy robe shielded him from the falling, burning raindrops, billowing elegantly behind him. Zulwyn's visage emerged amidst the myriad eyes of the wolf of agony, Tortured by immense suffering, his expression contorted, nearly forsaking all semblance of humanity. The injuries he endured this night eclipsed those of his entire prior existence, yet the power emanating from the will of the Wolf of Agony sustained his life, preventing him from embracing death, forcing him to passively endure the torment. Though I incite my followers to pursue silence and immerse themselves in pain, I am still the leader of the Wolf-Tongue sect. Yet I do not believe in these teachings myself. The Wolf of Agony, heedless of the wails of the Harbinger, charged forth, its eyes ablaze with fury, directly towards the airborne Lorian. With a thunderous crash, the black-red blade, pulsating with blood curses, cleaved through the air, colliding with the beast's claws, producing a cacophony of grinding metal and sparks. Below, the river of blood and the tide of darkness continued their relentless devouring. Yet the quantity of blood flowing from the sanguine essence was limited, while the shadows of the night seemed infinite. As the shadows were consumed by the searing river of blood, a more formidable darkness surged forth, merging into the inky tide. Benson and Constantine, along with a dozen members of the Crucified Order, had retreated to the theater, their spirits uplifted as they witnessed their lord subdue the Wolf of Agony completely. The ravaged streets lay barren, save for the clashing rivers of blood and darkness. The flowing orbs of eyes tormented the sanity of onlookers, and the surrounding structures bore the scars of the chaos. Had it not been for the sparse population in this area, many would surely have been swept away. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an apartment building a mile away, Hendry slowly lowered his monocular, his expression grave. "It's my turn now, let me see," exclaimed Francis, his impatience palpable. "You've been watching for over 10 minutes. What is the progress of the battle?" Hendry scowled, pushing away the eager hand of his flippant companion. "What is your hurry? I will compile a report in due course." Francis's anxiety was evident. The cold text pales in comparison to the spectacle unfolding before us. To miss such a once-in-a-lifetime event would haunt my sleep for the rest of the month. He wore only a formal jacket, lacking an inner lining, the open front flapping in the wind. Hendry, unyielding, rubbed his heavy dark circles and resumed observing the distant battlefield. Seizing the moment, Francis swiftly snatched the monocular from Hendry's grasp, pressing it to his eyes in a frenzy of curiosity. Hendry's face darkened. "Don't you have one of your own? Why must you use mine?" Francis, while scrutinizing the battlefield at the theater's rear, gritted his teeth in response. It was stolen by that Constantine fellow. Ignoring the twitching vein at Hendry's temple, he focused intently on the confrontation between the two malevolent entities. With a resounding crash, a massive cross plummeted from the heavens, striking the Wolf of Agony, entwined in flames, and sending it crashing to the ground. Blood-cursed chains rapidly coalesced, binding its limbs tightly. Lorian, his robes billowing, gripped the blade tightly and descended swiftly, the tip piercing the skull of the Wolf of Agony before it even touched the ground, twisting mercilessly and splattering burning blood. A piercing howl reverberated through the air. Atop the wolf's head, Sherwin beheld the approaching brass-hued eyes, an uncontrollable fear surging within him. As the blade penetrated the wolf's skull, the intangible influence dissipated, and he finally closed his eyes in relief. "Wait!" Francis, keenly observant from a distance, felt a sudden tightening in his instincts, his heart racing uncontrollably. Through the monocular, he witnessed the river of blood pouring uncontrollably from the wolf's body, now under the control of the other malevolent spirit, spiraling upwards into the sky, painting the night crimson as if darkness itself were aflame. A tempestuous wind billowed his robe, and the Wolf of Agony's eyes dimmed, its consciousness departing silently. Amidst the backdrop of the immense cross and the blood rain, a figure drenched in blood suddenly turned to gaze in their direction, devoid of compassion. Behind this victorious and terrifying malevolence, the night blazed with infernal fire, as if it drank the very essence of life. Chapter 60. Aspiring Youth. Can they detect me from this distance? Francis felt a chill run down his spine. Logically, the malevolent spirit that descends in the form of will within the bodies of its followers should not wield excessive power. The primary threat lies in its symbolic nature. Although the recent battle was fearsome, a skilled inspector adept in combat from the Scottish Yard could have achieved a similar effect. Yet now, they were separated by over a mile, shrouded in the dimness of night. Without the alchemical instruments at hand, neither he nor Hendry could have discerned the battle's details with mere eyesight, let alone through instinct alone. Can that spirit truly sense us from this distance? Francis's palms were slick with sweat. If the two inspectors were to engage in battle here, numerous subsequent plans would inevitably be altered, potentially leading to catastrophic failure. Fortunately, The malevolent spirit at the center of the battlefield merely glanced their way before retracting its gaze, as if it had merely happened to look in their direction. If it were that coincidental, it would be ominous. Francis grumbled, reluctantly relinquishing the monocular back to Hendry. Is it over? Has it all ended? The will of the Wolf of Agony had been driven back to its inner world by another malevolent entity, whose identity remained uncertain. And the Harbinger Sherwin had met his demise. Hendry grunted in acknowledgement, while Francis sheepishly scratched his head. Beyond that, there's one more matter. What matter? Francis averted his gaze from Hendry's probing eyes, glancing at a nearby building. I might have been noticed by the enemy. Hendry's eyelids twitched, his body tensing momentarily before he swiftly leapt from the rooftop of the apartment. Damn it, I knew you and that Constantine fellow were no different. Don't even think about teaming up with me next time. Once on the street, he sprinted away rapidly, and Francis dared not utter a word, shamelessly following suit as they both ran several miles before pausing to catch their breath. Ugh, I am exhausted, Francis gasped, cautiously observing Hendry's expression. We've run so far, and no one has chased us. There shouldn't be any trouble, right? Hendry's dark circles appeared even more pronounced, his tone weary. I'm not sure. All right then. Francis, sensing the mood, fell silent. Hendry approached the black sedan they had parked earlier, and after Francis settled into the passenger seat, Hendry switched on the headlights. Preparing to return to the Scottish Yards Division in East London, they had made ample preparations. After driving a distance, he suddenly remarked, very thorough preparations. Francis stroked his chin, contemplating. Based on the information from the intelligence department, it is highly probable that Jack the Ripper is a member of this cult. So, are you suspecting that those involved in the Whitechapel murders are problematic? Em uncertain. Hendry fell silent for a moment. Aaron Hastings is a remarkably talented rising star in the police force, destined to shine in the precinct, yet he declined the offer to become an extraordinary, joining the Scottish Yard, claiming it would disrupt his tranquil life and endanger his family. It was indeed a reasonable stance. Francis had reviewed the profiles of these individuals a few days prior. After all, his father was crippled while pursuing a fugitive, leading him to succumb to opium tincture and alcohol, transforming from a seasoned sheriff combating crime into a disgraceful domestic abuser and addict. He sighed deeply. In truth, I believe Mrs. Marga should not have been sentenced to hang. By that time, Hastings was no longer a competent husband and father. I even think her killing him was the right decision. Otherwise, young Aaron Hastings and his sister would have undoubtedly suffered greatly. Is that so? Hendry chose not to linger on this topic, shifting his focus to the next individual. Before encountering the case of Jack the Ripper, Hermann was already an extraordinary individual, albeit merely an initiate just beginning to grasp the complexities of his craft. Prior to his transition into private investigation, he had been a gunman who fled from Colombia and had even spent some time as an assassin, earning a plethora of enemies. It had been less than a year since his arrival in London, if memory serves. However, this burgeoning cult had only recently emerged, coinciding with a recent uproar surrounding illicit ritualistic events. Francis pondered. As for Inspector Kuhn, he was transferred to the East London Police Station alongside Chief Constable Douglas and had served as a senior officer aboard the Sheffield airship, making it unlikely for him to be entangled in such matters. And what of that other individual? He rubbed his hands together from the passenger seat. Seems he is also a detective. There is an overwhelming amount of information. I haven't finished reviewing it. The remaining detective is named Lorian. Hendry's gaze wavered. He existed on the periphery of society, leaving behind scant useful information. He had entered Britain in 1882 from Romanov, though he was originally a Frank, and took 6 months to attain British citizenship. Subsequently, he registered as a private detective at the police station. Yet he neither engaged with the London Detective Association nor actively sought clients. Over the past 6 months, he had changed residences more than a dozen times due to his inability to afford local rent. Wait a moment. Francis interrupted him. ISNT, their housing assistance for these individuals in East London? Hendry cast him a blank look. Fine, I shall remain silent. Please continue. Francis chuckled awkwardly. Time was of the essence, and the intelligence department had not conducted a thorough investigation, having only gathered this information for the time being. Hendry added, on the night Jack the Ripper appeared, he also solved another case, the murder at Tepesh Manor. I suspect that the deceased, Jack Arnold, could very well be the same individual as Jack the Ripper. Director Moriarty concurs with this hypothesis. The Moriarty he referred to was the former chief constable of East London. That certainly casts a shadow of suspicion upon him, Francis remarked, a shiver running down his spine. A person presumed dead has seemingly resurrected as the extraordinary criminal known as Jack the Ripper, seeking vengeance against the police while serving a downtrodden detective. A disheartened young man whose aspirations align perfectly with those of these cult leaders. He scoffed. I have always found it perplexing why the malevolent spirits of the underworld prefer to select such individuals as their acolytes. Are they drawn to fallen detectives, painters, poets, and doctors because their inspiration holds some greater potency? Perhaps. Hendry redirected the conversation. The intelligence department has already initiated an investigation into this detective named Lorian, and we shall have definitive results within a week. For now, let us address the matters concerning this nascent cult. He squinted, recalling the recent battle. The blood-red cross is a symbol not possessed by mere ordinary malevolent spirits. Should it spread, those Christians would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking to obliterate it. Yet this occurrence has indeed manifested. Francis suddenly grasped the implications. It could either be a mere facade, or this malevolent spirit's origins might be even more terrifying than previously conceived. Hendry fell silent for half a minute before retrieving a portable telephone from his pocket and tossing it toward the passenger seat. Francis instinctively caught it. What do you want to do with this? Request for Mr. Moriarty to commence a major crackdown 3 days in advance. I demand the authority of the temporary highest commander of the East London Police Station. As Francis cooperatively dialed, he added, furthermore, request that the cavalry and the Black Knights be deployed to East London to enforce a complete lockdown of the area. Chapter 61. The Rising Black Tide. The street behind the theater lay in disarray, the remnants of the Pain Wolf's form shrinking and distorting in flames, ultimately reverting to Sherwin's visage. The flowing orbs of blood transformed into a river, dissipating like a wisp of black smoke upon the wind. Lorian waved away the elongated wings and rolling shadows that trailed behind him as he descended slowly. During his conflict with the Pain Wolf, the few remaining silent monks within the theater had been purified by Evans and others. They harbored no intention of leaving any survivors to interrogate, given their extreme piety. Jack Arnold and Chief Missionary Benson approached, the former maintaining his indifferent demeanor, unaffected by the Pain Wolf's cryptic utterance of worm. The latter, having experienced his first battle, was inevitably filled with excitement. The sample of the Book of Baptism had been destroyed at the onset of the Devil's confrontation, and he resolved to create a new volume crafted entirely of metal the following day. The establishment of the Knight Missionaries also needed to be prioritized. Lord Evans, bloodied alongside Marilyn and Michelle, arrived at the scene, reporting that the 13 members of the Sons of Jacob remained behind to cleanse the battlefield. All the heretics have been dealt with. Under your mighty power, there have been no casualties aside from one member of the Sons of Jacob sustaining minor injuries, Evans reported. His complexion flushed. The sole injured individual had coincidentally encountered Lorian's ability to regenerate flesh and blood, having been scratched on the right cheek by a defiant silent monk. Lorian remarked, brushing off his attire and dissolving his long blade into a specter. Without glancing at Sherwin's shattered form, he inquired of those nearby, what are your thoughts on tonight's battle? Constantine leaned in beside Benson. The might of our Lord is indisputable. Even the malevolent spirit that descended personally could not hinder us. The world belongs to vampires. I was referring to the battles of others. Their strength is insufficient. Jack Arnold's expression was apathetic, far from enough. Aside from Marilyn and Evans, Benson, among these subordinate members, was only somewhat satisfied with the 3 generations of vampires Michelle and the soon-to-be 3rd-generation vampire Green. The 13 members of the Sons of Jacob, when confronted by a throng of heretics lacking transcendent abilities and with extraordinary capabilities on par, found themselves at a prolonged disadvantage, only barely stabilizing the situation after receiving additional power bestowed by Mr. Devil. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Marilyn and Michelle, they might have faced annihilation under the assault of another wave of silent monks. Even though these individuals had just embraced the power of vampires, their weakness was glaring. Jack Arnold considered them incapable of serving as a weapon in the hands of the devil. Not only were they unfit for that role, but they also struggled to ensure their own survival in this perilous world. We require weapons, equipment, and professional logistics. As Arnold concluded, Evans began to voice his opinion. The current composition of the baptized cross personnel was excessively homogeneous. Aside from the peripheral members managing the enterprise, only combat personnel remained. While they could temporarily address the deficiency in combat power, it was detrimental to long-term development. Organizational reform was imperative. Lorian nodded in approval. Continue. Yes, Evans, suppressing his excitement, continued. We should establish departments such as operations, intelligence, and logistics based on the varying abilities and talents of our members, creating a well-structured organizational framework. He articulated the ideas that had come to him during the recent battle. In addition, we require sufficiently powerful weaponry. As the Order of the Sacred Cross continues to evolve and strengthen, the adversaries we must confront are becoming increasingly formidable. For ordinary individuals, conventional firearms have proven inadequate to meet our pressing needs. Heavy artillery and explosives are not only difficult to procure, but also cumbersome to transport, rendering them ineffective in everyday operations. Indeed, standard firearms have become obsolete in battles of this magnitude. However, relics are exceedingly precious, and unless we specifically target formidable extraordinary beings to hunt and harvest their souls, acquiring a substantial number of relics remains an insurmountable challenge. Even then, not every relic is suitable for combat. Upon reflection, it is clear that the risks far outweigh the potential rewards. As Lorian pondered these complexities, he gestured for Evans to continue sharing his insights. It would be ideal to develop a weapon imbued with a measure of extraordinary power that can be mass-produced. Serving as standard equipment for the combatants of the Sacred Cross, Evans opined, carefully considering his words. This notion appeared highly feasible, given the mystical framework of our world. It should not be overly challenging to realize, though it may necessitate some sacrifices in recruiting personnel. Such methods of weapon production and the requisite expertise must remain firmly within our own grasp, rather than relying on external sources. Evans indeed possesses the makings of a leader within the occult, and given time, he may very well surprise me. Lorian thought with approval, nodding in agreement. Please continue. Extraordinary equipment. Evans exclaimed with enthusiasm. Even with the powers of a vampire, we cannot fully evade harm in battle, which inevitably diminishes our combat effectiveness. Thus, in addition to possessing sufficiently powerful weapons, we require gear capable of absorbing damage. His face lit up with fervor as he elaborated. A few days ago, I commissioned an investigation into the market, and it appears that available bulletproof garments only offer protection against small-caliber firearms, performing poorly against melee weapons. Meanwhile, traditional knightly plate armor is excessively heavy and cumbersome, impeding the agility of our fighters and hindering combat. Therefore, we need a lightweight, specialized garment that can withstand various forms of damage. My vision entails integrating specific extraordinary materials into the lining of a trench coat to serve as protective layers. Evans paused momentarily. Of course, this is merely my preliminary conjecture. Everything must be adjusted according to practical circumstances. To have conceived such ideas is already commendable, Lorian mused, finding no cause to contest Evans' thoughts, which aligned perfectly with his own. Master, Constantine suddenly raised his hand with palpable excitement. Lorian cast a glance in his direction. Speak. I have a friend, Constantine replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He happens to be a craftsman capable of executing the very tasks Mr. Evans just described, and I believe he would be more than willing to serve the esteemed Lord of Demons. Your friend appears to be in dire straits. Lorian coughed lightly, maintaining an air of composure. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Such a thing shall absolutely not occur, Constantine asserted solemnly, placing his right hand upon his heart. At that moment, the 13 members of the Jacob's Sons, having completed their task of clearing the battlefield, emerged respectfully, awaiting their master's guidance. As a clandestine sect and extraordinary organization, the current iteration of the Sacred Cross remains rather nascent, requiring time to accumulate strength, and, at this juncture, time is precisely what we lack. Thus, we must seek alternative means to compensate for this deficit. Lorian gazed at the 13 members, their faces etched with guilt and remorse, and remarked lightly, Since you crave power, allow those wicked individuals to learn your names. Before the forthcoming purge by Scotland Yard, this would likely be their final opportunity for a large-scale operation. Coincidentally, the underground gangs of East London are innumerable, and the Core brothers and the Pyle family recently swindled the Sacred Cross of considerable funds. They would likely be more than willing to repay their debts with blood and life. Now, it is time for me to attend to matters at Teeps Manor. Chapter 62. A track even if Scotland Yard does not uncover this stronghold within the theater, Lorian had long intended to abandon it. If the Sacred Cross wishes to continue its expansion and development, it requires a sufficiently concealed and spacious headquarters for training new acolytes and cultivating minions. While this old theater, albeit remote, remains within the city, it is still too conspicuous and prone to exposure, serving merely as a temporary refuge. Recently, he had instructed Evans to identify a private manor for sale. This estate, located in the suburbs of Heverling, spans 614 acres and is fully equipped, ready for use with minor renovations. Through a disguised identity and intermediary negotiations, Evans learned that the previous owner of the manor, a down-and-out noble named Bram Stoker, was also a playwright and author. Unable to afford the annual maintenance costs, he intended to sell the estate for 114 gold pounds, offering a 14 discount if the buyer possessed noble status. Lacking such credentials, Evans was compelled to purchase the manor outright. After engaging a law firm to ensure the estate's legitimacy, he had already paid a deposit of £700 and needed only to settle the remaining balance to initiate the property transfer process. However, given the current financial state of the Sacred Cross, producing such a substantial sum is impossible, even with the £5,000 Lorian recently earned from Wade Winston. It falls short. Moreover, during their plundering of Zanone's residence, they uncovered scant cash, and the valuable collectibles were not easily liquidated in the short term. Thus, they must rely on the Core brothers and the Pyle family to contribute some funds. Surely they would not refuse. Lorian returned to his apartment, changed into a clean outfit, and wearily seated himself at the office desk in the foyer. The battle against the Pain Wolf incarnation was far from as simple as it appeared. The frequent use of spiritual energy had taken a significant toll on him, leaving him somewhat lethargic. This marked his first full-scale combat since acquiring the powers of a vampire, and the rare opportunity had illuminated numerous issues within himself. My abilities are overly chaotic. Powers such as the Bronze Hand and electrostatic adhesion hold little value for me. Instead of retaining them, I would be better served by bestowing them upon competent subordinates, utilizing and developing them as needed, with the option to reclaim them whenever required. Some useful, yet temporarily dormant abilities can also be entrusted to those beneath me for development. After all, the number of vampires is limited. In the future, the Acolytes will undoubtedly comprise the majority of the organization. Estimating the situation with Jack Arnold, Marilyn, Benson, and the third-generation vampire Michelle, it is entirely feasible to support dozens of Acolytes, requiring only 1 to 2 months of preparation at most. However, forming a true vampire legion is currently unattainable. As the first-generation vampire, Jack Arnold's cycle for shedding the initial embrace of blood is roughly 3 months. If performed prematurely, it would consume an immense amount of spiritual energy. Thus, under normal circumstances, he could convert approximately 4 second-generation vampires per year, disregarding the conversion limit. The conversion cycle for second-generation vampires is considerably shorter, with Marilyn and Benson able to undergo transformation every 2 months. The third-generation vampire, Michelle, has yet to transform an ordinary human. But the interval for shedding the blood of the initial embrace should be shorter than that of Marilyn, possibly occurring once a month. It appears that the lower the rank of the vampire, the lesser the constraints on transformation as their powers diminish. Lorian absent-mindedly tapped on the table, contemplating another issue. Why is it that those blood-draining entities who have consumed ordinary blood quickly provide me with abilities after a period of development, while these blood recipients show no such signs? In fact, these recipients seem to consume more vampire blood than the former. Even Michelle and Green, the earliest blood recipients, exhibited no abilities beyond enhanced physical attributes. Although the abilities returned by those blood-draining entities are feeble and mundane, one would expect that the latter, as humans, should possess something. Could it be due to the fact that they did not consume my blood? Except for Constantine, all current blood recipients of the crucifixion have received their blood solely from Jack Arnold during their transformation. We shall wait and see whether Constantine develops abilities under the influence of vampire blood. Lorian opened a drawer, revealing the last remaining blood-draining spider, which obediently crawled into his palm, its 8 crimson compound eyes glinting in the dim light. Astonishingly, only one had survived. He had attempted to bestow ordinary blood upon the deceased blood-draining spiders, but to no avail. The ones already dead did not come back to life. They were utterly lifeless. Was the blood transfusion limited to a single instance? It seems that the hopes of the undead legion may be dashed. Who knows if it will ever be feasible? Lorian rubbed his temples. The more one knows, the more one realizes how much remains unknown. After so long exploring, his understanding of the vampire's secrets is still superficial. And now he encounters the malevolent spirits from the underworld. Could the origin of vampires be related to the underworld? The worm mentioned by that malevolent spirit might also be intertwined with it. Never mind. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. For now, he must focus on developing his vampire faction and enhancing his own strength. Once his power is adequate, many questions will resolve themselves naturally. It is still a matter of insufficient strength. Otherwise, he would confront the underworld directly and thoroughly thrash the embodiment of the Pain Wolf, surely obtaining what he desires. If not, it would merely indicate he had not been forceful enough. Lorian temporarily set aside this matter, redirecting his attention to the present. The last blood-draining spider lay docilely in his palm, and he had grown somewhat fond of its 8 compound eyes and the dense hairs on its appendages. Wait a moment. An epiphany struck him, prompting him to reopen the drawer, revealing a silvery spider web beneath the table. Though the abilities of these blood-draining creatures are rather ordinary, their byproducts appear to hold potential. The resilient spider silk could be fashioned into defensive garments. Moreover, their toxins could be repurposed into weaponry. Amidst the recent complexities, he had neglected to consider this. These byproducts should be classified as extraordinary materials. Should they be mass-produced and sufficiently armed, they could also be sold to attract extraordinary individuals. He had truly squandered past opportunities. Lorian gently handled the blood-draining spider, intending to give it a name. He would call you Track. Drawing from tales of spiders in his memory, he chose an apt name. A Track had already begun to exhibit intelligence, obediently twitching its appendages. Lorian allowed it to crawl into his sleeve and paid it no further mind. A brief rest of 2 hours, no, just 1 hour, was necessary to swiftly address matters concerning Oliver Winston to avoid any unforeseen incidents. An hour should suffice to replenish his energy. He turned his gaze around the apartment. Although he had long contemplated moving, the day of departure prompted an oddly sentimental farewell. Perhaps it was the influence of the original inhabitant. When the time comes, he could offer the apartment owner some money to have this room preserved. Lorian closed his eyes and, following the connection within his bloodline, began to observe the actions of the sons of Jacob against the Coley Brotherhood and the Pyle family. Chapter 63. The Hunt. In London, it rains for 119 days each year. On average, rain falls every 3 days. Recently, the city has been shrouded in almost daily drizzles. The air thick with the scent of decay, were it not for the sewer system, hailed as one of the 7 wonders of the industrial world. Pestilence and unrest might have already festered in the shadows. The 13 members of the Sons of Jacob stood atop an apartment building, facing a vibrant and decadent strip club. One of the Pyle family's enterprises, which not only provided premium services, but also sold opiates and other contraband. At the behest of Evans, they donned matching black wool tailcoats, complemented by gloves of the same hue, and wore long balmacon coats that transitioned from raincoats, perfectly accentuating their cold demeanor. Before their departure, Constantine even proposed that the 13 members of the Sons of Jacob wear caped vests, claiming it would better highlight their formidable presence. But this suggestion was unanimously dismissed by the others, who believed it would merely make them appear as a band of corner thugs. After observing for a moment, Gloria retrieved the detailed intelligence dossier handed to her by the blood-granting high priest. This is one of our targets today, an establishment run by the 3rd son of the old Pyle. Standing beside her, Edwards had a rugged visage, his cheeks slightly sunken, and his gaze bore a melancholic depth amidst the rain. He unsheathed 2 long knives from his back, his voice gravelly. Now that we have confirmed the target, let us commence our operation, but do exercise caution. The Pyle family and the Coley Brotherhood, as the dominant gangs in East London, may have the means to hire lower-tier extraordinary individuals for their protection. Edwards and Gloria subtly occupied a leading position among the Sons of Jacob, their displayed abilities surpassing those of the others, and Evans had appointed them as the temporary commanders for this undertaking. Let's begin the action. Gloria drew her long knife and a large-caliber revolver, resolutely turning to descend the stairs, her eyes steely and cold. Should there be any intolerable mistakes or failures this time, it would surely result in utter disappointment for the master. The power of vampires is not generously bestowed upon the inept. To ascend higher, one must demonstrate sufficient worth. The others followed her in silence, harboring the same resolve. This night must witness the flawless execution of the master's command, causing these blasphemous wrongdoers to pay the price in blood. The 13 descended the stairs with heavy footsteps, leaving 2 outside on lookout before decisively storming into the strip club. The 2 security personnel at the entrance, sensing something amiss, attempted to intervene but were swiftly dealt with by Edwards, who severed their necks with a single stroke of his blade. Before they could utter a sound, they collapsed, blood gushing from their severed throats. Someone keenly noticed the commotion and hurriedly scrambled out through a window of the strip club. Gloria stepped over the 2 decapitated corpses and fired 2 shots into the ceiling. The abrupt intrusion of Jacob's sons unleashed a wave of chaos, as the crowd erupted into screams and fled in panic. Wine glasses shattered upon the floor, emitting a crisp sound of splintering glass, while the ragged female performers on stage hastily retreated backstage in terror. Ignoring the ordinary patrons, the 2 assailants stationed themselves at the staircase and stormed directly towards the 2nd floor. Sensing the commotion, 7 or 8 members of the Peller family peered out from behind the curtains, relieved to see only 2 adversaries. 8 against 2. The odds were decidedly in our favor. The rotund leader remarked with an air of nonchalance. Which family do you hail from? You truly wish to meet your demise. Sajin and Brendan, who remained on the ground floor of the club, exchanged a knowing glance before charging forward, abruptly interrupting the blustering gang members' tirade. The Peller family members, incensed that these two oblivious youths dared to resist, furiously brandished their firearms, preparing to reduce them to mere targets. Yet before they could pull the triggers, Brendan closed the distance, his black and red blades slicing through the dazzling lights, cleaving the fat man's shotgun in twain and, with unrelenting force, severing his hand and shoulder. A scream erupted from the rotund man, his pupils dilated with horror as Brendan delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. The agony and blood loss rendering him powerless to maintain his footing. In disbelief, he witnessed Brendan deftly anticipate the next move of another Peller family member, evading the bullet that erupted from the gun's chamber. In a flash of steel, the assailant was struck down, a blade forged in the shadows by Jack Arnold piercing through his left ribcage, saturating the ground in crimson that mingled with the intoxicating aroma of spilled alcohol, leaving the dazed, rotund man momentarily unable to discern whether he was dreaming or facing the specter of death. The gramophone before the stage of the Molting Club continued to play a melodious nocturne, intertwining the exquisite music with the shrieks of patrons, the sporadic gunfire, and the sounds of bones fracturing. As a rotund man succumbed to eternal stillness, Sajin fired repeatedly, ensuring that the two fleeing Peller family members would remain forever in this place. The last corpse was pushed to the ground by Brendan, and in less than a minute since the battle commenced, they stood victorious. He inhaled deeply, relishing the scent of fear, recognizing that those unafraid, much like the earlier band of heathens, were indeed a rarity. Do not lower your guard, Sajin cautioned, surveying the surroundings with his firearm. Before Edwards and the others return, let us conduct a thorough search here to avoid wasting time later. Agreed. As the two commenced their meticulous search of the club, Gloria delivered a fierce punch to the face of an advancing Peller family member. With a series of resounding thuds, the assailant's features blurred into a grotesque visage, crimson blood mingling with bodily fluids, staining Gloria's gloves. The remaining 7 sons of Jacob surged into various rooms, engaging in combat with the Peller family members therein. After discarding the lifeless body at her feet, Gloria exchanged a glance with Edwards, who, maintaining a stoic expression, forcefully kicked open a locked door. Almost simultaneously, a hail of bullets erupted from within, the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. Gloria closed her eyes, attuning herself to the gunfire within the room. As the shots momentarily ceased, she swiftly drew her weapon and executed precise shots within, eliciting anguished cries. Edwards, in silent agreement, surged into the room, dispatching the 2 gang members who had sought refuge behind the door. Do not kill me, Rothschild pleaded, raising his hands in desperation, his finely tailored wool suit now stained with the blood and brains of his fallen comrades. He gazed at the 2 intruders, whose movements were almost inhumanly swift. Swallowing hard in fear, I am my father's son. Slaying me would yield no benefit for you. On the contrary, if you... The gunshot interrupted his desperate plea. Silencing his words, Gloria nonchalantly brushed off the bloodstains from her coat, her expression devoid of emotion. Let us proceed. This is merely the beginning. They advanced rapidly, the harrowing experiences between life and death indeed proving invaluable. Perhaps it was time to consider granting new members the ability for flesh and blood regeneration, subsequently dispatching them on perilous missions. As Lorian pondered, he adjusted his attire before a floor-length mirror. His exquisite wool coat was pristine and unblemished, the deep brown deerstalker hat accentuating his forbidding presence, his gray-blue eyes devoid of any sentiment. With a decisive snap, he checked his weapon, slamming a fully loaded magazine into the chamber before tucking the cavalry revolver back into its holster at his waist. The impassive Jack Arnold stood silently behind him. Everything felt as it had during his first hunting expedition. Chapter 64. Selling One's Soul to the Devil. The fog-laden night in West London cast a deep shroud of darkness, as a dense shadow navigated through the intricate network of sewers, effortlessly lifting the manhole cover upon reaching its destination. Out at 4:30 in the morning. I must be a model worker, Lorian mused, donning his hood and surveying his surroundings to confirm he had not erred in location. Before moving to the lower level of the Hermon Detective Agency, extending a shadowy tendril to rap against the glass window of the bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Hermon, puffing on his cigar, paused momentarily, his expression stiffening as he turned to the window. I reside on the 3rd floor. Upon closer inspection, he noted a twisted, Pitch black, tendril rhythmically tapping against the glass, which, as if sensing his gaze, morphed into a multitude of eyes that locked onto his. "Is that you, sir?" Herman realized, hastily extinguishing his civet cat cigar, rising to illuminate the bedroom. Ever since accepting the commission from that enigmatic figure, he had refrained from allowing any employees to remain at the agency, citing the impending relocation as a pretext to suspend all operations. Fearful of anyone discovering his connection to this extraordinary individual of unknown origins. Having long since lost his adventurous spirit, he was reluctant to report to Scotland Yard, obediently fulfilling the tasks assigned to him instead. 2 minutes later, in the agency's reception area, compared to Lorian's currently cramped apartment, this space was considerably more spacious. Herman cautiously presented a detailed investigation report. Even though this gentleman had arrived significantly later than agreed, he displayed no signs of complaint. "Over the past few days, I have discreetly investigated those surrounding Oliver Winston, focusing primarily on his butler, Rudolph Hill, and his eldest son. I have indeed uncovered some unusual anomalies. Here is the comprehensive report for your perusal." "Impressive efficiency," Lorian remarked, taking the document and glancing through it. Herman continued, "Oliver Winston and his eldest son and daughter have long resided at Teeps Manor, but several months ago, they abruptly dismissed the majority of the staff, citing poor business operations." "I am aware of this," Lorian replied, flipping to the next page. "Get to the crux of the matter. You're already aware? It seems this gentleman does not entirely trust me. Having commissioned more than one investigator," Herman noted, his demeanor growing even more deferential. "I conducted a covert visit to Oliver's housing company and the Oliver Charity Foundation, discovering no signs of the financial mismanagement he claimed. Furthermore, he hesitated before continuing. Just 3 days ago, Oliver Winston dismissed the remaining staff at Teeps Manor. If I am not mistaken, only Oliver Winston, Richard Winston, Anna Winston, and Rudolph Hill currently reside within the estate. Richard and Anna are respectively the eldest son and daughter of Oliver, who also has a third son named Abner Winston. However, Abner severed ties with his father years ago and chose to sail away as an adventurer, and his whereabouts are now unknown." An adventurer? Could he possibly be a pirate? A sense of doubt arose in Lorian's mind. Wasn't the edict against distant seas still in effect? He had gleaned from the newspapers that shortly after the current Queen of Great Britain ascended the throne, she enacted the distant seas prohibition, forbidding any private vessels from venturing beyond 400 nautical miles from the coast. In practice, any vessel exceeding 20 nautical miles was subject to reporting and control. Herman chuckled softly. Laws like these are always binding only on a select few. Although Oliver publicly distanced himself from Abner, he still quietly facilitated connections for him. Truly a reflection of British realities. Lorian extracted a photograph taken from an unusual angle from the documents, the background depicting a dim alley with a pool of blood on the ground. "What is this?" Herman's expression turned serious. "This is precisely the peculiarity I wish to discuss. Oh, Rudolph Hill is covertly hunting the homeless in East London." Lorian gently rubbed the cold photograph, the stark crimson hue strikingly vivid against the dark backdrop. "Be more explicit." "While shadowing Rudolph Hill, I discovered that he was masquerading as a gang member, preying on the destitute." "No, I cannot say he was merely masquerading. Oliver Winston is one of the principal benefactors of both the Corelli Brotherhood and the Threepenny Association, and, as his steward, Rudolph Hill likely holds a significant position within these gangs." Herman organized his thoughts. "He is astute, resembling more of an assassin than a mere steward. Had I not already touched upon the extraordinary world, he might have sensed my presence. What does he intend to do with these homeless souls? Given Oliver Winston's connections to the Corelli Brotherhood, there seems to be no need for him to involve his steward in such unsavory tasks. I am unclear on that matter." Herman shook his head. After stalking and killing these homeless individuals, Rudolph chose not to dispose of the bodies, but instead discarded them directly into the nearby sewer. Upon hearing this, a name abruptly surfaced in Lorian's mind. The Sorcerer's Stein, an illicit ritual requiring numerous corpses? Or perhaps some even more obscure purpose? He discreetly skimmed through the investigative report, realizing it contained nearly everything Herman had uncovered. "Due to the involvement of the extraordinary criminals you are pursuing, I did not dare to delve deeper." Herman sat tensely on the sofa, narrowing his eyes to meet the gaze of this gentleman. "You have done well." Lorian suddenly chuckled, casually tossing the investigative report onto the desk, and under Herman's astonished gaze, placed a stack of gold pounds atop it. 200 pounds. This is your rightful reward." Herman was momentarily taken aback. Lorian stood and approached the window, gazing out into the gray mist. "You were originally an assassin, correct? How did you know?" "A guess." "Very well." Herman nodded in acknowledgement. "Before coming to London, I resided in Colombia, where I gained a considerable reputation due to my sharpshooting and investigative skills, earning the nickname Angel Eye. Unfortunately, I attracted the ire of the wrong people and was forced to flee, adopting a new identity. Then, I unexpectedly encountered another hidden world, rekindling my fighting spirit, only to find myself doused with cold water once more, stalling on the path of the extraordinary. Lorian continued in the wake of his words, and as Hermon's expression darkened, he suddenly turned and quietly asked, "Have you ever considered that it might be time to change your way of life?" Chapter 65. Are you the illustrious Jay? Although Hermon lacks talent in the path of sorcery, his overall capabilities are commendable. Lorian did not mind sacrificing a portion of ordinary blood to take a gamble. If he won, he would gain a formidable ally. Even if he lost, there would be no significant loss. At the very least, Hermon, as an extraordinary being, would possess greater strength than an average person after accepting the vampire's blood. I do not comprehend your meaning. Hermon sat upon the sofa, his gaze obscure. Lorian casually tossed him a vial of ordinary blood. The crimson liquid within the transparent packaging undulating slowly, as if imbued with some vitality. Drink this, and you shall gain far greater strength than you currently possess. Perhaps you may even encounter unforeseen benefits. And the cost? Your soul. To acquire unparalleled power merely by selling one's soul. What a generous offer. Hermon fell silent for half a minute, a smile suddenly gracing his chiseled face. It would be my honor to become your subordinate. After departing from Hermon's detective agency, Lorian transformed into a shadow, swiftly making his way to the Teeps Manor, as his first encounter with an extraordinary case since arriving in London. The murder at Teeps Manor not only provided him with the initial funding of £200 to alleviate his immediate concerns, but also granted him the capable Jack Arnold as his chief aide. Setting aside the process, Oliver Winston was akin to an angelic investor in the Order of the Cross. He not only provided financial support, but also manpower. Without him, Lorian might have taken considerably longer to truly begin harnessing the powers of a vampire. In contrast to the sorcerer Stein, who was on the run, ordering his steward to hunt down the homeless and hypnotizing the loyal servant who had worked for him for years, I could be considered a paragon of virtue as a vampire. During the period when Jack the Ripper was frantically hunting gang members to incite fear, most underground factions in Blackfurling began to retract their influence, with the gang leadership living in constant trepidation, reluctant to venture out. It can be said that he single-handedly purged a significant portion of East London's criminal underbelly, had it not been for his unsuitable identity. The police force might have issued a commendation for exemplary citizenship. It seems that Scotland Yard has indeed been stretched thin of late, failing to notice even the criminals lurking beneath their noses, oblivious to Wade Winston's presence. The shadow paused before Teeps Manor, outlining Lorian's silhouette. He adjusted his deerstalker cap and leisurely fiddled with the silver-lacquered cane borrowed from Hermon. Let's go and see your former employer. Jack Arnold resumed his original appearance, following the great devil silently with an inscrutable expression. The once empty manor grew even quieter after the last few hired hands were dismissed, becoming eerily silent in the dead of night, exuding an uncanny atmosphere. Due to the involvement of an unidentified sorcerer, Lorian did not take any chances. Adhering to the principle of underestimating the enemy strategically while emphasizing their significance tactically, he heightened his environmental awareness to the utmost, perceiving the night as clearly as day. As they approached the opulent structure, they spotted a furtive figure peering inside. What a coincidence, Lorian thought with surprise, maintaining a composed demeanor as he gradually approached. Ahead, Wade Winston felt a shiver run down his spine and abruptly turned around, encountering two unfamiliar figures standing not far away. Hiss! Fixating on the detective dressed in front, he suddenly felt an inexplicable phantom pain on his face. These two gentlemen do not appear to be of good character. Have you met somewhere before? During the battle at the Zanoni estate, Jack Arnold had fully revealed his vampiric form, a stark contrast to his usual appearance. Luo Yin had donned a certain disguise, further suppressing the unmistakably frenzied aura that characterized him. Thus, Wade Winston was unable to recognize the two at first glance. After a few days apart, Luo Yin maintained his persona as Jay, retorting with his trademark acerbity without directly addressing Wade's inquiry. Who are you? And who am I? Wade squinted, raising his chin as he declared, Since you have taken the initiative to inquire, allow me the benevolence of enlightening you. He enunciated each word with deliberate precision. I am the newly appointed investigator of the Scotland Yard, a distinguished graduate of Miskatonic University, widely connected in the extraordinary world. Known as Constantine, the next time you dare to impersonate another, might you consider removing that dreadfully ugly red mask of yours? Wade's proclamation was abruptly interrupted. A middle-aged man approached from a distance, his complexion sallow, with shifty eyes and a pair of dark orbs, slender yet exuding a detective's demeanor, radiating an air of smug self-satisfaction. "Oh, dear Lestrade, if you dare to interrupt my amusement so casually again, I shall be compelled to deliver a swift kick to your behind with Uncle Sam's shoes," Wade complained. "Do refrain from flaunting your abysmal translation skills." Lestrade, similarly gripping a lacquered cane, though far more exquisite than Lorian's, with an ornate ruby embedded at its tip and the shaft intricately engraved with eye patterns, retorted, "Of all the people to impersonate, you choose Constantine, whose reputation is hardly superior to yours. Is Constantine's reputation that poor? Also, it seems Miskatonic University is where the previous owner of that upscale apartment, Benson, was employed. Is it, perchance, a school that teaches the arcane?" Lorian gleaned much useful information from their brief exchange. At that moment, Lestrade, with gentlemanly grace, bowed in greeting. "Good evening, esteemed gentlemen. Are you also here to investigate Oliver Winston?" "Indeed," Lorian nodded. "I seem to have arrived late." "Not at all." Lestrade hastily waved his hand. "You have arrived just in time." Through his brief assessment, he tacitly acknowledged Lorian's extraordinary identity, expressing his distress. "This case is far more intricate than I initially anticipated. Oliver Winston, under the guidance of the Sorcerer Stein, engaged in a bloody and obscure ritual, sealing off the entire estate. Presently, a portion of this location is connected to the surface of the inner world. A moment's inattention could result in eternal entrapment therein. I have merely conducted a cursory observation and dared not delve deeper. If you possess experience in this area, your assistance would be invaluable." Having generously shared this intelligence, he added apologetically, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Lestrade, one of the vice presidents of the London Detective Association, a professional detective." He gestured towards Wade, who was glaring at him. "As for this individual, well, we are not well acquainted, merely collaborating for the time being. You may call him Wade Winston." "I did not permit you to divulge my name," Wade exclaimed indignantly. "You are finished. I shall certainly report your previous embezzlement to the president of the Detective Association." "Embezzlement? You borrowed £2,000 from me. What of it if I charge a bit of interest?" Lestrade knew the best way to deal with Wade was to ignore him. He would eventually forget the matter once his enthusiasm waned. He turned back, removing his hat, and nodded respectfully to Lorian. "May I ask your esteemed name?" "You may call me Jay," Lorian replied with a smile and a slight bow. A somewhat unprofessional bounty hunter. Chapter 66. The Shadows of Tepesh Manor, Bounty Hunter Jay? Lestrade suddenly narrowed his eyes, recalling a special file recently provided to the London Detective Association by the police department. A bounty hunter codenamed Jay had, overnight, eliminated 5 gang leaders, delivering their bodies to the front of the East London Police Headquarters, demanding the bounty be sent to a specified location. Subsequently, Chief Douglas attempted to investigate the identity of this bounty hunter, but ultimately found nothing. This individual seemed to have appeared from nowhere, leaving no trace aside from that singular act, and had not resurfaced since. To avoid any adverse repercussions, the matter was suppressed by Douglas. If this Jay is indeed an extraordinary being, it would all make sense. So is the renowned Mr. J. My sincerest apologies. Lestrade smiled apologetically before turning his gaze to Jack Arnold, who stood behind Lorian. "And who might this be?" "He is my assistant." Lorian casually brushed past the topic and inquired, "Mr. Lestrade, what do you mean when you say part of this place is connected to the inner world?" With sufficient confidence derived from his capabilities, he no longer felt the need to mask his ignorance in certain areas with words. This was a form of self-assurance. "It appears Mr. J is not an expert in this domain, which complicates matters." Lestrade donned his hat, his tone devoid of any condescension. "You are familiar with the inner world, I trust?" "Yes," Lorian nodded. After transforming Constantine into his direct blood servant, he had gleaned considerable knowledge regarding the arcane through Ivan's, no longer as muddled as he had been at the outset. The so-called inner world refers to certain deep layers of space situated within the interstices of the present realm, also known as deep realms or subspaces, serving as the birthplace and abode of malevolent spirits. Due to its remoteness from the present realm, the inner world is often rife with bizarre entities. Extraordinary beings who linger there for an extended period risk losing their sanity, becoming oblivious denizens of the inner world. As a natural phenomenon of the extraordinary realm, numerous rituals require the assistance of the inner world to be completed. The remnants of extraordinary beings who have passed away retain various influences of extraordinary power, while certain relics in the present realm cast projections within the inner world, continually attracting extraordinary beings to venture into its depths. It is noteworthy that the inner worlds do not connect with one another. Rather, they are isolated fragments. Since you possess some understanding of the inner world, the explanation will be considerably easier. Lestrade organized his thoughts. Due to the influence of forbidden rituals, the core area of this manor is linked to the surface of an inner world, potentially leading individuals who venture therein to encounter inner world entities unwittingly. He rubbed his chin, a hint of vexation on his brow. Of course, this is merely the simplest scenario. In reality, the gravest danger lies in the possibility that if we rashly enter, we may inadvertently trespass into deeper regions, and with only 3 of us, we would lack the means to maintain our sanity for long. The more individuals who enter the inner world simultaneously, the slower the deterioration of sanity. A principle learned through the sacrifices of many extraordinary beings. Thus, if we can devise a method to discern our bearings upon entering this perilous area, we would not be lost, correct? Precisely. If we can resolve the issue of disorientation, a brief stay in the shallower regions would not significantly impact our sanity. Lestrade's eyes brightened. Could it be that Mr. J has a solution? I cannot say for certain. Lorian pressed down the brim of his hunting cap, his expression composed as he approached the grand entrance of the estate. Through the ability of environmental perception, he beheld a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues interwoven like a hallucinatory dream. While certain areas exhibited lighter shades, closer to the tangible world, taking a few steps forward, the psychedelic colors intensified, activating both his environmental awareness and crisis alertness, allowing him to discern the boundary between the illusory and the real. Concurrently, an inexplicable force subtly influenced his psyche. Was this the erosion of reason by the abyss? Indeed, it was terrifying. At this rate, merely enduring it for a day would leave me utterly fatigued. Upon confirming his capability to delve deeper, Lorian cast a glance back at the pensive Lestrade and the sulking Wade Winston. I intend to venture inside. What about you? After a moment's hesitation, Lestrade weighed his options and chose to accompany the bounty hunter on this exploration. After all, with his prowess as a sorcerer, he could retreat promptly should any peril arise, with the worst consequence being a failed mission and a few reprimands from his colleagues. Unlike Wade Winston, who needed to retrieve stolen artifacts from the Sorcerer's Stein, his goal was merely to ascertain what transpired at the Teeps Manor and attempt to resolve it within his means. I shall join you in your venture, Lestrade stated, nudging the reluctant Wade Winston with his staff. Come on, Winston, if we fail this commission, you won't have the funds to repay me. It's all that damned extraordinary person's fault. Wade Winston fumed, recalling the incident, springing up from the ground with a contorted expression. 5,000 pounds, a whole 5,000. Why didn't he just rob it outright? Apologies, but I was indeed in the act of robbing. Lorian couldn't help but cough. What are you discussing? Nothing. Lestrade tactfully refrained from exposing Wade Winston's sordid past. The man had merely received a lesson from someone. Wade Winston approached with a scowl. The next time I encounter that individual, I shall make him pay dearly. Oh, really? Lorian squinted, sensing waves of dread emanating from the son of Jacob during his movements. Without further delay, he turned and pushed the door open, stepping into Oliver Winston's estate. The expressionless Arnold silently followed in his wake. Lestrade also urged the unwilling Wade Winston to follow suit. Upon completely crossing the threshold into the opulent manor tainted by the abyss, both extraordinary beings instinctively furrowed their brows, sensing a slight discomfort within their minds, though they quickly acclimatized. This sensation, observing Lestrade and Wade Winston's reactions, Lorian suddenly wore a peculiar countenance. Upon fully entering, the subtle erosion of reason vanished entirely, replaced by an unexpected familiarity within the eerie environment. It felt akin to returning home. Chapter 67. Isaac. This shouldn't be. Could the origin of vampires truly be the abyss? Lorian recalled the monstrous utterance of the Wolf of Torment. Although a riddle-bearer, this entity could project power from the abyss, making it unlikely to be mere idle chatter. Upon further contemplation, drawing strength from intangible fear and influence indeed aligned with the characteristics of the abyss, starkly contrasting with those of the orthodox extraordinary beings. The Wolf of Torment suddenly fixating on the cross of the consecrated seemed inexplicable, an act not typical of a sane individual. There was no direct conflict of interest between the two parties, and prior to this, they were even unaware of each other's existence. Everything transpired rather abruptly. Was it a test from the Wolf of Torment, residing deep within the abyss? It might have detected some anomaly about me, subsequently issuing a divine decree, designating the Wolf of Torment as a sacrificial pawn, even descending in person with a will. Lorian considered a possibility. He focused on Jack Arnold, Noting that the latter displayed no signs of discomfort either, the Atarak hidden within his sleeve eagerly waved its appendages, manifesting palpable desire, greedily absorbing the air of this locale. The blood of vampires appeared to be even more vigorous here. If one could remain in such an environment long-term, it might expedite the development of those under the blood's influence. Lorian discreetly observed the grand hall of Oliver Winston's estate. Ah, this Mr. J is indeed not as simple as he seems. Reistrid keenly sensed the calmness of the two ahead. This individual is not beneath me in rank. He politely stepped forward, inquiring, Mr. J, may I inquire about the objective of your visit? Oliver Winston owes me something. Lorian paused momentarily before continuing forward. It has been long overdue. It is time for him to repay his debt, as long as our objectives do not conflict. Reistrid sighed in relief and chose to follow in the footsteps of the bounty hunter. Having an experienced, extraordinary being accompany him would undoubtedly avoid numerous troubles. And Lorian had no intention of declining. Hey, wait for me. The latecomer Wade Winston hurriedly caught up. This place is far too eerie. I do not wish to remain here alone. Under the influence of the abyss, this lavish estate, once highly valued, seemed forgotten in the crevices of time. With the surrounding walls mottled and decayed, dark spots creeping across the entire hall, Lorian approached a massive portrait. It depicted a family of four. The yet-to-be wheelchair-bound Oliver Winston stood at the center, his features surprisingly handsome, one arm draped over his eldest son, the other over his daughter, a smile gracing his face. While the sullen Abner Winston stood alone off to the side. Why is his wife absent? Just as this question arose, Reistrid leaned in to elaborate. Oliver Winston is indeed a legendary figure. He donates a substantial sum to the Detective Society annually, for which I took the liberty to learn more about this affluent businessman. His grandfather was a renowned gunslinger from the days of the escort era. Individuals of such stature either die in solitude or are slain by enemies. Yet, he managed to extricate himself from that perilous world, purchasing a manor, this very Teeps Manor, before passing away peacefully after fathering a sole heir. However, Oliver's father was less fortunate. He succumbed to gambling and squandered the family fortune shortly after Oliver's birth, dying in despair. After maturing, Oliver Winston, through unknown means, wed the daughter of Baron Wood, Anna Wood, becoming an in-law of the Wood family. Harnessing his wife's family's influence, he established the Anna Textile Factory, coinciding with the wave of the Industrial Revolution, amassing a fortune that enabled him to reclaim Teeps Manor. In that light, it is indeed inspirational, Lorian remarked with a tone that concealed any judgment. Alas, Lady Anna was mistaken. Reistrid shook his head. After the demise of Baron Wood, Oliver conspired with the political adversaries of the Wood family to divide the Baron's inheritance. Shortly after this incident, Lady Anna departed with her father. Richard Winston is the only offspring of her union with Oliver. And what of his other two children? Lorian gestured towards the other two figures in the painting. They're the daughters of Old Paler. Reistrid coughed lightly. Not the current Old Paler, but his father. At that time, there were no brotherhoods or razor cult. The Paler family was the uncrowned sovereign of East London's underworld, with several sorcerers among their ranks. There are whispers suggesting that Old Pile himself is a master of the arcane arts. Mr. Moriarty exerted considerable effort to dismantle the Pile family. TSK. Such a feat could rival that of some minor extraordinary organizations, couldn't he it? Wade Winston interjected. A master of the arcane arts. At least equivalent to a Scotland Yard inspector, wouldn't you agree? Coupled with a few adept practitioners, they barely amount to a small, extraordinary organization. It appears that Scotland Yard undoubtedly harbors numerous hidden cards. Lorian was merely intent on accompanying Arnold for revenge, showing little interest in Oliver Winston-esque life. However, he would mind spending some time delving into the secrets of the extraordinary realm. Suddenly, it struck him that despite the Pyle family's former grandeur, even if diminished by the previous chief of police, Moriarty, remnants of their legacy might still remain, suggesting that Jacob's endeavors may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. While mentally communicating with Evans, he bypassed the oil painting and prepared to ascend to the second floor, casually reminding Lestrade and Wade Winston. Since Oliver Winston and the Sorcerer Stein audaciously set up rituals within the estate, it was evident they had made ample preparations and were not concerned about interference. They might face considerable danger ahead. Lestrade nodded solemnly. Dealing with these sorcerers is indeed troublesome. Wade Winston unsheathed an alchemical firearm engraved with runes, readying himself for battle. These individuals always shrouded in mystery, perpetually engaging in bizarre rituals. Jack Arnold silently retrieved a long knife from his coat. Wade Winston, taken aback by the knife's length, exclaimed, "Where did you pull that from?" Arnold cast an indifferent glance at the boisterous, extraordinary being who had previously disrupted the Sacred Cross operation, an intangible aura of vampiric intimidation emanating from him. Wade Winston felt a sudden jolt of pressure, his gaze vacillating between Arnold and Lorian. Does even an assistant possess power comparable to mine? Lestrade's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Wade, maintain your curiosity for exploration, but remember to temper it, as you advised me last time. He cast an apologetic look at Jack Arnold. My sincerest apologies. This gentleman, he means no offense. As he spoke, a tumultuous wave of anxiety surged within him as he glanced at Mr. J ahead. Though Wade Winston had always been at the pinnacle of adept practitioners, it was solely his own choice to refrain from ascending further. Those acquainted with him regarded him as a master of the arcane arts. Yet, the aura emanating from this assistant was nearly on par with Wade Winston. What then could Mr. J's status as an extraordinary being entail? He had initially presumed the individual to be merely at the threshold of adept practitioners, but his certainty wavered. Relax, Lorian said, not looking back as he waved his hand. He is merely preparing for battle ahead of time. Lestrade exhaled, understanding that the reality of the situation mattered less than Mr. J's disposition. With the Sorcerer's Stein lurking nearby, he was reluctant to provoke an extraordinary being of uncertain prowess at such a critical juncture. He turned to Wade Winston, only to find him obliviously following Mr. J up the stairs, entirely unconcerned about the minor episode, prompting an exasperated frown as he trailed behind. As Lorian led the way, he suddenly twitched his nose, catching a whiff of a dense, metallic scent of blood confined to this area. Upon ascending to the second floor and perceiving the scene before him, his gaze sharpened. The exquisite pattern tiles were overrun with crimson threads that twisted and coiled like roots, culminating in a grotesque tree of flesh and blood at the end of the corridor. Countless faces and limbs formed a sanguine trunk, from which dangled a semi-transparent cocoon of flesh, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping from the ceiling. The infant within the cocoon abruptly opened its eyes, gazing toward the staircase. Isaac, Chapter 68. To confront such malevolent beings, a righteous thrashing is certainly in order. Hiss! What is that? Gazing at the tree of flesh and blood, Wade Winston felt his sanity erode further. Is such a sinister entity truly found in the shallow layers of the underworld? I distinctly recall that previous entries bore little difference from the real world. It was evident that this was a forbidden ritual orchestrated by Sorcerer Stein. Lestrade, gripping his staff, also beheld the tree of flesh and the murmuring infant within the cocoon. A ritual pertaining to birth? The scale and severity made him inhale deeply. Perhaps today is not an auspicious day for venturing out. He had initially assumed that Sorcerer Stein merely utilized the flesh and blood of the living to construct a gruesome ritual to connect with a portal to the underworld. However, it now seemed to transcend that, and with his limited understanding of ritualism, he could not accurately assess the scene before him. Lorian did not sense significant threat emanating from the infant, but he was acutely wary of the Sorcerer Stein, still concealed in the shadows. Regarding the creature within the cocoon, he displayed little outward concern. It seems you cannot leave now, he remarked. As the infant murmured Isaac and opened its eyes, the surrounding environment shifted abruptly, with myriad phantasmagoric colors cascading upon the walls and ceiling as the roots of the blood and flesh tree extended towards the staircase. Since this creature is likely central to the ritual, Wade Winston narrowed his eyes, directing an inquisitive gaze toward Lestrade. If we eliminate it, will that disrupt the ritual? I am no expert in this realm, Lestrade replied, his head aching. I have always lacked clarity regarding these matters of ritualism, especially concerning the underworld. However, you may attempt it, as it appears the master of this domain never intended for us to depart. Before his words had fully escaped, the writhing threads of blood intertwined, forming a scarlet serpent that lunged toward the four of them. Bang! A crimson flame erupted from the muzzle of the alchemical firearm, its barrel extending beyond that of Lorian's cavalry pistol. As Wade Winston pulled the trigger, the runes etched upon the firearm surged with arcane brilliance, and brass bullets shot forth. The bullets struck the serpent's midsection, tearing through its flesh and igniting a vast expanse of violet flames, incinerating the blood threads on the ground in an instant. Isaac, the infant creature seemed to empathize with the pain, tears streaming down its cheeks. As the roots were utterly obliterated, the tree of flesh swayed violently, the trunk formed by over a dozen naked corpses slowly parting, as they surged toward Wade Winston upon a river of blood. Wade Winston's expression darkened. Why is it fixating on me? He fired several more rounds. But the grotesque corpses appeared merely superficial, collapsing after a single shot. This is too easy. Something must be amiss. Lorian observed the environment meticulously, ready to slip away as a shadow at any moment. Do not let your guard down, Wade. Lestrade struck the ground with his staff, sending forth an invisible wave that formed a barrier against the blood river approaching them. As Mr. J remarked earlier, Stein, emboldened by his audacity, must be prepared for discovery, perhaps even lurking in some shadowy corner, observing our every move. Damn it, fortune has been particularly unkind lately. Wade Winston, shaking his hands, stepped closer to Lestrange. The current predicament is hardly the trivial inconvenience the client suggested. Upon our return, he shall be compelled to increase our remuneration. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure emerged from a grotesque cocoon, brandishing a dagger, weeping as it approached the staircase. Isaac. Lestrange cast a glance at Mr. J beside him, noting his calm demeanor, as if everything were well within his control. At this juncture, it appeared that slaying the creature was the only path to uncovering Oliver Winston's whereabouts. Lorian pondered for a moment before gesturing towards Arnold. The latter, grasping the unspoken intent of his master, approached with an air of indifference, concealing his talent for manipulating shadows. Lestrange, eager to witness the assistant's prowess, was interrupted before Arnold could take action by an ethereal, aged voice emanating from the end of the corridor. At such a late hour, we are graced with unexpected guests. Lorian regarded the elderly man seated in a wheelchair, his hair a ghostly white, skin clinging tightly to his bones, appearing even more decrepit than Evan had described, with dark blemishes dotting his exposed skin. The enigmatic Rudolph Hill pushed him from a room at the corridor's end. Indeed, Mr. Stein was correct. There are always those consumed by envy who will endeavor to thwart our grand designs. Is your so-called grand design merely the construction of a path paved with the blood and flesh of innocence? Lestrange's gaze sharpened. Oliver Winston chuckled softly. These are necessary sacrifices. TSK, to cloak selfishness in such grandiloquence, is truly more shameless than I. At least I do not fabricate excuses to mask my darker inclinations. Wade Winston cast a scornful glance at him. Even my 80-year-old grandmother would not utter such nonsense. Well said. Lorian observed the infant retreating to Oliver Winston's side, contemplatively remarking, by the looks of you, nearing death, are you seeking to extend your life? Or perhaps to ascend further, becoming a formidable, extraordinary being? Is this wretched creature your child? He sensed a kinship in spirit between the two. Oh, Oliver, initially taken aback, then laboriously raised his hand to applaud, revealing a grim smile. It appears this gentleman is the true extraordinary being, far more powerful than those mere pretenders by my side. Huh, what a feeble attempt at sowing discord, Lestrange scoffed, discreetly scanning the enigmatic Mr. J. Lorian, however, bluntly exposed the ruse. Do you truly believe that one deemed a sorcerer will be so benevolent as to expend effort to assist an ordinary person in orchestrating a ritual of such magnitude for mere monetary gain? You may believe that the blood of these individuals will ultimately be consumed by you, serving as sacrifices for your rebirth. But could it be possible? He smirked, directing his gaze at Oliver Winston, that you too are one of those necessary sacrifices? Oliver remained silent, yet the twitching of his lips and the heaving of his chest betrayed his turmoil. Kill them, Isaac. Isaac? So the name he had been calling out was his own. Lestrange and Wade Winston exchanged a knowing glance, bracing themselves for a fierce confrontation. Lorian, in tandem, drew his revolver to confront such malevolent beings. Justice must prevail in overwhelming force. What a bunch of... Oliver Winston's words were abruptly cut off as he succumbed to an uncontrollable fit of coughing, clutching his bleeding chest in disbelief as he turned to his butler behind him. Rudolph Hill retracted the silver dagger from his hand, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 69, The Blasphemer. Bloodsucker, Akaloo, the Gallery of Silence. An internal strife? A thought flickered through Lorian's mind, almost leading him to suspect Rudolph Hill was a clandestine agent, enduring humiliation in service of Oliver. Yet, recalling the vagrants he had dispatched, he dismissed that notion. Cough, cough. Oliver Winston, wounded to the core, was filled with confusion and rage. Why? You should not have laid hands on Miss Anna and young Master Richard. Rudolph Hill sighed, long before you. In a bid to demonstrate sincerity to the council, personally strangled Lady Alania, the daughter of the old-fashioned Lele family. I began to question the correctness of my initial loyalty. This time, in your quest for life extension, you would stoop to drinking the blood of your own progeny. He shook his head in anguish. The ethics sculpted by society can never surpass the innate desires. Such a revelation? Wade Winston's eyes widened, his movements slowing. Thus it was. Oliver Winston sought to reclaim his eldest son, not from fear of retribution from Stein's enemies, but to incorporate him as part of a ritual for his own longevity. Lorian finally grasped why. Following the unearthing of the Tepesh Manor case, the butler had inexplicably lamented, "Has the ritual already commenced?" Consuming the blood of one's own offspring. Lestrange furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind racing to understand the nature of the ritual unfolding before him. It is the blasphemer's right, even among forbidden rituals. This is the most reprehensible kind. He fixed his gaze on the increasingly pallid Oliver Winston, struggling to recall knowledge gleaned during his time at Miskatonic University. Those who consume their offspring are typically referred to as blasphemers. No, that is incorrect. He furrowed his brow once more. Mortals are unworthy of being called blasphemers. The essence of the blasphemer's right, This vice president of the London Detective Society paused for several seconds before uncertainly stating, "The core of the blasphemer's right lies in power begetting power. Only extraordinary beings or entities can achieve this. The offspring born from such unions will undergo a transformation into blood-sucking Akalu, ultimately devolving into monsters. To consume, this monster grants one ascendance to a higher state." Yes, that should be the case. It had been too long since graduating from Miskatonic University. He had nearly forgotten such knowledge seldom used in practice. Wade Winston listened intently, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine as he turned to Oliver Winston. His expression twisted. "You had a child with Stein?" Cough, cough. The grotesque visage of Oliver Winston contorted as he coughed violently. How could a mere mortal comprehend the might of the god of blood and the god of war? Stein the sorcerer? Merely a pitiful fool blinded by his own arrogance, unaware of the relic bestowed upon him by the god of blood. Ha! The god of blood has already decreed that should I complete this ritual, I shall become his angel. He cast a heavy-lidded glare at his butler behind him, shaking his head in disappointment. "I had thought you could aid me in my grand endeavor, but it seems you too are merely a foolish mortal." The relic of the god of blood? The mere mention of such a name resonated with Lorian, who declared with righteous fervor, "After all that talk, you are merely attempting to mask your own sins. Best surrender now, lest you find yourself in a less than whole state." He could not abide the senseless slaughter of innocents. Mr. J was correct. Rhys Tread's expression darkened. The relics of deities are not within the grasp of an insignificant sorcerer. Even if Stein truly had pilfered the relic shed by the god of blood upon ascending, it would be impossible for him to harness its power in such a short span of time. Huh, surrender, you say, with mere mortals like yourselves? Oliver Winston's voice grew increasingly ethereal, as if he were on the brink of death. Yet he faced the encroaching extraordinary beings with unwavering composure. "Isaac, my child, finish him off, cough, cough." Rudolph Hill suddenly plunged a dagger into his neck once more, twisting it savagely, the scalding blood splattering onto his white gloves. Ha ha ha. The foolish, pitiful Oliver Winston's words were left unspoken as he lost his vitality, his breath ceasing with eyes wide open in disbelief. Lorian, sensing the environment, witnessed a soul emerge from the corpse, glaring fiercely at Rudolph Hill before succumbing to his excitement. He joyously approached the stunned Isaac. The prospect of immense power and eternal life lay before him, and even though the fruit was not yet ripe, he could hardly contain his desire to commence this feast. Rhys Tread also perceived that soul, but before he could act, he felt an imposing aura emanating from Mr. J beside him. Lorian stepped forward, countless crimson characters swirling around him, coalescing into blood-cursed chains that shot violently towards Oliver Winston's soul. "What is this?" Oliver's carefree demeanor vanished instantly, and he hastily called for Isaac. However, the ominous blood-cursed chains moved faster than he anticipated, traversing the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The chains, imbued with cursed power, ensnared his ethereal form, tightening as his fear grew. "Where is Stein? You have rooted the blood curse within his soul." Oliver Winston's figure gradually materialized. Rudolph Hill observed this bizarre scene, his heart racing, his gaze flickering between the translucent soul and Mr. J, the aura of the crimson chains far heavier and more profound than the blood and corpses strewn about. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? The power that Mr. Winston sought. He slowly released his grip on Oliver Winston's body, removing the blood-stained glove. Unwilling to disturb Mr. J, Lorian advanced with measured steps, his gaze cold and piercing. "I grant you 3 seconds." Oliver Winston's soul began to fade, desperately crying out Isaac's name, but received no response. He looked in disbelief at Isaac, who remained motionless. Why? Because Isaac is the scion of the god of blood, merely birthed from your blood. The disembodied voice echoed ominously, its tone laced with unchecked arrogance. In the next moment, the blood pooling on the ground converged at Isaac's back, forming two pairs of blood-red wings. The surrounding environment shifted abruptly, transforming from a bloody butcher's scene into a gallery, tears streaming down his face. Isaac stood at the end of the gallery, flanked by grotesque paintings, a girl seated and reading, a sullen blonde youth, an elderly man awaiting a banquet, and a melancholic woman choked to death by her husband on their bed. The god of blood, exalted at the pinnacle of heaven, bestowed upon me the book of skinning, and I shall embrace blood and ascend. Stein's fervent voice echoed, layered with fervor, and even without his physical form in sight, Lorian felt a malevolent gaze upon him. Feast upon flesh and blood, devourers of sin. This is the true banquet of birth. Lorian clearly sensed that the place they occupied had not changed. They remained on the second floor of the mansion. However, due to their presence in the inner world, the concept of space was diminished, and this gallery had been superimposed here by some means. The sorcerer Stein must be lurking nearby. A true banquet of birth? I have no intention of attending this banquet of the god of blood. He suddenly swung his robe, and Oliver Winston's soul let out a wail before dissipating entirely. The terror etched into his eyes. The freed crimson blood cursed chains writhed chaotically. Sensing a surge of madness erupting beside him, Rhys instinctively turned, witnessing the hem of Mr. J's coat being lifted by an endless stream of blood-red characters. These characters swiftly transformed, coalescing into crimson chains capable of directly assaulting the soul, stabbing into the walls of the gallery with relentless force. With a deafening crack, the walls of the gallery began to fracture under the strain of the blood-cursed chains. The once silent space on the verge of violent disintegration, dark chasms swirling within the gaps. Meanwhile, a brass-toned spiritual luminescence burst forth from Mr. J's eyes. Such a level of spirituality. Rhys as pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 70. Where is the lamb for the burnt offering? This Mr. J is at least a seasoned cryptic sorcerer. In a mere half-second, Rhys reached this conclusion. The overwhelming, scarlet spirituality, even if he unleashed his full power in the real world, could not replicate such an effect. Not to mention that he was currently situated in a shallow layer of the inner world, under the influence of a forbidden ritual, constantly distracted by the encroachment upon his sanity. An extraordinary being of this caliber could not possibly be unknown. Who exactly is he? A somewhat unprofessional bounty hunter. Which means the identity of a bounty hunter is merely a facade, and the name is clearly just a pseudonym. Is there some reason he cannot reveal his true identity? He might either be a wanted criminal like the sorcerer Stein, or a powerful, extraordinary being of great renown who cannot afford to be casually exposed. Likely a mid-level member of some secret organization. In either case, he is not someone I can easily offend. An extraordinary being of this caliber would not come for an insignificant Oliver Winston. That is undoubtedly just a pretext. The true target is the sorcerer Stein. No, Stein is not the weighty matter here. It is the relic he possesses. In light of this, it is highly probable that Stein, at great personal risk, truly stole the relic of the god of blood from that extraordinary organization. It seems the god of blood still has many devotees in the present world. Rhys thoughts raced, ultimately deciding to refrain from interfering in this evidently complex affair. After all, his objective was merely to ascertain what Oliver Winston and the sorcerer Stein were truly up to, and he had already gathered sufficient information. The heavenly curse ritual, the scion of the god of blood, and the relic, all seemingly ordinary requests that entangled him in such convoluted matters. With a headache, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, refraining from rashly disrupting Mr. J's actions. Yet he began to urge his spirituality, ready to confront any ensuing crisis. I underestimated you. Even under the suppression of the inner world, you can still mobilize such formidable spirituality. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. A hint of barely perceptible envy tinged Stein's voice. Had he possessed such power during the theft of the Book of Skinning, he would not have had to pay such a steep price, relegating him to hiding within a mortal's mansion. The suppression of the inner world, Lorian, who was fully focused on activating the blood curse ability, remained expressionless, though he felt something peculiar within. After the emergence of this gallery, he indeed sensed numerous changes in the environment, the unseen influences directly affecting his psyche. However, it was not the suppression Stein spoke of, but rather an amplification. The frenzied spirituality and the blood of vampires simmered silently, brimming with an unprecedented restlessness and exhilaration. It appears that the relic of the god of blood is indeed intertwined with my fate, as if destiny itself stands in my favor. The blood-cursed chains encircling Lorian were infinite, causing the entire gallery to tremble violently, as dense darkness flowed into this realm like a river. Cease your futile efforts. Even if you were to utterly annihilate this silent gallery, escaping this underworld in a short span of time would prove impossible. Stein's haughty tone seemed to allow one to envision his triumphant visage directly. Prophecies, angels, such notions were mere fabrications he uttered to deceive. The reality was that he had pilfered the skinning book from a cult devoted to the god of blood, severely wounded and on the brink of death. He had enacted a forbidden ritual documented within, leveraging Oliver Winston's desires to orchestrate this blasphemous ceremony. Now, the holy offspring imbued with the essence of the god of blood had been birthed. Should he finalize this ritual and seize control of the vessel, he would transform from an ordinary man with a modicum of extraordinary power into a blessed servant of the god of blood. This process was illogical. Isaac's birth did not stem from the will of the god of blood, but was the reckless scheme of Stein himself. To obscure the truth, Stein had expended great resources to summon this underworld, concealing Isaac's existence. In simple terms, the god of blood might be entirely unaware of this inexplicable addition to his progeny. Oliver Winston remained blissfully ignorant as well. Prepare to plunge into the feast of blood. Fret not. I shall fashion a splendid keepsake from your skins as gratitude for your performance. Stein's tone was lighthearted. Once he devoured the vessel of the holy offspring, these extraordinary beings, who currently posed a modicum of threat to him, would be rendered insignificant. He was already celebrating his impending victory in advance. Victory is assured. If you were truly as confident as you profess, you would not hesitate to reveal yourself, instead of lurking like a coward. As the intangible influence of the underworld deepened, Lorian's spiritual radiance surged forth. The blood-cursed chains, deeply embedded in the walls, wreaked havoc on this space on another plane. The encroaching shadows transformed into tendrils, and the already precarious walls crumbled under the immense force of these shadowy appendages. With their support lost, the frames on the walls fell to the ground, the vibrant colors spilling forth upon the floor, while Isaac, curled up at the end of the gallery, unfurled the bloodied wings upon his back. Raystard's expression was shaken as he found himself once again in the second floor of Oliver Winston's mansion, and upon turning, he noticed that Mr. J, who had orchestrated all this, appeared unscathed and showed no signs of spiritual fatigue. Meanwhile, Stein's incessant chant reverberated throughout. Behold, the fire and wood are prepared. But where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Isaac, God himself shall provide the lamb for the burnt offering. Witnessing this scene steeped in ritualistic fervor, Lorian, who was poised to violently breach this space, suddenly narrowed his eyes, a stirring in his ear. The influence of the underworld whispered secrets to him, revealing Stein's location. Proceed this way. He discreetly concentrated on amplifying his environmental perception, and the fog that had obscured his vision silently dissipated, even obligingly guiding him along a path directly overhead. Through the feedback from his abilities, he glimpsed a body infested with rats lying in a bedroom on the third floor of the mansion, mumbling incoherently. Finally, I have found you. Lorian had no time to ponder why the vampire's power thrived so effortlessly in this underworld. He could contemplate that after eliminating this sorcerer. Boom! An endless darkness surged forth, propelled by Lorian's intent towards the ceiling, inexorably aiming for the third floor. Raystard carefully dodged the falling debris, inadvertently noticing Wade Winston suddenly freeze in place beside him. What's wrong with you? Upon seeing the familiar shadowy tendrils, Wade Winston turned pale. I'm done for. Raystard, unable to comprehend his baffling words, was distracted by the commotion from Mr. J, leaving him no time to contemplate Wade Winston's odd behavior. As the shadowy tide surged through the ceiling, it transformed into colossal tendrils, ensnaring a stunned body and slamming it to the ground. The latter's face was filled with confusion and stupor. Stein. Raystard's heart skipped a beat. How did Mr. J manage to resist the rational decay and spatial chaos of the underworld? Chapter 71. The deity sheds its skin. The sinner opens his eyes. Lying on the ground, Stein was even more perplexed. This shouldn't be happening, though seemingly only a floor apart. This region was enshrouded by the underworld, where the concept of space had long been weakened, especially within the ritual he had personally orchestrated, where the ever-present rational decay could influence judgment. How could this intruder, as a first-time visitor, so easily ascertain his position, unable to fathom it further? The immobile Stein gritted his teeth as gray rats emerged from the cuffs of his trousers, hastily dragging his garments towards Isaac's location. I must reach that place. Think you can escape? Lorian raised his hand with a flick, and a blood-cursed chain shot forth from behind him, coiling around Stein's waist like a venomous serpent. Wham! Stein's body inexplicably shriveled, and a multitude of squeaking red-eyed rats poured forth from his clothing, some baring their fangs against the onlookers, while others scurried rapidly towards the weeping Isaac. Bang! 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 Wade Winston fired repeatedly, the purple flames incinerating the majority of the approaching rats. Rayster thudded his cane against the ground, an invisible hand crushing the few remaining red-eyed rats into a bloody pulp. After crushing a robust rat beneath his foot, Jack Arnold turned impassively to glance at Wade Winston, who occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. Noticing his gaze, Wade Winston exerted himself further, after emptying a magazine. He abandoned the use of the alchemical firearm, opting instead to employ an intangible binding spell, ruthlessly slaughtering all the rats in sight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cautiously looked towards Mr. J ahead. If all went as expected, this Mr. J was the enigmatic, extraordinary individual who had extorted 5,000 from him last time. No, it could not be termed extortion. It was more accurately a compensation he willingly offered to Mr. J. So, this assistant was one of the two individuals who sought revenge against Zanoni that fateful night. After just a few days apart, his strength had ballooned to such an extent, nearly matching my own. Such a rapid ascension was unprecedented for an ordinary, extraordinary being. It would be more appropriate to say he had received divine favor. Wade Winston swallowed hard. Could it be that Mr. J was a high-ranking member of some secretive cult, serving a deity? This endeavor must be to thwart the birth of the god of blood's holy offspring. No wonder the techniques they employed were identical. They were not derived from the sea of consciousness, but rather bestowed by the deity, with divine favor. One could navigate not only the shallows of the underworld, but also its depths with ease. No malevolent spirit would dare offend a blessed individual, risking the wrath of the angels serving the deity. Frankly, Wade Winston found himself somewhat envious of such a method to rapidly enhance one's power. Yet the thought of sacrificing his own body to serve a deity quickly dissuaded him from that notion, as Lorian deftly manipulated the blood curse chains. He cast a perceptive glance in his direction, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I know nothing. Wade Winston fervently shook his head. He understood the implications. Just as one might silence a witness to a robbery, should he reveal any sign of trepidation, this Mr. J would undoubtedly not spare him. What are you talking about? Raceland inquired, perplexed. It was evident that Wade Winston was meeting Mr. J and his aide for the first time. He had just attempted to impersonate Constantine. Yet now their familiarity seemed palpable. Nothing. Wade, fearful of drawing Mr. J's attention, brusquely shifted the topic, with the deaths of the Sorcerer Stein and Oliver Winston. Will this ritual come to an end on its own? Rudolph Hill, his face taut, stood beside Oliver's corpse, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Raceland stroked his chin, stating, logically, that should be the case, but before he could finish, the air suddenly thickened with tension. An unexpected incident was imminent. You underestimate me. Stein's voice echoed ominously from the corridor's end. Isaac, weeping, opened his eyes, the essence within having metamorphosed, as bloodied wings flared to repel the oncoming blood-cursed chains. Mockingly observing Raceland's altered demeanor, I await the completion of the ritual. What are you all waiting for? Is this the power of the holy offspring? Stein inhaled deeply. Savoring the sanguine scent in the air, I suddenly find this world rather delightful. He extended his hand, and a leather-bound tome, seemingly alive, materialized in the air. Its cover's mouth writhing as it emitted a captivating melody. Greedy mortals, how does the taste of blood fare? It cackled. This is the bliss stolen from the flayer. The blood god, the beheaded monarch, and the god of war and strife. Ah! The mouth on the cover of the flayer's book erupted in laughter. I commend your audacity. You are a commendable thief. I am quite pleased with this tumultuous drama. In return, I shall restore your lifespan. However, be wary. Should that tyrant discover your clandestine theft of his blood offspring, you shall personally experience the wrath of a deity. Stein had grown accustomed to the book's malevolent tone. You shall assist me, won't you? Oh dear, greedy mortal, what are you suggesting? The flayer's book mocked. I am but his flesh and blood. How could I ever stand by your side? A tale devoid of adversity is dreadfully dull. Perhaps the tyrant's followers are already catching a whiff of your decay. Ha ha, scurry away, greedy mortal. I eagerly await the day you emerge victorious. Stein's expression vacillated between anger and contemplation, ultimately disregarding the incessant chatter of the flayer's book, raising his gaze toward the unforeseen guest before him. Is there truly a holy relic? Lorian's eyes sharpened, focusing intently. The holy offspring of this blood god did not seem like a conventional relic. He had anticipated something like a holy nail or burial shroud. From their brief exchange, it appeared that the Flayer's book was the very flesh shed by the blood god prior to his ascension. How sinister. You've wasted enough of my time. Choose your demise. Fully acclimated to Isaac's form, Stein donned a grim visage and unfurled his wings, a slender blade forged from blood coalescing in his grasp. Following his gaze, the Flayer's book seemed to finally take note of the remaining individuals present. Painful mortals, the pitiful bound by shackles, and the unremarkable sorcerer. Such a potent scent of death. Which deity's creation are you? Never mind, it matters not. You shall perish, and there is no role for you in this performance. As for the last one, a most enticing curse lingers about you, in hell. The cover of the Flayer's book suddenly opened a solitary eye, fixating on Lorian's position. And who might you be? Chapter 72. This is utterly sinister. Who am I? Should I proclaim myself the great devil traversing the mortal realm? The vampire king of Britain, the blasphemous soul descended from another world? Lorian squinted subtly, remaining composed. Though the relic's tongue was sharp, it seemed to possess considerable knowledge, discerning the anomalies within him. If his identity were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. He must not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Moreover, the blood god's relic sounded highly compatible with vampires. This object is indeed fated to be mine. Beside him, Raceland felt a surge of confusion. The painful mortal likely referred to Oliver Winston's butler, while the pitiful one bound by shackles must be Wade. Though the latter's misery was not evident, his irritation certainly was. Thus, the unremarkable sorcerer could only be himself. Well, that was an accurate assessment. But what did divine corruption and creations of deities mean? It could refer to either that aid or Mr. J. Judging by the peculiar book's last gaze, it seemed to hint at the former. The one who provoked such a fierce reaction was undoubtedly Mr. J. While remaining wary of the equally stunned Sorcerer Stein, Raceland turned to inquire of Wade Winston. You. Wade Winston quickly raised a hand to silence him, eyes desperately signaling. Sure. No need to speak. He could discern your questions without uttering a word. It is merely about Mr. J's identity, but at least wait until he departs to inquire discreetly. Unlike the lesser spirits that descend from the underworld, this was a game involving true deities, one that a mere lowly sorcerer should not partake in. Raceland was taken aback by his fervent gestures, soon realizing that his rationality had been eroded, rendering him less sharp and discerning. He inadvertently displayed a curiosity that was ill-timed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He promptly turned away, forcing himself to suppress his intrigue and cease attempting to unveil Mr. J's true identity. Wade Winston exhaled in relief. Among those present, aside from Mr. J and his aide, he was likely the only one who had inadvertently glimpsed a fragment of the truth. The reason this relic had displayed such erratic behavior was likely due to its realization that Mr. J was a devotee of another deity and a qualified recipient of divine favor, awakening to find an imposing, uninvited guest in his abode, likely reeking of enemies. Wade surmised that had he been in that position, his reaction would have been even more pronounced. It had been ages since he had encountered such a potent scent of the underworld. Ever since that accursed Pendragon's demise, he had not felt the like. It was truly nostalgic. The black eye on a Flayer's book fixated intently on Lorian, attempting to glean further insights from him. Observations had indeed been made, yet the results only deepened its confusion. Within that kaleidoscopic, pitch-black soul, not only was there a rich essence of hell, but also traces of the underworld. Remnants of the great sin ritual, a plethora of curses forged from mortal blood, and twisted shards of corrupted souls entwined around the essence, alongside lurking monsters in the shadows. This is utterly sinister. The Flayer's book faltered, uncertain how to address Lorian. Very well, sir, do you wish to partake in this performance? The grotesque mouth on the cover erupted into laughter. With a mysterious and extraordinary presence, such as yours participating, this drama would undoubtedly become more captivating. It must be this way indeed. A story of peaks and troughs, rife with unexpected twists, is what constitutes excellence. Greedy mortal, what are you still waiting for? Go forth and delight me with blood, be it theirs or your own. There can be but one victor. You are far too noisy. Silence yourself. Stein gritted his teeth and swung his bloodied longsword. Having spent considerable time together, he understood that the Book of Skins would not be perturbed by such trifling insults, as long as it was presented with a satisfactory narrative. It would overlook any disrespect from mere mortals. The current circumstances seemed to have taken an unforeseen turn, yet feeling the abundant power coursing through the saint's vessel, Stein was confident he would not falter here. At this moment, he was at his strongest. No matter who you are, prepare yourselves for death. I shall personally compose your requiem. With 2 pairs of bloodied wings unfurled behind him, Stein brandished a slender sword that seemed incongruous with his diminutive frame, charging swiftly toward his foes. Your souls remain shackled by sin, in dire need of liberation from all earthly transgressions, and must repent for your misdeeds. The outstretched, blood-soaked wings unleashed crimson feathers, altering their trajectory mid-flight to strike directly at Wade Winston. Stein's intent was simple. He would first focus his strength on vanquishing the weakest among them. Why must it be me again? Wade Winston cursed vehemently, hastily dodging the onslaught of blood feathers. Confronted by this familiar scene, he skillfully conjured night flame, the blazing spiritual fire scorching the air, engulfing and incinerating the remaining blood feathers into nothingness. Rudolph Hill, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily pushed Oliver Winston's corpse back towards a room at the end of the corridor. In the face of Stein's seething aggression, Lestrade was not idle either. A soft azure glow of spiritual light appeared in his eyes, and as he raised his exquisite staff, a wall composed of a tempest was forcefully thrust towards the approaching Stein. Boom! Stein thrust his sword upwards, cleaving through the storm wall with his bloody blade, sending shards flying into the adjacent rooms with a piercing sound of slicing. Do not resist. Let the blood liberate your flesh and bones. Stein fixed his gaze upon the pallid Wade Winston, zeroing in on this adversary. Curse it! Wade Winston crackled with lightning, an invisible binding momentarily halting Stein's onslaught. I should never have come to London. Here, every extraordinary being is thicker-skinned and darker-hearted than the last. The reanimated Jack Arnold, now resembling the Ripper once more, joined the fray, his black and red blade lunging toward Stein's wings, alleviating some pressure from Wade Winston. Lorian raised his hand, summoning a shroud of darkness that morphed into an inky net, ensnaring the halted Stein. Simultaneously, a torrent of cursed blood chains erupted from his robes, crashing outwards with a cacophony. Splendid, truly splendid. The Book of Skins, clinging to Stein, roared with laughter, relishing an amusement long absent. Souls replete with divine traces, the resurrected, the enigmatic, sorcerers, and greedy mortals. All these intriguing figures clashed, evoking memories of battles fought alongside that tyrant. Yet as the howling winds approached rapidly, it suddenly sensed something amiss, catching a glimpse of an odd smile on the mysterious man's face. Wait, why is this thing coming for me? The blood-cursed chains, slicing through the air, expanded rapidly in its singular eye, and the Book of Skins froze in horror. Oh no, its target is me. Chapter 73, Stein. The invisible binding spell ranked low in the hierarchy of generalized incantations. Even Jack Arnold had been able to easily escape it, let alone Stein, who occupied the vessel of the blood god Scion. In scarcely half a second, he shattered the constraints. However, Lorian's meticulously prepared blood-cursed chains were swifter than Stein had anticipated, with the coordinated efforts of Lestrade, Arnold, and Wade. They traversed over 10 meters in an instant, piercing directly into the Book of Skins' singular eye. The Book of Skins' eye contorted and deformed, emitting a cry of anguish. The heavy blood curse suppressed its vitality, and the subsequent shadowy tendrils enveloped it, retreating hastily. What do you intend to do? An enraged Stein finally realized he had been tricked. Abandoning his fixation on Wade Winston, he flapped his blood wings in a panic, surging towards the Book of Skins, ensnared by the blood-cursed chains. Now it is my turn. Wade Winston scowled as he reloaded his alchemical firearm, a continuous barrage of brass bullets erupting from the muzzle, accurately striking Stein's wings as he reached for the Book of Skins. This man was petty and excelled at making others' lives miserable, unless the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, and Stein evidently did not fall into that category. Had it not been for this relic, Wade Winston believed he could have dispatched him in 10 minutes. After being struck by the alchemical bullets, purple flames rapidly engulfed Stein's blood wings, causing a momentary delay. Stein helplessly watched as the Book of Skins was ensnared once more by the shadowy tendrils and returned to the mysterious man's grasp. The entire process appeared alarmingly effortless, yet Lorian remained vigilant. Upon acquiring the relic, he summoned more blood-cursed chains, wrapping it in layers upon layers, leaving only its singular eye exposed. You seemed quite entertained just now. Having accomplished all this, he spoke ominously, lowering his gaze. Ha ha ha. The Book of Skins laughed stiffly a couple of times, suddenly realizing that the scarlet chains, akin to parasites, incessantly drained its dwindling power, prompting it to panic and cry out. Stop. Please cease. Very well. Let us increase the intensity. Within this realm, Lorian disregarded the expenditure of spiritual energy, accelerating the consumption rate of the blood-cursed chains. The voice of the Book of Skins grew increasingly feeble. "Quickly, remove these things, esteemed sir. I apologize to you. No, I apologize to you," it humbly begged, devoid of the dignity befitting a relic. "I am the discarded husk of the blood god before ascension, well-versed in all the dark magic and rituals of the world, and possessing knowledge of that buried history. If you would only remove these wretched bindings, I would gladly serve you." The grotesque lips on the cover quivered, the voice laced with seduction. "Imagine my unparalleled wisdom combined with your unmatched power. Surely we could emulate Pendragon. Nay, we could achieve feats far greater than Pendragon. This is a win-win collaboration. You speak the truth." As the light of survival blossomed in the Book of Skin singular eye, Lorian coolly continued with the subsequent line. "However, even without you, I can accomplish these feats. Now, it is you who begs for mercy. It is not I who seeks your collaboration." Truly lacking in perception, unable to discern your own predicament, Lorian had no faith that a relic so deeply entwined with divinity could not withstand even this minor damage. It was most likely a mere temporary act of submission, attempting to lower his guard. From its behavior beside Stein, it was clear it was no benevolent entity. Casually tossing it into the heavy darkness behind him, Lorian did not retract the blood-cursed chains binding the Book of Skins, ignoring its incessant pleas, and instead turned his attention to the contorted expression of Stein. "Foolish mortal, you have thoroughly enraged me." Stein maintained an outward composure, yet within, he was acutely vigilant. In his estimation, the combined threat of the three extraordinary beings paled in comparison to that posed by a single individual. The vessel of the saint's air bestowed upon him an unprecedented surge of inspiration, prompting him to scrutinize his surroundings with meticulous attention. He discerned the unrestrained malevolence enveloping this figure, a tangle of ethereal essence entwined with the realm, siphoning power. The latter not only exhibited remarkable cooperation, but also continuously transmitted influences that gnawed at his sanity. Despite being the first to arrive, Stein gritted his teeth and fiercely unfurled his blood-soaked wings. The corpses and rivers of blood sprawled on the ground responded to his call, awakening from the abyss of death to shield him from the three adversaries. Raysterd and Wade Winston, as well as Arnold, found themselves momentarily ensnared. Stein, focusing all his might, surged toward the nearby Lorian. A sharp clash ensued as his blood blade met Lorian's obsidian red dagger, the collision emitting a crisp metallic sound. Due to Isaac's diminutive stature, Stein was forced to hover midair, the confined space rendering him somewhat constrained. Lorian, however, harbored no such concerns. Numerous shadowy tendrils coalesced behind him, transforming into sharp appendages that struck down with ferocity. Stein hastily retreated, yet an inexorable tide of darkness surged forth, its gaping maw poised to ensnare him. Cursed fate! He awkwardly folded his wings and landed, rolling to evade the relentless assault of the piercing tendrils. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ugh! Just as Stein evaded the last of the sharp tendrils, the black-red blade howled toward him, grazing his ear. In the next moment, a piercing sound approached rapidly as Lorian delivered a devastating kick to Stein's chest. With a resounding thud, Stein's eyes bulged as his body was uncontrollably hurled against the wall at the corridor's end, one bloodied wing hanging limply. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze steely as he fixed his eyes on Lorian, who was brandishing his tendrils. Meanwhile, Wade Winston had seized the neck of a nearby corpse with one hand, positioning his alchemical firearm beneath its chin. The bullet erupted, shattering the blood-soaked skull into fragments. A purple flamme scorching Wade's visage. Turning his attention, he observed the terrifying assistant swing a razor-sharp blade, cleaving two corpses in half. The wounds inflicted by his claws visibly writhing as they regenerated, his expression as cold and merciless as ever. Truly frightening. Wade Winston turned away, prepared to assist Raysterd, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the opposite end of the corridor. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Stein tore away a segment of umbilical cord from his abdomen, entwining it around his blood blade. He then intoned with a voice steeped in compassion. "The blood air of the tyrant has been tainted by sin. It requires salvation." The slender blade ignited in flames, Stein's aura surging to new heights. The tyrant demanded a sacrifice, a lamb for the burnt offering. Crystal tears streamed down his cheeks, falling into the flames and swirling with ominous black energy. "I heed the will of the blood god as an expression of my devotion," Stein cried out, plunging the blade into Isaac's chest. His broken wings unfurled new, severing the countless shadowy tendrils. Wade Winston felt a chill race across his scalp, the terrifying aura assailing his reason, leading him to question whether the figure before him was still the sorcerer Stein. As Arnold reduced the last corpse to fragments, Raysterd extricated himself from the fray, his gaze trembling as he beheld the inhuman semblance of Stein. Was this truly the blood heir of the blood god? Merely gazing upon the roiling pitch-black flames inflicted a sense of spiritual agony and burning upon him, compelling him to confess his sins. Isaac, he murmured, instinctively seeking the presence of Mr. J. This entity, entwined with divinity, was beyond his capacity to confront. Only the enigmatic Mr. J, seemingly summoned for this very purpose, might possess a solution. What in the world is this? Lorian watched the rapidly expanding black flames, realizing for the first time that the situation had exceeded his expectations. Withdraw all vampire powers? No, it had not yet reached that point. Lorian silently felt the incessant augmentation from the realm. His current strength nearly double what he could muster in the corporeal world. Shadows writhed behind him as the faded black tome, the skinning book, was expelled, landing in Jack Arnold's hands. Ah, it's finally emerged. The one-eyed cover appeared languid. Ah, you finally chose to offer Isaac to the tyrant. Greedy mortal? Huh. Even if your chosen vessel is me, do not expect a deity to remain oblivious to such sacrificial fluctuations, preparing to face the wrath of the tyrant. It cast a laborious glance at the equally formidable Lorian, letting out a knowing chuckle. If you survive this, to offer Isaac to the tyrant, The tyrant presumably refers to the blood god. So, is this the final step of the celestial curse ritual, or an entirely different ceremony? Lorian braced himself, the infinite darkness surging silently, coalescing into a tidal wave of black. This is far more terrifying than last time, Wade Winston thought, recalling some unpleasant memories as he wisely pulled Raysterd aside, retreating to the wall's corner. Do not fear. Let the blood liberate your flesh and bones. Stein, with an imposing presence, wrenched the blood blade from his chest, his two pairs of wings flaring as they propelled him toward Lorian with overwhelming black flames. The intent of the newcomer was anything but benevolent. The blood-cursed chains behind him writhed frantically, the tempestuous winds lifting the hem of his coat. While the brass-toned hue in Lorian's eyes intensified, the vast black tide surged uncontrollably, swallowing everything in the corridor. As flames collided with the dark tide, the resulting energies forced Raysterd and Wade Winston to shield their faces. Ha ha! To witness such a spectacle, even death would be worth it. Wade Winston's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest, his expression exaggeratedly contorted. My life is certainly not as worthless as yours. Raysterd gasped, observing Mr. J and Stein engage in a rapid exchange amid two equally matched forces, the residual waves causing their cheeks to sting. The billowing black flames and dark tide devastated the walls on either side of the corridor, had it not been for the spatial chaos and inexplicable influences of the realm. The second floor of this mansion would have been utterly obliterated. Bam! 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 Facing Stein's ferocious onslaught, Lorian instinctively parried each blow, his masterful close combat skills thwarting Stein's attempts to find an opening. Not enough, far from enough. Lorian's vampire blood boiled with heat, rendering him oblivious to the depletion of stamina. Instead, lamenting the frailty of his foe, he grinned, drawing forth an exaggerated black-red greatsword, cleaving it toward the monstrous visage of Stein. Ah! Stein clenched his teeth, the black flames swelling once more as the immense power surging from the saint's vessel finally allowed him to keep pace with this formidable adversary. The slender blood blade collided with the black-red greatsword, producing an invisible shockwave that caused Raysterd's pupils to shudder, the sound of a fall echoing from a room at the corridor's end. In a mere half-minute, Lorian's coat was entirely torn asunder during the battle, replaced by a robe woven from shadows, rustling ominously amidst the fierce conflict. As the two surging waves of darkness engulfed one another, Raysterd and his companions lost sight of the figures at the heart of the battlefield. Repent for your sins. Stein inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength. Lorian raised a hand to wipe the gash on his cheek, the blood that dripped from it sizzling as it seared through the floor, while the dark tide roiled around them. Then come and test my authority, he declared, his gaze sharpening as the blood-cursed chains coalesced into a magnificent crimson cross, exuding an imposing majesty. Do not mistake this. Stein's eyes shone with fervor as he charged forward with his blade drawn. You are the challenger. Boom! The black tide clashed once more, bolstered by the efforts of the inner world, ultimately tipping the balance in favor of the shadowy waves. As the black flames retreated step by step, Stein exerted every ounce of his strength, swinging his blood-soaked blade as he collided violently with the massive black-red sword. Bang! In the tumultuous clash of ferocious forces, the engulfing black tide obscured the figures of the two combatants. What is happening? In the corner of the corridor, Wade Winston cautiously peeked out. The single eye on the Book of Skins fell silent once more, its gaze seemingly lost in contemplation. Seeing that the battle had concluded, Risedurth dissipated the invisible barrier, breathing heavily as he observed the slowly dissipating shadows before him. A great blood-red cross loomed majestically against the ceiling. Once the black flames had completely extinguished, they could finally discern the battlefield where the two had clashed. The towering figure of Mr. J stood expressionless, his exaggerated black-red greatsword embedded halfway into the floor. Opposite him, Stein's blood blade lay shattered into several pieces, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Stein's lower body gushed blood, pinned to the ground by the massive sword. Hiss! Mr. J was indeed well prepared. Even with the body of the blood god's scion, Stein could not triumph over him. Wade Winston confirmed his suspicions. Mr. J had come for this holy relic. A mere Oliver Winston, even with the addition of the sorcerer Stein, was hardly worthy of summoning such a formidable presence. Was the previous encounter at Zanoni's estate merely a coincidence? Or was there something of equal weight to the blood god's holy relic present at that time? A sudden chill washed over him, and he resolved never to casually accept the Guardian's commissions again. The Hidden Order sorcerer? Mr. J's displayed prowess far exceeded that, indicating he was at least a formidable being standing at the pinnacle of his rank, on the verge of ascension. Risedurth dared not breathe loudly. You, Stein, on the ground, stared blankly, seemingly wanting to utter something, but ultimately could not, his gaze fixed desperately on the impassive Lorian, having lost his final spark of life. Lorian did not spare a glance at Stein's corpse as he transformed the black-red greatsword back into shadow. Now this is the true great one worthy of my allegiance. The Book of Skins intoned in a deep lament, then swiftly shifted its focus, its single eye regarding Lorian as he approached. Do you feel it? Ah, this intense sensation. It cannot be mistaken. It is the gaze of the tyrant. He sees you. Chapter 74. Only the world where Stein was injured was achieved. The gaze of the tyrant? As the lips of the Book of Skins writhed, emitting a series of malicious laughs, Lorian's previously subdued spirit erupted anew. The blood god sensed Stein's sacrifice and cast its gaze upon this inner world. This was dire. Stein had just utilized Isaac's body, which effectively meant that I had just bisected the blood god scion. Given the title of tyrant, this deity did not seem inclined to be amenable. Lorian heightened his vigilance, ready to retract all his lower-tier abilities. Were we truly being observed by a genuine deity? Risedurth and Wade Winston, who had been immersed in Mr. J's overwhelming defeat of the sorcerer Stein, returned to their senses. Risedurth regarded the holy relic, the Book of Skins, in his assistant's hands with disbelief, hearing unmasked malice and excitement in its malicious laughter, even as its vitality remained undiminished under the suppression of the blood-cursed chains. Wade Winston, exclaiming at the deity, "Retreat now," attempted to push open a door to slip into an adjacent room, but before he could act, an invisible wave suddenly enveloped the area where the material and inner worlds overlapped. The intangible influence affected everyone simultaneously, halting their movements, the air trembling and the ground humming. Ah, the engine of the tyrant of heaven, the relentless thunderer, the eternal dogma, the decapitating king. The Book of Skins grinned with delight, its pale single eye shimmering with mirth. Lorian halted, acutely sensing an aggressive, unyielding influence sweep over all present, swiftly passing over Risedurth, Wade Winston, and Jack Arnold, before finally resting upon himself. Hiss! Has it truly fixated on me? Lorian instinctively held his breath, yet felt no discomfort. In contrast, Jack Arnold's spiritual brilliance dimmed significantly, with Risedurth and Jack Arnold exhibiting varying degrees of reaction. What surprised him was that Wade Winston, merely a cantrip sorcerer, appeared to handle the situation with greater ease than Risedurth, who was a Hidden Order sorcerer, a rank above him. Could Mr. J remain unaffected by the deity's gaze? Risedurth struggled to shift his gaze, landing on the composed Lorian. Following the influence of the blood god, the inner world's instincts obediently curled up, halting all actions. The encroachment of reason temporarily receded, allowing Risedurth's intellect to regain the upper hand. After a moment of contemplation, he gained insight. Mr. J was likely a devotee of another deity. Since he had been dispatched to procure the blood god's holy relic, he would undoubtedly be prepared. And this situation may well have been anticipated by him, or at least by the organization behind him? Was it a relic of equal rank, an extraordinary item, or something of deeper significance? In this peculiar circumstance, he wisely restrained his desire for exploration, refraining from delving further. The influence, enveloped in unceasing principles, lingered near Lorian for several seconds, seemingly perplexed, yet did not continue to linger upon him, instead diverting to the bisected Isaac. Huff! Lorian quietly exhaled, focusing intently on Isaac's severed body reuniting. Stein's slowly dissipating soul seemed to behold some terrifying entity, opening its mouth in a silent scream. Yet even this simple action eluded him, disintegrating into countless ashes in the next moment. Flesh grew, the severed ends sealed and melded together, Isaac's body restored to wholeness, his tearful eyes opening once more. Having completed this, the influence, insignificant to the deity, had nearly dissipated, preparing to depart. Wait, the Book of Skins exclaimed in astonishment. Was it truly leaving? It anticipated witnessing a spectacle, ideally a direct conflict with the enigmatic Mr. J, to conclude this tale filled with blood, desire, and greed with the power of a deity. After the Book of Skins' outcry, the lingering influence abruptly halted, swirling in midair for a moment before plunging directly into its single eye. Unlike the feigned cries from earlier, this time the Book of Skins genuinely fell to profound, soul-deep agony. Its vitality was ruthlessly suppressed, the accumulated strength drained away in the struggle against this influence. Indeed, while the architect of the celestial curse ritual is Stein, the knowledge pertaining to the ritual, particularly that which involves the blood goddess medium, undoubtedly originates from the flaying tome. This implies that this nefarious artifact is the true architect of all these calamities. Lorian quickly comprehended the intricacies of the situation. Had Stein pilfered the flaying tome from an organization devoted to the blood god? Without the collaboration of the flaying tome, a mere sorcerer could not possibly orchestrate such a feat. Moreover, was the act of stealing this holy relic truly a spontaneous notion that arose within Stein? Lorian's gaze turned icy as he fixated on the flaying tome, ravaged by an invisible influence. Even though it is a sacred relic, it appeared feeble under the direct impact of divine forces, its cover's single eye visibly wilting, losing the exuberance it once possessed. Suddenly, this influence swiftly merged into the blood curse chains binding the flaying tome. Lorian's expression shifted subtly as he observed the blood curse chains ravenously absorbing this residual influence, undergoing some inexplicable transformation. Was this a reward for slaying Stein? He raised an eyebrow. The sorcerer, who had been incited by the flaying tome, was now deceased, and the tome had received its rightful punishment. The blood god had vented its dissatisfaction, and yet he had reaped a divine gift. It was nothing short of a win-win situation. As the lingering influence finally dissipated completely, Raysterd and Winston recovered from their shock, gasping for fresh air. Raysterd wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a glance at the slowly approaching Lorian. That was quite the thrill. Thankfully, Mr. J was present. I now possessed the bragging rights to face the gaze of a deity. He detected a hint of mirth at the corner of Mr. J's mouth, suggesting that the objective of their endeavor had been successfully achieved. Winston swept his hand through his disheveled hair, restoring it to a neat arrangement against his scalp, before retrieving a small mirror from his chest pocket to meticulously clean the bloodstains from his mask, finally exhaling in relief. Mr. J and I have delivered a resounding ultimate humiliation to that insipid sorcerer Stein. He wisely chose to overlook the client's specific demand to recover the stolen extraordinary items. That sacred relic was already firmly in Mr. J's possession. Just moments ago, Mr. J had helped him resolve a significant predicament, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude. If one sought his belongings, was it not tantamount to demanding what was rightfully mine? I assist you in fulfilling your commission, and yet you aim to take something from me? How preposterous! Winston had already devised a response to the client's inquiries. Whether or not to accept would now be the client's dilemma. Chapter 75. All endings had long been predetermined, even before the story commenced. Mr. J, this matter should now be considered utterly concluded, correct? Raysterd unconsciously relinquished the reins to Lorian, who had displayed formidable prowess. Perhaps Lorian had mastered the art of giving answers that were unequivocally ambiguous, neither affirming nor denying. Would it perhaps signify? Raysterd paused, then suddenly noticed the weeping figure of Isaac at the end of the corridor, prompting him to slap his forehead in realization. I nearly forgot. The blood offspring of the blood god is indeed the core of the celestial curse ritual, and this world is intrinsically linked to it. Raysterd furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given that the blood god had actively descended to empower it, reshaping its body and expelling Stein's soul, it would surely not permit us to brutally slay it again. He glanced at the impassive Mr. J, seeking his counsel. Lorian remarked, "All endings have long been predetermined. The Riddler deserves death, but if that Riddler is oneself, it is a different matter altogether." Leaving Raysterd, who bore a perplexed expression, to his own musings, he bypassed the two and retrieved the listless flaying tome from Jack Arnold's hands. After assimilating the power from that influence, the surface of the blood-cursed chains gleamed a more vivid crimson, erupting in blood-red lightning that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, exerting a genuine suppression upon the flaying tome. This effect bore a striking resemblance to the spell exhibited by Wade Winston. Could it be that deities wield dominion over all spells within a certain domain? Or perhaps these spells originally stemmed from the deities themselves? Alastair's directive seemed too rudimentary. I must seek out some profound tomes of mysticism to explore the myriad secrets yet to be uncovered within the sorcerer profession. Knowledge is power. Acquiring more understanding can never be detrimental. Esteemed sir, it appears you are the victor of the night. The tyrant merely cast a casual glance in this direction before departing entirely, while the flaying tome weakly chuckled. Give me a reason to keep you. Lorian suspended it before his eyes with a shadowy tendril. At this moment, the blood-cursed chains possessed the genuine capacity to threaten the flaying tome. That blood-red lightning could directly harm its essence, rather than merely suppressing its vitality. Even if it could not be utterly destroyed, it could render this malevolent relic acutely aware of tangible suffering. Flaying tome once again began its oily lamentation. I am the shell shed by the blood god before ascending. There is no need to repeat what has already been said. It only serves to render you pallid and tiresome. Lorian's gaze steadily grew perilous. Very well, very well. The flaying tome faltered in its tone, reorganizing its words. As a sacred relic of the blood god, my existence is rooted in that tyrant who resides atop the heavenly realm, elevated above ordinary angels, nearing true divinity. It merely lacks in power. Understood. While it may not hold immediate value, it promises potential for the future. Lorian shook his head. Insufficient. That blood god seemed to harbor a certain disdain for this sacred relic, though the reason for its failure to obliterate it remained unclear. In light of this, Lorian was more than willing to safeguard it for a time. The flaying tome suddenly realized that even amidst their dialogue, those blood-red chains showed no signs of ceasing, relentlessly siphoning away its dwindling strength, making it feel as though it were on the verge of returning to endless darkness. Dark magic, ritual studies, the buried history, Pendragon, Arthur's treasure, and it spoke in an urgent, concise manner. All the hidden knowledge you can imagine. All hidden knowledge, as a shell shed by a deity, indeed might have the standing to utter such words. However, that which comes too easily is seldom valued. Lorian stared at it impassively, continuing to shake his head. Insufficient. Hiss. The flaying tome contorted its expression, sensing an overwhelming malice directed at it. How shameless. You are the most humble and content being I have encountered, maintaining your integrity before a sacred relic of a deity, untempted, unlike that earlier mortal. Its power was not something mere mortals could contest. It displayed a sycophantic smile. To serve you is my utmost honor. I hope you will grant me this opportunity to demonstrate my loyalty. Speak more if you can. Lorian concluded that the flaying tome could no longer stir up any turbulence. He reluctantly acquiesced to its request. I sincerely praise you. The grotesque and twisted visage of the Book of Skin blossomed into a smile. Your radiance surpasses that of the sun. Your virtues render even the noblest of souls embarrassed. Your wisdom is a peak unattainable by the ancients. Enough. Lorian interjected, redirecting his gaze toward the weeping Isaac. What do you think? How should I address the progeny of the blood god? With the demise of the ritual's presider, Stein, this realm posed no threat to them any longer, allowing for a retreat at any moment. Yet, an unexpected desire for Isaac's body stirred within Lorian, not in the brutish manner of Stein, but rather to explore the possibility of transforming him into a second progenitor vampire. As the blood offspring of the blood god, Isaac undoubtedly possessed the qualifications. However, Lorian remained uncertain of the deity's disposition. Strictly speaking, Isaac was a creation of Stein. Although influenced by divinity, his corporeal lineage stemmed from Oliver Winston and his progeny. Thus, he could not genuinely be considered a divine descendant. He was not even a legitimate offspring. Therefore, it was likely that the blood god would not be overly concerned. It would be best to allow him to willingly become a progenitor vampire. After all, being forced into this hellish world was already a tragic fate. The Book of Skin discerned the new master's thoughts. Once the shackles binding me are undone, all mysteries will fade away. Elaborate. Lorian shot a glance, observing Wade Winston looking skyward, leading the bewildered Rishtred away into the distance. Very well. The Book of Skin pondered briefly, uncertain if Lorian was testing it, and replied candidly. Isaac was born from sin, a scapegoat originally intended for burnt offerings, yet that avaricious mortal sacrificed him to the blood god. It chuckled softly. Fearing to reveal his folly to the tyrant, he substituted my existence in the ritual's tyrant position. Thus, Isaac now belongs to my lamb. Should you desire, I can unveil his true heart to you. Chapter 76. The Blood Angel returned to the left of his lord's throne. Mr. J, please take your time. We shan't intrude. Noticing Lorian had matters to attend to, Wade Winston led the perplexed Rishtred out, leaving only Jack Arnold and Lorian in the corridor. Do you have a name? Lorian inquired as he approached the weeping Isaac. Having once been a part of the blood god, it seemed appropriate that the relic should possess a formal designation. Upon hearing the new master's question, the loquacious relic fell silent. Matthias, sir. 2 seconds later, it grinned. You may call me Matthias. It is a name long forsaken, and you need not concern yourself with it. Of course, you may also refer to me as the Book of Skin, for we have now become one. Matthias. A name long forsaken, Lorian mused softly. Matthias continued. Due to the birth of the tyrant's blood progeny, a rupture has occurred in this realm, indelibly marked by its influence. Even after the ritual's conclusion, it shall not revert to its former state. Does this mean that this corner of the realm, overlapping with the Tepesh Manor, will remain here forever? Lorian halted his steps. Whether Jack Arnold, Altrak, or himself, all had felt an unprecedented amplification within this realm. Others of vampiric blood likely experienced similar effects. If possible, he even wished to utilize the knowledge within the Book of Skin to establish a ritual connecting this realm within the manor he was about to acquire, hastening the growth of his subordinates. No, Matthias quickly refuted. This corner is now branded by the tyrant's blood progeny and will, by rights, become part of its power. Is that so? Lorian raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that this meant if he transformed Isaac into the second progenitor vampire, he need not labor to establish a new ritual. Then let's proceed without further delay. He and Jack Arnold had arrived at Tepesh Manor around 4 o'clock. After all the commotion, they had wasted considerable time, and dawn was fast approaching, with morning mist beginning to rise outside the corridor. Everything shall comply with your will. Matthias promptly assumed the role of an attendant, elaborating. In the face of that avaricious mortal seduction, the master of this manor. What was his name? Oliver Winston? He wove false excuses to dismiss all his servants, subsequently sending his steward to hunt down the homeless vagabonds. Through the blood and flesh of these innocents, the greedy mortal revived from the brink of death and began preparing the blight ritual. It chuckled excitedly. At last, the story approaches its climax. After witnessing the extraordinary abilities of the intruder, Oliver Winston became wholly compliant to this dying man's commands and, upon the latter's deliberate disclosure of the blight ritual's existence, proactively offered half of his wealth in exchange for the chance of immortality. As for his progeny, the temptations of this world always outweigh the pains. Few can resist the former, and even fewer can embrace the latter. Thus, to gain the trust of the counselors, Oliver Winston, who had personally choked his second wife to death, extended a hand to his progeny. The estranged Abner Winston, having severed ties long ago, was fortunate to escape such a fate. Lorian shook his head. Upon summoning his eldest son, Richard Winston, under the pretense of illness, this seduced individual resolved to confine his son within the manor, demanding daily offerings of blood. And what of his eldest daughter? Lorian recalled the intelligence gleaned from Herman. Prior to Richard's return to the manor, Oliver's daughter had resided within Tepesh Manor for an extended period. Oh, you mean that lady? Matthias seemed to recall the matter only upon Lorian's prompting. She is not one to easily acquiesce. The reason Oliver Winston chose to consume his eldest son first rather than his daughter was not out of mercy, but rather because he knew she would never submit. At that time, Oliver Winston still retained some rationality and abandoned the notion of coercion. What a high regard. Lorian's interest piqued. Pray tell, why so? There are always souls that stand apart, Matthias replied with a chuckle. In her case, her soul is particularly resilient, a veritable born martyr. Should you desire, you could make her one of your attendants. Is that so? This was the first time Lorian had heard praise from Matthias's lips, rather than the derogatory terms typically reserved for greedy mortals or seduced individuals. Alas, she has already perished. Matthias momentarily appeared taken aback, quickly expressing regret. Esteemed master, I must be reprimanded for this. Why? Lorian's gaze turned curious. As a relic, do you possess such peculiarities? Because I neglected to inform you of the most crucial detail, leading to this misunderstanding. Such an oversight is an unforgivable sin, and I must repent. Matthias's singular eye drooped. As the sacrificial victim of the Blight ritual, Oliver Winston's eldest son was among the first to exhibit wounds and suffered the most blood loss. Midway through the Blight ritual, a completely unhinged Oliver Winston finally extended his greedy hand toward his eldest daughter. Blood, flesh, and betrayal formed the core of the Blight ritual. Beyond the mere birth of power from power, after consuming the blood of his progeny, blood and betrayal were irrevocably intertwined. Matthias proclaimed with fervor, "At this moment, your greatness has manifested. You have interrupted the final true birth feast of the celestial abomination ritual, thwarting the nefarious schemes of the wicked sorcerer and the avaricious mortals." Thus, Oliver Winston's eldest son and daughter still draw breath? Lothian comprehended the implication. Indeed, Matthias asserted with conviction, since you have salvaged their lives, which may seem insignificant to you, they ought to pledge their unwavering loyalty to you. We shall discuss these matters later. Lothian silently heightened his vigilance. Crouching before the weeping Isaac, let us first attend to Isaac's plight. Upon hearing his name, Isaac huddled on the ground, released his hands, and stared vacantly at the peculiar figure before him, the bloodied wings at his back drooping languidly. "Ah, I beg your pardon, for I have inadvertently consumed so much of your time." After expressing his regrets, Matthias returned to the crux of the matter. The greedy mortal had never intended to prolong Oliver Winston's life. Instead, he employed his sorcerer's powers to cast a false oracle, assuaging the latter's suspicions. The celestial abomination ritual he orchestrated was distorted, designed solely to siphon the bloodline of the god of blood. As it stands, he was successful. Isaac was birthed from flesh and blood, ensnared by sin, and by occupying his vessel, he could become the benefactor of a tyrant, wielding the key to ascend to extraordinary heights. However, as previously stated, his malevolent schemes have been ruthlessly thwarted by you and can never come to fruition. Now, all that remains is for you to unbind the shackles of Isaac's soul to gain a loyal servant. As for how to liberate him, Matthias's singular eye radiated an enchanting luminescence. The words of the blood-soaked tome writhed and contorted. Simultaneously, the underworld, which had fallen into silence upon the god of blood's gaze, began to stir once more, an invisible influence encircling Isaac, altering the environment of the corridor. "What is this?" Reistrid, who had just stepped outside the manor, suddenly noticed the path behind him transforming in an instant. The underworld, overlapping with the Tepesh estate, was silently undergoing some change, with deep and shallow realms becoming indistinguishable. A far more sinister aura emanated from within, his spiritual intuition thrumming with alarm, urging him to flee the area. Is this the doing of Mr. J? The bloodline of the god of blood, a supplicant to another deity, possessed the active relic. Reistrid's mind trembled as he began to question whether he would indeed survive this day within the estate. "I know far too much." Reistrid was acutely aware that such matters were not easily comprehensible to a mere minor sorcerer or the vice president of the Detective Association. Yet he had inadvertently become ensnared in this commission. "Fear not." Wade Winston, puncturing a hole in his mask, stood beside Reistrid, exhaling smoke. "In my experience, this gentleman, Mr. J, is not a heartless individual. At most, he will extract a small price from you." He emphasized the word small. Reistrid scrutinized the hole in the red mask. "I had always presumed this mask to be a relic, an extraordinary artifact. Otherwise, who would wear such an unsightly mask all day long? Such a tasteless fellow. I can discern your thoughts without your uttering a word." Wade Winston, rubbing his face, boasted, "I designed this myself, and had it crafted to showcase my formidable presence." After everything that has transpired, Reistrid felt somewhat weary and was disinclined to argue this point. Seizing upon another crucial matter, "Do you know Mr. J?" He had intended to inquire earlier, but the timing had not been right. Whether in the underworld just now or in the assured tone he now possessed, it was evident that Wade Winston was not entirely uninformed about this Mr. J. "I do not know him." Wade Winston shook his head vigorously. He had no desire to offend a mysterious, extraordinary being, and his association with Reistrid did not warrant such a risk. However, out of a certain empathetic sentiment, he kindly advised, "Perhaps you should prepare some funds. After all, life is fraught with surprises, and you may find yourself in need at any moment." "What do you mean by preparing funds?" Reistrid squinted thoughtfully. Wade Winston paid him no further heed, extinguishing the cigarette, but in his hand, his expression enigmatic as he gazed at the tumultuous underworld within the estate. "Miss Anna, today marks the anniversary of our first meeting. On this day in my life, I am increasingly convinced that without you, I cannot exist independently. I was born to love you and follow you. All other pursuits are erroneous and irrational. In the once desolate gallery, now marred by destruction, scenes long chewed into fragments by time solidified into flowing oil paintings, hanging on the walls of the gallery. Lothian slowly traversed the crimson carpet, witnessing the youthful Oliver Winston proposing to a beautiful noblewoman, resulting in the birth of their eldest son, Richard Winston. Humanity is truly remarkable, is it not? The lips of the tome writhed, and Matthias's malevolent tone echoed within the gallery. At least during this period, Oliver Winston still harbored deep affection for the woman named Anna Wood. Lothian pressed onward, observing the death of Baron Wood from a grievous illness. The Wood family beginning their descent into decline, while Oliver Winston conspired with political adversaries to seize greater wealth and status. I have committed a grave error, Anna. You may find it difficult to forgive me now, but this is for our shared future. One day, you will understand. Further along in the paintings, Oliver Winston stood before a graveyard, his taut face revealing no sign of emotion. The gravestone bore the name Anna Wood. Lothian quickened his pace, the colors of the oil paintings growing ever more vivid, allying with gangs, marrying the third daughter of the old Peller family. Selecting Rudolph Hill from the commoner's workshop as a subordinate, he established Oliver Estates, his wealth snowballing, followed by the births of his eldest daughter and second son. To rise higher, he personally strangled his second wife, solidifying his position, coinciding with Chief Moriarty's suppression of the Peller family. At which point Oliver funded the Threepenny Association and the Corey Brotherhood, carving up the underworld of East London. Look, greed begets destruction. Yet also leads to greater gain. Matthias chuckled heartily, thoroughly satisfied by these tumultuous tales. Excluding the conclusion, Oliver Winston's life could indeed be deemed a success, surpassing that of most, and even with the tragic end, it may not be a failure at all. Lothian suddenly halted before one painting, witnessing the pivotal moment in the story. A nearly lifeless, broken body appeared at Tepesh Manor, smiling as it uttered those beguiling words to the wheelchair-bound Oliver Winston. You should possess more. Lothian glanced ahead, seeing Oliver Winston pass, that very phrase unchanged to Evans. Following this was the death of Jack Arnold and the Tepesh Manor murder case. Surprisingly, his figure did not appear in the oil painting, as if gently erased by the artist. Jack Arnold silently trailed behind him, not uttering a word. Advancing further, he came upon a solitary portrait. It depicted a silent girl with long hair, a scar above her brow, carrying a heavy gospel, concealing a revolver within, which was revealed in the painting. This is yet another matter that brings me delight. The gaze of Matthias, marked by a singular eye, converged with that of Lorian, resting upon the portrait of Oliver Winston's eldest daughter, whose name is Anna. Lorian's eyes fell upon the title of the artwork, Anna, Anna, Anna. Matthias mused once more. The intricacies of human nature are truly remarkable. Lorian refrained from voicing an opinion, and at last they arrived at the conclusion of the gallery. Curled up, Isaac was enveloped in blood-red wings, revealing only a pair of timid eyes. Pausing momentarily, Lorian, his gaze wavering, uttered his first words to the creature. Greetings. In the old theater, as Evans prepared to dispatch the third-generation vampire, Michelle, to support Jacob's son and ensure the operation's flawless execution, he abruptly stood, his demeanor trembling with an uncontainable energy as a vision, born from vampire blood, unfolded before his eyes. He perceived an overwhelming and grandiose heaviness, an epiphany bestowed by a great devil. Temporarily disregarding Michelle and the chief missionary, Benson, in the room, the second-generation vampire, Marilyn, bowed her head respectfully as a mesmerizing scene emerged before him. The great devil, shrouded in darkness and thunder, descended from the heavens, extending his left hand toward the angels below. The heavens and the earth resonated in accompaniment as blood-red feathers danced through the air. Evan's pupils quaked in response, an indescribable terror and tremor rendering him speechless. Merely witnessing the form of the great devil in the vision nearly suffocated him, an infinite power resonating deep within his soul from afar. After a full half-minute, as the vision dissipated, he fervently raised his head, trembling as he conveyed the divine revelation to those present. The sacrificial lamb remains, spared by divine mercy. It embodies sacred reason and serves as the vessel of blood. Just moments ago, the blood angel returned to the left side of the Lord's throne. Alas, it was a few minutes too late. Chapter 77, Return to Hell. Outside the estate, Lestrade turned alertly to his rear, realizing that the otherworldly presence that had descended here had suddenly vanished without a trace. Even employing his spiritual vision yielded no evidence. The miasma of blood that had been ensnared within erupted forth. Had the forbidden ritual set by Stein been dismantled? He exchanged astonished glances with the equally bewildered Wade Winston. While they understood that Mr. J.'s demonstrated abilities would resolve the matter swiftly, they had not anticipated such rapidity. It had been less than 10 minutes since they had emerged. In the next moment, both men beheld Mr. J. and his indifferent assistant slowly emerging. Mr. J. hissed. Just as Lestrade began to speak, he froze, his gaze falling upon Isaac behind Mr. J., and he inhaled sharply, instinctively summoning his spiritual energy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He comprehended the current situation. You not only covet the skinning book of the God of Blood, but also intend to take this deity's blood progeny with you? Moments ago, the God of Blood had cast a direct gaze upon them. This could not merely be a transaction akin to Stein's petty exchanges. To engage in such transactions with a deity must surely involve another deity. Mr. J was indeed a follower of another god, one deemed a demigod capable of receiving divine gifts, a notion that Lestrade confirmed in his heart, hastily dispelling any blasphemous thoughts that might arise. Do you have business here? Lorian arched an eyebrow, surprised to see both of them. Ah, of course, we are awed by your majesty and dared not depart unbidden. Matthias held Jack Arnold in his hands, the blood-cursed chains having been partially lifted by Lorian, the pale cover regaining some of its color. Until he had fully controlled this sacred relic, Lorian had no intention of retracting all measures of restraint. Cough, cough. Lestrade rubbed his exquisite cane, awkwardly clearing his throat. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that is the sharp blade. As one of the vice presidents of the London Detective Society and a practitioner of arcane arts, he was a seasoned, extraordinary being, and having his innermost thoughts laid bare made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Wade Winston, however, appeared entirely unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he would plunge into any peril at Lorian's command. Now, that is the demeanor of a mature, extraordinary being. Lorian non-committally acknowledged him with a sound, her gaze drifting past the two to rest upon Rudolph Hill behind them. His form was smeared in dirt and blood, his left foot oddly bent, and his hair disheveled. During the earlier escalation of the conflict, he had decisively leapt from the window, bringing Oliver Winston's corpse down with him. Noticing the powerful, extraordinary being's gaze, Rudolph Hill politely bowed. Greetings, esteemed sir. Ah, have you come to terms with your imminent demise? Matthias played the role of a competent commentator, his profound single eye lingering upon Rudolph Hill. Indeed, neither this righteous detective nor the laws of this nation would permit a sinner as egregious as yourself to persist, let alone after witnessing so much that should remain unseen. Egregious? Rudolph Hill felt a sense of physiological discomfort under that malicious gaze, an instinctive repulsion from his very soul causing him to lower his head. Since departing the civilian apprenticeship and beginning to serve Mr. Oliver Winston, I have indeed committed many acts that the law would not condone, ending the lives of many. He forced his trembling body to still, exhaling deeply. But where is it that one does not consume one another? London, this capital of Britain, one of the world's most prosperous cities. Countless individuals swarm here daily, filling every available space. Those with even a modicum of capital can cross the Thames and settle in West London. The rest flood into South London and East London. For those less fortunate, the Whitechapel area opens its doors, while those with nothing, no money, no health, find refuge in the tolerant sewers. A batch may perish, only for another to take their place. He managed a strained smile. It is like the mosquitoes and rats that one can never fully eradicate. The smoke billowing from each chimney in London is the blood of these people, vanishing at the break of dawn, with no one to remember their names. Lestrade, who had been listening, suddenly fell silent. This does not justify your indiscriminate slaughter. Sir Detective, I believe you have misunderstood. Rudolph Hill's head sank further. I do not seek to justify myself. I merely wish to convey that I was once among them. Since Mr. Oliver Winston granted me a new life, I should harbor no personal thoughts. But you still personally ended Oliver Winston. Lorian intoned softly. This time, it was Rudolph Hill who fell silent. His expression was complex, as if he wished to articulate something, but then he inadvertently caught sight of the assistant beside him. The latter met his gaze with indifference. Rudolph's pupils quivered violently, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Earlier, the distance in the corridor, coupled with the tense atmosphere, had caused him to overlook it. But now he realized the assistant was none other than the deceased Jack Arnold, brought back from the dead. He could not suppress a violent cough, gritting his teeth to force himself not to glance in that direction. Truly, it is a delightful world. Matthias erupted into boisterous laughter, capturing the attention of the others. The roaring machinery devours flesh and blood, reducing humans to mindless beasts, and this dynamic permeates the very fabric of human interaction. One either ascends or is trampled beneath. Where treachery and cunning abound, betrayal, distortion, wrath, anguish, and desire. These are the tombs of reason, the paradise of devils. This place makes me feel as though I have returned to hell. Even the air is thick with a delightful scent of decay. How exhilarating this is. Do you not realize that on such a grand stage, countless intriguing tales are bound to emerge? I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness them. It is the best of times, it is the worst of times. Moreover, did the steward recognize Arnold? Well, the connection between Jack the Ripper and Arnold may no longer be a secret. It poses no significant concern. Lorian momentarily contemplated many things, then seized upon the unusual phrasing in Matthias's words. Back to hell? Is not the skinning book the very guise shed by the blood god before ascending to divinity? Why then claim a return to hell? He did not delve into this matter immediately, choosing instead to temporarily tuck it away for future inquiry. At that moment, Lestrade interrupted the eerie silence. It is merely a temporary hardship. All shall be well. Wade Winston scoffed, and upon noticing Lestrade's glare, he cleared his throat, covering his mouth and gesturing innocently. That bears no relevance to me. Rudolph Hill finally raised his head, trembling as he met Lorian's gaze. If you intend to arrest me, then take me away now. I believe you have misconstrued the situation. Lorian brushed the stains on his chest and passed him by with an impassive expression. I am not a police officer and have no obligation to apprehend criminals. I am merely here to resolve certain matters. Lestrade was acutely aware of this and cautiously stepped aside, watching Mr. J depart, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief only after the tall, slender figure had completely vanished. Just then, Wade Winston, noticing Rudolph Hill's unusual demeanor, suddenly drew a handgun from his coat and tossed it toward him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. No need for thanks. Chapter 78, The Reaction of Scotland Yard. Creak. The heavy metal door swung open, allowing a sliver of light to seep into the dim underground chamber. As soon as the door opened, Lorian caught sight of a shadow rushing towards him, accompanied by a howling wind. Prepared, Jack Arnold stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the approaching mortal who dared to near the great devil. Bang! The shadow flew back at an even greater speed, collapsing amidst a heap of debris, emitting a series of pained hisses, struggling in vain to rise. Anna, run! This is not them, Richard. In the corner sat a serene lady, cradling a hefty gospel. Richard scratched his golden hair, belatedly turning his gaze to the doorway. A stoic guard loomed, and a commanding, slender man held an ominous, jet-black book with a mocking single eye staring out. Hiss! This appeared even more terrifying than the individual from days prior. Withdraw your blasphemous gaze, mortal. Your ugly stare offends me, Matthias declared, displeased. Perhaps you are unaware of the greatness of the man standing before you. The wizard Oliver Winston who imprisoned you, and the sorcerer Stein, who instilled such fear in you, have been reduced to dust by this man's unassailable will. Father, and that monster are dead? Richard gaped in disbelief, questioning his own senses, unable to suppress the urge to pinch his cheek. Hiss, it is no illusion. Do not engage in foolish antics that amuse me. This is not a circus, Matthias scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Apologies, this, book, gentlemen. Richard Winston stammered as he awkwardly rose, eyeing the dreadful skinning book, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. You must be the eldest son and daughter of Oliver Winston. Yes? Lorian inquired, stepping past Jack Arnold into the wine cellar originally intended for storing red wine. Yes, Anna answered quietly, while Richard remained dazed. Very well. Lorian nodded. You are saved. Oliver Winston is dead, as is the one who ensnared him. Thank you so much. Richard Winston, not recognizing Jack Arnold so close, wept as he attempted to shake hands with the hero. Anna suddenly grasped his arm, cautiously lifting her gaze to Lorian. Then, what must we offer in return? She understood that he bore no obligation to rescue them. His presence here must serve a purpose. You are quite astute. Lorian surveyed the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on her. I require you to work for me. More precisely, you. May I inquire about the nature of the work? To be frank, I do not yet know what I will require of you, Lorian replied, his eyes deep with contemplation. In due time, you shall understand. Very well. Anna, clutching the gospel, stood, casting a discreet glance at Jack Arnold, refraining from voicing any objections. Richard Winston seemed poised to speak. Rest assured, I am not a demon. I shall not exploit my employees. Having achieved his goal, Lorian turned to leave when Richard Winston suddenly spoke. Though I know you may not lack for wealth, I wish to offer you half, no, 2/3 of Oliver's estate. He gritted his teeth. I feel unworthy to guard such riches. So considerate? Alas, such a large-scale transfer of wealth cannot occur without attracting the attention of certain organizations, and truth be told, I'm not in dire need of money at present. Lorian shook his head. You should keep it for yourself. I have no interest in such things. Petty mortal, do you wish to insult my employer with such mundane possessions? Matthias interjected with praise. Set aside your petty thoughts. This gentleman's character shines brighter than the sun and is purer than the moon. How could he covet your meager wealth? If he so desired, even the wealthiest in the world would bow their heads and kiss his hand. A tremendous honor for them. I have overstepped. Richard swiftly lowered his head. Forget about this time, Lorian remarked without turning back. Go home and sleep well. When you awaken, some who claim to be Scotland Yard investigators will approach you to inquire about certain matters. Once they depart, you may return to your normal life, just as before. Be grateful for this gentleman's mercy. Matthias's voice faded. For this world is not as safe as you imagine. Ignorance is the greatest fortune of the ordinary. A black sedan drove into the fog-shrouded Teeps Manor, where the weary Hendry exited the vehicle and approached the two awaiting figures in front of the estate. We have received a report. There is something here. It is I. Lestrade stepped forward. It was I who called Mr. Hendry. Do you remember me? I am the vice president of the London Detective Association. We met during an extraordinary case. Ah, it is you. Hendry strained to recall, finally grasping the name, just before the atmosphere grew awkward. Good morning, Mr. Lestrade. Please brief me on the situation here. As they spoke, several more vehicles entered the manor grounds, and a dozen fully armed investigators began to secure the estate. Should the situation be confirmed, Scotland Yard would dispatch even more personnel to the scene. Hendry cast a fleeting glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Who are they? These are Oliver Winston and his steward, Rudolph Hill. The former was slain by an unidentified extraordinary being, while the latter took his own life. Lestrade rubbed his cane and gestured toward Richard beside him. This gentleman is Mr. Richard, the eldest son of Oliver Winston, and also a victim in this case. What are the other individual? Hendry inquired. Earlier, Lestrade had mentioned in a phone call that there was another extraordinary being present at the scene, apart from himself. Lestrade hesitated, saying, Wade has already departed, as he expressed that if you were present, it would certainly take all day to leave. There's no need for such delicacy. I can surmise his exact words. Hendry's lips twitched slightly. Let us get to the crux of the matter, Mr. Lestrade. Very well. However, Lestrade glanced at the pale-faced Richard. I suddenly recall that there are still matters to address. Richard chuckled awkwardly. Please proceed with your discussion, and I shall await your conclusion. Well, do take a moment to rest. Someone will come to see you shortly. Hendry nodded. Lestrade, being somewhat of an official figure, waited for Richard to depart. After omitting some potentially misleading details, he recounted the events that transpired within the manor to the inspector from Scotland Yard. The fallen ritual, sorcerers, sacred relics. The emergence of the underworld, the blood heir of the god of blood, divine watchfulness, and formidable, extraordinary beings. Silently, Hendry listened to the end, wearily rubbing his brow. This matter is beyond my solitary capacity to manage. Please allow me to make a call. You may proceed. After articulating so much, Lestrade felt parched. Hendry moved a distance away, retrieving the portable phone provided to inspectors by Scotland Yard, and dialed number. After a few seconds of crackling, a robust male voice came through the line. Hendry, my apologies for interrupting you, Mr. Moriarty. I have some matters to report. It's still 7:30. Chapter 79, The Night Clergy. Moriarty's voice was slow and deep, instilling a sense of calm. I recall that you are currently engaged in addressing a sudden, large-scale, extraordinary criminal case. Are there any special circumstances? Hendry organized his thoughts, due to the profound implications. The informant did not convey the matter clearly over the phone. I have just learned that this case involves a genuine deity. A genuine deity? How intriguing. Moriarty's voice became even deeper. What is its name? Rest assured, as long as it is not a being of particular interest. They are currently unable to hear every call made by individuals. It is the god of blood, and there seems to be a reference to a tyrant, a decapitated king. Hendry had no doubt regarding Moriarty's words. The tyrant. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I see. Please relay the details to me without omitting any particulars. Very well. Hendry furrowed his brow, recalling Lestrade's narration. Months prior, a fleeing sorcerer had escaped to Tepec Manor. Lestrade, the vice president of the London Detective Association, and liquidator Wade Winston had gone to investigate. Confronted by Stein, who occupied the vessel of the tyrant's blood heir. The bounty hunter known as Jay, a mysterious, extraordinary being, displayed prowess nearing that of a master sorcerer, decisively vanquishing the still feeble Stein, subsequently halting the fallen ritual. Now, The portal to the underworld has vanished. Bounty Hunter J. Intriguing indeed. Moriarty chuckled lightly. Please continue. I'm listening. By the way, Hendry reported that Mr. J took away Oliver Winston's eldest daughter, Anna Winston. Oh, what is his intent? According to Restored S account, he wishes to have her work for him. I see. Moriarty pondered for a moment. You mentioned that the blood heir named Isaac and the sacred relic, the Book of Skins, were also taken by him? Indeed. Quite a bountiful harvest. What are the sorcerer Stein's possessions? Hendry thought for a moment. The informant did not mention them. It appears his existence was utterly obliterated by the tyrant, not merely the annihilation of his soul. The sound of knuckles rapping on a table echoed from the other end of the phone. This matter involves the underworld. Should we notify the Night Watch? Hendry inquired. Yes. Indeed. Moriarty replied. You should process the scene before alerting them. Leave the remaining affairs to the silencers. Understood. Hendry hesitated briefly before continuing. Additionally, there is another matter I am uncertain about and would like to seek your counsel. Speak freely. Based on the informant's description, Mr. J's assistant is likely to be Jack the Ripper, especially considering Oliver Winston's identity. I recall that name, Jack the Ripper. He caused quite a stir for you some time ago, Moriarty mused. You mentioned this suspicion last time. Is it now nearly confirmed? Indeed. Hendry squinted slightly. I am 90% certain that Jack the Ripper is the long-deceased Jack Arnold, an employee of Oliver Winston. Therefore, this Mr. J may indeed be a member of the newly arisen cult. Mr. Moriarty, should we prioritize addressing this new cult? Hendry glanced back at Restored. Or do you have other plans? This time, Moriarty remained silent for a longer stretch, and just as Hendry was about to speak up, the voice on the other end resumed. Keep your distance. Moriarty's tone was grave. If necessary, a certain degree of collaboration may be feasible. Keep your distance, and even collaborate? Hendry's pupils dilated suddenly, nearly causing him to fumble the portable phone. Why? He instantly regretted the question, realizing that since Mr. Moriarty's decisions contradicted his own thoughts, there must be crucial information he was unaware of. My apologies, Mr. Moriarty. This is not a question I should be asking. No offense taken. Moriarty's tone remained unchanged. Proceed with your duties, and remember to notify the Night Watch, allowing them to dispatch silencers to manage the remnants of the underworld. Understood. Once Hendry finished speaking, he heard a series of busy signals from the other end. It was rare for Mr. Moriarty to hang up first. Jack the Ripper, Mr. J. Keep your distance. He stood still for a few minutes, digesting the shocking information before taking a deep breath and striding toward Restored. Ah, esteemed master. You are even more admirable than I initially envisioned. Matthias glared with his singular eye at the dilapidated old theater, suddenly questioning whether his earlier decision had been correct. What is the matter? Do you deem this place unworthy of your sacred relic? Lorian remarked expressionlessly, casting a sidelong glance at him. No, no, no. Matthias hastily refuted. I believe this venue is unworthy of your stature. How could a being as magnificent as yourself lack a rightful domain? The singular eye on the cover of the Book of Skins wriggled with excitement. I find this country rather agreeable. Great Britain, the former land of Pendragon, is barely deserving of your noble status. It gazed at the approaching figures of Chief Missionary Benson, Evans, Marilyn, and others, expressing delight. These individuals remain rather inexperienced, perhaps even less adept than Mr. Arnold, yet they are sufficiently capable. Given ample time, I can harness the knowledge inscribed within the Book of Skins to forge an invincible legion, sweeping across the entirety of Great Britain and asserting dominion over the world. Matthias grew increasingly fervent, his grotesque lips quivering incessantly. No, this is insufficient. We ought to extend our territory to encompass the underworld lurking within the crevices, compelling all malevolent spirits to bow before the relentless iron fist of our legion. The identity of this new master eludes even its perception, while divinity may be beyond reach. This individual is destined to attain at least the stature of King Arthur. Aha! Lorian chuckled noncommittally, drawing Matthias's thoughts back to the present. For now, let's first settle our new members. Your Grace. Marilyn, Evans, and others approached, bowing in greeting. Indeed, Lorian had grown accustomed to this appellation. What is the status of the actions of the sons of Jacob? The Peller family indeed possesses some extraordinary powers. Yet even the weakest of the blooded in the Order of the Cross falls short, easily suppressed. Evans couldn't help but glance at Isaac behind Lorian. From that diminutive form emanated an alarming strength, eclipsing even Jack Arnold. This is Isaac. You should regard it as another elder. Lorian, still unaware of the revelations concerning the devil, turned his attention to the somewhat anxious Anna. Benson, I am here, Your Grace. Benson stepped forward from behind Marilyn. and upon catching sight of Anna clutching the gospel, his eyes gleamed with excitement, making her even more apprehensive. Did you not wish to establish the Order of the Night Clerics? Anna may prove to be an excellent candidate. When the opportunity arises, bestow upon her the blood of the first embrace, Lorian decreed. Splendid, Vincent exclaimed with delight. I shall not disappoint your grace's expectations. He envisioned the solemn night missionaries, wielding the Book of the Blessed and sharp blades, mercilessly shattering all heresies in that moment.